This is a world where raising goo worms is the principle of everything. The male protagonist, Fan Yuan, is a great demonic cultivator. Following the demonic path, his greatest achievement in life was cultivating the spring-autumn cicada, a type of goo worm that can reverse time and space. But to refine the spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan had also ended countless lives. This sparked the fury of the entire martial world. That day, the sects calling themselves the righteous factions gathered together under the guise of acting on heaven's behalf. They wanted to take Fan Yuan's life. But the phrase, acting on heaven's behalf, really sounded grating. Because when Fan Yuan said that the spring-autumn cicada he refined could reverse time and space, the greed in those people's eyes was hard to hide. And when he threw the spring-autumn cicada in his hand out, they didn't hesitate to trample over each other to fight for it. And those people's greed had to pay a price. Because the spring-autumn cicada Fan Yuan just threw out was only a fake. And while the crowd was jostling to fight over it, it suddenly exploded, sending many of them to meet their maker. As for the real spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan had already absorbed it long ago. The crowd rushed forward, wanting to stop him. But it was already too late. In truth, this was also the first time Fan Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada, and he didn't know if it would really work. But if it truly brought about what he wanted, then in his next life, he still wanted to cultivate the demonic path, to become a great demonic cultivator renowned throughout the world. A huge explosion occurred, smoke and fire shrouding the entire sky. Fan Yuan had disappeared into the crowd. The place where he was reborn was 500 years ago at Guyu Mountain Village. That night, clan leader Yu Bo was leading the clan members, sincerely offering incense at the ancestral temple, praying to the ancestors for blessings for their family, to discover new youths with outstanding talent early on. Because at that time, the world was divided into three major families. The most famous were Guyu Mountain Village, Bai family, and Xiong family. While the Bai family and Xiong family had produced countless geniuses in recent years, Guyu Mountain Village had gone 3 years without discovering any youths with sufficient talent. Especially Bai Ningbing of the Bai family, who was the one that truly caught Guyu Bo's attention. Because his talent was truly terrifying, it only took him 2 short years to cultivate to a 3-turn Gu master. With boundless prospects, seeing the clan leader so dejected, the 2 elders beside him had to choose their words to comfort him. They said that among this year's newcomers, not all were without hope. Because they heard that the Fang branch had recently produced a genius. He could speak at 3 months and walk at 4 months. At 5, he could recite poems and was very ambitious. Upon hearing this, Guyu Bo's brows slowly relaxed. In recent years he had indeed heard of this youth's poetry. That person was born with extraordinary talent, but it was a pity his parents died too early. Now he was being raised by his uncle. If guided properly, he could completely achieve great success. Guyu Bo appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. He was determined to cultivate that young man, at all costs to revive this family. Alright, esteemed elders, it's getting late. Tomorrow is the opening aperture ceremony. Please retire early and restore your energy. However, I must remind you, competing for candidates is allowed, but it must be done in an upright and honorable manner. You are not permitted to use underhanded tactics that damage the reputation of this family. I urge all elders to remember this. After instructing the elders, Guyu Bo also returned home, but his heart was still churning with unrest. Just thinking about the future prosperity of the family was enough to make him chuckle with joy. At the same time, there was another person laughing heartily in delight. That was the reincarnated Fan Yuan. Haha, my spring-autumn cicada has indeed taken effect. Those people from my past life forced me into the demonic path. I should actually thank them for that. Thank you for making me see the true face of this world. In this life, I will repay you all in full. Originally, there existed a legend in this world, saying that the operation of the entire world is controlled by the River of Light. But a legend is just a legend. Whether it is truly correct cannot be confirmed. Yet Fan Yuan successfully utilized the power and authority of the spring-autumn cicada to truly achieve nirvana and rebirth. After activating the spring-autumn cicada, he was able to see the legendary River of Light. The fragmented memories from his past life also returned along with it. He saw himself and his younger brother when they were children. It was raining heavily, and in front of them were 2 bodies covered with white cloths. Those were his deceased parents. After that, the 2 children were taken in and raised by their uncle and aunt. Outsiders thought that was their good fortune. But only the 2 children knew that their uncle and aunt's home was truly a living hell, with endless beatings and constant scoldings raining down on them. Until one day, when he couldn't take it anymore, Fan Yuan made a decision that changed his life. This is just too much bullying. What kind of relatives are they? They treat us like dogs. It seems I have no choice but to use the knowledge from that other world. Then, while reviewing these memories, Fan Yuan himself was also astonished. He couldn't remember what that other world he mentioned in the past was. After that, young Fan Yuan rose to prominence as a genius by continuously reciting poetry off the top of his head. His uncle and aunt's attitude towards him also changed completely. However, it was precisely because of this that the relationship between the two brothers gradually became distant. Fan Yuan's younger brother began to envy his brother's talent. But he couldn't reveal the truth that those poems were not composed by him. He could only adopt a cold attitude towards everyone, including his own younger brother, to hide the secret of his identity. As someone who came from another world, only now did Fan Yuan remember everything. Those fragmented pieces of memory just pieced themselves together, he remembered. In fact, he was originally a modern person. He was just an ordinary college student. Fate brought him to this world. He lived a life spanning over 500 years. Yet, he still didn't know the reason for coming to this world. There were poems that made him a genius. In reality, they were poems by famous poets he had studied in school. At that time, Fan Yuan had already reincarnated through nirvana, returning once again to 500 years ago, in the small body of Fan Yuan. But this time, he also had all the memories of his past life. He could completely start cultivating again. Brother, the night wind is cold. Why are you standing by the window in the rain? His younger brother, Fan Jing, suddenly pushed the door open and entered. His demeanor was extremely cautious. What's wrong, Fan Jing? Faced with Fan Yuan's cold attitude, Fan Jing became even more flustered. He said he heard the sound of wind and rain and thought the window wasn't closed. So he wanted to gently come in and close it. Tomorrow is the day of the opening aperture ceremony. He didn't want his brother to catch a cold. Brother, you are the hope of the entire village. You are the genius everyone wants to nurture. If your health affects tomorrow's competition. Then Fan Jing, before he could finish his sentence, was interrupted by Fan Yuan. Interrupted. Your worry is unnecessary. Go back down. Fan Yuan's voice was colder than the wind and rain outside, and his terrifyingly cold expression scared his younger brother. So much that Fan Jing didn't dare stay any longer. He hurriedly pushed the door open and ran out. Only then did Fan Yuan lie down on the bed. He placed his hand on his forehead and let out a self-mocking smile. What genius am I? No matter how talented I am, I'm still just the second best. The true genius is that one, Guyu Fangjing. That night, Fan Yuan could barely sleep, because of those vague and tangled thoughts. As soon as dawn broke, a maidservant came to attend to his washing and grooming. Fan Yuan recognized her as Shin Chui and I. She was a maidservant sent by his uncle and aunt to spy on him. Not only that, but she was also vain and fickle in her past life. She treated Fan Yuan poorly until he showed his talent, then she flipped her attitude. Right now, Shin Chui and I was still behaving exactly as in Fan Yuan's memories. She was still trying her best to flaunt her assets, hoping to catch the young master's eye, to become a phoenix soaring to the highest branch. But how could her petty tricks ever fool Fan Yuan? After changing clothes, he drove Shin Chui and I out, ignoring her pale and trembling face after being so harshly rejected by the young master. While Shin Chui and I was attending to Fan Yuan's change of clothes, Fan Jing was timidly watching from outside. He was dressed simply, completely different from the majestic and radiant aura of his older brother. Once they were ready, the group set off. Wherever Fan Yuan appeared, he drew everyone's attention. The stark contrast between the two brothers became a topic of gossip for many. Everyone thought Fan Jing was weak and cowardly, nothing but a waste, completely unlike his older brother. Although Fan Yuan was very irritating, he couldn't speak up to defend him. People still say one bad apple spoils the whole bunch, and that's not wrong. Fan Jing had suffered a lot of contempt in his past life, being despised and isolated by others, which greatly affected his talent. On top of that, his uncle and aunt wanted to clearly separate the relationship between the two brothers, so they made them live apart. Then they kept Shin Chui and I by their side, while Fan Yuan had to serve Fan Jing, an old woman. Thinking back to his past life, Fan Jing was too naive, which is why he was taken advantage of by his uncle and aunt. And Fan Yuan also lacked experience, so he couldn't change the situation either. But now that he has been reborn, everything is different. In this life, the one who controls everything must be Fan Yuan. Whether it's his uncle, aunt, clan leader, or elders, as long as he wants, they will all become his pawns. Right now, to him, they are just tiny grains of sand. And anyone who dares to oppose him will only have one outcome: selling salt. After arriving at the place, they were greeted by an elder of the clan, named Gu Yushi. The elder led the children, following Gu Yushi, down to the base of the tallest tower, and marveled as they discovered that below it was A huge cave. According to him, the Guyu clan had migrated here hundreds of years ago, the main reason being the abundant spirit stones in this cave. This is also a key location for the clan, with plenty of herbs for the clan members to cultivate. Then Guyu sure. He leads the kids to the first training ground for opening the Chi aperture. A place where the moon orchids bloom in full, brilliant splendor. Moon orchids are food for many Gu insects, so this flower garden is naturally also the clan's largest breeding facility. Of course, the elder didn't bring the kids here to admire the flowers. Their first test is about to begin. The content is very simple. After hearing their name called, that person must cross the river to reach the other shore. They can go as far as they can, the farther the better. The first person is Guyu Tranbak, that scrawny little kid. He steps toward the sea of moon orchids. But after just a few steps, his legs become heavy, the resistance is immense. No different from a solid wall. Guyu Tranbak tries his hardest but can't take another step. Despite his burning desire to become a Gu master, in the end Guyu Tranbak still couldn't defy fate. He only managed a total of 3 steps. He is declared to have no talent to become a Gu master. The next person is Guyu Tao Ta. But this one is even worse than the first. He only took a single step. The next one is named Guyu Makbak. His physique looks much taller than his peers, and his talent is also much better. Guyu Makbak strides forward confidently, to the astonishment of the elders. They start counting, 10 steps, then 20 steps, 30 steps, then. Guyu Makbak is the grandson of Mak Tran Elder. Seeing his grandson achieve such accomplishments, he was almost over the moon with joy. After Guyu Amal completed his first test, he was classified by the clan leader as having grade B talent. Then, Guyu Amal personally examined his primordial C, and determined that he was someone worth investing in. Just how high is this person's talent? Why do the elders value him so much? There was murmuring below. You came here, and your parents didn't tell you? The talent of a Gu master has long been divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. In the first test, those who walked fewer than 10 steps were deemed talentless, unable to become Gu masters. Those who walked 10 to 20 steps were classified as grade D, with talent that could be nurtured for 2 to 3 years, enough to become a first-turn Gu master. Those who walked 20 to 30 steps were classified as grade C, with better talent, and after 2 years of training, could become a second-turn Gu master, playing an important role for the clan. Those who walked 30 to 40 steps were classified as grade B, and after about 6 to 7 years of training, could become a third-turn Gu master. Such people will basically become elders of the clan in the future. The highest is grade A, requiring 40 to 50 steps. The appearance of such a person is the clan's greatest fortune. In the future they will become a 4th-turn Gu master, and might even become the clan leader. After Guyu Amal, many other children were also called by name. But half an hour passed without any more grade B individuals. Moreover, half of them had no talent at all. The elders began to lose heart, complaining that the younger generation of the Guyu clan, the great family, was getting worse and worse. But this matter of talent wasn't something they could easily improve. The bloodline was becoming increasingly scarce, and in recent years, no 4th-turn cultivator had appeared to strengthen the bloodline. As a result, the talent of the next generation grew weaker and weaker. The next person called was Guyu Chi-ching, the grandson of Elder Chi Lian from earlier. Elder Emochin stepped up. His face was already very tense. Now that it was his grandson's turn to go on stage, he became even more nervous. And Guyu Chi-ching did not embarrass him. This person walked 36 steps straight, surpassing Guyu Mo. However, Fan Yuan was not surprised at all. He also knew well that Guyu Chi-ching's strength wasn't this great. He remembered in his past life, the grandfather and grandson, they had suffered severe punishment for cheating during the grand opening ceremony. In reality, Guyu Chi-ching's talent only reached grade C. That was all, but his grandfather, Guyu Chi Lian, had faked it for him. All of this was because Elder Chi Lian and Elder Mo. Shen were always at odds, competing over every little thing. The two of them were also the 2 elders with the greatest strength in the clan. To suppress their rival, they needed their grandson to have superior talent. The old man and his grandson from the Zich Lian family were discovered, also due to an unexpected incident. Fan Yuan thought to himself, beginning to consider how to exploit this weakness. While he was lost in thought, his name was called out. Next up was Guyu Fan Yuan's turn. The name Guyu Fan Yuan was something many were waiting for, including the Guyu clan leader. They all believed Fan Yuan was someone with the potential to possess talent of the highest grade among this year's batch of children. Only he alone knew that he was actually not that exceptional. Unable to delay any longer, Fan Yuan began stepping onto the flower sea. After a few steps, he started panting heavily. This immense pressure came from the origin spring deep within the flower sea. Because the origin energy generated by the origin spring was too dense, it formed pressure. When this pressure became unbearable, a type of goo would appear in the heart, named the hope goo. Just like what Fan Yuan was seeing now. Before him were countless points of light, each one a goo worm. And they came from the most ancient legend, the ancestor tale. According to legend, at the dawn when heaven and earth first separated, there was only a desolate wilderness where wild beasts roamed. At that time, the first human appeared, called the ancestor. He survived by devouring wild beasts raw, living an extremely difficult life, especially a pack of wild beasts called the predicament, always baring their fangs, wanting to eat the ancestor. In the moment of being attacked by a horde of beasts, the human ancestor desperately cried for help. At that time, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared before him. Something emerged, and the human ancestor even knew what to call it. But precisely, they were 3 goo insects. However, at that time, this thing demanded he use his life to serve it. In return, it would grant the human ancestor the power to overcome adversity. Wanting to stay alive, he used his youthful years to serve the largest goo insect. Afterward, he felt he had aged a few years, but his body was brimming with strength. Relying on that power, the human ancestor's life began to improve. He fought bravely, defeating many beasts. From then on, he had a stable source of food. But the human ancestor quickly discovered that power was not omnipotent. It also needed recovery and cultivation. It couldn't be used arbitrarily, and for the entire horde of beasts. His strength was truly too insignificant. The human ancestor learned a painful lesson. Then he decided to use the most abundant power of his middle age to nurture the goo insect. The second one gave the human ancestor wisdom. But all good things must come to an end. The human ancestor grew old, older and older. He used his wisdom to craft a trap to deal with the beasts. But the human ancestor's strength kept waning, and the 2 goo insects abandoned him. Because there was nothing left in the human ancestor to serve them. In the moment of being completely powerless and surrounded by the horde of beasts, the human ancestor felt utterly hopeless. He was unwilling to surrender his life to the beasts. Just then, the human ancestor saw the smallest goo insect still remaining. Just like the first time they met, it said, "Human, worship me, and I will help you escape this predicament." At this moment, the ancestor of humanity found it ridiculous after hearing this. His strength and wisdom had abandoned him, and now the ancestor of humanity was left with only old age. But if he were to offer his old age to that goo, in the end, he would probably die instantly. Although he was now surrounded by dire straits, the ancestor of humanity couldn't die just yet. He still wanted to live a little longer, even if only for a second. "Go away, I can no longer worship you," the ancestor of humanity said weakly, but what that final goo demanded was not the ancestor's old age. Among the 3 goo, its request was the smallest. It wanted the ancestor of humanity to give it his heart. The ancestor of humanity, confused and dazed, complied, not really understanding what it intended to do. Because in his current desperate situation, even if strength or wisdom were by his side, they could no longer change anything. Yet, after he gave his heart to it, the swarm of predicaments was shattered, and the ancestor of humanity was saved from that moment. He realized that, when facing difficulties, one should give their heart to the goo. Now, he hopes Fan Yuan will do the same. He has already reached the 20th step. But his strength is nearly exhausted, and he can barely walk any further. The clan leader and the other elders watched with bated breath. Fan Yuan's figure, the number of hope goo, seemed a bit scarce. It was completely different from the scene expected of his talent. Uncle Yubai began to worry. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was also struggling greatly. It takes 40 to 50 steps to reach the armor rank. But right now, he has only taken 23 steps. Fan Yuan took one step, then another, until the 27th step. In front of Fan Yuan, a dazzling golden light appeared. He smiled so wide it reached his ears. This was the hope of immortality. He had successfully opened this mysterious and extraordinary aperture. Although it is embedded within the body, it does not exist in the same space as the 6 viscera. The 5 organs can be said to be infinitely large or infinitely small. This layer of light membrane is precisely the light of ancient hope that exploded earlier. It condensed because of this light layer, which could support the aperture. Inside the aperture is the primordial sea. It is the bronze true essence condensed only by first-turn goo masters. It is called the bronze sea. Every drop of seawater is true essence. Each drop represents the condensed essence of one's own body. It symbolizes the life potential that Fan Yuan has, accumulated over 15 years. A goo master uses true essence to drive goo worms. In other words, from this moment onward, Fan Yuan has officially been listed as a goo master. He has reached the first turn, but his body still feels heavy. Just like in his past life. "Can't you walk anymore?" the Guyu master called out. Fan Yuan let out a long breath, then decisively turned back. This action of his shocked everyone. Fan Yuan only managed to take a total of 27 steps, placing his aptitude at grade C. Yet he had always been revered as a genius. How could a genius possibly only achieve grade C? Fan Jing was one of the most shocked by this news. As for Yu Ba, he was extremely furious and disappointed. The elders initially thought there was a mistake in the testing process, but this method had been used. For countless generations, it was extremely accurate. Moreover, they had been monitoring the whole time, making it hard for any cheating to occur. In the end, they concluded that a person with high aptitude would display traits far surpassing ordinary people. For example, intelligence, quick memory, strength, sensitivity, and so on and so forth. But a person who is intelligent, quick to memorize, and sensitive, with abundant strength, might not necessarily be due to high aptitude. In the end, everything must be based on this test. And they, especially the clan leader of Yu Ba, had placed too much hope in Fan Yuan. So in the end, they ended up with such disappointment. The human heart is truly hard to predict. Earlier, everyone was looking forward to Fan Yuan. Now that they saw he only took 27 steps, they immediately turned around and called him trash, a grade C genius. But Fan Yuan's heart remained as calm as an autumn lake. He almost saw his past life self. After stopping at the 27th step, Fan Yuan at that time was utterly devastated because after transmigrating, he had used his own knowledge to create a new horizon. After that, Fan Yuan always hoped for a heaven-defying aptitude, to begin a cultivation path that was free and unbound. He himself had also placed great hope in himself. So in the end, when he received such a miserable outcome, it only added to his disappointment. But he had transmigrated once and reincarnated once, so his mindset had long since changed. At this point, Fan Yuan no longer cared about his clan at all, nor did he care about how his relatives were doing, or how others would look at him anymore. Therefore, he was neither sad nor upset. The next person called was Guyu Fangjing. Fangjing had always lived in the shadow of his older brother. He had been looked down upon from the start, and now that Fan Yuan had fallen from grace, Fangjing had to endure even more gossip and ridicule. He hadn't even started the test yet, but he had already stumbled in front of everyone, becoming a laughingstock to all. This fall also made Fan Yang's mood even worse. Just when he was at his most broken, Fan Yuan walked over. He roughly grabbed his younger brother by the collar. "Just go ahead. The path ahead will be very interesting." After saying this, Fan Yuan flicked his sleeves and stood up. Fan Zheng's frail body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't understand why. His older brother had just received a result of only grade C, yet he could still be so calm. Fan Zheng also worried that since Fan Yuan's result was like this, his own result would be even worse. But in the end, Fan Zheng still stood up and began to take the first steps of his own test. In his ears, the world's scornful words kept echoing. They mocked Fan Zheng for being stupid and inferior, not even as good as his own twin brother. After Fan Yuan revealed his talent, his uncle and aunt loved him even more. This was something not only Fan Zheng could feel, but everyone knew it too, because he was a genius, the hope of the entire clan. As for Fan Zheng, he was just a nameless stone. People even forgot Fan Deng's name. They only called him Fan Yuan's younger brother. At first, it was truly difficult to accept this. Fan Zheng was always sad. Fan Yuan had come to talk to him a few times. Even though his older brother always acted cold, Fan Zheng could tell he still cared about him. Gradually, he tried to think more openly, with Fan Yuan around. He was just an ordinary person with no talent, so what did it matter? Geniuses were born different from everyone else. It didn't matter if he wasn't a genius, as long as his older brother was here. Even if the sky fell, Fan Yuan would hold it up for him. And then, that day, his uncle. They brought Tweenie in front of Fan Yuan, using the excuse that his previous servant was too old. So from now on, they would switch to this new maid. As for Fan Jing, he was used to being alone, so there was no way he would get a new servant. The unfairness became more and more obvious. One night, Fan Jing even heard his uncle and aunt whispering about the two brothers. As usual, they said they had to treat Fan Yuan well, because he was the hope of the entire clan. As for Fan Jing, since they saw he was useless, so after the grand opening ceremony, they planned to kick him out of the house. Hearing this, Fan Jing felt as if struck by lightning. The usual differential treatment was one thing, but now, they even wanted to take away his right to a normal life. He didn't even have the right to be an ordinary person. That day, Fan Jing was truly furious. His previous thoughts began to be overturned. He gradually placed all the blame on Fang Yuan, believing that if it weren't for him, he could have lived a normal life. While Fang Jing was immersed in these negative thoughts, he heard someone calling his name. It was Shen Chui and the only person who called him Fang Jing, instead of Fang Yuan's little brother. Brother Fang Jing, what are you thinking about, being so distracted? It's nothing. Fang Jing awkwardly scratched his cheek. Shui and among our peers, you're the only one who treats me well. May I know the reason why? Silly, how can you ask a girl such a thing directly? Your elder brother is truly outstanding, possibly a top-grade talent, but he's too cold. Compared to that, I prefer someone gentle like you. Fang Jing, having no experience in romance, was easily swayed by Shen Chui's sweet words. When he saw Shen Chui and clinging to Fang Yuan, expressing her desire to serve him for life, Fang Deng's delusions were completely shattered. It was then he realized that Shen Chui and had only given him false hope. He looked like he had lost everything back then. The opening of the aperture ceremony, this time could also be the end of his life. All the pent-up feelings Fang Jing had been suppressing were now just waiting to explode. He also wanted to be loved and noticed by everyone. He also wanted them to care about him. He wanted the same treatment as his twin brother. He didn't want to hide alone in a cold, dark corner anymore. Those thoughts kept swirling around Fang Jing, making him walk forward unconsciously, not even realizing he had taken a full 43 steps. The fact that Fang Yuan's younger brother took 43 steps shocked the people present even more than Fang Yuan only taking 27 steps. They couldn't believe this usually shadow-like, unremarkable younger brother actually possessed top-grade talent. The elders started fighting over him, bumping heads and breaking horns, each wanting to personally mentor Fang Jing. But Fang Jing stood there, as if he still couldn't believe it himself. Tears streamed down his cheeks, along with the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Father, mother, heavens have shown their favor. Big brother. From now on, things will never be the same as before. I will prove to you who the real genius is. You are no longer the mountain in my heart, and I am no longer just the younger brother, no longer just Fang Yuan's little brother. All of you who mock me, remember this day well, because I am Gu Yu Fang Jing. A week later, the children of the Gu Yu clan who passed the screening began attending school. As usual, the introductory lessons were incredibly boring basic knowledge. The Gu Yu teacher taught the children about the various types of Gu. In this world, there are thousands of Gu with unusual forms, diverse species, and varied habitats. Some live in ore deposits, while others reside in thickets. There are even those that exist within the bodies of wild beasts. Some can fly or walk on the ground, while others look like flowers, grass, insects, snakes, or centipedes. There are even some that resemble gold, silver, or precious gems, or even demons, monsters, and spirits. In short, the essence of heaven and earth converges to form special life forms, all of which can become Gu. During the process of human reproduction and growth, the lost sages gradually discovered the wonders of Gu. Those people opened their aperture, used their own primeval essence to nurture, refine, and control Gu according to their own purposes. Thus, the title of Gu Master was born. The children of the Gu Yu clan, who 7 days ago passed the aperture opening ceremony, successfully opened their aperture, condensed their own primeval sea, and are now all first-turn Gu Masters. As the Gu Yu teacher spoke, a hand suddenly raised below. It was Gu Yu Mo Bei. Since childhood, he had heard about the classification of Gu Masters into first turn, second turn, and higher. So now, he wanted to hear the elder explain it in more detail. The Gu Yu Master naturally did not refuse Ben. He explained that Gu Masters have a total of 9 major realms from low to high. They are distinguished as first turn up to 9th turn, and within those 9 turns, each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms. They are initial, middle, high, and peak. The children sitting here have just successfully awakened their apertures as Gu Masters. They are first turn initial. After that, if they diligently cultivate, their cultivation will also be raised, with the ability to reach second turn or third turn. However, advancement also heavily depends on talent, and they were tested last week. Those with Ding-grade talent and Sea of Qi only account for at most 2 to 3%. Those with ordinary apertures can cultivate to a maximum of first turn or second turn. Those with Bing-grade talent and Sea of Qi account for up to 4 to 5%. They can usually cultivate up to second turn. A fortunate few can break through to third turn. Super-grade E-grade talent and Sea of Qi account for up to 6 to 7%. Their apertures can easily step into third turn, and the highest is Jia-grade talent, with a Sea of Qi that is almost overflowing, nearly filling the aperture sea. They are the most suitable Gu Masters for cultivation. They can cultivate up to 5th turn. Higher realms from 6th turn onward are very rare. only those ancient names that have become legends. Their Guyu clan has never produced a 6th turn Gu master, but 5th turn or 4th turn have appeared. As the Guyu master spoke up to this point, a murmuring sound arose from below. So powerful? No wonder. All the elders want to snatch him away. Him here no longer refers to Fang Yuan. His title as a genius has also become a thing of the past. The rising star who shot to fame like a kite catching the wind was none other than Guyu Fangjing, the only one with a grade A talent. Watching Fang Deng's attentive listening, Fan Yuan now looked quite disheveled. He sat at the back of the class while Elder Gu lectured, still calmly snoring away. All week, every day in class, he slept just like that. Everyone heard that Fan Yuan refused to go home at night, always wandering around the village like a restless ghost. Some even said they saw him hugging a wine jug, drunk outside. Luckily, in recent years, the area around the village had been thoroughly cleansed, so it was very safe. Otherwise, Uncle and Aunt Fan Yuan might have had to pick up his corpse. Most passers-by took this chance to mock and ridicule, with only a few feeling sympathy for Fan Yuan, holding the title of genius for so many years, only to stop at grade C when his aperture opened. Moreover, his unremarkable younger brother became grade A, the tables turning in just one day. The one who was once on top was now dragged into the abyss. It's hard to avoid a slump in spirits. Gu Yushi stared at Fan Yuan, sound asleep at the back desk, feeling quite displeased. For a whole week, he had always shown a dejected face, refusing to change, always doing as he pleased. This only made Gu Yushi more certain that they had misjudged him before. Someone like this could never be a genius. On the other hand, a temperament this hard to cultivate, even if you teach it, it would only waste the clan's resources. In the history of the Guyu Great Clan, many powerful figures have emerged. Among them were 2 Gu masters of the 5th turn. One was the founding ancestor of Guyu Mountain, who was also the first clan leader. The second was the 4th generation clan leader. He devoted his entire life to cultivation, striving to reach the 5th turn realm. It's just a pity that he was ambushed by the demon, the flower wine traveler. If not, he might have broken through to the 6th turn. Thinking of these things, Guyu Master was so furious that he was speechless, unable to utter a word to Fan Yuan. At this moment, Fan Yuan, groggy and just waking up, also heard this. The name, Flower Wine Traveler, was indeed very impressive. Speaking of the grudge between the 4th generation clan leader and him, everyone in the clan, every single person in Guyu, knew about it. The Flower Wine Traveler was also a 5th turn Gu master. He was a flower-plucking thief who had committed evil deeds for many years. His reputation was notorious in the demonic path back then. Several hundred years ago, he fled to Qingmao Mountain, plotting to commit crimes within Guyu Mountain Village. In the end, he was exposed by the 4th generation clan leader. After a great battle that shook heaven and earth, the Flower Wine Traveler was beaten to his knees, begging for mercy. The 4th generation clan leader was originally a kind-hearted person, so he intended to spare his life. As a result, he was suddenly ambushed by that great demon and severely injured. The clan leader was enraged. He immediately struck down the Flower Wine Traveler, but he himself, due to not receiving timely treatment, passed away. Therefore, in the hearts of the 4th generation Guyu clan leader's tribesmen, it was because the hero sacrificed himself for the mountain village. But there was one thing that Fan Yuan was always puzzled about. Exactly where did the Flower Wine Traveler meet his end? He had searched the entire mountain village, but could not find any of his relics at all. In his memory, about 2 months later, a Gu master from the clan, due to emotional turmoil, drank himself into a stupor and lay outside the mountain village. As a result, the fragrant smell of wine wafted through the air, attracting a death Gu from all around. That Gu master was overjoyed and wanted to capture it, but the death Gu fled in fear. This man kept chasing after it relentlessly, and eventually discovered a secret cave leading deep underground. That little Gu was a very precious type of Gu worm, so the Gu master, in his drunken state, bravely entered the underground cave, and by chance, uncovered the secret hidden within this cave. He found the bones of the Flower Wine Traveler along with the legacy he left behind. After this Gu master returned to the mountain village, he reported the entire incident, which immediately stirred up the whole clan. He didn't even keep the found items for himself, earning praise from the elders for his upright character and bright future. Later, that Gu master greatly benefited from this matter. His cultivation level increasingly outstanding, and he even won back his lover, who had previously abandoned him, changing her mind, and returned to become a notable figure of that time. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan in his past life only vaguely heard this news, and didn't know exactly where that secret cave was. That was also the reason why he bought so much wine these past few days. They wanted to use wine around the mountain stronghold to lure out the death worms, but all attempts failed. Fan Yuan's goal, however, was to take that death worm and refine it into his life-bound goo. It was far better than the moonlight goo of his clan. In the blink of an eye, spring had almost passed. Now it was already April, and time waited for no one. In the following days, the Guyu Masters classes continued. Today's lesson was about primeval stones. These were condensed essences of heaven and earth, serving not only as currency, but also as aids for cultivation. Once someone became a Gu Master, they could directly draw the pure, primeval essence from the primeval stones to replenish their own primeval sea within their apertures. If one had many primeval stones, their cultivation speed would increase greatly, and it would somewhat compensate for any deficiencies in talent. After finishing the theoretical lessons for the children, the next important step was to teach them how to refine their own light-bound goo, their own goo. The Guyu Master required these new Gu Masters to go to the Gu Hall of the Academy after class to select their Gu worms. Then they were to take them home for secluded cultivation until they successfully refined their life-bound goo, after which they could return to the Academy to continue their classes. This was also the first assessment for the children. The top performer would receive a reward of 20 primeval stones. Generous indeed. At that moment, a hand was raised below. Elder, what would happen if someone used a Gu worm beyond their rank? The Guyu Master stroked his long beard and began to explain. These Gu insects are also divided into 9 major tiers, corresponding to the 9 realms of Gu Masters. Generally speaking, a first-turn Gu Master can only use first-rank Gu insects. If they forcefully activate a higher-rank Gu insect, they will have to pay a very heavy price. Not only that, Gu insects also need to be carefully nurtured, and the cost of nurturing high-rank Gu insects is not something a low-rank Gu Master can bear. Therefore, for new Gu Masters, unless under special circumstances, they will all choose first-rank Gu insects for their first refinement. The Gu insect refined by a Gu Master for the first time is called the life-bound Gu. After that Gu Master you then emphasized an extremely important point, that the life-bound Gu and the Gu Master share a very crucial relationship. Therefore, at any cost, they must protect their life-bound Gu well. If it perishes, they will suffer immense damage. Fan Yuan still hadn't found the spring-autumn cicada, yet the day to refine his life-bound Gu had already arrived. He truly didn't know which Gu insect to choose. Then, the group of children was led to the Gu Hall, and everyone was excited, as it was their first time refining a Gu insect. Fan Yuan walked in with a blank expression. He glanced around. Everything here was first-rank Gu insects. He had originally hoped to obtain the spring-autumn cicada of Huazi, the traveler, to refine into a life-bound Gu, but has yet to find any trace of the bones. He also doesn't know when he will find them. Finally, Fan Yuan had to temporarily choose a moonlight Gu. It is the signature Gu insect of the Guyu clan. The vast majority of people in the clan will choose it as their life-bound Gu. It is not a natural Gu insect but one that is cultivated through a secret method of the Guyu clan. Other villages don't have it. It can be said to be a symbolic mark for the Guyu clan. But even though the moonlight Gu is unique and unparalleled, in Fan Yuan's heart, he only dreams of the death Gu of the drunken wine traveler. That's all. After obtaining the moonlight Gu, Fan Yuan went to buy 2 jars of mortar wine. For several consecutive days he bought wine there, making the shop owner familiar with his face by now. These are the last 2 jars of wine Fan Yuan can buy, because since falling from the stage, he no longer receives good treatment from his uncle. Tomorrow, Fan Yuan will have no primeval stones left to buy wine. If the death Gu still doesn't appear today, then he must refine the moonlight Gu into his own light-bound Gu. In this assessment, the first person to refine a life-bound Gu will receive a reward of 20 primeval stones. So now, there are probably many people focusing on refining Gu. Unfortunately, refining a life-bound Gu also tests one's aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more advantageous it is. With Fan Yuan's C-grade aptitude, he can't win even in his dreams. Therefore, he still wanted to go find the corpse worm instead. While lost in thought, Fan Yuan suddenly heard Fan Geng's voice. "Brother, you really came to the tavern to drown your sorrows again. Follow me. Uncle and aunt want to see you." After the opening aperture ceremony, the status of the 2 cousins had swapped. Fan Jing, now in a white robe, had an extraordinary aura. Even his tone was no longer as timid as before. Completely different from Fan Yuan, who wore shabby clothes and straw sandals. At a glance, he looked no different from a beggar. Seeing that he didn't respond, Fan Jing continued. "Brother, you can't keep on like this. Do you know how worried the people who care about you are? You must get back on your feet." Fan Zheng's gaze was extremely resolute, but when it met the absent-minded look, devoid of much light in Fan Yuan's eyes, he instinctively looked away. The long-standing cowardice and weakness in front of his older brother had become a habit deeply ingrained in Fang Gang's subconscious. Therefore, even now, he lacked the courage to face his brother. Brother, it's because of this. Fang Jing was furious at himself. Clearly, he was no longer the person he used to be. He had completely changed. The one called a genius was now him, not Fan Yuan anymore. While Fang Jing was still drowning in his chaotic thoughts, Fan Yuan had already disappeared from his sight. Fang Jing panicked and turned his head, only to see him walking a few steps ahead. His carefree demeanor made him feel extremely annoyed. Uncle and aunt are calling us both back. He gave each person 6 primordial stones to serve in refining their life-bound goo. But that wasn't the main issue. They had raised the 2 brothers for 15 years. Since they had no children, they now wanted to adopt the 2 as their heirs. Fang Jing didn't hesitate at all. He immediately kowtowed in agreement, calling his aunt and uncle mom and dad. Even though they hadn't treated him well at all over those 15 years, Fang Jing himself always felt inferior because of it. He must have always longed for a family. Unlike Fan Gang's gleeful, tail-wagging joy, Fan Yuan seemed indifferent. But now, he was no longer the genius everyone admired. So his aunt and uncle weren't that eager either. We're not forcing you. It's just that you've turned 15, and to inherit the Fang family's Sun Vein, you should become independent now. Your uncle gives you 200 primordial stones. Consider it support for your path ahead. It sounds kind enough, but this is clearly a way to drive Fang Yuan out of the house. He saw through his aunt and uncle's intention and bowed in thanks. But he refused those 200 primordial stones. Seeing his firm attitude, Fang Jing tried to persuade him. But Fan Yuan just picked up 2 jars of his wine and walked away without looking back that night. The cunning old couple tossed and turned for a long time. That little brat Fan Yuan is really sharp. If he doesn't become our adopted son, then you have no right to inherit this property. Being self-reliant at 15 also doesn't meet the inheritance conditions. Damn it, none of the conditions are met. How infuriating. Luckily, we managed to pull Fang Jing to our side, but Fan Yuan only has a C grade aptitude, though this kid is very smart. What should we do, my lord? It's fine, as long as we catch a major fault of his and kick him out. He'll still lose his inheritance rights. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Since you want to oppose me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Fan Yuan carried 2 jars of wine into the bamboo forest, laughing heartily as he walked. The intention of his aunt and uncle to drive him out of the house, he had already seen through. In his past life, he remembered clearly. Due to bad luck, he was framed without even knowing it. In this life, he wondered what tricks those 2 would pull. In his past life, all his inheritance was taken by that cunning couple. This slowed down his cultivation speed, costing him 2 full years, just to reach the peak of the first transition. He had no talent, no master or senior brothers. Only the inheritance left by his parents was the resource ensuring his current cultivation. He absolutely could not let it fall into their hands. Thinking this again, Fan Yuan opened a wine jar and took a gulp. Somehow, tonight's wind felt a bit cold, but he continued drinking and walking deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Fan Jing at home was focused on studying, vowing to get first place this time, so as not to disappoint his aunt and uncle. While he was completely concentrated, then a sweet voice rang out by his ear, immediately making Fang Jing unable to sit still. Young Master Fang, the hot water for your bath has been prepared. This voice was none other than Shui, the girl he had always secretly admired. Who else could it be? 3 days later, Fan Yuan began refining the moonlight goo. However, this process was not going smoothly at all. He had been refining the goo continuously for half an hour. His primeval C had been depleted by more than half, yet he had only refined 1/12 of the goo. At this rate with the moonlight, it was fundamentally impossible to claim the top prize. Outside, the rain had stopped. Fan Yuan heard a voice calling out, "Young master, this servant has brought you some wine and meat. It has been raining nonstop for 3 days. Young master, please have some meat and wine. It could also help ease the boredom." It was still Shin Queenie, but Fan Yuan knew the reason she came this time was far from simple, and he was also waiting for Shin Queenie to arrive. Sure enough, after being allowed, Shin Queenie stepped inside, her hair and clothes disheveled, looking extremely alluring. Unfortunately, she wasn't his type. Shin Queenie brought over some food, but the meat and wine are just a side. The sticky rice with meat is the main course. She deliberately showed off as much skin as possible. Then she asked to be so bold as to drink a toast with Fan Yuan. Before he could agree, Shin Chui and I had already lifted her skirt and sat on his lap. Then she began to weepily confess her feelings. "Young Master Fan Yuan, your servant has always liked you. Whether it's your talent or anything else, the maidservant all wished to stay by your side, to rely on you, to be comforted by you. Tonight, may this maidservant offer herself to you? Having said that, Shinquini poured another cup of wine. She intended to use her mouth to feed it to Fang Yuan. But from start to finish, he just sat there motionless like a statue, until Shinquini's thin lips were already close. Right next to Fang Yuan, he suddenly let out a laugh. It's nothing more than using seduction to get to me. Shinquini was startled but still tried to act composed and asked back. Young Master Fang Yuan, what are you saying? Fang Yuan answered with an action. He immediately reached out and violently squeezed Shinquini's neck. It seems in this life, my uncle and aunt want to use seduction to trap and harm me. But this Shinquini before me, who does she think she is to dare come and seduce me? It seems there are already many people arranged downstairs, huh? But what do you think you have to seduce me with? Just relying on that rotten flesh on your chest? He used a great deal of force. It truly made Shinquini feel like she was about to suffocate. Only then did Fang Yuan release his hand. Shinquini was utterly terrified. She gasped for air, trying to regulate her breathing. Fang Yuan then reached out and lifted her chin. After that, he flashed a smile full of danger. Shinquini, do you think I can take your life? This question was clearly not a joke. Shinquini was so scared that she immediately burst into tears. Only then did Fang Yuan continue speaking. Considering you are the maidservant who has attended to me closely for many years, this time, I will spare your life. But didn't you always want to escape being a slave? Go find my younger brother. He's both foolish and naive. After saying this, Fang Yuan flicked his sleeve and walked inside, leaving Shinchuer with her clothes in disarray. Sobbing silently outside, she stood there for a long time, seemingly unable to believe that her plan had failed. As for Fang Yuan, standing before this farce, he only found it utterly ridiculous. This time, what's with you using a beauty trap? The idea seems fresher than in the previous life, but that debt of gratitude, he remembered it clearly. Surely, one day, he would repay them both principal and interest, but for now, he felt that staying at home was no longer safe, so, he decisively went outside. At first, the innkeeper judged him by his appearance, even thinking he didn't have enough money to pay for the room. But after he placed the two largest primeval stones on the table, that person hurriedly went to tidy up a room for him, and also prepared the best wine and meat from the inn for him. At this moment, Fang Yuan only had 4 primeval stones left on him, from the ones his uncle and aunt had given him the other day. To successfully refine the moonlight goo, at least 7 or 8 were needed. That's not even mentioning the goo worms of the flower wine monk. He simply didn't have enough money anymore. Each of these primeval stones was equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for a month. Refining the goo worms would require at least 20 stones. With Fang Yuan's current abilities, he could only pin his hopes on the legacy left by the flower wine monk. But he had already spent over a week attracting the corpse worms, yet still saw no results. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, in reality, Fang Yuan had also started to grow anxious. While eating, Fang Yuan suddenly heard a commotion from the table next to him. Brother Feng, say no more. I'll toast to you alone. You took down that black-skinned wild boar, truly a man's deed. Thank you for your admiration, brothers. But I really can't drink anymore. The one called Brother Feng looked a bit flustered. What's the matter? You think this wine isn't good enough? Waiter, bring out your finest wine. The bald man sitting across from Brother Feng showed clear displeasure. The waiter was called over, but seeing these rough, drunk men, he had no choice but to warn them that the tavern's best wine was a bit pricey. Specifically, it cost up to 2 primeval stones. Upon hearing 2 primeval stones, their faces immediately changed color. Kid, are you trying to rip us off? Is there really wine that expensive? That Brother Feng wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere, so he spoke up to calm everyone down. We've already had plenty to drink today. How about saving this fine wine for next time? Before those men could even reply, a mocking laugh came from the next table. How ridiculous! A bunch of paupers who can't even afford wine, and still blabbering on about it. Move aside and stop making noise. The bald man immediately flew into a rage, slamming the table and standing up. The two sides were already on the verge of a fight. But when the man who had just mocked him stood up, he was instantly scared stiff. The reason was that on the other man's belt was a symbol, engraved with the character E, signifying the status of a first-rank Gu master. He and his brothers immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Forgive us, great Gu master. We lowly ones had no intention of offending you. We drank too much and spoke recklessly. Our crime deserves death. But that Gu master, the first-rank one, had no intention of letting this matter slide so easily. He then ordered the waiter to bring over that jar of wine worth 2 primal stones. After taking a whiff, he even acted extremely excited, repeatedly smacking his lips. It really is fragrant. This is top-grade bamboo green wine. I bet even the whole mountain stronghold only has this in's batch. Seeing him so pleased, the bald man seized the chance to curry favor, saying that if he liked it, he would gladly gift him this jar of wine. But his attitude not only failed to please that Gu master, it instead infuriated him. He directly poured the entire jar of wine over the bald man's head. Oh, you're quite generous, aren't you? You hunters sure are rich. Richer than me. You can casually spend 2 primal stones just to buy wine to drink. I'm here worrying about primal stones. And you dare to show off in front of me? The wine had already been poured all over the other man's head, but that first-rank Gu master still felt his anger wasn't appeased. So he hurled the wine jar straight at the bald man's head, shattering it. And even though his head was still bleeding, that man didn't dare to utter a single word, could only kneel down and continue begging for mercy. This scene made the person accompanying that ancient master unable to bear it any longer. They had to speak up to stop it. That's enough, Jianya. A little discipline is fine. Don't make things difficult for these mortals. If word gets out, you might not care about losing face, but I do. Gong Yuan sat to the side, listening, and could only remain silent. So that arrogant bastard's name was Jianya. But Jianya still hadn't vented all his anger. He then spoke up to intimidate the entire tavern. If you're so tough, keep drinking. Drink the green bamboo wine. Let me see if anyone still dares to drink this wine. As soon as Jianya finished speaking, a decisive order rang out from the next table, causing the entire tavern to fall into dead silence. Waiter, bring me a jar of green bamboo wine. The only one itching for trouble enough to order green bamboo wine in that situation was, of course, none other than Fan Yuan. The entire room seemed to freeze with tension. Jianya turned his head, intending to teach that person a lesson. But he sensed the aura of true essence from the person, and only then did Fan Yuan understand why he wasn't afraid of him. Oh. So he's a junior disciple from the same sect. People from our family are naturally the same. How could I have calculated that? Hearing Jianya say this, the waiter felt relieved, and brought a jar of green bamboo wine to Fan Yuan. He took it and walked out of the tavern. Today, the weather was beautiful after the rain, the air very fresh and cool, perfect for spreading the aroma of the wine. He opened the wine jar and poured it onto the ground. Now only the last 2 primeval stones remain. If he cannot find the flower wine traveler any longer, it will be very troublesome. Today's move was an all-or-nothing gamble, staking everything on the ground. An entire incense stick's time had passed, but no Gu worm appeared. Fan Yuan returned, his stomach full of disappointment. He felt that this was the moment he should stop. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the money left to refine the moonlight Gu. Yet, just as Fan Yuan had taken a few steps, the moonlight suddenly shone brightly. A patch of desolate forest had appeared before him. He was so excited he couldn't speak. That Gu worm was already drunk. Now, he just needed to follow it to find the remains of the flower wine traveler. He dashed like the wind after the Gu worm. Finally, he found the secret cave, which turned out to be located behind a large waterfall. He had searched for so long without finding any clues. The skeleton of the flower wine traveler was now laid out before him. Fan Yuan had spent so much money buying wine. Unlike the Gu master who discovered the remains in his past life, whether it was the Gu worm or the legacy of the flower wine traveler, he intended to take it all cleanly. Yet, just as Fan Yuan reached out his hand to touch that skeleton, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his head. Try touching it, and see what happens. Fan Yuan naturally did not think this voice belonged to Hua Zi. The ascetic who had turned into that dried skeleton believed he was being followed, but he did not know who or what had been tracking him, nor since when. With his current abilities, he simply could not win a fight. You have been poisoned by my secret Gu worm. If I do not remove the curse for you, in 7 days you will surely dissolve into pus and ascend to heaven. That voice continued to ring out, loud and clear. Fan Yuan had spent so much effort refining the spring, autumn cicada to undergo nirvana and be reborn. Naturally, he dared not risk his life. So he raised both hands to head level, signaling that he would no longer touch that skeleton. You want me to take the death Gu, and I'll give it to you, right? He said this while cautiously turning his head. Then, suddenly, Fan Yuan heard another voice, urgent and panicked. I'll give it to you. I can give you everything. Just please spare my life. Please spare my life. Because of this second voice, Fan Yuan quickly turned his head back. Right before his eyes, a hazy screen appeared. On it, he saw the images of 2 men. One bald-headed man was tilting his head back, laughing loudly. The other was kneeling with his back bent, looking utterly pathetic. Ha ha ha! The voice Fan Yuan had heard first continued to ring out. Hero Gu Yu, it's a waste that you achieved the 5th turn cultivation at such a young age. I thought you were some big shot. I never expected you to be so miserable. Lord Hua Zi, The kneeling man hurriedly grabbed the other's leg, miserably begging for mercy. Please have mercy on my clan, for the warm hospitality we showed you, and spare my life. Warm hospitality? You still have the nerve to say those 4 words? At that moment, Fan Yuan confirmed he wasn't being watched by anyone. What was unfolding before his eyes were the memories of the drunken wine traveler. It was just like a movie. In it, that bald-headed man who looked so arrogant was the drunken wine traveler, and that weak and frail-looking man was actually the hero of the clan, the 4th-generation Guyu clan leader. The two of them had originally planned to do business together at a fair price. Unexpectedly, when the drunken wine traveler arrived at the Guyu mountain village, the 4th-generation clan leader had poisoned the wine with a goo worm, but he had traveled the world, earning the name, Drunken Wine, as his title. How could he possibly fall for a poisoned goo worm? Humph, you wanted to use my head to gain fame and profit. You brought this upon yourself. You won't survive. The drunken wine traveler's voice was as cold as ice. The 4th-generation clan leader, however, kowtowed repeatedly, completely lacking any heroic demeanor, unlike what the elders always recounted. He kept begging the drunken wine traveler to spare his life, whether it meant exchanging all the primeval stones in the clan, or even willingly drinking the slave goo, becoming a dog-like servant, and dedicating his life to the drunken wine traveler. The drunken wine traveler looked at the 4th-generation clan leader with half-closed eyes. The slave goo is an extremely precious 5th-turn goo worm. Even he himself didn't have it, so how could he use it on others? But the poison insect that Huajiao had just placed on him, only he could cure the clan leader. Therefore, Huajiao the traveler demanded that the clan leader, from now on, every week, give him 3,000 primeval stones and 15 caddies of moon orchid petals. If he kept the agreement, he would spare his life. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord! Thank you for sparing my life, my lord! The 4th-generation clan leader, disregarding the dignity of his position, kept kowtowing in gratitude. All right, stop bowing. I hate people like you the most. What genius of the moon! Absolutely ridiculous. From now on, serve me obediently or else. Huajiao the traveler hadn't even finished his sentence when suddenly, the 4th-generation clan leader rebelled. In the blink of an eye, he had placed a goo poison on his opponent. The poison the former clan leader used was called Moon Shadow. It was best at hiding. Although it was only a level 4 poison, it had the ability to seal the primordial sea. You're done for. Surrender obediently and serve me well, and I'll spare your worthless life, the 4th-generation clan leader said smugly. Huajiao the traveler was so furious that his 2 eyebrows were tightly knitted. He immediately threw a devastating punch. The 4th-generation clan leader was instantly sent flying, looking utterly miserable. Several of the former clan leader's subordinates quickly rushed over, hoping to take advantage of the situation, to kill Huajiao while he was poisoned. But the luck of Huajiao still surpassed them. In the end, they retreated safely. That memory segment only played until here before starting to loop from the beginning. So this was the truth of that year, which the clan elders dared to tamper with history. They concealed the embarrassing appearance of the 4th-generation clan leader. Fan Yuan at that time finally understood why that 7th-rank Gu master from back then didn't dare to keep the inheritance of Huajiao for himself. It turned out he was afraid that if the clan found out, he would be purged. But he wasn't that cowardly. It wasn't easy to discover an inheritance. Why should he give it to others? True, if discovered, it would be very troublesome. But without taking risks, where would the benefits come from? So after searching through the seed bone of Huajiao, the traveler Fan Yuan finally found what he needed. But Huajiao was even poorer than he had imagined. All the wealth on him was only 15 primeval stones. His goo, due to not being nurtured for a long time, had all withered. It seemed that the corpse worm was the biggest gain of this trip. But those benefits were still far too little compared to his expectations. No wonder in the previous life, that goo master wanted to report the matter to the clan, and the shadow projection goo stored those images and sounds could only be used once, compared to reporting back to the clan to gain benefits. This kind of information that could shake the clan's trust. Fan Yuan felt he should still sell it to Shan. The other camp on Qingmao Mountain was still better, but no matter what, he no longer had any intention of dedicating himself to the Gu Yu clan like in his past life. What was called a clan was merely a stepping stone for his path to immortality. Fan Yuan returned to the inn when it was already late, but he was still served with utmost care. He went into the room to wash off the dust, then began to calculate his next steps. He already had the spring-autumn cicada. Next, he had to refine it into his life-bound Gu. Once he had a life-bound Gu, he could stay in the school dormitory, and also enjoy the clan's resources. Fan Yuan didn't want to always have to stay at an inn like this. It was too much of a waste of money. Right now, he had 17 primeval stones in his hand to refine the moonlight goo. At the very least, it would cost 5 stones. At most, it could take up to 10. The spring-autumn cicada required at least 11 stones, at most 16. Although both were rank 1 goo insects, the spring-autumn cicada was rarer, and the difficulty of refining it was also higher. And in a certain sense, it was also a goo insect that could improve a goo master's aptitude. Therefore, no matter what, Fan Yuan had to successfully refine the spring-autumn cicada. After finishing his bath, he immediately began the refinement process. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. First, he mobilized his true essence from within his primeval sea. This spring-autumn cicada could refine true essence, thus transforming his initial level true essence into intermediate level true essence. In this way, he could surpass those of the same age, while also increasing the cultivation speed. Now, the goo worm is in a drunken sleep state. Being drunk is precisely the best opportunity to refine it. But just as Fan Yuan started, the goo worm also woke up. The essence of refinement is using one's own will to erase the will of the goo worm and completely turn it into one's own. And this goo worm is very likely the life-bound goo of the blood fiend traveler. Therefore, its resistance is extremely fierce. Moreover, it was originally a rank 5 goo worm, only lacking sufficient nourishment for a long time. Its rank was reduced to rank 1, but the powerful will of its former master still remains within this goo worm. If that's the case, the current refinement is no different from Fan Yuan's will clashing with the will of the blood fiend traveler. At this rate, forget about 17 primeval stones. I'm afraid even spending 30 stones wouldn't be enough. Don't even hope to refine the goo within a month, unless Fan Yuan has a strong person to help him. But the situation is different now, and he knows it well. No one would be bored enough to help a useless C-grade like him. So, Fan Yuan could only rely on himself. But the will of the strongest in the demonic path is not something that can be subdued. Previously, Fan Yuan spent half an hour to refine 1/12 of the moonlight goo. Now, he struggled all night to refine the goo worm and only got 1/100. But for his future plans, he had no choice but to refine the goo worm. The next morning, Fan Yuan returned home. While he was eating breakfast, Fan Jing suddenly rushed over and urgently questioned him. "Brother, why didn't you come home last night? Tell me, what exactly did you do to Cui Er?" Fan Yuan calmly called for the waiter to bring more rice. Meanwhile, Fan Jing kept nagging and hopping around him. "Ever since she left your room last night, she's been crying loudly. The more I tried to comfort her, the harder she cried." Fan Jing frowned. He angrily asked Fan Yuan, "Don't you want to explain anything about this?" Fan Yuan remained the same. He continued chewing his rice calmly, with an indifferent expression, as if he couldn't care less. Fan Jing saw that his elder brother showed no reaction at all. The anger in Fan Yang's heart flared up fiercely. He slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted loudly, "Brother Fan Yuan, I know you're very disappointed, because you only have a mediocre talent, but she has served you for so many years. Even without great merit, she has been devoted and diligent. You shouldn't take your unhappiness out on her. That's really unfair to her." A sharp slap echoed loudly. Fan Jing immediately felt his face burning. Fan Yuan coldly scolded him. "How dare you use that tone to speak to your elder brother?" He raised an eyebrow and continued to lecture Fan Jing. "Xin Shui is nothing but a maid. Have you forgotten that I am your elder brother because of her?" Fan Jing was still reeling from Fan Yuan's slap. He held his face and sobbed. "You've beaten me since I was little. You've never hit me before." Immediately, Fan Jing threw a childish tantrum. He puffed out his chest arrogantly. "I know you're jealous. You're only a B grade, so you're jealous of my A grade talent. You can't blame me. It's all fate's doing." Another blazing slap landed on Fan Bang's other cheek. Fan Yuan's gaze turned icy cold as he growled, "You insolent brat! How have I treated you since you were young? Have you forgotten everything? Without my protection, would you have survived until now? Now you dare to question me over some girl?" Every single word from Fan Yuan made Fan Jing feel a pang of regret from the past. Indeed, he had always looked after this younger brother. When the weather turned cold, Fan Yuan didn't hesitate to give his new coat to him. "Fan Jing, try on this new coat," Fan Jing asked guiltily. "Isn't this from our uncle and aunt for you?" Fan Yuan comforted his little brother. "Don't say another word. Big brother isn't cold." Fan Yuan was always attentive, taking care of Fan Jing. "Tell me what you want to eat. I'll ask uncle and aunt to make it for you." Fan Jing obediently agreed. Not only that, Fan Yuan never let his younger brother suffer any grievance. He always stood up to shield and protect him. "Who's bullying my little brother? Get out here!" Now those memories have become a pain tightening in Fan Yang's heart. He regrets it, lowering his head and stammering, Fan Yuan coldly turns his back to him. Even your own birth mother has given up on you. So what am I, as your elder brother, worth? He glances at Fang Jing and says indifferently to him, "From today onward, you are no longer my younger brother, and I am no longer your elder brother." These words strike Fang Jing like a thunderbolt. He cries out in pain, "Brother!" Fan Yuan silently sits down at the table and says calmly to Fang Jing, You like Tweenie, don't you? Don't worry, I haven't done anything to her. She is still a virgin. Give me 6 primeval stones, and I'll transfer her to you. From now on, she will be yours." Fang Jing is momentarily stunned. "Brother, are you serious?" Fan Yuan doesn't waste words. He asks briefly, "Deal or not?" Fang Jing naturally nods. "Deal. Why wouldn't I? But I only have 5.5 primeval stones left." Fan Yuan agrees readily. "So be it. I'll take the primeval stones. You can leave now. Leave before I change my mind. Get out of my sight." With that, Fan Yuan continues his meal. Seeing his elder brother's cold demeanor, Fan Jing knows that no matter what he says, he cannot salvage this brotherly bond. He has no choice but to turn and leave. Fan Jing mutters to himself, "Huh? So in the end, the bond between us brothers is only worth a few primeval stones." The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Finally, I can rightfully claim her for myself. The next day, at Tweenie, in the darkness, Fan Yuan sat in a meditative pose. Before him, a speck of light floated in midair. His face showed exhaustion as he curled his lips. "This goo worm is truly troublesome. I've stayed up for 2 nights without rest, consuming 20 primeval stones, yet I've only refined 1/15 of it. In the past few days, someone might have already succeeded in refining their goo worm, right?" Saying this, he comforted himself, but a temporary setback is nothing. As long as I obtain this goo worm. Suddenly, the goo worm before him burst into a blinding light. Fan Yuan was startled and exclaimed, "Oh no, the goo worm is counterattacking!" He guessed, "Daring to invade my aperture, it seems it's going all out. If I can just endure this wave of attacks, then it will gradually weaken afterward." Fan Yuan calculated, "I need to focus my mind and mobilize my true essence. I hope no one comes to disturb me." At this moment, the light surrounding the goo worm shifted. Fan Yuan muttered, "So, you're the flower wine traveler. Though you are a 5th-turn powerhouse, in my eyes you're nothing but a small fry." Suddenly, Fan Yuan sensed a pair of sharp, cold, bloodshot eyes staring intently at him. Fan Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He opened his eyes wide, his voice trembling. "This is a very familiar aura. Could it be you?" he called out loudly. "Chuanqiu-chan." Fan Yuan's uncle, after learning that Fang Jing had used primeval stones to exchange for Chui air, exclaimed in shock. "What? You used 6 primeval stones to trade Chui air with Fan Yuan?" Fang Jing put on a righteous and imposing look and confirmed fiercely. "That's right, uncle. I believe helping others is a matter of chivalry and righteousness, whether they are mortals or not. We should lend a hand to help. Chui air in Fan Yuan's hands is truly pitiful. So I used a little money to save her from the sea of suffering." The more he listened to Fang Deng's bragging, the more Fan Yuan's uncle felt a throbbing headache. He sighed in exasperation, saying, "You foolish child. Chui air belongs to our family. She's not his personal property. If you want her, I'll give her to you." Fan Jing immediately stared wide-eyed and gaped at his uncle. Seeing that it was already done, Fan Yuan's uncle waved his hand in frustration. "Enough, enough. I'll give you 6 more primeval stones. Don't waste them this time. Hurry back to your room to practice goo. You've already wasted too much time." Fan Jing quickly clasped his hands and bowed his head. "Yes, father, your son is ashamed." After Fan Jing left, Fan Yuan's uncle couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "That brat Fan Yuan! He actually dared to take our people and trade them away. Truly cunning and treacherous." Fan Yuan's aunt saw her husband's fury. He gently helped the old man massage his shoulders. "The old master should calm down. It's just 6 primeval stones." Yuan Fang's uncle scolded her. "What do you know?" he said coldly. "With his B-grade talent, cultivating goo can only rely on primeval stones. 6 stones are definitely not enough. Now we have 20, which is more than enough." Saying this, Yuan Fang's uncle's expression darkened. A goo master's cultivation only needs sufficient resources. Even with B-grade talent, he can still advance quickly. But the academy's rewards are all given to outstanding students. With his talent, once he falls behind, it will be very hard to get more resources. He calculated. With such a vicious cycle, his cultivation will keep regressing. After a year, his chance to reclaim the family property will grow smaller and smaller. So we must seize the moment when he just starts to block his cultivation path. Yuan Fang's aunt felt her husband was worrying over nothing. She sneered, "But even if we don't suppress him, in a year, he'll only be at the 1st turn middle stage. You're at the 2nd turn cultivation. Are you afraid of him? Yuan Fang's uncle scolded her. You fool! As a senior, how could I possibly fight with Yuan Fang? The clan rules clearly state that at 16, one must establish themselves. At least first turn middle stage cultivation is required. If he truly meets the standard, I can't stop him at all. All the wealth in this house is his parents' inheritance. When the time comes, it must still be returned to him. Do you understand now? At this moment, Yuan Fang's aunt was startled. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Then, what should we do? Yuan Fang's uncle furrowed his brow. He calculated. He's 15 this year, so we only have a year's time, at most. If we can't deal with him, we'll have to scheme and plot. As long as he doesn't reach the first turn intermediate within a year, he won't be able to reclaim his parents' inheritance. Yuan Fang's aunt's expression suddenly darkened as she muttered. But this Yuan Fang is really hard to handle. Running outside was to avoid being watched. He failed to seduce him and even got tricked out of 6 primeval stones. Is this really a kid in his teens? Yuan Fang's uncle sighed. If only he were as dumb as Fang Jing, that would be great. But Fang Jing has always been unconvinced by Fang Yuan. Maybe later we can use him as a weapon against him. At the same time, at Fang Yuan's residence, the corner of his mouth curled up as he cheered in delight. I never expected Spring-Autumn Cicada to reincarnate with me. So it's not a one-time consumption goo, and even more unexpected, it's my life-bound goo in this life. Fang Yuan observed the faint golden light before his eyes, then evaluated. Moonlight goo was originally the top choice, and Purple Heart was the leading option. But compared to the 6-turn Spring-Autumn Cicada, they're just dust on the ground. He fell into brief contemplation. But reversing time by 500 years has left my body extremely weakened now, when it was once full of vitality. Now it has become like a withered branch, but fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, my insignificant talent would be overwhelmed by the powerful aura, and explode, dying in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan muttered softly, calculating the moonlight goo's properties. Although he couldn't use them temporarily, Fang Yuan whispered, pondering over the Spring-Autumn Cicada. But relying on its strong aura to suppress other goo worms is entirely possible. He considered it just like that. Refining it would be as easy as turning his hand after settling the calculations. Satisfied, he curled his lips into a smile. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The Spring-Autumn Cicada in his hand felt like divine assistance. From now on, any low-level goo worm would be firmly within his grasp, without needing to consume any primeval stones. He sat up, casting his gaze at the wall covered in dense text, examining it seriously. A first-turn goo master, yet possessing a 6th-turn goo as his life-bound goo. Truly, no matter how much effort, it's unattainable. So, my plan should change as well. Fang Yuan paced while planning. First, I'll just go collect the reward that rightfully belongs to me. Soon, at the academy, a servant respectfully reported to the clan elder. Reporting to the clan elder. Outside the academy, there is a disciple of the Fang clan, claiming that he has successfully refined the moonlight goo. The clan elder leaned over and sat up, instructing the servant, the Fang clan disciple. Besides him, is there anyone else coming in? It's getting late. Go outside and look at the moon and stars tonight, round and brightly shining. Elder Jia, along with a few servants, warmly and cheerfully, stepped out to welcome the Fang family disciples. Upon meeting, Elder Jia's eyes crinkled into a smile, clicking his tongue in praise. Well done, Guyu. Fang Jing, you truly did not disappoint me. No wonder you have a grade A talent. Those grade B and grade C fellows, no matter how they compare, can never match you. He walked closer to the Fang family disciple and placed a hand on his shoulder, his face showing satisfaction. Compared to your genius brother, who rose through boasting, a true genius is indeed different. You must work even harder. The Fang family disciple suddenly turned on his heel, evading Elder Jia's hand. He sneered, Elder Jia, you have mistaken me. Guyu Fangjing is my younger brother. Elder Jia was momentarily stunned. The person before him was actually Fang Yuan, the very one he had been disparaging all along. He clasped his hands politely and said, Your junior. Fang Yuan pays respects to Elder Jia. In the quiet moonlit night, Elder Jia's sharp cry was especially resounding. What? You are Guyu Fang Yuan? You are the top scorer this time? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin and nodded. It seems so, unless someone beat me to it. Elder Jia turned to look at the servants, his face clearly showing embarrassment. The next morning, as the sun just rose, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. Fang Jing, brimming with confidence, cheered joyfully. I've mastered it! Finally, I've mastered it! I am a top-tier genius. No matter how hard I try, no one will surpass me. He rushed to the academy, confident as ever. Those who always look down on me, from today onward, I will make you see me in a different light. However, what awaited him was not a reward, but in different faces. The beauties at the academy coldly informed him. You are Gu Yufanjing. You really look like your brother. You're late. He already came to claim the reward. He is the top scorer this time. This news struck him like a thunderbolt. Fanjing saw darkness before his eyes. His limbs instantly turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. Impossible! He only has a B-grade talent. There must be a mistake, the guarding servant said sternly. This matter was personally confirmed by the elder. Go see the list for yourself. Standing before the list, he indeed confirmed the servant's words were true. The top scorer of the Gu cultivation assessment, Gu Yufan Yuan, received a reward of 20 primeval stones. Fan Jing was the runner-up. Then, he bitterly held his head, screaming internally. How did it turn out like this? How could he do it? If it were someone with A-grade talent like Mo Bei, or Shi Cheng, I could understand. But why him? Bloodshot veins bulged uncontrollably. Resentment etched deep into Fang Deng's eyes. He simply couldn't comprehend it. Clearly, I tried harder and was more diligent than him. Yet he spends all day drinking and getting drunk, and still ranks first. Is that fair? Resentment, anger, and jealousy surged simultaneously in Fang Deng's heart. He complained bitterly, thinking he had escaped a great obstacle, but now it was even more detestable. Why, before long, the news that Fan Yuan topped the rankings had spread far and wide. The disciples gathered around the ranking list, momentarily unable to believe their eyes, buzzing with discussion. Why is Fan Yuan in first place? Shouldn't it be Fan Zhang, a grade A disciple losing to a grade C1? Truly unexpected. At this moment, at the Mo clan branch, Mo Chen asked his servant indifferently. Has Mo Bei still not resumed his Gu refining practice? The servant respectfully replied to him. Yes, it seems the young master was severely hit. He was just one step away. If it were Fan Jing, a grade A disciple, taking first place, that would be acceptable. But it's Fan Yuan, a grade C disciple. Hearing the servant's report, Mo Chen was displeased and spoke up. The path of a Gu master is inherently a difficult journey, step by step. If he can't even endure this small hardship, how can he manage the Mo clan in the future? No one is to persuade him. Let him think it over on his own. The servant dared not say more and immediately replied softly, Yes. Meanwhile, at the Qi clan branch, Shi Lian was also teaching his grandson. Shi Qing, refining Gu depends first on talent, and second on Gu worms. It seems this time, Fan Yuan was lucky to have chosen a good Gu worm. Only the weak-willed could take the top spot. Shi Qing obediently replied, Yes, Grandpa. As the elder spoke, Shi Lian doted on him, calling Qi Qing a good grandson. Although you only have C-grade talent, I will use a Gu worm. 3 revolutions to suppress the moonlight Gu, to help you refine it, with Grandpa's assistance. Qi Qing happily replied, Thank you, Grandpa. At the same time, Fan Yuan's aunt and uncle kept on, mocking Fang Zheng. Even with A-grade talent, you still lost, Fang Zheng. It's still just Fang Jing. He refused to accept it, his lips unconsciously tightening. Just wait and see, big brother. Next time, I definitely won't lose. Over 10 days later, at the training ground. From early on, the students had gathered here in full force. Seeing that all his students were present, Elder Jia, dignified, he began to instruct. The Moonlight Gu represents our clan. Most of the students here have chosen it as their life-bound Gu. Now, I will teach you all how to drive the Gu worm to attack. He stretched out his hand. In the palm of Elder Jia, there was a pale blue crescent moon. He spoke calmly. First, you can use your will to move the Moonlight Gu to different positions on your body. This way, when attacking, it will have a surprising effect. But it's usually in the palm, because that makes it easier to control. Then, channel your true essence into the Moonlight Gu, he finished. The crescent moon in Elder Jia's palm immediately shone brilliantly, and the students all exclaimed, Wow, so beautiful! Elder Jia continued, Finally, release it outward. After speaking, he swung his arm forcefully, and instantly, a powerful surge of true energy from the Moonlight Gu worm slashed the straw dummy into 2 separate parts. Shi Qing and his classmates cheered excitedly. Wow, amazing! So this is the moon ring? Can I also unleash such a powerful attack? Elder Jia said sternly. If you all train diligently, of course you can. This is also the content of the upcoming exam. 3 days later, use the moon ring to attack the straw Gu dummy. The one with the best results will be rewarded with 10 primeval stones. The students quickly began their practice. Soon, complaints echoed throughout the training ground. Damn it, why can't I release it? Come on, let it out, let it out. It's so hard, it doesn't seem that simple. Watching his classmates struggle with their training, Fan Jing secretly made up his mind. Last time, Big Brother was lucky to get first place. But Gu Master cultivation can't rely on luck. So, the winner this time will definitely be me. While he was still caught up in rivalry with Fan Yuan, a sudden sound of wind tearing through the air swept past the ancient straw dummy. It was actually directly sliced in half by someone using the moon ring. Fan Jing exclaimed in shock, "That moon ring just now. Who released it?" Fan Yuan's eyes couldn't hide his jealousy. Damn it! It couldn't be Big Brother, could it? He unconsciously glanced over at Fan Yuan. The classmates at this time also gathered around. He asked in surprise, "Is it you, that student?" Elder Jia approached a student and pointed his finger at him. His face couldn't hide his astonishment. "Is it you? It seems like it came from your direction." That student wasn't sure either. He scratched his head and replied vaguely, "It seems so." The girls immediately expressed their admiration and awe. "Wow, so amazing! Who is he?" Fan Jing Lang Le Do Feo Ne Nam. "Indeed, it wasn't me who said it." The other students also cheered one after another. "Wow, I can shoot now." "Me too. Pew pew pew." A girl stepped closer to them and exclaimed, "Wow, I really admire those with such high talent. A low-level person like me can only be a support Gu master. Pero en ese momento, Fan Yuan se rio para sí mismo. I almost got discovered. For now, it's better not to show off too much." In the distance, the sun had gradually set behind the mountains. Making way for the night, the students wearily headed home. One student, looking dejected, complained, "So tired. A B-level person like me. Nguyen ha utilizo las tres cuchillas y se ha agotado." Another student walking beside him also replied tiredly, "Yeah, me too. Let's go eat." The two of them happened to pass by Zhang Na's shop. He was now holding many straw dolls in his arms. Zhang Na smiled and greeted them. "Junior disciples, just finished class? Want to buy some Gu straw dolls? They're not just for practice. They have many other uses too." One of the two disciples asked about the price. Hearing him say it was 3 spirit stones, they immediately complained it was too expensive. The other disciple turned around and left at once. "My talent is mediocre anyway, so training is pointless. Let's go." Jian Na's face instantly showed a look of contempt. He sneered, "What, are you saving those spirit stones to celebrate the new year? You cheapskate." Just then, someone came over to buy something. "Senior, I want 10 moonlight blue petals." The newcomer was none other than Fan Yuan. Jian Na quickly recognized him. "Oh, it's you, Junior. You're the one who really knows how to spend money." He swiftly handed 10 moonlight blue petals to Fan Yuan. "Not a single petal missing. Take them, Junior." As he reached out to take the petals from Jian Na, he politely replied, "Thank you." The sky was already turning to dusk. A patch of clouds was tinged with the golden hue of the last rays of sunlight. Finally, in an inn by the sea, Fan Yuan calmly called for the waiter to bring the food. The waiter quickly replied, "Right away." The food was soon set on the table. The waiter politely invited him. "Please enjoy your meal, honored guest." Fan Yuan slowly ate his meal while lost in thought. Currently, feeding the Gu worms is a major problem. The moonlight Gu eats moonlight blue petals. It's best to feed the child Gu with green bamboo wine, but these two Gu worms consume nearly 1 spirit stone from me every day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the spirit stones stored in his river pouch, silently calculating. Although I've obtained quite a few spirit stones through various means before, but during the process of raising the Gu insects, he had also spent quite a bit. Now, from 44.5 pills, it has dropped to only 20 pills. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Luckily, spring-autumn cicada directly drains time to live, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford food for the 6-turn Gu. Considering the current situation, it seems I have no choice but to show my skills in 3 days. While lost in thought, Fan Yuan heard the waiter calling him, "Young master." He turned around and immediately caught the flattering expression on the waiter's face. The man rubbed his hands together ingratiatingly. "In 10 days, a merchant caravan will arrive at our village. They usually buy a lot of green bamboo wine. By then, I'm afraid we'll run out of stock. The manager knows you're particularly fond of green bamboo wine, so he specially instructed me to inform you." Fan Yuan rubbed his chin with a contemplative expression. "Is that so?" He pondered silently. "This green bamboo wine, 1 jar, is enough to feed the Gu worms for 4 days. Switching to a cheaper wine would not only require a large quantity but also easily arouse suspicion. It seems I can only buy a bit more and plan carefully." He then instructed the waiter. "Then give me 5 jars. Later, bring them to the academy dormitory with me." The waiter replied cheerfully, "Yes, young master." Fan Yuan smiled wryly. He felt that raising Gu was like keeping a lover. This saying truly wasn't wrong at all. 3 days later, in the martial arts field, all the students had gathered. They crowded around a straw man Gu. The wind fist style, with arms crossed, spoke with a voice full of inner energy. Basic fist techniques are the most important thing for cultivation. In the early stages of an ancient master, the moon ring consumes a huge amount of energy. It can only be used as a finishing move when you have no true essence left. You can only rely on yourselves. Pay close attention and listen carefully. You will regret it later. Saying this, the Wind Fist Master began to demonstrate the moon ring on the straw dummy. The movements were decisive, swift, and expansive. For you, the moon ring is very difficult to control. It's more of a threat than a practical tool. While the Wind Fist Master was teaching, the students below looked troubled. One worried student turned to ask the person next to him, "Is the moon ring exam next? How far have you practiced?" The student next to him replied with a troubled look, "I'm just trying my best. I can fire 3 shots, but I rarely hit the target." Throughout the training ground, faint murmurs arose. "Humph, it seems my words are no longer interesting." "Same here." Amidst the quiet chatter, Fang Jing secretly glanced over at Fang Yuan. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Soon, the day of the exam arrived. The elder pointed towards the straw dummies and sternly announced the rules of the competition. "All right. This lesson is the day to test the results of the 5 of you. One group at a time, come up and use the moon ring to attack. Hitting the target 3 times out of 40 earns 1 point. Hitting the body is 2 points, hitting the neck is 3 points. A clean cut is 4 points, and the highest score is 10 points. The person with the highest score will be the winner. Understood? Then let's begin," the disciples shouted in unison. After that, the disciples took turns performing their tests. Elder Jiao then scored each person accordingly. Guyu Binglan scored 1 point, Guyu Hei Tu scored 0 points. Guyu Jiao Zhu scored 3 points. Seeing his disciples' terrible results, Elder Jia angrily scolded, "Why are your scores so poor? Have you even been practicing properly?" He then called the next group, Guyu Mo Bei and Guyu Qiqing. Guyu heard Elder Jia call his name, and Mo Bei excitedly cheered, "Finally, it's my turn!" As soon as he stepped onto the arena, the entire training ground erupted in lively cheers. "Wow, there are 2 B-rank opponents! This group is interesting!" Bei stood back to back with Qiqing, warning him, "I won't lose!" On this side, Qiqing also showed no weakness. He laughed arrogantly. "Neither will I!" The starting shout for the battle began. The result came very quickly. Elder Jia announced loudly, Guyu Mo Bei hit all 3 times, scoring 5 points. Guyu Qiqing hit all 3 times, scoring 6 points. The entire training ground cheered. "Qiqing wins!" Qiqing immediately smiled triumphantly. "You got lucky." Seeing his smug, petty demeanor, Bei snorted coldly and muttered, "Just luck." Currently, Qiqing held the highest score. He squinted and sneered coldly. "The only real threat is Fang Jing. Next, it's his turn." Over there, the clan head loudly called for the next group. Guyu Fangjing, along with 2 other disciples, quickly stepped onto the arena. He was sandwiched between those 2. The 2 disciples, one after the other, took turns mocking Fangjing. "Fangjing is up. This time, we must watch closely and see if the true bronze grade is really worthy of its reputation or not." Fangjing tried to breathe deeply. Maintaining a stable mindset, he comforted himself. "Big brother, this time I will definitely surpass you." As soon as the clan head gave the signal to start, Fangjing immediately reached out his hand. The crescent moon in his hand shimmered with a blue light. His eyes lit up. In the shadows, Fan Yuan's face suddenly darkened. On the arena, Fang Zheng's face instantly turned pale. His hand trembled slightly. Before Fang Geng's eyes, everything went dark. His inner heart roared, "I'm done for, I messed up." Not only Fang Jing was stunned, all the disciples present at the training ground were also shocked. Their eyes widened, mouths agape. "Look at that." The result was beyond expectations. The Zhang Yu Gu, which Fang Jing had cast, actually, directly chopped off the head of the straw man Gu. The entire training ground erupted in enthusiastic cheers. It directly chopped off the head. So powerful, truly worthy of being a bronze grade. Fan Yuan, regarding this result, simply showed a completely expressionless face. Elder Jia, on the other hand, praised Fang Jing. "Not bad luck. I didn't expect hitting the target despite the cramped space." Sweat on his forehead involuntarily streamed down Fang Jing's face. He breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. I can't afford to miss again." After steadying his breathing, Fang Zheng's next 2 shots seemed to hit the mark. Elder Jia evaluated Fang Geng's performance. 3 hits in total, achieving a good score of 7 points. Temporarily in first place. Below, Hei Tu turned to chat with Bing Lan. "Wow, usually 9 points is the highest. How many beginners can actually cut through it?" Bing Lan nodded. "Looks like the top spot is Fang Jing." Then suddenly someone interrupted. "Wait, there's still one more group." The entire training ground buzzed with excitement. "Oh, it's him." All the students simultaneously turned their gazes toward Fan Yuan. They whispered, "Fan Yuan is stepping up." Mocking laughter also rang out at the same time. One of the students sneered sarcastically. Him? If he takes first place, I'll eat shit in front of everyone. Another student chimed in. Don't say that. He's a B-grade talent. Fang Jing, however, remained cold. He followed every step of Fang Yuan. Soon, Elder Jia's shout rang out. Last group. Prepare. As soon as the shout began, the students immediately unleashed their moon blades, aiming straight at the strawman Gu. The sound of wind slicing through the air whooshed past. Fang Zheng unconsciously clenched his teeth. He glanced at Fang Zheng. His heart couldn't help but race with anticipation. Where exactly his strength lies is not something only Fang Jing is watching, waiting for Fang Yuan's result. Even Elder Jia couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, is this Fang Yuan's first time? Was it really just luck or not? His eyes never left the crescent moon, representing the power of the moon blade technique cast by Fang Yuan. He felt like 20 rabbits were dancing in his stomach. What will happen? What will happen in the end? Everything depends on this attack. Thud. After Fang Yuan unleashed the moon blade technique, the straw dummy still stood calmly in the wind, completely unharmed. Then the moon blade only grazed it lightly, and slashed into the tree canopy above. Pft, pft. Laughter echoed across the training ground. The disciples laughed and mocked, saying Fang Yuan had flown off somewhere. This is way too weak. Truly, trash remains trash. Elder Jia fell silent. The hope he held made him sigh in helplessness. I wasted my time holding on to a sliver of hope. It really was just luck. The corner of Fang Geng's mouth curled up. He couldn't hide his immense joy, seeing his elder brother defeated. In his heart, Fang Jing laughed triumphantly. I won, Fang Jing. He was sure his brother only had 2 strikes left. With such poor accuracy, how could he possibly beat me? Even if he got lucky and hit the neck part, he'd only score 6 points at most. He kept mocking Fang Yuan. Could he really cut it in half twice? Go ahead, cut it. Let me see if you think the outcome will be better. Those are all just childish matters. Fang Jing secretly suppresses his own elder brother. Give up, there's no chance left. This time, even the heavens won't help you, brother. Elder Jia no longer holds any hope for Fang Yuan. So hurry up and urge him to finish the test. Second moon blade strike. Following Elder Jia's command, Fang Yuan quickly unleashes the second moon blade. Fang Jing sneers. Still not giving up? Fine, let me see how long you can struggle. He can't help but laugh joyfully, imagining the scene before him after this assessment. I will be a true genius, worthy of the name. Everyone will acknowledge me. No one will dare mock me anymore. However, the heavens do not favor him. Fang Yuan's next 2 moon blades make Fang Zheng's eyes widen, and the entire training ground can't help but be stunned, stammering. This is the moon blade performed by Fang Yuan? Decisively slicing off the head of the strawman Gu. At that moment, a cold voice rings in Fang Zheng's ear, like a bucket of ice water splashing on his face. The one who truly doesn't acknowledge you is yourself. You Fang Ding. Outside, the disciples keep shouting in shock. Cut! It's cut off! That's 8 points. Fang Jing is also unable to escape his astonishment. There's a new top scorer now, huh? How could Fang Yuan's name possibly be there? Moreover, it's the highest difficulty attack. His eyes showed extreme indignation. What? I lost? Fang Jing's inner self roared unwillingly. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Resentment and jealousy flared up in Fang Jing's heart. I'm a grade A talent, training hard every day, while he's just a grade C. His proficiency can't possibly be higher than mine. There's no way he could cut through it twice. Fang Jing's eyes widened. He muttered to himself. It must be luck. It must be luck. I don't accept this. I want a rematch. Thinking this, Fang Jing shouted fiercely. No, he cheated. Elder Jia turned around in confusion and asked him, What? Fang Jing ignored the formalities. He shouted fiercely in front of Elder Jia. He clearly only struck once. How could he get 8 points? At most, it shouldn't exceed 7 points. I want to appeal. Seeing his rude attitude, Elder Jia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He shook his head inwardly. What's this? It's just a small test. And he's reacting like this. This is the person we're supposed to train as the future clan leader? We can't let him have such a temperament. Thinking this, he calmly pointed at the straw dummy. Everyone, look at this cut mark. It took 2 slashes to achieve this result. If not, it could only be 1 deep cut and 1 shallow cut. This is clearly 2 severed slashes, yet it only scored 8 points. After speaking, Elder Jia sternly announced. Therefore, the top scorer in this assessment is Gu Yuan Fang Yuan. Every word of Elder Jia was like a spark igniting the hatred and jealousy within Fang Geng's heart. Tears immediately welled up and overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Gu Fang Geng's inner self kept screaming. How hateful, why? Why must he always block my path? Gu Yufangyuan. While Gu Yufangjing was clutching his head and cursing his elder brother. From above, Gu Yufangyuan suddenly recalled memories of his past life. The hatred and jealousy from the previous life, when this blood brother of his frantically suppressed me. With the same expression, he raised an eyebrow and disdainfully scolded Gu Yufangjing. How ugly, my foolish little brother! Gu Yufangjing gritted his teeth. Brother! Gu Yufangyuan paid him no mind at all. His eyes indifferent, he turned and walked away. A gentle breeze stirred his jet black hair, and his brows relaxed. His lips curled slightly as he sighed. The spring sunlight is truly beautiful. After the assessment competition ended at the academy under the pavilion, Elder Jia handed Gu Yufangyuan a pouch, slowly telling him, "This is your reward and the family's compensation." Gu Yufangyuan accepted the pouch, bowing politely. "Thank you, Elder." Elder Jia silently gazed at the youth before him. A trace of loss flickered in his eyes. In the end, he simply placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "Well done, keep up the good work." Seeing that Gu Yufangyuan consistently topped most of the rankings, the other disciples, though not saying it directly to his face, secretly expressed their dissatisfaction behind his back. How annoying, he snatched the top spot from me again. Is this real strength or just luck? Among those displeased with Gu Yufangyuan's achievements, Gu Yufang was the one who harbored the deepest resentment. He quietly glanced at his back. The assessment exam ended, and the disciples returned to the academy. They continued to diligently listen to Elder Jia's lecture. You have been at the academy for some time now. Your use of your life-bound Gu is already quite proficient. Next, I will teach you how to increase your cultivation. The higher the Gu Master's realm, the denser the primeval essence. His explanation was extremely thorough. First turn Gu Masters have bronze primeval essence. Second turn have iron primeval essence. Third turn have silver primeval essence. Each time you advance a turn, your primeval essence increases tenfold. He sternly instructed the disciples. Therefore you must remember this well. Gu insects are merely tools. Cultivation is the foundation. The higher your cultivation, the more you can drive your Gu insects to become powerful. After the lecture, Elder Jia began to explain the next assessment exam. The content of the third exam is next. Within 3 months, anyone who advances to the first turn middle stage first will receive a reward of 30 primeval stones. At the same time, based on the results, we will elect a class monitor and 2 vice monitors. At that time, the treatment will also be better. The whole class cheered excitedly after hearing that. Gu Yufanggang's brows immediately furrowed. He let out a sigh. Elder Jia is right. I cannot let emotions cloud my judgment. So I will no longer resort to any underhanded tactics. From now on, I will defeat you fair and square, making you bow and pay respects every time you see me. The last class finally ended. Elder Jia said, "All right, students. That's all for today. Everyone is dismissed." The whole class shouted in unison, "Yes." After school, Gu Yumo Bei immediately started throwing his weight around. He yelled loudly, "Where is Gu Yufangyuan? Why did he disappear so fast? Where did he run off to?" Gu Yuxiqing sneered and crossed his arms. He clicked his tongue. "I'm afraid he's run away from punishment. Just look at today's assessment. He must have stepped in dog shit again." Gu Yumo Bei snorted coldly. "Once or twice is possible, but not 3 times. This time, it purely relies on talent. Let's see how he pulls his tricks." After saying that, he dragged Gu Yuxiqing to go take a look. At this moment, Gu Yufangyuan was standing with his back against the academy gate, smirking. "Let them fight over the top spots. What foolish enthusiasm. They're all just tools for those above." The youths who had just walked out of the academy saw Gu Yufangyuan, a student walking ahead, and found it strange. He asked his classmate beside him, "What is he waiting at the gate for?" The classmate behind him didn't want to pay attention to Fan Yuan and answered casually, "Don't mind him. He's probably waiting for someone." Thinking about the 2 recent times Fan Yuan topped the rankings, they couldn't help but mutter a few words. "Every time I see his damn face, I get upset. He's just a guy with B-grade talent, getting lucky twice and thinking he's a genius." As for Gu Yufangyuan, who has lived through 2 lifetimes, he understood clearly. All organizations have goals that boil down to one thing. That is resources. Those 2 disciples still don't know how to live or die. One deliberately stood in front of him, making faces and spewing venom. After all, you're just a waste. Even with A-grade talent, you can't compare to a B-grade. The other one also chimed in to mock him. Indeed, a kid with no parents has no future. Gu Yufangyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and hard to read. He thought to himself, the first thing ancient masters cultivate is resources. That is primeval stones. Just as he thought of this, Gu Yufangyuan suddenly struck. His hand clenched into a fist, the movement fast and precise, punching straight into a disciple's face. The unfortunate youth, caught off guard, immediately fell down. He cried and whined, "What are you doing? My face!" Another disciple quickly ran over to support him, then turned and shouted at Guyu Fangyuan, "Are you picking a fight?" He rubbed his wrist and coldly said, "Nothing much. Just hand over one primeval stone if you want to leave this gate. I'm robbing you." The disciples were instantly terrified. The whole group panicked. "Not good! Fangyuan is robbing us? What?" A disciple from the crowd suddenly stepped closer to Guyu Fangyuan. He roared arrogantly, "Who gave you the guts to rob me?" Guyu Jing said coldly, patting his chest with a swagger. "State your name. I am the leader of the Guyu Three Young Masters. How dare you touch me? Let's see." Guyu Fangyuan did not waste words. He directly kicked him in the groin. Guyu Beiji immediately let out a groan. Then, with eyes wide open, he fell unconscious on the spot. The group of youths panicked and screamed, "Guyu Beiji, big brother!" Someone spoke up, "You dare to actually strike? Everyone, attack him for me!" The group immediately became furious and shouted in unison. Guyu Fang only sneered. Right after, he dashed back like lightning. The crowd, charging forward aggressively, was only a few steps away. Guyu Fang had already closed in on the large group of youths. Meanwhile, Guyu Hei too rushed in panic to report to Guyu Mo Bei, "It's not good! There's a fight outside. Fan Yuan is threatening to beat everyone up." Upon hearing the news, Guyu Mo Bei exclaimed in shock, "What? Let's go out and see." Outside, a chaotic brawl was raging fiercely. Guyu Fangyuan used his hand to chop the neck of one youth. He simultaneously kicked another youth square in the chest. The youth's originally vigorous shouts turned into shrill screams. The distorted tones showed they were in extreme pain and truly miserable. Whoosh! The sound of wind tearing rang in Fangyuan's ear. He quickly ducked down, dodging a blow from a youth. Swiftly, he glided past him. His eyes were filled with anger. He spun around and raised a leg, kicking him in the face. The other teenagers instinctively stepped back. Even the face of that AI showed fear, as they gritted their teeth and muttered, "How annoying! How is he so powerful?" Just then, Guyu Mo Bei came to him and shouted loudly, "What is this all about?" Guyu Beiji was lying on the ground. He gasped intermittently, "Fan Yuan, he wants to plunder our primeval stones." Before he could finish his sentence, Guyu Fangyuan had already walked over. He gave him a kick to the stomach and said calmly, "Still full of energy, huh?" Guyu Beiji immediately screamed in pain, clutching his ears. His body curled up like a shrimp. Guyu Fangyuan stepped forward calmly. Standing opposite Guyu Mo Bei, he stretched out his hand. He threatened coldly, "One primeval stone per person. If not, the result, you will end up just like those lying on the ground." Guyu Mo Bei was instantly enraged, his face turning purple. He roared and cursed, "With a C-grade talent like you think you can beat an A-grade like me? I've been practicing martial arts since I was a kid. Among my peers, no one has ever been my match." With that, he raised his fist. He charged straight at Guyu Fangyuan. However, before he could even touch a single hair of Guyu Fangyuan, he was accurately struck by him using his index and middle fingers, pointing right at the middle of his throat. Beiji immediately saw darkness before his eyes, fell backward, and fainted unconscious. The teenagers witnessing that the big boss, Missouri Bei, was actually easily defeated by a C-grade guy, exclaimed in shock, "Mo Bei is a chicken!" They were still in shock. Then beside Tai, the cold voice of Gu sounded. Guyu Fangyuan still has time to worry about others. In an instant, all the youths were subdued by Fangyuan. He struck with restraint. Those defeated only temporarily lost consciousness. They were completely unharmed in their bones and tendons. However, his method of striking was too fierce. It scared the girls into a state of panic. They stammered, "So brutal, they won't die, will they?" Guyu Fangyuan's gaze swept over. He coldly repeated the question, "I'll ask again now. Hand it over or not?" In the academy, an angry guard rushed in, reporting to the clan elder. "Clan elder, it's bad. This Fangyuan is beating up classmates at the gate." The clan elder was not in a hurry to order him stopped. He only calmly nodded, "I know." Then he went up to the attic, silently observing from afar. The more the clan elder watched, the more he found Guyu Fangyuan truly interesting. He assessed, relying on himself to fight all the students. He does have a bit of a domineering presence on the battlefield. A guard anxiously addressed the clan elder. "Elder, aren't you going to stop this chaos?" The elder raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. "Stop it? Why stop it? The good show has just begun. Let's just watch." Below, a stubborn youth confronted Guyu Fangyuan. "I'll fight you to the death." Before he could even make a move, Guyu Fangyuan had decisively struck her on the back of the neck with a thud. That youth fell to the ground, unconscious. The young girls were terrified by his fierce and murderous aura. Their voices trembled. "Don't come over here. If you do, we'll shoot you with the moon blades," they said, holding them in their hands. Instantly, a blue light appeared. It seemed they were being forced into a corner. They had to use their true essence to control the moonlight. Gu Fangyuan still had a blank expression. He slowly walked step by step toward them, sneering coldly. "Using goo insects to fight is not allowed in the academy. If you do, you'll be expelled. Have you forgotten that?" What Fangyuan said was indeed true. The blue light in the young girl's hands faded. They hesitated. Suddenly, Gu's gaze. Gu Fangyuan's eyes turned sharp, and he moved like lightning. He directly struck the backs of their necks, instantly knocking out the two young girls. The remaining young girl in red had her knees go weak, and she collapsed to the ground. She cried so hard, her tears falling like pear blossoms in the rain. "Please, please, have mercy on me." Gu Fangyuan looked down at her and raised his voice. "One primeval stone." She trembled as she opened her purse and took out all the primeval stones. She offered them to Fangyuan with both hands. I'll give it all. Don't hit me." Gu Fangyuan reached out his hand, his thin arm. In the young girl's eyes, it turned into the claws of a demon. She shut her eyes in terror. He said, "Take one stone, just one." Gu Fangyuan held up the primeval stone, shining brightly. "I told you, young lady. Just one pill is enough for you to go." On the sand tower, a guard clasped his hands and reported to Elder Jia. "Reporting to Elder Jia, his audacity is far too great. He dares to openly plunder right under our noses. Just give the order, and I will capture him immediately." Elder Jia, however, smiled and said, "It's fine. He acts with restraint and won't cause a major disaster. On the contrary, it benefits the student's development." Saying this, Elder Jia couldn't help but sigh with regret. He is truly a child born with remarkable combat talent. But unfortunately, his aptitude is only grade C. Below, Gu Fangyuan continued to strike, taking down the Guyu city guards beside him. Elder Jia was still unwilling to let Gu Fangyuan off the hook, so he deliberately tried to humiliate him in front of Elder Jia. "But he is truly too arrogant, not even deigning to acknowledge us." The guard's words displeased Elder Jia. He sneered and scolded, glaring at the group of guards. "Acknowledge you? You are not even Guyu. What are you?" He coldly warned them. "Seeing your loyalty, I granted you the position of guards to enjoy some benefits. Do not forget that you are merely servants." Elder Jia sternly admonished the guards. "Even the youngest of them bears the Guyu surname and is your master. A mere servant dares to gossip about the master's affairs?" The guards were overwhelmed by Elder Jia's imposing aura, all of them cowering and kneeling on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. The subordinates dare not. Master Jia's expression darkened. He pointed at the talkative guard and gave an order. "All right, you have slandered your master. You are dismissed from your post as captain. A new captain will be elected in half a month," the guard Lily replied. "Yes." The remaining guards felt overjoyed, thinking about the new captain. "If I could become the captain, that would be great. The opportunity has come. Becoming the captain means over 1 spirit stone per month. Moreover, I can stand above others." After intimidating the group of guards, Master Jia raised his voice. "What are you still doing here? Get lost and clean up the scene." The guards shouted in unison. "Yes, your subordinate takes leave." Seeing the guards had left, Master Jia couldn't help but sneer. "Servants are truly dogs. Every time, they get itchy and won't behave unless beaten. The so-called carrot and stick approach. This is the one and only method of a superior." Not long after, Gu Fangjing and the remaining students also stepped out of the academy gate. They were all startled by the chaotic scene before them. A young man stammered, unable to speak. "Oh, look at all these young men lying sprawled on the ground." Everyone was curled up like shrimp, moaning in pain. Gu Fangjing's eyes widened, and he shouted, Brother, how could you do this? They are all our classmates." Gu Fangyuan remained expressionless. He calmly said to Gu Fangjing, "1 origin stone per person, or face the consequences." Gu Fangjing exclaimed in shock. "Even I have to pay?" Gu Fangyuan looked at him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. "Brother. My own brother, of course, you don't have to pay." Hearing this, Gu Fangjing breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, big brother." The other youths spoke up with jealousy. "If I were his brother, I'd be so lucky." Gu Fangjing leisurely walked past Gu Fangyuan. The moment the two brushed past each other, Gu Fangjing clearly heard every single word from Gu Fangyuan. "But next time, you'll be just like them." These words truly angered Gu Fangjing. What did he think he was? A whistling sound of wind tearing past Gu Fangjing's ear. By the time he managed to look closely, he saw Gu Fangyuan's fist right in front of his eyes. His movements were too fast. Gu Fangjing was secretly shocked. His eyes wide open, he couldn't see clearly at all. Gu Yufangyuan's movements. He wore a blank expression, pointing towards the youth, lying unconscious on the ground. He threatened coldly, "Don't make me do it again." The youths, though furious at Gu Yufangyuan, couldn't stop cursing him. He doesn't even spare his own brother, truly ruthless. Gu Yufangjing also deeply resented his elder brother. Nevertheless, he understood the situation and couldn't confront him. So he could only grit his teeth and hand over the primeval stones. "We can't beat him. He's smart, he knows when to back down." The youths wore resentful expressions. They obediently accepted being stripped by Fang Yuan. They told themselves they should get through this trial first. When the youths were about to leave, Gu Yufangyuan stopped them. "Wait." Gu Yufangyuan calmly turned around. "What's the matter? Are you planning to turn hostile?" Gu Yufangyuan glanced at the group and spoke coldly. "Did you think I would kneel down and search each of you lying on the ground?" The youths were stunned for a moment before understanding his meaning. Each of them was so angry their faces turned red and their ears burned. Seeing the group hesitating, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The youths immediately felt terrified, their scalps going numb. They had no choice but to pick up the primeval stones for him. One youth muttered angrily under his breath, "Despicable." In the afternoon, at a small tavern, the waiter respectfully handed Gu Yufangyuan the bill with both hands. "Young master, this is the receipt for 20 jars of green bamboo wine." He glanced at it and indifferently instructed the waiter. "No need, you may leave." After the waiter left, Gu Yufangyuan rested his chin on his hand. Glancing at the jars of wine in the corner, he calculated silently. "The whole class has 57 people. I robbed 56 primeval stones. Adding the rewards from before and today, a total of 79 primeval stones. But maintaining the killer insects consumes half of them. That's quite a lot." Gu Yufangyuan looked distantly at the sun setting behind the mountain range. He sighed. "I'll need even more primeval stones to sustain myself in the future." Only later did he have to start robbing people. At the same time, Gu Yufangjing was carrying his grievances. He ran home to tell his aunt and uncle, Yuan Fang's father and mother. That's roughly what happened. Yuan Fang's uncle was furious and shouted loudly, "I can't believe Fang Yuan is so heartless. He doesn't even spare his own brother. How detestable." He turned to Gu Yufangjing and temporarily suppressed his anger. He said to him softly, "All right, it's just one primeval stone. Go to the treasury and take one." Gu Yufangjing clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Yes." After Gu Yufangjing retreated, Yuan Fang's aunt softly called to her husband. "Husband, this time it's good. I think Fang Yuan will surely be expelled." Yuan Fang's uncle shook his head. "I think not. He might not even face any punishment." Yuan Fang's aunt immediately shouted, "Why?" Yuan Fang's uncle explained, "Our world is vast and full of dangers. What it needs most are fighters like him. So, as long as there are no serious consequences, fighting is even encouraged." Saying this, he couldn't help but fall silent. Besides, he only took one from each person. It's still within the school's tolerance. If he took more, the elders would have to intervene. Her husband's words made Yuan Fang's aunt break out in a cold sweat. She asked Yuan Fang's uncle worriedly, "So, he robs so much and gets away with it? A huge amount of primal stones. The cost is enormous. Master, please think of a way." Yuan Fang's uncle is not unaware of this. He is even more anxious, his brows furrowed. He strokes his white beard. Yuan Fang's uncle carefully considers a plan. "Are you asking me to personally snatch it? Wouldn't that be a joke?" He places a chess piece down and says in a deep voice, "The only thing we can do now is to continue sowing discord. Use it to counterattack." Dark clouds obscure the moonlight late at night at Guyu Mountain Village. In the study of Guyu, a gentle voice sounds. Guyu Shilian is softly comforting his grandchild, whom he dotes on greatly. "Shi Cheng, the reason I cannot act is because you not only represent yourself, but also represent the image of our Shi family." Guyu Shilian patiently explains the hidden meaning to Shi Cheng. "If I step in to help you, the family elders will see you as a weak heir, and lose hope in the future of the Shi family. Therefore, they would abandon us. The same goes for the Mo family. So no one can interfere." He gently pats Guyu Shi Cheng's head and says to him peacefully, "Shi, we need a strong successor like that. Only then can our power be stable. This is also why I helped you cheat to pretend to be a second rate. Do you understand now?" Guyu Shi Cheng finally realizes. Grandson understands. At the same time, in the upper pavilion, Long Fang is heavy with worry. Brother has made a huge mistake this time. It will be hard to avoid expulsion. Should I plead for him when the time comes? Thinking about his inner turmoil, he was constantly torn apart. On one hand, he thought, why the hell should I beg from my younger brother? You still want to snatch it? This is self-inflicted karma. You deserve to die. On the other hand, he couldn't bear it. He is your own elder brother. Even if you don't acknowledge him, you still have to beg. Otherwise, what will outsiders think of you? The more he thought, the more furious he became, and he slammed his hand against the wall, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it, what should I do? 3 days later, Yuchi City looked dejected. He called out to a youth in the school. Sure enough, he didn't help me either. He said whoever interferes will break the rules. That young man really couldn't understand. He unwillingly sneered. Rules, my ass. If that's the case, we'll take revenge ourselves. From then on, all the youths trained diligently in martial arts, in order to deal with Fang Yuan's initial boxing and kicking skills. Seeing the youths training hard, he laughed with joy. Excellent, excellent. He praised them with satisfaction. You've finally understood the importance of boxing and kicking. You have a very promising future. Saying this, the initial boxing and kicking master glanced at Guyu. Fang Yuan looked disgusted. But this brat is still as lazy as ever. Suddenly, a familiar laugh rang out. It's Lord Jia. He laughed heartily. Creating such a situation. It really makes you look like a lazy bum. The initial boxing and kicking master was puzzled, watching Lord Jia's retreating figure. He completely couldn't understand the elder's hidden meaning. 4 days later, on the day the clan distributed allowances, it was finally time for Guyu Fang Yuan to make his move. For the second time, in front of the academy gate, the students he blocked were terrified. The group tried their best to maintain a brave front. They shouted loudly at him. Fang Yuan, wasn't one robbery enough for you? Are you planning to rob us again? This time, we won't lose. Get ready to be beaten. Guyu Fang Yuan stood leaning against the gate, arms crossed over his chest. His expression was cold, his tone calm and indifferent. 1 primeval stone per person. If not, you'll face the consequences. Guyu Mo stomped his foot on the ground in anger. He roared furiously. Fang Yuan, you're going too far. I challenge you. The other youths immediately perked up, cheering him on excitedly. Go for it, brother Mo. Guyu Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied casually. Oh? Then come at me. Mo charged at him aggressively, threatening him. You're still so cocky? Cherish this moment, while you can. With that, he leaped toward Guyu Fang Yuan. He attacked repeatedly, but Guyu Fang Yuan easily dodged every strike. Seizing a moment of his carelessness, a glint flashed in Guyu Fang Yuan's eyes. He struck precisely with a cold chop to the back of Guyu Mo's neck. Mo let out a groan. His eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth, and he fainted on the spot. Seeing that Guyu Mo couldn't even touch a single hair on Guyu Fang Yuan's head, Guyu Qiqing scolded him. Mo, you're utterly useless. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. He raised his chin, provoking Guyu Fang Yuan. Let me show you the ultimate killing move I just learned. Guyu Qiqing hadn't even had time to strike when he took a kick straight to the face. Guyu Fang Yuan followed in humiliation, right on his heels. Mo hung his head, knocked unconscious. Seeing this, Guyu Fangjing put on a righteous and imposing demeanor. He charged toward his elder brother shouting, Big brother, stop being stubborn, let me awaken you. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was punched square in the face by Guyu Fang Yuan, blood spurting from his nose. Guyu Fangjing let out a miserable scream, utterly humiliated. The group of youths then decided to attack him together. Damn it, the 3 of us have been knocked down. We can't worry about that now, let's all go at once. Shouts rang out, deafening, as the youths, burning with rage, surrounded Guyu Fang Yuan. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Guyu Fang Yuan, carrying a bulging money pouch, leisurely walked away, leaving behind a pile of youths lying sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The guards quickly appeared. They shouted, Brothers, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. One guard rushed over, helping Guyu Mo up, flattering him. Young master, let me assist you. Guyu Mo, venting his anger on the innocent, unable to defeat Guyu Fang Yuan, took his frustration out on the guard. He punched the guard hard, shouting, Get lost! The guard cried out in misery. My nose! Guyu Mo, watching Guyu Fang Yuan's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth. Guyu Fang Yuan. The sound of grinding teeth echoed. I will never forgive you! That night, at the familiar tavern of Yu Fang Yuan, he called the waiter over. Hearing the customer call, the waiter promptly replied, Right away. After the food was set on the table, Yu Fang Yuan munched on his rice while glancing at the bulging money pouch under the table leg. He observed and assessed his haul. Calculating, he had earned over 90 spirit stones today. Indeed, this kind of no-capital business made the most money. Thinking this, Yu Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. It was fortunate that the major powers were balanced, so no one made a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such smooth sailing. Just then, a burly man, having suffered a loss, slammed open the tavern door and shouted loudly, Is Yu Fang Yuan here? Come out and face me! Someone was looking for him. Yu Fanyuan turned his head to look. He saw the man's gaunt face, with drooping brows and a hooked nose. He strode over to his table and slammed his hand down hard. Hey, so you're Fanyuan. He stared at him intently, then sneered. Found you. Disaster is about to befall you, do you know that? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death by him. But Yu Fanyuan was no ordinary man. He continued to leisurely pick up food from the table, paying no heed to the noisy man before him. His composed demeanor annoyed the man. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! His eyes flashed with malice as he violently knocked the food off the table. Yu Fanyuan, you still have the mood to eat? He roared. The waiter in the corner stepped forward to intervene. Hey you! But the innkeeper quickly stopped him. Hold on, don't get involved. Yu Fanyuan still maintained a cold demeanor. The man continued to scold. Your inner garments are torn. You dared to injure our young master of the Bei family. Now, the eldest miss of the Mo family is looking for you everywhere. Settling the score with you, you're dead for sure today. A few hours earlier, at the Mo family mansion, the servants in the mansion bowed respectfully before a young maiden. Eldest miss, you're back. The eldest miss they referred to was Guyu Mo Nien, the intermediary. She smiled and replied, I'm back. Mo Nien, as usual, asked around. I've been away for over 10 days. Is everything okay at home? The two maids avoided her gaze, hesitating. Reporting to you, the master is fine, it's just Mo Bei. The young master, Guyu Mo Nien pressed. What about Mo Bei? The two maids dared not hide anything from her and honestly recounted. Heard he was bullied by a classmate. Guyu Mo Nien was immediately startled. At this moment, in the courtyard, Guyu Mo Bei was full of rage. He continuously unleashed punches and kicks, beating the wooden dummy relentlessly. Thumping sounds rang out repeatedly. He growled, Damn it! I've trained hard for 7 days in martial arts. And I only lasted 2 moves? What a humiliation! Just then, a crisp laugh rang out. Little brother, what deep grudge do you have against that wooden dummy? To use such force? Recognizing the familiar voice, Guyu Mo Bei's expression relaxed. He stopped his hands, turned around, and joyfully exclaimed, Sister! You're back! Guyu Mo Nien smiled warmly. Yes, just got back. She gently stroked her brother's dust-covered face. Your complexion looks a bit off. Let's not talk about this now. His face was so bruised that Bei hurriedly avoided his sister's embrace. He stammered, making up an excuse on the spot. It's nothing. I just accidentally fell flat on my face. Guyu Mo was stunned. She naturally didn't believe him and asked suspiciously. Fell flat on your face? Mo Bei nodded hastily. No, I mean I fell flat on my face. Mo Nien's gaze suddenly stopped on the wooden figure. Hanging on it was a painting. It depicted a skinny young man. A fierce glint flashed in Mo Nien's eyes. She didn't press Mo Bei further, only gave him a few instructions. Is that so? You need to be careful, little brother. I still have things to do. I'll come see you tonight. After visiting Guyu Mo Bei, Guyu Mo Nien quickly headed to the study. Without needing to announce herself, she pushed the door open and walked straight into the study. Guyu Mo Chen had his back to her, standing at the desk practicing calligraphy. Hearing the noise, he didn't turn around. He simply asked, You're back? How's the investigation outside going? Guyu Mo Nien laughed playfully. How did you know it was me, father? Guyu Mo Chen's tone was stern, yet carried a hint of indulgence. Humph, besides that brat of a girl, who else would dare to barge in without knocking? Guyu Mo Nien chuckled. You know me best. Suddenly remembering Mo Bei's bruised face, she quickly asked Guyu Mo Chen, By the way, who beat up little brother? I asked him, but he wouldn't say, so I came to ask you. Guyu Mo Chen tilted his head. Remind her to answer my earlier question first. Mo Nien had no choice but to obediently agree. She recounted the full story of what she had discovered about the wolf den, which was nearly full. At this rate of reproduction, there might not be a wolf tide this year. But next year, there will definitely be one. Guyu Mo Chen nodded slightly. This is nothing unusual. It happens once every 3 years. But the problem is, he squinted and continued asking. How many lightning attribute wolves are there this time? Guyu Mo Nien frowned and replied, about 3. Hearing this, Guyu Mo Chen, on the contrary, felt relieved. If that's really the case, then there's nothing to fear. The Guyu, Bai, and Xiong families, along with the 3 stockades. Dealing with just one would already be enough to repel the wolf tide. Guyu Mo Nien urged him. Alright, Grandpa, please tell me about little brother. Guyu Mo Chen turned around, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Telling you won't do any good. Besides, Bei has already been beaten by someone. 7 times before, and once today. He fought well. Mo Nien widened her eyes and pouted. What are you saying, old man? Bei is your own grandson. Guyu Mo Chen looked at his granddaughter with deep meaning. His words were profound. Mo Nian, I know you've always cherished your little brother since childhood, but don't get involved in this matter. Defeat and humiliation will make a person improve. After suffering this humiliation, he will start training hard. Isn't that a good thing? Guyu Mo Nian was displeased. She unwillingly protested. But Guyu Mo Chen cut off Guyu Mo Nian's words sharply. If you truly care for him and protect him, then don't hinder his growth, let alone. This is the rule. If you bully the weak by relying on your strength, others will not respect our Mo family either. Mo Nan wanted to speak, but Guyu Mo Chen cut her off and advised her that in life, every man can have relatives and lovers. Maybe not, but maintaining rivals is essential. Just leave this rival to Mo Bei. With that, he instructed her. Alright, I need to continue reading. You may leave now. Mo Nan had no choice but to bow and say, yes. The moment she left the study, a glint flashed in her eyes, implying, sorry, grandfather. This is how you show love for your grandson. But Mo Nan, I have my own way. So she had already had a different plan in mind. Guyu Mo Nan returned to the training ground, looking at the drawing on the wooden dummy. She then ordered her subordinate, Gao Xian, find the person in that drawing for me. I must deal with him personally. Gao Xian immediately accepted the order. Yes, eldest young lady. Back to the present time. In the tavern, the burly man stood defiantly, sneering. You little brat, you Fang Yuan. Don't even think about running. Be good and wait for the eldest young lady, and you'll suffer less. The waiter saw his arrogant demeanor, and silently pitied him. Is this guy crazy? How dare a mortal speak to a Gu master like that? The experienced old shopkeeper gently shook his head and whispered to the waiter, don't underestimate the Gu master. Although ancient sorcerers, after reaching the first transition, are all stronger than ordinary people, the young master has only just entered the first transition, initial stage. In terms of physical fitness, he might not even be stronger than a commoner. The old shopkeeper also felt uneasy. Sweat involuntarily beaded on his forehead as he spoke in a low voice. Moreover, that Chao Yuan is a lackey of the Mo family, bullying others by borrowing their power. If it were anyone else, who would dare to have such audacity? Looking at Guyu Fan Yuan's slender figure, the old shopkeeper shook his head in sorrow. In short, no matter what, this young master this time is likely in big trouble. Chao Yuan squinted his eyes, trying to intimidate Guyu Fan Yuan. You little brat, stop pretending to be calm. You'll get what's coming to you soon. Just then, a clear, arrogant female voice rang out from outside the door. Fan Yuan! Chao Yuan, knowing his young mistress had arrived, turned around excitedly. Mo Nan strode into the tavern, followed by a group of servants. Chao Yuan quickly knelt down, flattering. Your servant Chao Yuan pays respects to the eldest Miss, Mo Nan. Guyu Fan Yuan glanced at her, his gaze stopping on the iron plate attached to her belt. On it was engraved a very eye-catching character, heir. Without needing to be told, Guyu Fan Yuan had already guessed 80 to 90% of her identity. Guyu Mo Nan. He was silent for a moment. Mo Nan didn't even look at Chao Yuan, who was groveling on the ground. Her eyes were fixed solely on Fang Yuan. She took a few steps to the table. In a harsh tone, she said, You are Fang Yuan? Your food looks delicious, doesn't it? I wonder if you've ever tasted the flavor of this fist. It might even be better than that. As she spoke, she rubbed her neck, looking ready to strike. Guyu Fan Yuan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Who told you I am Guyu Fan Yuan? Mo Nan was stunned, immediately turning her head to glance at Chao Yuan. That glance from Mo Nan made Chao Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He stammered, unsure how to answer. Master, this servant. Guyu Fan Yuan's calm demeanor momentarily confused Guyu Mo Nan and the servants. They mistakenly thought he was Guyu Fan Jing. No wonder he showed no fear at all. I've heard these two look exactly alike. Mo Nan had no definite answer. Chao Yuan's reaction only added to her confusion. But could it be an act? How infuriating. This foolish servant, Chao Xian, hasn't even investigated properly. Now I can't step down. Just wait till I deal with you when I get back. Suddenly, Chao Xian pointed at the bag at Fan Yuan's feet. He accused him of being fake, of pretending. He is Fan Yuan. Look at the bag beside him. It must be holding the primeval stones he looted today. Guyu Fan Yuan involuntarily glanced down at the bag beside him. His expression turned cold. Guyu Mo Nan sneered. Oh really? Then open the bag and let's take a look, junior disciple. Guyu Fan Yuan, now full from eating and drinking, stood up leisurely and calmly suggested to Mo Nan. Why bother with all this trouble? You came looking for Fan Yuan, didn't you? Come with me, I'll take you to the school dormitory to find him. Mo Nan did not act hastily. She carefully assessed Guyu Fan Yuan, who was far too calm. A child of over 10 years old probably couldn't fake this demeanor. Moreover, even if he had primeval stones in his pouch, It couldn't definitively confirm he was Fang Yuan. Fang is the new star of the clan. If what he says is true, I cannot offend him. But if it is Fang Yuan, I'll stick close to him. I won't fear an imposter. After careful consideration, she angrily made a decision. Mo Nan stepped aside to make way for Gu. You Fang Yuan, since that's the case, lead the way, please. Before long, the group arrived at the school gate. The two gate guards quickly stopped the group of Fang Yuan and Mo Nan. Halt, newcomers! The school only allows Clan Gu masters to enter and exit freely. Mo Nan glanced at the two of them and scolded. How insolent! Don't you recognize me? One guard quickly stepped forward and replied respectfully. We wouldn't dare. Miss Mo Nan, we remember you well, but you know the clan's rules. He tactfully suggested to her. How about this, miss? You can bring one outsider in. That's the biggest concession we can make. Mo Nan snorted coldly. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept that. Gao Bian, you follow me. The rest of you stay here. Gao Bian's face lit up with joy. He cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your favor, Mississippi. Mo Nan then turned and smiled at Gu Fang Yuan. Let's go, junior disciple. Yu Fang Yuan's expression remained as calm as before. He led Mo Ran and Gao Yuan to the door of the room. The dormitory supervisor unlocked and pushed the door open. He stepped inside and stopped, the door left wide open. The interior was pitch black, with simple furnishings. As soon as they looked in, they saw there was no one inside. Mo Ran's face darkened in an instant. What is the meaning of this? There's no one in this room. Gu Fang Yuan calmly smiled. Am I not a person? Mo Ran lost patience and snapped. But the person we need to find is Gu Fang Yuan. He chuckled lightly. But I never said. I wasn't Gu Fang Yuan. I can't believe I was toyed with by a brat. Mo Ran glared at him fiercely. Mo Ran sneered. You've got some nerve. She finally realized she was being played. Gu Fang Yuan teased, and Mo Ran roared in anger. How dare you deceive even your own grandmother? As she spoke, she raised her hand. She was about to strike Fang Yuan. Facing Mo Ran's terrifying fury, Gu Fang Yuan didn't take a single step back. He raised his head and calmly smiled. Mo Ran, you need to think carefully. Mo Ran's outstretched hand suddenly stopped midair. Her eyes widened. Yu Fang Yuan slowly reminded Mo Ran the clan's civilized regulations. No one is allowed to barge in and seize a student. You must be aware of all this, aren't you? Mo Nian gritted her teeth in resentment, thinking to herself. How infuriating. Only I get punished for breaking the rules. But I'm afraid it'll implicate the clan and my grandfather. Thinking this, she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Gu Fang Yuan leisurely clasped both hands behind his back. He said with a smile to Mo Nian. Besides, I never deceived you. I said I'd take you to find Fang Yuan, and you did find him. If you have something to say it now. Mo Nian suppressed her fury, a cold smile on her face. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you sure have studied the clan's rules thoroughly. But you can't stay out of the dormitory forever. She wanted to see just how long he could keep hiding. Nor yet Fuang Guin leisurely turned around and stepped into the room. He completely ignored Mo Nan, looking down on her with contempt. Very well, I'll see how long you can stop me. It's late now. I have a bed to sleep in. What about you? Before leaving, he deliberately threatened Mo Nan. Moreover, if I don't show up in class tomorrow, the academy will investigate. Do you think I'll say anything? Mo Nan's face turned purple with rage as she shouted excitedly. Do you think I really don't dare to arrest you? Nor yet Fuang Guin reached out and opened the door wide. The door creaked as it opened, and he laughed cheerfully. His eyes were deep and dark, his tone provocative. Then go ahead and try. Mo Nan's eyes widened. She wondered, why? Her hand was about to reach out, but in the end, it trembled and withdrew. She thought to herself, clearly, just one stretch of the hand could catch him. But Gu Mo Fan felt. The distance between her and Gu Yuan Fang was like a vast chasm apart. Gu Fang Yuan was certain that Gu Mo Fan wouldn't dare to make a move. He shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and calmly walked inside. The experience accumulated from his past life had helped Gu Fang Yuan understand human nature. He sighed. How pitiful. Sometimes, what stops people from acting is rarely a material issue, but rather the shackles within their own soul. Learning countless schemes and knowledge of the world, understanding the rules is only to exploit them, not to be bound by them. He closed his eyes to gather his spirit, or else he would have to cultivate a second-turn Gu master. Yet they could do nothing to him. This is the true tragedy. Until Gu Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and settled on the bed, Gu Mo Fan could only glare at him in anger, but still couldn't touch a single hair on his head. She was so furious she wanted to vomit blood. This damn bastard dared to cultivate right in front of her. This is. Mo Fan was unwilling to leave just like that. It was too embarrassing. In the end, she had to resort to a lowly tactic. Guyu Fan decided. She would loudly curse Guyu Yuanfang to provoke him. You, Fan Yuan, you cowardly, rotten waste. If you have the guts to steal primeval stones, then have the guts to come out here. Don't hide in your room and stay silent. I know you're pretending. Mo Nian strained her neck, spewing out every harsh word she could. A man must own up to his actions and not be such a coward. You're no different from a turtle hiding in its shell. Come out now. However, Guyu Yuanfang acted as if he were deaf and blind. He didn't respond to her at all. Mo Nian cursed for a while. Not only did she fail to vent her anger, but she grew even more furious, stomping her feet and shouting, "This is driving me crazy!" Mo Nian finally pointed at Guyu Yuanfang. "Yuanfang, you can hide the first time, but you won't escape again," she warned. "Gao Xian, keep an eye on that damn bastard in there for me. I don't believe he'll never come out." After saying that, Mo Nian, still fuming, turned and left. Gao Xian hurriedly saw her off. Yes. So, what about you, miss?" Mo Nian snapped. "Go home and sleep." Gao Xian forced a bitter smile, silently shedding tears in his heart. Tonight was freezing cold, and he had to endure the painful watch all night long. This was truly a miserable errand. In the quiet, moonlit night, Guyu Yuanfang was secretly calculating in his room. As expected of the death worm, it refines my initial grade true essence into intermediate grade true essence. This way, it can make up for the large deficiency in my talent. Ordinary disciples all use first turn initial grade true essence for cultivation, but I'm using intermediate grade true essence. The effect is at least twice as high as theirs. As he calculated, he also noticed that the power released by intermediate grade true essence is greater than that of initial grade true essence in terms of force. This is the biggest support I have right now. Time is ticking away, hour by hour. Guyu Fan Yuan finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief successfully. He assessed that the true essence had been refined into Guworm grade true essence. A smile deepened at the corner of his lips. Next, it was time to get down to business. At this point, it was late at night in Guyu Fan Yuan's room. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds rang out, causing Gao Wan, who had been drowsily asleep, to wake up. He saw that Guyu Fan Yuan had finally made a move, so he immediately perked up. He first threatened him. "You little brat, you finally opened your eyes. Come out now. Whether you stick your head out or pull it back, it's the same chop. You, who beat up our young master Mo Bei, being disciplined by the eldest young lady, is only a matter of time." Guyu Fan Yuan squinted as he looked outside. He didn't see any trace of Guyu Mo Fan. He guessed, "Oh, it seems those two Gu masters really left." Gao Huan saw that Guyu Fan Yuan didn't care at all about what he said, so he angrily shouted, "Do you hear me? You have a room and a bed to sleep in, but I have to stand out here. Do you want me to force my way in and catch you?" Guyu Fan Yuan remained indifferent as before. He sneered inwardly. "If you could get in, you would have already. I should replenish my true essence first, then talk." Thinking this, he leisurely took out a piece of primeval stone from his pouch and held it in his palm. Gao Huan saw that Guyu Fan Yuan wanted to continue cultivating. He immediately grew impatient and cursed loudly. "You're still training? You're just a C-grade talent. At most you won't surpass rank 2. Relying on a waste like you? How dare you oppose our Mo family? Come out here right now. Hey, you brat, I'm talking to you." Gao Xian roared, but Guyu Fan Yuan didn't even bother to look at him. A moment later, he opened his hand, and a pile of gray-white powder fell down. This is the leftover powder residue, after the true essence within the primeval stones was completely absorbed. Guyu Fan Yuan silently calculated. The limit of a C-grade aptitude is truly too great. In just one night, he had already used up 3 primeval stones. Although he's not short on primeval stones now, it will still be a huge expense over a long period. To pursue efficiency and cultivation speed, one must pay a price. Of course, there is a price to pay. He decided to deal with the matter at hand first. He got up and stepped out the door. Gao Xian was already waiting for him there. As soon as he saw Guyu Fan Yuan, Gao Xian let out a harsh laugh, his expression hostile. "You little brat, finally came out, huh?" Gao Xian's stature was nearly twice as tall. Guyu Fan Yuan's muscles were bulging. The sound of cracking knuckles rang out. "Crack," he said in a gruff voice. "I've been waiting for you so hard." Guyu Fan Yuan remained expressionless. He leisurely approached Gao Xian. At that moment, he suddenly struck, unleashing 2 consecutive punches aimed straight at Gao Xian's weak points. Gao Xian's face instantly twisted in a ferocious grimace as he gritted his teeth. Before Gao Xian could even react, he unexpectedly jabbed 2 fingers into his side. The spot he hit was both painful and numb. The veins on Chao Xian's forehead instantly bulged. He angrily cursed him. You little brat. You don't know your place, Chao Xian roared. Immediately after, he swung his fist and charged madly toward Gu Yufan Yuan. He struck out repeatedly. However, Chao Xian's two arms were like blocks of steel, completely blocking all of Gu's attacks. A glint flashed in Yufan Yuan's eyes. He silently assessed his opponent, thinking this Chao guy had some skill. In terms of martial arts, he was likely at the peak among mortals. With this body of mine, if it's just about fist and foot techniques, then I am no match for him. I might even be killed by him without a doubt. Meanwhile, Chao Xian noticed Gu Yufan Yuan, deliberately widening the distance between them, and felt secretly alarmed. This little brat is too cunning. He strikes without warning. I almost got hit in a vital spot. Could it be that the young master can't beat him? Could he have fallen for his trick? Chao Xian no longer dared to underestimate Gu Yufan Yuan, focused on fighting him. Chao Xian used his arm to block an elbow strike from Gu Yufan Yuan. Before he could steady himself, Chao Xian had to quickly use his arm to block another dangerous blow from him. Although Gu Yufan Yuan was just a young teenager, his stamina couldn't compare to Chao Xian's, but his small, agile frame allowed him to easily dodge Chao Xian's powerful attacks. After a fierce exchange, cold sweat broke out on Chao Yuan's forehead. Looking at the slender youth before him, Chao Xian secretly cursed him. Damn it, this kid is way too ruthless. His moves are extremely vicious, all aimed at vital spots. He's really trying to force me into a dead end, but I can't kill him. If I do, I'll definitely be torn apart by the Guyu clan's four horses. He narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. Still, no matter how formidable he is, he's just a child. His physical constitution can't be stronger than mine. If I can capture this brat, I'll achieve great merit, and then the young mistress will surely reward me handsomely. While he was still thinking, Gu Yufan Yuan had already charged right in front of him. Chao Xian broke out in a cold sweat as he raised his hand. Gu Yufan Yuan's two fingers tore through the wind. They shot toward Chao Yuan's eye sockets. He was startled, and Chao Yuan panicked. He used his hand to block Gu Yufan Yuan's attack. Cold sweat streamed down his body. Chao Yuan, furious, counterattacked while cursing him. You bastard! Gu Yufan Yuan retreated far away, maintaining distance from Chao Yuan. Conversely, Chao Yuan pressed forward, charging straight at him. He raised his fist, and suddenly Gu Yufan Yuan leaped into the air. He leaned his body back slightly, agilely dodging a blazing punch from Chao Yuan. Gu Yufan Yuan's slender body was an advantage that allowed him to be nimble. He evaded Chao Yuan's deadly strikes. After a bout of punching and kicking, Chao Yuan decided to use words to undermine Gu Yufan Yuan's fighting spirit. You little brat, you can't beat me. He deliberately reminded him that the clan had a rule. In the academy, the Moonlight Gu was not allowed to be used. Saying this, Chao Yuan smiled smugly. So you're done for! With that, Chao Yuan's counterattack began. She ruthlessly struck out toward Gu Yufan Yuan. He swiftly leaped into the air. Chao Yuan's deadly strike slammed straight into the ground, shattering the floor tiles instantly. Gu Yufan Yuan suddenly thought of the Moonlight Gu. In the palm of Gu Yufan Yuan's hand, a blue crescent glow radiated in an instant. He calculated to control the power of the Moonlight Gu. First, he tried to eliminate him before it was exposed. With a mid-grade true essence, he would destroy him. If it ever involved the secret of the Death Gu, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking this, he quickly channeled his true essence, while leaping back a step to widen the distance from Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan's face suddenly darkened as she shouted, Brat, you dare use a Gu worm in the academy? This is a violation of the rules. Gu Yufan Yuan was not the least bit worried. He spread his hand, and the blue glow instantly brightened. Gu Yufan Yuan sneered, So what if it's a violation? Immediately after, his hand slashed out several times in quick succession. In the space before Chao Yuan, the sound of wind tearing rang out. A blue moon blade was instantly launched, flying straight toward Chao Yuan. She was shocked, sweat pouring down like rain. Chao Yuan gritted her teeth and quickly brought both hands together, struggling to defend. The moon blade, like a sharp knife, sliced into Chao Yuan's arms. Thud, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The excruciating pain of flesh being cut seared into Chao Yuan's brain. He was horrified. The power of a mere initial-grade moon blade was at most just a knife that couldn't strike a vital point. It would only cause a superficial wound at best. Gu Yufan Yuan seized the opportunity of Chao Yuan's distraction. He suddenly closed in on him. By the time Chao Yuan saw Gu Yufan Yuan, he was already right in front of him. Chao Yuan's eyes widened, his face unable to hide his fear. Gu Yufan Yuan thrust his elbow in, right into Chao Yuan's bleeding wound. He gasped in pain, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Enraged, he swung his fist at Gu Yufan Yuan, threatening him. You're not done yet! Qiao Yuan's fighting spirit had waned. He flailed his arms wildly, unable to harm Gu Yufan Yuan at all. He thought to himself, as expected, the power is still too weak. It seems I must use. With that thought, he flipped backward, evading Qiao Yuan's attack. At the same time, he channeled his mid-grade true essence. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Yufan Yuan's eyes. He decisively unleashed a decisive moonblade strike. Qiao Xian still thought the power of this attack would be the same as before. He charged forward recklessly. It's useless! Flames of rage burst from Qiao Xian's eyes. He aggressively threatened Gu Yufan Yuan, obediently surrender! Blood splattered. A flicker of fear flashed in Qiao Xian's eyes. His arm was covered in deep gashes that wouldn't stop bleeding. Some cuts were so deep the bone was visible. Staring at the wound on his arm, Qiao Xian shouted in shock and terror. How could this be? How could this be possible? At this point, he could also sense something was wrong. He kept thinking to himself, this can't be a mere initial grade moonblade. At most, it should only cut the skin. How could it sever my bones? Knowing he was no match for Fan Yuan, Gao Xian immediately turned and ran. As he ran, he looked behind him. Seeing him still standing still without making a move, a sense of unease rose in his heart. This brat is up to something strange. Fan Yuan coldly watched the fleeing Gao Yuan, like looking at a dead man. He raised his hand, conjuring a moon blade. A light, sickle-shaped, appeared in his palm as he slowly spoke. Humph, you think you can escape? Gao Yuan ran for his life in fear, shouting for help as he ran. Help! Help! Humph, someone's calling for help. His cries for help attracted 2 guards. Seeing the man calling for help, one guard immediately said with contempt. Humph, leave him be. He's a nobody, that Miss Mo ran kept. Keeping him here is already saving face for the Mo family. Fan Yuan is young, he wouldn't dare kill anyone. But we should be careful of that Gao Yuan. Keep him from jumping the wall like a desperate dog. The guard had just finished speaking when the fleeing Gao Yuan immediately stopped, screaming in pain. His entire body was cut through by the moon blade, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the 2 guards had no intention of helping, he could only roar in fear. You bastards! We are all from different clans. You cannot stand by and watch someone die. Fan Yuan showed no mercy and once again formed a moon ring with his hand. Emitting a blue light, he coldly spoke to Gao Xian. You can call out all you want, but even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. He only caught a glimpse of a blurry afterimage flashing past Gao Xian's neck. It was so fast that he had no time to react. Gao Xian's neck was nearly severed, blood gushing out endlessly. He looked at Fan Yuan in despair, spitting blood as he weakly begged for mercy. Before he could finish his plea, Gao Xian's eyes widened in terror. He watched Fan Yuan continue to slash at him with the moon ring. The night was pitch black, with only a waning crescent moon casting a faint light. All that could be seen were streaks of blood shooting straight into the sky. The last image Gao Xian saw was his own body collapsing. His head was severed by the moon ring, while Fan Yuan remained cold and indifferent, standing before his body. Then, it turned into the cold, hard ground. At this moment, the 2 guards were also terrified, seeing Fan Yuan dare to kill someone right in front of them. One guard pointed at Fan Yuan. As he stood before Gao Xian's corpse, he shouted loudly, Murder! Fan Yuan has committed murder! Hurry, come here! Ignoring the guard's shouts, Fan Yuan silently looked down at Gao Xian's corpse. Give me the blade. He raised his hand and called for the servant to bring the sword. The servant, trembling in fear, dared not provoke Fan Yuan. He quickly held the sword with both hands and placed it into Fan Yuan's hand, stammering, Yes, yes! At this moment, the expression on Fan Yuan's face turned somewhat serious. He pondered over Gao Xian's wounds. They were enough to expose the secret of the middle-grade true essence. But this secret would be exposed to the public, and even implicate the flower traveler. Fan Yuan glanced at the 2 guards behind him, furrowing his brows as a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These guards all saw the wounds, caused by his use of the moon ring, so he couldn't lie, but on the other hand, as long as no one knew these were wounds from the moon ring, then it wouldn't be exposed. Fan Yuan returned to his initial cold demeanor, even emitting a kind of gloomy and eerie aura. His pitch-black eyes held no light, making anyone who looked into them feel terrified. He slowly spoke each word, sending chills down the spines of those who heard him. If that's the case, I'll just have to kill them all. Saying this, Fan Yuan reached out and grabbed his sword, drawing it from its sheath, the blade flashing with an undeniable sharp intent. A moment later, a group of guards arrived. The leading guard spoke up to ask, What's going on? What happened? The guard who had handed the sword to Gu Fan Yuan replied in fear. The newcomer, Fan Yuan, has killed someone. Glancing at the newly arrived guards, Gu Yufan Yuan remained silent, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Gu Yufan Yuan calculated in his mind. There are too many people. My true essence is almost depleted. There's no way I can kill them all. Knowing that killing to silence them was impossible, Fan Yuan gloomily stared at Gao Wan's corpse, thinking of another way to cover it up. The morning sun rose from the east. The first morning light pierced through the ancient mountain ridge. Yufan Yuan held the leg of Gao Wan's corpse. A guard stepped forward to face Gu Yufan Yuan. He timidly spoke up. That, Fan Yuan Gongzi. Leave this place to us to handle. Gu Yufan Yuan did not turn around, coldly saying, No need. Withdraw, all of you. After speaking, he only cast a warning glance. The guards stood dumbfounded, no one daring to speak. Watching his retreating back, a guard couldn't help but mutter in doubt. Is he really a 15-year-old kid? Under the stunned and terrified gaze of his comrades, the guard tremblingly continued. No, he's a demon, nothing less. The morning sunlight shone into the room. The frail teenage figure in the dawn light of Yufan Yuan walked neither fast nor slow. His left hand held a sharp sword. His right hand dragged a headless corpse into the dormitory. Along the path he walked, bright red blood stretched into a straight line. On the dark blue stone floor, light shone onto the roof. Endless whispers sparked curiosity. Hey, have you heard? Fan Yuan killed someone. Inside the academy, a student whispered to his desk mate. Really or fake? Who did he kill? The desk mate raised his hand to his neck, whispering. I heard it was a member of the Mu Bei family, and he even chopped off the head. The fat guy sitting in front turned pale, his whole body trembling as he listened to the other students' gossip. At this rate, Fatty Ba is going to be in trouble. I wonder how Fan Yuan will take revenge on him. Thinking back, I actually once fought against that murderer. That extremely violent and brutal killer. It's truly terrifying to think about. In the room, there were only two people. Gu Yushi and Gu Yufan Yuan. The atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Gu Yufan Yuan spoke first. Elder Jia, you are looking for my father? He picked up the teapot on the table and said slowly, Close the door. When he looked at Gu Yufan Yuan, his eyes were filled with complex emotions and scrutiny. Fan Yuan, do you know why I summoned you here? Yushi asked in a deep voice. Gu Yufan Yuan remained calm, his face expressionless. He still coldly cupped his hands and replied respectfully. I know. I violated the rules by using goo worms at the academy. According to the rules, the first offense is a fine of 30 primeval stones. Hearing Gu Yufan Yuan avoid the heavy and pick the light, not mentioning Gao Wan's death, he was stunned for a moment. Yushi then reacted, his face darkening. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, Stop beating around the bush. I'm asking you, what happened to Gao Wan's death? Knowing that this matter wouldn't be dropped if he didn't speak, Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed. He stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Gao Xian is a rebellious man with a wicked heart. Last night, he not only blocked my door but also tried to kill me. I had no choice but to use the moonlight goo in self-defense. Just managed to kill this wretched person. Gu Yufan Yuan spoke bluntly with firm eyes, continuing, I suspect this person is very likely a spy from another stronghold. Please, Elder, judge wisely. The elder frowned upon hearing this, unsure what to say. His mind kept churning with thoughts. This brat is truly cunning. Now that the dead can't testify, he can say whatever he wants. Gao Xian was immortal, and he's already dead. But he was still a member of the Mo family. Dying in our academy won't be easy to explain. At this moment, he glanced at Gu Yufan Yuan, who stood straight, calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Yet inside, he was troubled. He had planned to use this to suppress him. But he didn't expect him to kill someone, seeing this brat so calm. It seemed like the killer wasn't him at all. He's truly a troublemaker. I hope he doesn't cause any more unexpected trouble, he sighed inwardly. The elder closed his eyes, took a sip of tea, and questioned sternly. Then I ask you, how did you dispose of Gao Xian's body? Hearing the elder's question. How did I dispose of Gao Xian's body? Gu Yufan Yuan flashed a sinister smile and said, Oh, that matter? At this moment, in the Mo family, a panicked voice of a maidservant rang out. Master, the eldest miss, something terrible has happened. A maidservant respectfully presented a wooden box to Gu Yumo Fan, who was too scared to look, saying, This is what Fan Yuan placed behind our door this morning. Looking at the wooden box the maidservant offered, Gu Yumo Fan showed no reaction. She didn't take the wooden box. He coldly stared at the maid and asked what was inside. The maid, pale-faced, dared not answer and said, You should go see for yourself. Standing before Yufang Yuan's grandfather, he slowly said, Although I beheaded Gao Biao, he is still a member of the Mo family. We must preserve the Mo family's dignity. At this moment, in the Mo family, Yu Mo Nian had already opened the box. Seeing what was inside the box, Mo Nian was terrified, her hands trembling. Her face turned pale with fear, while Mo Guyu Fanyuan was at the scene. Yu Shi now smiled cruelly, his expression unchanged, and said, "So I dismembered and crushed Gao Yuan's corpse, placed it in a wooden box, and then, at dawn, set it at the back door." The old man was startled, nearly jumping out of his seat, and shouted, "What?" Yu Shi, struck as if by a thunderbolt, exclaimed, You actually." Then he turned his head and sighed, saying, "Forget it, talking is useless. Things have come to this, you must prepare to accept punishment, Fanyuan." Upon hearing this, he sneered and agreed. At this moment, in the Mo family, someone was furious and shouted loudly, "This Fanyuan is too arrogant. Has he eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" It was Mo Nian. She stormed in, shouting, "When beating a dog, you must consider its master. He truly doesn't take our Mo family seriously. I must bring him here to interrogate him." Someone threw a black box to the ground and angrily yelled, "You wretched thing, stop right there. All these years of training have gone to waste. You've truly disappointed me." Mo Nian turned around in confusion and called out, "Grandfather?" Mo Chen angrily questioned, "You mobilized troops without telling me, and you've been led by the nose by him. Do you still not realize the implication of Fan Yuan's action?" Mo Nian still doesn't fully understand the issue at this point. "What implication?" Mo Chen snorted angrily and explained, "If Fan Yuan truly wanted to provoke and escalate this matter, why not place that box at the main entrance for passers-by to see? Instead, he put it at the back door where few people pass by." Mo Nian shrugged and replied, "Could it be that he wants a settlement?" "Right, if it's a settlement, wouldn't confessing directly be better? Why deliver this box of shattered remains? This is fundamentally a provocation." Mo Chen nodded after hearing this. "Not wrong, if he wants both a settlement and a provocation," he said in a deep voice. "Look, this wooden box isn't big. It can't hold all the remains. So inside is just a part of the body. He wants to tell us. He doesn't want to blow this matter up. He wants to settle it amicably," Mo Chen said with a sigh. "But if our Mo family still wants to hold on to this, and not let it go, escalating the matter, then both sides will suffer, the entire clan. Everyone will know our Mo family broke the rules first." He placed his hand on the leaking wooden box. That blood and marveled, "This tactic is truly brilliant. With just one action, it's both soft and hard, knowing when to advance and retreat, achieving compromise while threatening. Cleverly, our Mo family is indeed caught by his weakness." Mo Nian sneered and exclaimed, "Grandpa, are you overestimating him? He's only 15 years old, after all." Mo Chen gritted his teeth and lectured her, "Do you value him? It seems you've had it too easy these past few years. You've developed bad habits and can't see the reality clearly." Then he laid out his arguments. "Fan Yuan did this, committing heinous acts. He tricked you into the academy, then cleverly avoided disaster in the dormitory. He endured your insults, remaining patient and calm. After you left, he immediately killed Gao Wan, resolute and brave. And now he's brought this wooden box here. It's clearly all premeditated." Mo Nian still didn't seem entirely convinced. She crossed her arms and replied, "Even so, he's still just a C-grade waste." Mo Chen replied, "Exactly, that's the cunning part. To have such a scheme, yet only be a C-grade. If his talent were just one grade higher, a B grade, he would surely become a hero of their clan in the future." He sighed regretfully. "What a pity, what a pity." Then he asked, "Did you handle this yourself? How do you plan to deal with it?" Mo Nian stroked her chin and replied with a contemplative look, "Gao Wan is just a dead servant, it doesn't matter. Fan Yuan is just a C-grade, also a trivial matter. The key is to protect the Mo family's reputation. To let this blow over, we might have to kill his entire family, young and old. Gao Wan's attitude shows we must uphold our rules." Mo Chen clasped his hands behind his back and replied, You can temporarily set aside your emotions. Starting from the bigger picture, this is very good. However, your methods are lacking. I still seek grandfather's guidance." Mo Nian clasped her hands respectfully and said, "I still seek grandfather's guidance." Mo Chen turned his head slightly. "Gao Wan dared to defy authority? A mere servant dared to offend their master? Damn it, he is a servant of the Mo family. The Mo family also bears some responsibility for lax discipline. So they have to compensate Fan Yuan with 30 primeval stones. Go on," the old man continued. "As for Gao Wan's family, they will be compensated with 50 primeval stones and expelled from the estate." Mo Yen, upon hearing this, obediently agreed, saying, "Yes, yes." Time fast-forwarded to 7 days later. On a rainy afternoon, Fan Yuan sat at the dining table. He lifted his head and looked out the window. He sneered and muttered, "The horizon's little rain moistens the grass like ointment. The colors resist the cold but are barren, just as expected." Fan Yuan picked up food while thinking to himself, thinking about his moon. Chen at this moment also understood the meaning behind him bringing the box of corpses. It was not beyond expectations. Chen would not pursue the old matters of Gao Wan. He even compensated her. He smiled, thinking that although Chen's strength was formidable, if he truly wanted to punish him, he would be powerless to resist, but Chen dared not do so. He feared that after he broke the rules, others would follow suit. In this life, he only had Bei as his son. If in future conflicts, someone else made a move against his son, it would be extremely dangerous. Of course, if his own talent increased by one level, there would be no need to mention other things. At that point, even if he posed a threat to the family, the family would risk everything to kill him in the face of this danger. The strong can rely on power, and the weak can exploit others. People are all like chess pieces. But understanding the rules will reveal the deep intentions of the player. In this Guyu mountain village, the lives of masters are precious. This lowly servants network is the rule. That's why Shen Chui exhausted all her schemes to escape the status of a slave, while Gao Yuan used every trick to win over the master. Speaking of rules, a voice suddenly echoed in Grandpa's ear. Tell me a story about our ancestors. The little girl threatened her grandpa. If you don't tell me, I'll tell Grandma you went out drinking. Guyu Shi burst out laughing. Even drinking isn't peaceful for you, old man. He patted the little girl's head and asked, Where did I stop last time? The girl eagerly replied. At the part where he entrusted his heart to Hope Gu. To escape the predicament, he continued the story. But in the end, he was too old, even wild fruits. Wild vegetables he couldn't chew. He lost his strength and wisdom. He could no longer continue hunting. He didn't even have teeth anymore. The heavens above instructed human, you cannot die. If you die, your heart will be lost with you. I hope everything stops. The human ancestor sighed helplessly. Who wants to die? But if heaven and earth want me dead, I cannot escape death. The heavens explained. As long as you grasp the longevity Gu, you will gain a new lifespan. The human ancestor muttered in frustration. Easier said than done. The longevity Gu is elusive, appearing as if by chance, and flying as fast as lightning. How can I possibly catch it? The heavens suddenly spoke softly. Human, I'll tell you a secret. In the northwest corner of the great land, there is a large mountain. At its peak, there is a cave. Inside the cave, there are two Gu insects, one round and one square. If you can subdue them, the world is yours. There will be no insect that I cannot catch. Even the longevity Gu. The human ancestor quickly followed the words of the old man. And with all his effort, he climbed the high mountain. After much struggle, the human ancestor finally stood before the cave entrance. Is this the place? The moon master continued telling her granddaughter. He had reached the end of danger. Finally, he arrived at that cave, which was filled with endless darkness. He couldn't even see his own 5 fingers. He couldn't even get out, let alone subdue those 2 Gu insects. He walked on and on in the pitch black, banging his head until it bled. Finally, exhausted and collapsing to the ground, he suddenly heard the 2 Gu insects speak. Human, have you come to catch us? Go back. Even if you have the strength to catch us, you won't succeed. Human, turn back. We won't take your life. Even with your wisdom and help, you might not be able to find us. The human ancestor looked up, his mouth agape, and replied, The power of Gu and the wisdom of Gu have long left me. My longevity is not long. I have reached the end of my road. But as long as there is a spark of hope in my heart, I will not give up. The Gu insect replied, I understand. Human, you have long entrusted your heart to the Hope Gu. Therefore, no matter what you say, you won't give up. If that's the case, we will give you a chance. If you can say our 2 names, we will let you use us. The ancestor closed his eyes and recited many names, like Dog Yuan, Ball of Yin Yang Sun, Cat Moon, but in the darkness, there was no response at all. Naturally, he got them all wrong. Gradually, his breath grew weaker and weaker. On the verge of collapse, the ancestor uttered in a feeble, raspy voice. Strong and weak, the Gu worm spoke its final instructions. Human, you are about to die. We will release you. Use your remaining time to take one last look at this world. The Gu worm's voice suddenly turned grave. But you have offended us, and you must be punished. You must leave the Hope Gu behind. The ancestor clutched his chest, his eyes wide, and roared. Impossible! Even if I die, I will never abandon hope. The Gu worm sighed in admiration. The Hope Gu is deeply moved. It used all its strength to respond to the ancestor. The ancestor felt a surge of entirely new power flow into his body. He began to speak again. He was so old he was muddled. Many names were repeated over and over. Every minute and every second passed without receiving any response at all. Finally, when his lifespan was down to just 1 day, he uttered a name. The ancestor trembled and choked out. Extinguish. The goo worm let out a deeply weary sigh. Human, I am not convinced by your persistence. You have spoken my name. From now on, I will obey your commands. But I can only go with my brothers to capture the goo worms for you across the entire world. A dying man should give up. Instead, use this time to take one last look at this world. The ancestor did not give up. He said, one more name, and a powerful beam of light burst forth. The two goo worms marveled at the human in turn. We admire your strength, no matter who, as long as they know our names. We will obey that person's command. You are the first to subdue us. State your request, ancestor, the man said with bright eyes. Then I command you to capture a longevity goo for me. In the blink of an eye, the ancestor transformed from a frail old man into a vibrant young man. The goo worm spoke. As you wish. The rule of combined strength captured a longevity goo. At 85 years old, the ancestor ate the longevity goo. In an instant, he restored his appearance to that of a 20-year-old. He laughed excitedly and shouted, I have regained my youth. Returning to reality, Yuan Shu said to his granddaughter, All right, that's enough for today. Let's go home, my good child. The little girl asked curiously, Tell me more. What happened to the ancestor after that? But her grandfather did not continue and urged her on. Let's go. I'll tell you the rest when there's time. The rule. Fan Yuan exclaimed. The rule? As he thought to himself. The ancestor. Is it a legend or a made-up story? It's still unclear, but the principle within is very intriguing. All things under heaven follow the Tao. Everything has its rules. But if you want to know the exact rule, you must seek it out in the darkness of night. Yet this pitch-black night is not merely an absence of light. The power of wisdom and hope cannot overcome it. Only the progenitor, who crawled through the darkness and tried countless times, had a chance to find it. Only when he speaks the name of the dark rule will it vanish on its own. Yuan Fang smiled, thinking to himself, I understand the rules. Using the rules to force the Mo family to close their doors to guests. If it were me 500 years ago, I definitely couldn't have done it. So, in this reincarnation, the most precious thing is not knowing how many treasures or secret realms there are, nor is it understanding the future's direction in advance. Rather, it's the way of dealing with people that I, in my previous life 500 years ago, found through blood and tears. The clear blue sky of a day in May. Everyone was working diligently on the road. Two farmers looked up and stared in one direction with surprise. They exclaimed with joy upon seeing a caravan of pack beasts approaching. The caravan! The caravan is here! Someone said. Every year it's in April. This year, the caravan didn't arrive until May, but at least it's finally here. A shop owner said to his employee, Hurry and bring out the bamboo green wine from the storage. We'll sell it together later. The employee, carrying a wine jar, replied, Yes, sir. From afar, a giant toad was carrying a heavy load on its back, slowly approaching. Everyone in the shop looked out to greet it. Lord Gu Fu, you've arrived! Why are you so late this year? The burly man sitting on the giant toad's head clasped his hands together and said with a smile, Apologies for the treacherous path, everyone, for keeping you waiting so long. That man is the leader of the Gu Fu merchant convoy, a fourth-turn Gu master. He is the clan leader of the Yubo tribe. The fourth-turn Gu master steps forward, cupping his hands in greeting to his old friend. You've arrived a bit late this year. The journey has been arduous, Gu Fu, rising and cupping his hands in reply. The road wasn't very smooth this year, so it ended up taking quite a bit of extra time. Sorry to keep you waiting, brother Guyu. Guyubo gestures with his hand in an inviting motion. No need for apologies. The clan has already prepared fine wine and food to welcome you, my old friend, please. Night falls as the moonlight illuminates everything. The lively scene within the mountain stronghold is filled with clamor and trade everywhere. Come take a look, come take a look. Top-grade blue tea leaves here. Just one sip, and you'll feel blissful as an immortal. The demonic power of the heavenly demon Gu boosts your strength to that of an ox. Don't miss out while passing by. A man walks alone on the road. Fan Yuan walks while thinking. The merchant convoy is stopping at the mountain stronghold for 3 days. During this time, many people have come to buy and sell. Normally, it's very hard to encounter so many people at once. He glances at a man hawking his wares by the roadside. Hard grass. Top-grade hard grass here. Look at this color. 1 caddy for only 2 primeval stones? That's way too cheap. Hearing this, Fan Yuan raises his hand. In it are 3 stalks of hard grass, and he thinks, this hard grass is something I urgently need right now. Using it in coordination with the Gu worms, it can significantly reduce the cost. Recalling the compensation in primeval stones, he continued thinking. Half a month ago, I killed Gao Bian. The academy fined me 30 primeval stones. But since they also compensated me 30 stones, it was like I didn't lose anything. He walked while continuing to ponder. These past few days, I've robbed twice, totaling 118 primeval stones. But recently, I've been constantly consuming energy to refine the middle grade, using true essence to warm the surroundings. Every day, I consumed 3 primeval stones. Fan Yuan kept calculating in his head, plus the cost of raising the goo insects and my living expenses, along with the decreasing primeval stones from constantly buying Qin Zhu Zi. Now, I only have 98 stones left in my hand. People around him kept bidding to buy. I'll take 2 Jin of GXI and Chow. I'll take 10 Jin. But that still didn't affect his train of thought. Although I also need GXI and Chow, I should wait a bit. After all, there are more important things to do now. Arriving at a shop, Fan Yuan lifted the curtain and walked in. Inside the shop, there were many stones, of various sizes, displayed on the tables. Many people were also selecting. Fan Yuan glanced at the stones on the table. But his mind was still analyzing nonstop. Goo insects are very peculiar. Each different type has its own specific food. Without food, a goo insect can only persist for a certain period. After that it dies. But aside from this, it can also seal itself, falling into a deep sleep. But the ancient goo worm that fell into deep slumber mostly forms a layer of stone shell on the outside. This stone shell will grow thicker over time, turning into a solid rock. Fan Yuan picked up a stone, examining it with a thoughtful expression. However, this situation is very rare. Only a few goo worms in specific circumstances will seal themselves. Otherwise, the goo worms of the flower wine monk wouldn't have all died like this. Don't just observe everywhere in here with that thought. This place is the gambling stone field, specializing in bets. What's being bet on is fate. If a living goo worm emerges from the stone, at least you'll get rich. At most, you'll soar like a kite meeting the wind. Even the trajectory of your life could undergo a massive change. If I remember correctly, in the past life, a goo master was here, betting on a piece of earth sandstone for 500 primeval stones, and it was tonight. But now, that fate has been snatched away by me. From behind, someone spoke up to ask Fan Yuan, "Young master, may I ask which stone you wish to bet on?" Fan Yuan turned around to see a female employee. She looked toward the rows of tables and introduced, "On the left table, each stone costs 10 primeval stones. If this is your first try, you can go to the right table. Over there, each stone sells for 5 primeval stones. If you want excitement, you can go to the high-level table ahead. Those stones cost 20 primeval stones each." Fan Yuan pretended to close his eyes in thought and said, "I'll take a look first." Closing his eyes, he analyzed. 500 years is truly too long. I only vaguely remember that on the first night the caravan arrived that year, a lucky person spent 10 primeval stones to buy a purple glowing stone. He recalled the scene of that man from 500 years ago, when he bought the purple stone, and after cutting it open, he found a rare earth-type goo worm inside. Later, it was bought by someone else, earning him a considerable amount of primeval essence. He glanced at the stones on the table and analyzed them, sensing something. There were over 20 stones that met the conditions. With his capital, he could afford at most 9 stones, but after deducting living expenses, he could only buy 6. Fan Yuan held 2 different purple stones. He compared them, looking at the round stone. He thought this stone had a purple hue like stars, but it was flat and round like a cake. The inside couldn't possibly contain a rare earth-type goo worm. He looked at the flat purple stone. He thought this one had a brilliant purple color, but it was too small. If it really were a rare earth-type goo worm, it would have to be at least 3 times larger. He picked up another stone. This one was big enough, but its outer surface was too smooth and shiny. The stone shell of the earth-type goo worm is always bumpy and uneven. Obviously, it wasn't that. He recalled a past scene. In my past life, I also joined a merchant team. I once worked at a stone gambling field with colleagues. Later on, I even ran a medium-sized stone gambling field. I managed to trick quite a few gamblers. Holding the stone in his hand, he observed it and muttered to himself, "So I know this small stone gambling shop very well. Out of 10 stones, 9 are duds. Even if a stone contains a goo worm, most of them are already dead." Even though I know the inside story from 500 years ago, directly finding a stone with a goo worm is still very difficult, because after the goo worm is sealed, I have thwarted countless probing methods across the world. No matter what other tricks are used, they may not necessarily be top-secret techniques. If not, this trade would have vanished long ago. After selecting and aligning 6 stones on the table, Fan Yuan thought confidently, "I've prepared the 6 most suitable stones. Surely, the earthly treasure cauldron is among them." Pointing at the stones on the table, Fan Yuan said to the female clerk, "I'll buy these 6 stones." The female clerk replied, "That'll be 60 primeval stones in total." The clerk thought in surprise, Where did this generous young master come from? At first glance, he seemed like just an ordinary student. I never expected him to be so lavish. Seeing Fan Yuan take out a money pouch, the female clerk began to think, judging by his demeanor, he's probably an heir to some clan. If I follow him, I might not have to endure this hard life here anymore. She smiled and said, Young master, would you like to have the stones cut? I'd be happy to cut them for you for free. Fan Yuan picked up a stone and said, No need. Purple is my lucky color. This is my first time betting on stones, so it's significant. I want to cut them myself. The man in black heard this and said, Ha, this kid is so naive. The man in brown then added, Choosing by lucky color is one thing, but daring to cut the stones himself? Does he think he's a god? The crowd outside whispered, What a rich brat. This premium stone is quite valuable. Don't waste all that effort for nothing. It's the sweat and tears of my father. Fan Yuan remained calm, picking up the stone. In his hand, the stone emitted a faint glow. The female staff member watched the stone unsealing process with excitement. She praised, Young master, you're truly impressive. Others exclaimed in surprise, This is... Someone spoke up. This young man isn't the useless one after all. Not bad skill, that's right, using goo to grind the stone. It takes at least 2 or 3 years to master the goo worm technique, but this method of unsealing the stone is way too rough. Someone pointed and said, Look, that's the Moonlight Goo from the Guyu clan. So they're one of us. Suddenly, I think this kid isn't so bad. The stone was processed using the Moonlight Goo, so it was surrounded by a ring of light on the hand, then slowly crumbled into tiny fragments. Someone remarked, Still unreliable after all. This stone is completely solid inside. Another person chimed in. Still a clueless guy. The female staff member waved her hand to comfort him. It's okay, young master. You still have 5 more stones. The second stone also turned into fragments with nothing inside. The third stone was the same. The 2 onlookers from before continued to mock. Ha ha, forget it, stop watching. The other person laughed and said, Not necessarily, maybe he'll get lucky and find something by chance. The female staff member turned and shouted, Are you too annoying or what? Don't disturb the young master's unsealing. While everyone was still arguing, Vuong Yuan Lai Nin Cham Cham Veo Vien de Trente. Then, it seemed like he noticed something different in his eyes. Inside the stone, there appeared to be some small fragments. So, the onlookers began to question aloud. Is there something there? Could he really have stumbled upon a treasure by sheer luck? The female staff member anxiously spoke up to remind him. Young master, you must be careful next. Absolutely do not move too forcefully. The dormant goo worms are all extremely fragile. If you use too much force, you might accidentally kill the goo worm inside. The 2 spectators behind him widened their eyes in concentration, until both of them furrowed their brows. Ver la pequeña piedra en la palma de la mano de Fan Yuan. They sighed and said, So it's just a stone within a stone. It got my hopes up for nothing. I thought it was a real goo worm. The 2 people standing behind mocked. You guys are thinking too simply. In stone gambling, 9 out of 10 stones are empty. Otherwise, how would the merchants make money? The other person chimed in. That's right. Meanwhile, the female staff member tried to console him. Young master, don't mind those 2 fools. It's their first time seeing a stone within a stone. Even ordinary people haven't been able to do it. Fong Yuan simplement miró fijamente la última piedra sin decir nada. From inside the stone, a round shape appeared, though it wasn't clear yet. The 2 onlookers this time exclaimed, Ha! Could it really be a stone within a stone? The other person also said, You never know. Vuong Nguyen solo sanrio y penso en silencio, ha legado. Just as he was focusing on the stone, a voice spoke from behind. Young master, hold on a moment. I've already bought this stone of Kim Sin's. Lo siento, no puedo ayudar con eso. The people behind him also clasped their hands accordingly. Bowing respectfully, they greeted. Subordinates pay respects to the 2 young masters. The 2 nearby customers gossiped with each other. The 2 young masters saw that he was the one named Ra, the younger brother. Of the same father but different mother as Gu Fu, the leader of the trading team. So, he is the treasurer here. However, he is truly a reckless fool who doesn't know his place. A man wearing a red belt looked extremely noble. A mocking tone rang out from the younger brother. My brother is the treasurer of this shop. You're so young and already acting recklessly. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Then Ra, the treasurer of the thatched Chuang Ko Kim Sin shop, walked out leisurely with an arrogant demeanor, exuding the air of a young master. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want you to lose your capital. Ra will buy the stone in your hand for 40 spirit stones. What do you think? You must know that betting on stones carries a huge risk of loss. Vuong Nguyen tightly gripped the stone in his hand. Hearing the nonsense spewed by Kim Sin, he couldn't help but laugh. 40 spirit stones? He cast a sharp gaze, observing. With a keen and incisive tone, he retorted. It seems you want to force buy the petrified dirt in my hand. This is breaking the rules of the casino, and moreover, on this Mao Sun Mountain. Every word Fuang Wen said was cornering him. Right in front of everyone, are you trying to bully him? Ko Noyet, right in front of everyone. The people witnessing the incident, hearing this question from him, also felt uncomfortable. They shouted at Kim Sin, "Hey!" They angrily pressed closer to him. Their tones were full of frustration. "Is it true, co-treasurer?" Kim Sin, embarrassed, quickly waved his hands to mediate. "Little brother, you misunderstand. How could I destroy my own playground? How would I make a living in the future? I just found the stone in your hand interesting. I just wanted to buy it. If you won't sell, then forget it. If something happens later, don't say I didn't warn you." Fan Yuan heard this. He only let out a light, contemptuous "Humph." The stone in his hand had already transformed into a goo worm at some point. The people who had been chatting among themselves couldn't help but be shocked when they saw that sight. Their jaws dropped. Even Jin Xing gritted his teeth. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "There really is a goo worm." One of them admired, sighed in amazement. This young man has such good luck to be able to activate it, but was interrupted by another who reminded, "Don't be hasty. Whether it's a living goo or not is still uncertain." Fan Yuan paid them no mind. He focused on channeling spiritual power into the goo worm. The spiritual power gently enveloped the goo worm, penetrating inside it. The other onlookers watching also held their breath, following Fan Yuan's every move. Jin Xing was twice as nervous as them. Cold sweat was already streaming down his face. Meanwhile, he showed not a trace of fear. His eyes held absolute calmness. The spiritual power around the goo worm was gradually dissipating. The goo worm in Fan Yuan's hand, after being infused with spiritual power, slowly opened its eyes, let out a breath. The expressions on everyone's faces were all of extreme shock. They all opened their mouths, wanting to confirm what they had just seen once more. The ancient tomb had opened. Once it did, everyone regretted it. They scratched their heads and pulled their ears in frustration, unable to contain themselves. Why did that blind fool also get to pick an ancient tomb? Why don't I have that kind of luck? Damn it, I was about to choose that stone. On Kim Sang's side, his regret was 1,000 times greater than theirs. Se enfuricio y grito en su interior, sorprendido de que fuera do capemo. This is a rare second turn goo. I've suffered a huge loss. A massive loss. Kim Sang frowned, thinking of a way to handle the situation. He's just a student. If I had offered a few dozen more primeval stones, he would have handed it over to me. If I had offered 100 primeval stones, there's no way he wouldn't have been tempted. Why didn't I do that? But then he remembered something and grinned slyly. Maybe this brat doesn't even know what this thing is. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request. I can still force him to sell it back to me at a low price. Fan Yuan seemed to have read Kim Sang's mind. Y extendio el gusano de su mano, devolviendo el favorado capemo con fuerza. A rare second turn goo worm. It eats a pound of golden soil every meal. It's the main goo needed to refine the bronze treasure goo. Toad priced at 500 primeval stones. Kim Sang, do you want to buy it back or not? He never expected Fan Yuan to know so much detail. Shock was written all over his face, and his voice was panicked. You, how do you know so much? He didn't bother answering Kim Sang's question. He only said coldly, if you're not interested, forget it. I'm sure someone else will be willing to buy it. Someone else will be willing to buy it. He rubbed his hands together gently. He wanted to negotiate the price with Fan Yuan. Wait, I'll buy it, but can you lower the price a bit? He didn't bother to open his mouth to reply. He directly lifted the curtain and left. Seeing this, Jin Xing anxiously shouted to stop him. Don't go! I'll buy it! The other customers witnessing this all whispered among themselves, mocking him, saying that Jin Xing had set up many spy eyes at the stone gambling field. As long as someone was about to open a goo worm, he would force the price down to buy it. This time, he's probably furious. Behind him, Jin Xing was desperately trying to negotiate a purchase with Fan Yuan. After the transaction was completed, Fan Yuan carried a bag of primeval stones on his shoulder, turned around and left directly. He politely said, "Thank you for your patronage." Jin Xing behind him gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it! The girl who had just attended to Fan Yuan quickly asked, "Young master, aren't you going to open the last stone?" But he coldly lifted the curtain and left without any hesitation. Leaving her behind, she cried out in disappointment, "Hey!" Seeing that Fan Yuan didn't care about her, she frowned in annoyance. Looking at Jin Xing standing behind, he was also so frustrated he couldn't speak. The moonlight shone straight down onto a house. Fan Yuan held a white stone in his hand. It was emitting a gentle glow. Fan Yuan sat in quiet contemplation. Good thing it's a middle-grade primeval essence. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to continuously dissolve them. 5 stones now at 500 primeval stones. For now, I don't need to worry about this small expense. He recalled the image of the goo worm he had obtained today and analyzed it. Although I managed to open 2 ancient tombs, I don't plan to keep it. First, it's from Mao Mountain. All green and yellow soil. Its food is very hard to find. Second, with my strength alone, I can barely handle the expenses for 3 goo insects. Fan Yuan sat in meditation, calming his mind on his small bed. The air inside the room utterly silent. He was still deeply engrossed in his thoughts. Moreover, my current cultivation level is too low, making it easy for others to notice the large sum of money I carry. If I weren't at Mao Mountain, I would surely be killed and robbed by others. Fan Yuan picked up the stone in his hand, muttering, "One last purple stone," his expression unchanged, lost in deep thought. After channeling spiritual power into the stone, it immediately shattered in Fan Yuan's hand. He said calmly, "As expected, there's nothing." Fan Yuan pursed his lips and smiled lightly, unconcerned, saying, "It's fine, no matter. This stone powder is what I truly need for this operation." He rubbed his chin, his gaze distant and contemplative. Now it seems there's nothing left hidden at Mao Mountain. On the other hand, near White Bone Mountain, there's a righteous path inheritance for the 4th turn. But it requires 2 people to work together to pass the trial. For now, I haven't found a suitable partner. Fan Yuan folded his arms, silently pondering. Right, the Flower Child's tomb also has a relief wall. It's time to make my move. He smiled with a hint of mystery. He thought to himself, I'm sure this item can build a connection with the clan. Besides Mao Mountain, the 2 mountain strongholds will definitely be interested. The morning sky is clear and cool. Fan Yuan is quietly listening to the vendors say you're too late. The heart's grass has already been sold out. He sighs with a bit of disappointment. Still too late. Suddenly, Fan Yuan hears someone calling out for sale. Come and enjoy the fine wine of the mountain stronghold. The fine wine here surpasses 100 varieties, and there are also soft mushroom seats. He glances over there, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Fan Yuan doesn't say much and immediately enters that mountain stronghold. The staff inside the stronghold hands him a menu. Very respectfully, they say, "Welcome, honored guest, young master. Sir, what would you like to purchase?" Fan Yuan takes the menu and politely replies with an He looks around the stronghold and sees a set of mushroom-made tables and chairs. He silently evaluates them in his mind. Are these tables and chairs made from natural ancient mushroom herbs? I didn't expect this place to have such things. The staff in the stronghold bows and rubs their hands together. They kindly recommend to Fan Yuan, "How about trying our shop's horse monkey roasted? This roasted dish is the shop's specialty." He looks at the menu and doesn't object, replying, "Then let's try it." The staff member happily rushes off to prepare the horse monkey roasted. "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." He uses an ancient vessel to hold the horse monkey roasted. The staff member places their hand on it to activate it. The horse monkey roasted inside is immediately poured into a cup. The staff member sets the cup of wine down on the table. Respectfully invites Fan Yuan, "Please enjoy." Without saying much, he immediately took out his goo worm. The staff member saw the goo worm of Fan Yuan and was shocked, his mouth wide open. He watched his goo worm crawl into the cup of Ma Ho Xiao Zi and exclaimed, "It's a death goo." The staff member excitedly observed the death goo, constantly pleading, "Young master, I don't know if you'd be willing to part with your death goo? I've been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. I am a first-turn goo master. The death goo is a true treasure to me. It can help me advance to a minor realm." Fan Yuan placed money on the table and decisively refused. "This is for the drinks." The staff member anxiously tried to stop him. "Young master, please wait. I am very sincere. Let's negotiate." Fan Yuan paid no attention. He quickly left, following the echoing calls of the man. "Young master," the staff member sighed in disappointment. That evening, the moonlight cast its glow upon the ground. Fan Yuan stood with his arms crossed to one side, listening to the conversations around him. The caravan usually trades for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the 2nd night. Tomorrow morning, the caravan will set off. If you want to buy anything, you must seize the opportunity. I heard last night a young man got a sea rabbit. He made 500 primeval stones from it. No way, really or fake? Why would I lie to you? He pondered deeply. There hasn't been any rumor about the death goo, so he let it go. After all, this thing is only important to first-turn goo masters. It's very normal that no one pays attention to him. Fan Yuan looked at the passengers coming and going. In his heart, he thought that the plan to kill the goo worms couldn't be hidden even if he tried. If he really wanted to keep this secret, he had to take the initiative. However, he couldn't overdo it either. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting loudly, "Come and see this merchant with a dark heart. He dares to sell fake goo to our clan members." The crowd, hearing this, also buzzed with indignation. "Huh, I can't believe this happened. Let's go see which merchant dares to cheat our clan members." A man stood in the middle of the crowd, furious. He pointed his finger at Jin Xing's face and complained to everyone. "Everyone, this guy sold me a fake Black Death goo yesterday. He cheated me out of 250 primeval stones. When I got home, I just refined it and found out it was just an ordinary bug." Despite being pointed at directly, Jin Xing still arrogantly retorted, "You're spouting nonsense. When did I say this was a Black Death goo? Do you have any proof?" The man, provoked by Jin Xing, angrily grabbed his hand and yelled, "You still dare to deny it? On Qingmao Mountain? Cheating the Guyu clan? Do you want to die?" Jin Xing, unafraid, rudely shouted, "Let go! It's not clear who's the cunning one cheating for money, big brother. My big brother is a rank 4 goo master. What can you do to me?" The man gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. He blurted out, "You!" Jin Xing, even more despicable, taunted back, "It's your own greed for a bargain. You didn't even bother to think carefully." Jin Xing arrogantly argued with him, "The Black Death goo can enhance a goo master's strength when it's still at its foundation, more precious than corpse worms. The market price is 600 primeval stones. With that little money of yours, you want to buy it?" The crowd hearing these words of his felt indignant. Mocking this brat is truly despicable. He's indeed a cunning one, though his cultivation is only at the first turn. But his brother is Gu Fu, we can't afford to provoke him. He's just a half-brother from the same father but different mother, relying on this relationship to throw his weight around. Suddenly a calm voice rang out. "What happened?" The crowd immediately recognized the owner of the voice, and shouted to each other, "It's Lord Gu Fu. Everyone step aside, the leader is here to settle the dispute." The man who had clashed with Jin Xing quickly bowed down, clasping his hands in salute to Lord Gu Fu. "Greetings," Gu Fu replied amiably to him. "Greetings, young Gu master, is there a problem?" Jin Xing saw Gu Fu and nervously let out an The man hesitantly recounted the whole incident to him. It was like this. Fan Yuan stood by witnessing everything. He remained silent as if pondering something. After hearing the account, Gu Fu turned to ask again, "Jin Sheng brother, is this true?" He didn't bother to answer, turning his head away in disgust. Gu Fu immediately got the answer from Jin Xing's actions. He then clasped his two hands before his chest and bowed to apologize to the man. I understand. This matter is entirely my brother's fault, causing this young master to suffer a loss. Truly sorry." The man awkwardly waved his hand, saying, "Lord Gu Fu, you are a fourth turn, while I am merely a second turn. I dare not accept, Gu Fu said with a friendly smile. "This matter has nothing to do with cultivation level. I have always judged by the deed, not the person. Wrong is wrong. On behalf of the merchant team, I apologize to you, young master. We will compensate you double for the loss." He didn't forget to warmly offer his advice to him. "But young brother, I, as an old master, also want to give you a piece of advice. Don't go for cheap things anymore. Although the black bone goo is only a first transmission, it is still valuable and hard to find. Trying to buy it with just 200 primeval stones is truly wishful thinking." The man listened and bowed respectfully. "Senior, I am willing to learn," he said. After the matter was resolved peacefully, the crowd enthusiastically praised Lord Gu Fu for his wisdom and fairness. "Truly worthy of Lord Gu Fu," he cheerfully and politely replied. "Not at all, not at all." Gu Fu then spoke up, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding with the crowd. "Gu, our business has always been based on trust, brother. My younger brother is just young and ignorant, fond of teasing others. He truly meant no harm." Jin Xing, upon hearing these words, frowned in annoyance. Meanwhile, Gu Fu was still passionately delivering his apology speech to the crowd. "If there is any offense, I ask everyone to be generous and forgive us." The crowd happily chimed in with their replies. "Lord Gu Fu, you are too kind." Jin Xing was already very irritated. Unable to bear it any longer, he let out a humph, then turned around and left. Fan Yuan stood hidden among the crowd, silently watching him. He looked at Kim Sin, who was angrily lost in thought. In his heart, he discovered a hidden card, NT0. It seemed that the painting left by Hoa Tu Han could finally be used. That evening at the tavern, Kim Sin's furious voice rang out, "Wine! Wine! Hurry up and bring it to me." He slammed his wine glass on the table and said arrogantly, "What? Afraid that I, the young master, can't pay?" The terrified waiter stammered, No, sir. The wine is here." Kim Sin drank gloomily, gulping down one cup after another. He sighed in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Good wine! Bring me another cup! Don't hold back, bring it all out." Kim Sin gritted his teeth and thought hatefully. That damn Gu Fu! Everything that happened earlier was all his scheme from start to finish. He calculated that I would definitely put in a lot of effort for the family. He recalled his own weak and pathetic image, and grew even more irritated. I am the youngest among my brothers. My talent is also the lowest and worst. Yet, because I look the most like my father, I am his favorite. So, I have been despised by my older brothers since childhood. Kim Sin thought of his elderly father lying on his sickbed, and became even more sorrowful. This time, father is about to leave this world. To divide the inheritance, every 2 brothers will receive 1 final trade caravan. The inheritance will be divided based on each person's achievements. He sighed dejectedly and thought to himself, I had calculated everything so carefully. I was going to use my own method to gain the family's recognition and take the inheritance. But now I'm being suppressed by that damned Gu Fu. The gap between the 1st and 4th transitions is too great. I simply have no way to resist. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded beside my ear. Kim Sheng, you want to deal with Big Brother? I can help you. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Immediately recognizing Fan Yuan, he exclaimed, It's you! Kim Sheng sneered sarcastically. Kid, I remember you now. What are you doing here? Come to mock me, huh? He wasn't angry at all, but instead calmly sat down beside him. He said, I have a big business deal. If you want to get most of the inheritance, why not hear me out? Kim Sheng frowned suspiciously. He asked, How do you know about the inheritance? Fan Yuan coldly retorted, extremely logically. The Gu family's affairs are no secret. How could they be hidden from the people of this world? He thought for a moment and also found it reasonable, indeed. After all, there are no walls in this world that can keep the wind out. But could this be another trap set by Gu Fu? Kim Sheng cautiously asked. Let's go somewhere else to discuss this, but he replied indifferently. No need. This place is too noisy. Let's avoid being overheard about the Gu worms. Just lean your ear over here. He did as Fan Yuan said and leaned his ear close to him. He then took the opportunity to tell Kim Sheng about this big business deal. After hearing it, he found it very hard to accept. He became even more suspicious of the truthfulness of the matter. This business deal involved all 3 major bandit camps of Qingmao Mountain. The worst thing for our business is getting involved in places with internal conflicts. Internal power struggles. I see that you were sent by Gu Fu to harm me. Isn't that right? Fan Yuan said with a cryptic smile. Without forcing Jin Xing, he directly turned and left. If that's the case, then I'll go find your boss to discuss matters. Seeing this, he hurriedly stood up and chased after him. Don't go, we can talk slowly. The waiter in the tavern watched the 2 of them with a deep, thoughtful gaze. After luring Jin Sheng out with him, Fan Yuan finally spoke. I know you have doubts in your heart, but now you're completely suppressed by Gu Fu. You have no chance of winning anymore. If you trust me, there's still a glimmer of hope. It just depends on whether you dare to take a gamble. He folded his arms and pondered silently, while waiting for his answer. I truly didn't misjudge you, Jin Xing. You're not entirely just a rich young master. After all, you still have a family background. It seems I can take advantage of this for a long time. Although Jin Xing still had doubts, he still agreed with Fan Yuan. Fine. Whether this is a trap or not, I'm jumping in anyway. 2,000 primeval stones, but I want to see the goods first. He didn't refuse and turned to lead the way. Alright, follow me. In a dark cave, he groped his way, sticking close to Fan Yuan. With doubts in his heart, he asked directly, I have a question. Gu Fu has always been honest, friendly, and trustworthy to people, while I'm a cunning cheat who forces sales. Why did you choose me for this deal instead of him? He didn't hide anything and answered frankly, because his cultivation level is too high, impossible to control. Besides, I don't believe in so-called credibility either. Fan Yuan sharply stated his thoughts. What is called credibility is all garbage, only because the benefits are too small. It's not enough to stir one's inner self. Jin Sini smiled, perfectly in tune with his answer. You finally said something that pleases me. Fan Yuan also smiled, revealing his true thoughts in his heart. What's more important is your special status. Low cultivation and weakness make you easier to manipulate. After walking a stretch of road, he finally spoke up. We've arrived. When Jin Xing saw the item that was to be traded with him, he excitedly cried out, a threatening voice ringing from within. Try it if you dare, along with a pleading tone full of fear. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. I only beg you to spare my life, flower. Great traveler, sir. He was extremely excited, repeatedly saying, I was right. You didn't deceive me. It seems I really have a chance to overthrow Fu. Jin Xing smiled sheepishly, hinting meaningfully. Well, it seems your 4 generations of ancestors weren't much either. A terrified scream rang out from inside again. Sir, please spare my worthless life. Fan Yuan didn't care, saying, "It's nothing at all." He coldly retorted to him, "Yu's clan needs a hero. So all 4 generations became heroes. My family village needs a despicable villain. So all 4 generations became villains. What is called a hero, or a villain, is just their perspective." Jin Xing was very pleased with Fan Yuan's words. He praised with great delight, saying this was well spoken. Kim Xing showed a regretful expression and said, "But what a pity for a 5th-turn powerhouse, old brother. You must have gotten quite a few good things from him, right?" He glanced at him and then replied, "It's been a long time. Many goo insects have already died. I only obtained 1 goo worm." But Kim Xing didn't believe him and immediately refuted. "Old brother, don't fool me." He rubbed his hands together. A sly look appeared on his face, and his tone became more tactful. "This deal, as long as it succeeds, we'll be partners. I definitely won't betray you. Tell me honestly, how much profit is there in the end?" But Fan Yuan remained resolutely silent. Since he didn't speak, Kim Xing didn't press him further. He turned serious and revealed what he knew. "As for other things, I don't know. The Flower Traveler has a mount called the Earth Wolf Boar. It's a 5th-turn, massive in size. It excels at burrowing underground. It can continuously evade the nets and encirclements of the Earthmen. That's because it's the Earth Wolf Boar." Fan Yuan frowned and asked in doubt, "Oh, is that so?" Kim Xing placed his hand on the stone wall and calmly explained to him, "Last year, I came to your stronghold and heard this legend. I found it very interesting. So I went home and did some digging. It and the Flower Traveler are inseparable, in my opinion. This cave is exactly the place that opens a path for the Earth Wolf Boar. If not, Mao Shan would all be fertile land with lush green grass. Why did this secret cave suddenly appear?" He sighed and tried to persuade Fan Yuan, saying, "Old brother, don't hide it from me anymore. The Flower Traveler died here. There must be a clue to his whereabouts." His voice trembled. He pondered deeply and slowly voiced his speculation. "Not wrong, you make a lot of sense. But in the image, the Flower Traveler never called it out. It could also be that he was schemed against and surrounded by someone from 4 lifetimes ago." Jin Xing crossed his arms in frustration and said, "Then this matter is even stranger." Suddenly, a sound rang out. What's going on? Why has it gone pitch black?" When he saw what was above, his mouth dropped open in shock. The screen changed. An image of a human body covered in overlapping wounds. A loud laugh echoed out. The tattered clothes were clearly visible on the screen. The image of the Flower Traveler, smiling mysteriously, leaning against the wall. He was struggling to speak his final words. "My successor is the Flower Traveler. No matter who you are right now, you are my successor." Fan Yuan and Jin Xing, upon hearing what the Flower Traveler said, were both very surprised. "The inheritance of a 5th-turn powerhouse, the Flower Traveler," he gaped, thinking to himself. "Oh my god, this tiny Mao Shan unexpectedly holds the legacy of a 5th-turn ancient master. 3rd turn is an elder, 4th turn is already a mountain chief. So if it's 5th turn, isn't that the Flower Traveler?" The apparition spoke up once more. "It can bring my image back for nearly 100 days. Enough to prove you have no feelings for goo. You, very well, I will leave all my legacy to you. But I have one condition." He laughed loudly, his face twisted and terrifying, his voice hoarse. "You must destroy the entire Guyu clan for me. Annihilate the village, leave no one alive." Jin Xing was now a bit shaken. Greed had clouded his eyes, and he thought to himself, "That's right, the Flower Traveler is a demonic goo master. If I inherit his power, do I really have to do this?" He gritted his teeth, swept away by his own thoughts. "Power has nothing to do with good or evil. He's dead anyway. I just need to ignore these things. This is a great opportunity. I'm only a ding rank. But after inheriting, I can fight against goo." Fu, only then did Jin Xing realize something. "Wait, I almost forgot there's another person. What to do? Do I have to share with him?" He then felt a murderous intent, his eyes bloodshot. His mind was full of unrighteous thoughts. No. This is my opportunity. I absolutely won't share it with anyone else. Then I have to kill him. Just kill him, and the inheritance is mine. He laughed savagely. I must control him first, trick him into sharing. Then, when he's off guard, kill him. This place is perfect. Even if I kill him, no one will know. Let's do it. Jin Xing forced a stiff smile and turned to him. Fan Yuan, old brother, we haven't finished speaking yet. He opened his eyes wide in shock. A single slash cut a diagonal line across his face. Blood gushed out like a spring, and he stammered. But then he lost his balance, and collapsed to the ground, meeting his end. Fan Yuan, with a cold expression and deep, pitch-black eyes. He sneered, "If you kill, just kill. Why overthink it?" Suddenly, he felt amused. He didn't expect such a turn of events. How interesting. Outside, it was raining heavily. The people working below kept shouting to each other in the rain. The rain's too heavy, be careful. Don't lose your way on the road. Goo masters, control your goo insects well. They gritted their teeth in frustration at this wretched weather. You mortals, maintain your dignity or else something will come to settle the score with you. The children waved their hands, seeing off the group disappearing behind the mountain. See you next year. We must definitely go there next year. Uncle Yu stood behind the window frame, on the upper floor of the house. His gaze distant, he softly said, The path of life is dangerous. Next year, when they can come to the mountain village, I wonder how many familiar faces will remain. He pondered for a moment, his tone noticeably deepening. Whether it's doing business or living in the mountain village, nothing in this life is easy. Fan Yuan stood under an umbrella in the rain, watching their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What beautiful weather! He raised his hand to catch the falling raindrops, thinking to himself that the rain was this heavy. It would wash away the air, making it hard to trace any evidence of the method. Yet there was a small waterfall over by the rocky crevice. The matter of Gu Jinxing would not be exposed in a short time. Fan Yuan's face grew serious. His mind kept churning out one thought after another. Although Gu Jinxing was weak, his status was special. Right now, the merchant team was busy and frantic, still unaware of his disappearance. But before long, Gu Fu would definitely come back to investigate. That would be the real challenge. He pondered the head of the Gu family. Arranging for Gu Jinxing and Gu Fu to jointly manage the merchant team was precisely to strike at Gu Jinxing, making him see the truth clearly, so that from now on, he would live out his days in peace. At the same time, it tested Gu Fu's character, if he would even compete against his own brother without mercy. Then how could he be given the position of family head? Fan Yuan gently closed his eyes. Gu Jinxing didn't understand his father's heartfelt intentions, though he had some wit. He had only trained a little in the basics. It was a pity for a good pawn, if he could be controlled. There would be many uses for him later. To him, life was like a chessboard. Through him, he could establish a line for disposing of evidence, to prepare for future killings and robberies. He could stand behind and use him to provoke the three major mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain and Ba Mountain into civil war. Fan Yuan slightly turned his head in another direction. He could also use him to infiltrate the Gu family's inner circle. Later, the Gu family would descend into great chaos due to disputes over inheritance. If he could attend, he would surely gain many benefits. However, at that time, he had no choice. He could only blame your bad luck. He walked away, but though his calculations successfully erased the traces, the aftermath left behind was extensive. It seemed that secret cave, for now, could not be visited. Soon, an investigation would be launched. But that was fine too. He could use this time to break through to the middle stage. That way, when inheriting the Huazi legacy, he would be more confident. Even though the demonic path inheritance was not gentle. Fan Yuan then revealed a faint, eerie smile. The world was unpredictable, but that was what made it interesting. Then, holding an umbrella, he walked off into the rain. He spoke, Gu Jinxin, I really don't want to kill you. 4 days later, at the martial arena, Fan Zheng and Fan Yuan were fighting on the stage. The crowd below cheered endlessly. Go for it, Fan Zheng, defeat him. But the moment he let his guard down, he was kicked in the stomach. His whole body was flung backward. The onlookers rushed to catch him. Gu Yu Fangjing has been knocked off the stage. Gu Yu Fan Yuan has won 33 consecutive matches. Fangjing, still refusing to admit defeat, gritted his teeth. How despicable! Big brother, I can still. But right after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing him cough incessantly, he said, Little brother, you should first heal your own internal injuries. Witnessing this, they were horrified. A healing Gu master like Fangjing was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How terrifying, even to his own blood brother. He is this ruthless. I don't want to fight him. Quan Kwok gently sat down beside him, reassuring Fuang Qin. This little wound is nothing to worry about. After treatment, a few days of rest will be enough. Just stop practicing during these days and avoid strenuous activity. Fuang Qin gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! This match is over. Quan Kwok loudly called for the next person among the disciples. Everyone's faces gradually turned pale, showing fear. The space was dead silent at that moment. No one dared to speak up to fight Fuang Nguyen next. He flew into a rage and roared. Next, where are the people? Thinking to himself, the family elder said it. These days, Fuang Nguyen has been too arrogant. He must be suppressed. Otherwise, all the disciples will be crushed. They won't even be able to lift their heads, and in the long run, they'll become weak cowards. Quan Kwok chose to provoke the crowd. What's wrong? Already scared? He's not some three-headed, six-armed monster. Show me your courage. Let me see the pride of the Noyet family within you. The disciples below not only didn't respond but timidly replied. But he's really too strong. We simply can't beat him. Even Fuang Qin at the Jia rank is no match for him. Hearing this, he grew even angrier. You ignorant fools! Fuang Wen's stamina is strong, so he keeps fighting nonstop. If a few of you attack together, you can definitely defeat him. Quan Kwok continued to rally. Defeating yourself is the real challenge. It's not that the enemy is strong, but that our hearts are weak. He's already fought over 30 matches. Just try your best. You will surely succeed. The disciples listened repeatedly. It seems there is no trust left. Master, you've said that several times already. Do you think we're fools, you bastard? Seeing he couldn't boost their morale, he turned to blame Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you're wrong too. Even in sparring, you should show some restraint. Beating someone until they cough up blood, I'll rule you lose. Yet he remained very calm. He even smiled and retorted. Master, you're wrong. He calmly explained. Sparring and training naturally require full force. Otherwise, how can it be effective for improvement? Should we also be gentle and benevolent to our enemies in actual combat? You bastard! Quan Jiao was still agitated, shouting curses. You injured a classmate with a vicious move, and you think you're in the right? Fan Yuan retorted again. Master, you're wrong. He put on a serious face and spoke. It was you who arranged this sparring match, and you offered a high reward of 20 primeval stones. Without your encouragement, would these people have been injured? He was enraged by the words. You bastard, do you still want the reward or not? Stop quibbling with me. I'll just rule you lose. Fan Yuan didn't bother to yield. He turned and walked away, indifferent. It's just a win or loss. Only 20 primeval stones. Do you think I'm lacking them? Quan Jiao was speechless, only stammering. The students below witnessed the heated argument. Between the two, they buzzed with discussion. Fan Yuan really gave up. Even the master can't do anything to him. If I had known, I should have fought later too. Without his presence, the crowd became much more enthusiastic. Me next! Who knew that on Fan Yuan's side, he was panting heavily, his stamina completely drained. Many times, his hands trembled uncontrollably as he thought. Experience isn't everything after all. Even with abundant combat experience from his past life, his body is still only 15 years old. Continuous fighting has pushed his body to its limits. Then he noticed the presence of Elder Yu above, and he silently understood many things. However, this was also within his expectations. The old man wanted to use him to defeat the darkness within them. Once he lost, the invincible image he had built would crumble. At the same time, this would also awaken their fighting spirit. It would further forge their unyielding will to fight. The thought just flashed through his mind, they want to see me defeated. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and said to himself, but I need this threat. This makes it easier for me to act and earn primeval stones. Therefore, the true purpose of this battle is to maintain my threatening presence, and this fight is just the beginning. I'll have to keep an eye on Elder Jia's actions from now on. The old man looked down from above, silently remarking that this kid was truly cunning. His eyes never stopped observing the scene below. He clearly understood the school rules but never broke them. Although he often sleeps in class, once called upon, his answers are always excellent. It's truly difficult to suppress him. He frowned, his thoughts tightly bound in his mind. As an elder of the school, a shining example of discipline, it is my belief that other students are 10 times more different. Fan Yuan, I have met you now, but I have never encountered a student who disgusts me this much. I had long since calmed my mind and treated everyone equally. Yet now, facing this Fan Yuan, why can I not manage him? Suddenly, Master, you realize something. I know now, this brat Fan Yuan. His bones hide in arrogance. I have always been able to forgive stubborn students. That is because they know fear. But Fan Yuan shows no fear at all, as if from childhood to adulthood. He has never held any respect for his master in his eyes. He stared intently at the one who showed no reverence for the clan. Even if he grows up, how could he be useful to the clan? This person, once he appears, must be suppressed. Otherwise, others will follow suit, and the school cannot be managed. These thoughts kept flowing endlessly in Master Yu's mind. But without this pawn, I cannot deliberately cause trouble like a thug. It seems to suppress Fan Yuan. I must wait for other students to advance to the middle stage first, then soothe the existing anxiety a bit. However, there is no need to worry too much. Fan Yuan is still young. He can be taught slowly. He will need resources, so he will compete for positions and rewards. Over time, he will also become bound by those things. Then there is no fear of him escaping the clan's control. The master's face clearly showed his smugness. The carrot and stick, once you fall into the system, No one can hope to escape. This is the power of the system. This is the power of the rules. He stared straight at Fan Yuan below. And you are just a 15-year-old kid. At night, the crescent moon illuminated a vast expanse of the sky. Mo Nian stepped forward from behind to ask Mo Bei how he was doing. Little brother, I heard you got injured today. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, Sister, if you're afraid I'll be traumatized, then you're overthinking it. She immediately smiled and rubbed the other's head. Of course not, you are the future ruler of our Mo family. How could you be scared by such a small wound? Mo Bei chuckled smugly. I know you care about me, sister. But from now on, don't pat my head like that anymore. I'm grown up now. He returned to a serious expression and recounted. He had discovered his own major breakthrough. Although I lost again this time. During the fight, I managed to hear the breathing of that Fan Yuan guy. He's definitely not as strong as many people imagine. One day, I will defeat him fair and square. Mo Nian heard this and praised him endlessly with joy. Well done! You truly are a fine son of the Mo family, but you're injured now. For the next few days, don't practice your fist and foot techniques for now. He was extremely determined, clenching his fist tightly and saying, By the way, I'll use these days to rest my body, and prepare to break through to the middle stage. First, I'll become the class leader to suppress his prestige. Let him know that the most important thing in cultivation is still talent. Mo Nian turned around and said, If you think that way, then I'm relieved, sister. Sister, before you were just the vice monitor. If I become the class president, it can make up for your regret. But Bei immediately said firmly, with a tone as solid as a nail driven into a post. Rest assured, sister, I will definitely become the class president. At that time, at the Qi family, Qi Lian was transferring his inner energy to Qi Cheng. His hand, placed in front of Qi Cheng's abdomen, slowly withdrew his power. Then he took a breath to regulate his energy flow. Qi Cheng bowed gratefully and thanked his grandfather. Every 3 days you transfer your true essence to me, making you work hard. Qi Lian replied, There's no other way. Your talent is only grade C. Relying solely on yourself to advance would take too long. That would easily expose you. Although this method is dangerous, it cannot be avoided. He sighed and continued, Although this method is effective, it has a major side effect. My silver true essence is a different strain for you. The true essence inside you has already been tainted by my aura. The more of this different strain you have, the less pure your filial energy becomes. As a result, the space you can manipulate will shrink more and more. Qi Cheng was extremely worried upon hearing this and quickly said, Grandfather, for the future of Qi Cheng, your grandson, I am willing to sacrifice my own prospects. Qi Lian stroked his beard and calmly said, It's good that you think that way. However, fate often leaves a glimmer of hope. If you can find the pure water ancient well in the future, you can refine your filial energy and remove the different strain. He was astonished. Really? He smiled and said, Moreover, your grandfather has used his connections. He went to buy goo worms for his grandson. These goo worms can help a goo master refine their true essence. Without any side effects, their nurturing effect is very high. He heard this and marveled. Crimson Refinement warned, but these goo worms are very hard to find. Legend says only a few goo worms exist. That can change a goo master's talent. But even his grandfather, in over half a lifetime, has never seen one. I hope you get this opportunity. Crimson City was extremely grateful and thanked him profusely. His grandfather, exhausted, shifted the scene to a dark room. Fan Jing was training, his hands gripping 2 hard stones tightly. Suddenly, they crumbled into powder, then fell through the gaps between his fingers. He gently opened his eyes and let out a breath after putting in the effort to cultivate. Then he slightly turned his head to look at the weather outside the window. Time in cultivation always passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Fan Jing was very satisfied with his own efforts. Although he was a bit short on primeval stones. But my talent is of the A grade, I have a feeling. In 3 to 4 days, I will definitely advance to the middle stage. His hand clenched tightly, like his own determination. Although my fist and foot skills are not as good as yours, in terms of cultivation, you are absolutely no match for me. My true essence recovery rate is twice that of Big Brother. Even if he has many primeval stones, he absolutely cannot be faster than me. Fan Deng's gaze became more determined than ever. Big Brother, this time I will show you the power of A-grade talent. The scene shifted to another room. Fan Yuan sat inside. His entire being seemed to glow in the night, as if he was almost there. He smiled confidently and said, just a little more. Tonight, he would step into the middle stage. If anyone disturbed him, there was a high chance he would fail. He had to take advantage of the quiet night to make a breakthrough. So, Fan Yuan closed his eyes tightly, focusing completely. Inside his mind, a stream of bright jade-green water was churning violently. It shot straight up to the highest point. Then, like tornadoes, it twisted and coiled around. Higher still, it struck directly at the boundary on the left. Then it struck to the right. Finally, it became as calm as a mirror, and a beam of light radiated in all directions. Then, all of it crystallized into a small, glowing blue gem. Fan Yuan opened his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth blurring with satisfaction. He thought to himself, success. He had reached the middle stage. A ray of sunlight hit him, making him squint in discomfort. Then he realized it was already afternoon. Suddenly, two people violently kicked the door open and burst in. They shouted, "Fan Yuan!" He frowned in annoyance, glaring at them with bullet-like eyes. Those people held wooden swords in their hands. With an arrogant tone, they questioned him. "You deliberately skipped class? How dare you be so audacious? The academy master is looking for you. Come with us to the classroom. Right now your absence is causing a huge uproar. Fan Yuan dares not to come to class today? He's too arrogant. He's too bold. Today is the lesson of the old master himself." They sneered that the old master had already sent the school guards to find him. "Looks like Fan Yuan is about to get unlucky," the instructor thought with a smug expression. "Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan. Yesterday, I was still worried about not catching your weakness. But today, you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. After all, he's just a 15-year-old brat. Looks like I still overestimated you." Outside, a blood-soaked footstep was stepping inside. The instructor was smug. In an instant, he had already thought of a punishment. "Fan Yuan has arrived. In a moment, punish him by making him stand outside the door for 3 hours. To dampen his spirit." The students below were no different. They were eagerly watching the drama unfold. "The old master is very angry. There's going to be a good show later." Fan Jing, however, thought very seriously. "Brother, this is your challenge to the authority of the old master. Whatever punishment you receive, it's all your own doing." Outside, there was a soft knock on the door. Those inside were already excited to the point of madness. "He's here." One person couldn't wait any longer and stood up, intending to go out. "I'll open the door." His hand touched the door. Slowly, he opened the door. With a gleeful expression, he said, "Fan Yuan, you're in for bad luck." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. As if seeing something terrifying, he let out a piercing scream. It caught everyone's attention in the room. Then he fell backward, only able to scream and crawl away. Everyone inside wondered, "What's going on? What has happened?" Outside, a hand covered in dark red blood touched the door to push it open. Standing before it was a male figure. His hand tightly gripped the corpse of someone who had died. The group of trainees, upon seeing that scene, all froze in place. Their eyes widened in utter horror. It turned out to be Fan Yuan. His body was covered in fresh blood. In his hand, he was also dragging a mangled corpse. His gaze was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. A murderous aura radiated from him, enough to make even ghosts and demons tread carefully. The female trainee screamed in fear. "Murder! He's killed someone! What on earth is going on here? It's a guard, one of the family guards. Elder, Fan Yuan has killed someone again." The elder's face went stiff for a moment, then he clenched his teeth in fury. He pointed a finger straight at him and shouted, "Fan Yuan, what is the meaning of this? You must explain yourself clearly to me. Otherwise, based solely on your indiscriminate slaughter of a guard, I will punish you according to the clan rules." Fan Yuan just stared intently at them, remaining silent. He let go of the person in his hand. Then, he respectfully clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and spoke up. "Elder, this junior indeed has something to report." The elder also calmed down. "Speak." He thought to himself, "Fan Yuan, once you make a mistake, you'll only make bigger ones. The mistakes will grow larger and larger. I'm eager to see how you explain this." So, Fan Yuan began his story. Reporting to the elder, these two guards were determined to harm others with the intent to kill. As everyone knows, a Gu master in cultivation cannot tolerate being disturbed. Especially at higher realms, one cannot afford even the slightest negligence. Not only would it lead to failure, but it would also damage the apertures. He pointed toward the corpse outside and continued speaking. But they, right as I was about to ascend to the middle stage, broke through the door and barged in. Luckily, my luck was still good. By the time they rushed in, I had already advanced to the middle stage. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. He frowned and continued, "But these two not only refused to admit their fault, they even shouted and wanted to make a move against me. Not only did they curse my ancestors, they also lied, claiming that this disturbance of my cultivation was the order of the Elder Lord." The students vehemently denied it. But these two were highly skilled in martial arts. The students had to fight a bloody battle to defeat them. However, seeing that they were school guards, the students couldn't bring themselves to be ruthless. So they only inflicted severe injuries. After finishing his account, Fan Yuan once again bowed his head and spoke. This is what happened. I beg the Elder Lord to uphold justice for the students. The group of students below fell silent. Astonishment was clearly written on their faces. The Moon Master's side was no different. Then they buzzed with chatter. What did he just say? He's already advanced to the middle stage? They adamantly refused to believe it, shouting and mocking him. How could it be? A useless piece of trash with a C-grade aptitude like him is the first to advance to the middle stage? He must be lying. He's afraid of being punished by the school, so he's making it up. That's right, it must be. The Moon Master's side sternly said to him. He said you have already advanced to the middle grade of the first tier. This statement cannot be made lightly. If you intend to lie to cover up, then the mistake will only grow worse. Fan Yuan spread his hands out to his sides, then spoke up, asking the elder to check. The elder hesitated a bit, but eventually stepped forward, placing his hand on the youth's abdomen to test his strength. The space seemed to freeze, with no one saying a word to anyone else. Suddenly, the elder's expression turned to shock, even breaking out in a cold sweat. The Moon Master was astonished after the examination. Fan Yuan's strength was at the water vein level. He couldn't believe he had actually reached the middle grade. How could this be? The group of curious students asked question after question. What's the result? Is it fake, right? The elder's face grew stern, somewhat unwilling to accept it. But he still had to say, it truly is the middle grade. They shouted in shock. What? No way. How could it be? He's only a C rank. Even Fang Jing was left gaping, thinking to himself. How is this possible? Impossible. Elder, you weren't tricked, were you? How could he have done that? The Moon Master asked Fan Yuan sternly. I hope you can explain a bit. How did you manage to reach the middle grade? He just let out a sneer. Then calmly replied, Heaven rewards the diligent. I, as a student, worked hard and trained relentlessly, toiling day and night. That's why I achieved this. The students refused to accept it. He only pointed at him to scold him. If I had achieved that through hard work, I would have been first long ago. Before the match, I saw him strolling around with some merchants. The master on this side probed. Not lying. Fan Yuan wasn't afraid of anyone and just smiled, replying as firmly as a nail driven into a post. Naturally, the two stood staring at each other for a long while. At this moment, he wanted to use his gaze to force him to tell the truth, but the result was utterly futile. This kid showed no fear at all. How can I force him to confess? But with his C-grade talent, advancing so quickly, he must have a secret. However, if he won't speak, with my status, I shouldn't force an interrogation. It seems I can only investigate secretly. Fan Yuan on this side spoke up, feigning fear. Elder, how do you plan to handle these two guards? These two have lost too much blood. If not saved now, they might die. He heard him say that hypocritical pity and grew annoyed. Do you even know what fear is in your heart? But then he had to go along with it, saying, These two guards won't die. I'll send someone to treat them. As for you. Just as he said this, the master paused. He thought to himself, damn it, this kid is really hard to handle. Originally, in my plan, Fan Yuan would drop out of school, then beat the guards, disobey the master, and be arrogant and conceited. According to the rules, he would be locked in the clan prison to reflect and admit his mistakes. But after Fan Yuan reached the middle stage, everything changed completely. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at him from behind, then muttered to himself. Because of his cultivation, he had no choice but to take a leave of absence and kill the guards. There were reasons for all of this. More importantly, he had successfully become the first person in this cohort to advance to the mid-grade. That was the key point. How on earth did he manage to advance to the mid-grade so quickly? This secret will not be mentioned for now. The problem is that I cannot use any punishment against him. He paced back and forth, drowning in the chaotic mess of his thoughts. The academy is meant to nurture talent. If I suppress an outstanding student, that would be my dereliction of duty. And I cannot even make this matter fair. Even if fairness is only on the surface. Because this is the rule. He gritted his teeth in helplessness and rage. Damn it, it was not easy to finally catch him in the wrong. Am I just supposed to let him off like this? But I cannot swallow this fury. Damn it, over here. Fan Yuan was feeling great. Thinking about his own plan, he mused. The old academy head is probably wondering how to deal with me right now. Because things are no longer as simple as they appear on the surface. In reality, he and the old academy head have now officially confronted and are battling each other. He was very confident in his move. He wanted to use the clan's rules to suppress me. But he never expected to be forced by me into a counterattack. This move was risky, but by using the pretext of advancing to the mid-grade, I could turn the situation around. Those two unfortunate guards were merely innocent pawns caught in our struggle. The Moon Master still hasn't made any decision on this side. Because he keeps thinking over and over, tangled up in the current situation. If he truly kills these two guards, I could still use that to counterattack. Now I can't catch any weakness at all. It's hard to imagine such ruthless methods, coming from a 15-year-old child. No wonder back then the clan spread rumors about his talent and intelligence. Now I'm stuck riding a tiger's back with no way to fight back. His side is calm and even smiling with confidence. Your defeat lies in caring about your own status. This is your strongest weapon, and also your biggest weakness. If you want fairness yet punish me with your status, that's impossible, so my explanation. You can only accept it. He on this side stares intently into his eyes. His words are inherently untrustworthy. These guards were all personally selected by me. They couldn't possibly insult the ancestors of the moon. This is deliberate slander in front of everyone, but I can only accept it. Because this is a trap he set inside. His inner self is playing a deadly chess move. Once the truth is investigated and exposed, then what will you do? If you don't punish the two wrong guards, the Academy will say the Elder is unfair. How can today's matter convince everyone? But if you punish the ancient Moon Clan member for these two foreign servants, this would become jealousy of the talented. If this gets out, it will cause dissatisfaction among the clan. It might even bring pressure from all sides. So the best way to handle it is only one. That is to turn a blind eye and get rid of these two guards. The Elder had then decided on a strategy, one he never wished for, except that those two committed a major fault while praising Fan Yuan. As for him, he was delighted. That way, the clan members would be satisfied, and the two guards, unaware of the truth, would also think it was a fair matter, truly killing two birds with one stone. The Elder was still fuming as if he had eaten 10,000 ghost peppers. Though he said that, this brat was truly infuriating. He showed no fear at all, even stabbing back at his own academy. This time, not only did he fail to suppress him, he ended up losing face in front of everyone. He glanced back, and what's more important, today, if my two guards feel wronged and want to investigate the truth, I will suppress them immediately to protect my image. But this is clearly all orchestrated by Fan Yuan. This feeling is like him spitting in my face. Not only can I not curse him, I have to praise him and wipe his mouth for him. If anyone says there's spit on my face, I must immediately shut them up. And he actually imagined that scene when he spat in his face. Then he would give a thumbs up and tell Fan Yuan to spit. Great, when someone reminds him, Elder, there's something on your face. He has to scold. It's your head. The master gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme but unable to speak out. This anger, from the time he started teaching until now, he had never experienced before. It was truly infuriating, and the ringleader was you, Fan Yuan. He looked at him with eyes like bullets. I really want to kill you with my own hands, making it so that even if you wanted to, you could never do anything to me. But reality was the opposite. The master placed his hand on Fan Yuan's shoulder, forcing out a stiff smile and an awkward tone. Good lad, you're still stirring the pot. It's all thanks to the Academy's teaching. Hearing this was like a slap to his face, making him grimace in frustration. In some eatery, the voice of that AI was ringing out. Have you heard? Young Master Fan Yuan seems to have taken first place again. Yeah, the whole camp is buzzing about it right now, a customer said honestly. A C rank surpassing an A rank to take first in promotion. Isn't that strange? For example, the death goo, prophet goo, and other types of goo worms all have cultivation boosting effects. He continued, saying more is just speculation. The Academy will surely explain it anyway. If they don't even know how their own student advanced, that would be too irresponsible. The little second rank is right. The scene shifted to Yushu's residence. He was giving some instructions to two guards. Go investigate Fan Yuan for me. Find out all his whereabouts. But be careful not to let him notice. Understood, Lord Yu. They obeyed. Yushu thought to himself. Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, let me see what secret you are truly hiding. Time passed, and 5 days later, the teacher stood before the class, announcing that today was the day for distributing allowances. It was also the day to announce the class monitor and vice monitors. There would be one class monitor and 2 vice monitors. He held a piece of paper in his hand and read aloud. The rankings for this intermediate assessment are as follows. First place, Guyu Fan Yuan. Second place, Guyu Mobe, that resentful, detestable guy. Third place, Guyu Fan Jin. His eyes were full of despair. Fourth place, Guyu Qi. His expression was indifferent. He continued the announcement. Now, please invite Guyu Fan Yuan, who ranked first, to come forward and receive the top prize. Upon hearing this, he slowly stepped forward, under everyone's gaze. The other trainees, green with envy, gossiped among themselves. He's the first to advance. The class monitor position is about to be his. Fan Jing is probably crushed too. only ranking third. I really didn't expect it. I thought it would be Fang Zheng. Exactly. Those words only made him more irritated, his face twisting in displeasure. Gu Yu, the teacher, handed him a small pouch, saying, "This is the reward for the intermediate assessment. Keep up the good work." Seeing him open it to check, the teacher said irritably, "Don't worry. It's a total of 30 primeval stones. The academy wouldn't shortchange you." Suddenly, a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as he thought to himself, "Even if you get more, with your C-grade aptitude, it'll be gone quickly after you break through to intermediate. As long as you desire the primeval stones, you will never escape the family's control. Even if we can uncover your secrets, one day you'll spill them yourself." Then he spoke up. "All right, you are the first place winner this time. According to the rules, you will not only receive a reward of 30 primeval stones and the right to choose 2 goo worms first." The elder turned to announce the final regulation. "At the same time, I will appoint you as the class monitor." The students who heard this were utterly dismayed. They're really appointing him as class monitor? How frustrating! Fang Jing was utterly dejected with his third-place ranking. He would surely drop to the position of vice monitor. But from now on, whenever I meet Big Brother, I still have to bow. The elder, meanwhile, was secretly smirking. Making Fang Yuan the class monitor is actually a good thing. He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, at least, no matter what, he will have to stop plundering the assets of other students. Once he's within the system, he can't just do whatever he wants anymore. Moreover, he'll gradually integrate into the clan. In that case, the sacrifice of this class monitor position is nothing. He smiled smugly in his heart. "You brat. Fan Yuan, you want to fight me? You're still too green." Then, he announced, "Now, we will announce the vice monitor position." But suddenly, Fan Yuan spoke up. "Hold on." This drew everyone's attention. He shrugged and said, "Elder, this humble student is unlearned and untalented, and is hardly fit for the position of class monitor." Then smiled calculatingly and continued, "A position this important should still be handled by someone talented from the HOA." The whole class was shocked, shouting, "What?" Even Yu Sure was startled. He jolted, never expecting such a move. "You mean you don't want to be the class monitor? Being class monitor gives you a subsidy of 10 spirit stones each time. Are you sure you want to refuse?" he asked calmly in return. "Unless the school rules mandate that only the top student can hold the position. Is it not allowed to refuse?" he stammered. "Of course. There's no such unreasonable rule." Fan Yuan smiled and walked away. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder Jiao." All the classmates were stunned. Fan Yuan actually refused? No way, right? Is his brain fried? Bei was bewildered. "What's going on? So that means I'm the class monitor now?" He sneered. "Someone actually gave up the class monitor position willingly. That's just too foolish." Even Fang Zheng was stunned. "Brother." That afternoon, after class ended, the others greeted Mo Bei with great respect. "Hello, class monitor." "Hello, class monitor." He responded in kind, greeting everyone. His expression was one of pure enjoyment. He laughed with delight. "Ah, this feels so good, so satisfying. I don't understand why that idiot Fan Yuan gave up such a good position. Why would he do that?" Fang Jing thought to himself. "Brother, why did you do something so unbelievable? Could it be that he doesn't care at all? Then what's the point of me being the vice monitor?" He had only walked a short distance when he saw Fang Yuan. He immediately cried out, "Big brother!" The elder didn't say much, only briefly replied, "Same rules as before." With a sharp gaze he ordered, "One for each person." Fang Jing, the original stone, unwillingly spoke up, "Big brother. Big brother, but now I'm the class vice president," Fan Yuan said. "That's right." Then, with a mysterious smile, he announced, "The class vice president's allowance is 5 pieces, so you have to hand over 3 pieces to me." He panicked. "What?" But Bei had just seen himself get promoted to a higher position and hacked the system. "Fan Yuan, you're really bold." He pointed a finger at his own face and showed off. "How dare you block us here? I'm the class president now. An ordinary student like you, when you see me, you must first bow your head and greet me." So he took the opportunity to punch him in the face as a greeting. He was stunned by the hit. You hit me!" He immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "I'm the class president! How dare you hit me?" But before he could finish his sentence, he immediately took 2 or 3 more punches from Fang Yuan. He smiled and said, "You're right. Since you're the class president, the rules have to change. From now on, ordinary students each give 1 piece. The class vice president gives 3 pieces." Fang Jing and Qi Qing were stunned by what they heard. He continued to announce, "The class president gives 8 pieces." Bei's nose was bleeding profusely, but he still yelled, "What?" Outside, 2 guards were on watch. They were also gossiping about the incident. "Fang Yuan has given up the class president position for the new term. What should we do?" The other immediately replied, "What else is there to ask?" The remaining person wondered, "What do you mean?" That person answered, "What kind of person is Fan Yuan? Do you want to mess with him too? Remember Wang Dewu?" How did those two fall into the yard? After school let out and they went home. The students still gathered, telling each other that nothing had changed. One person spoke up, "I know! Could it be that Fan Yuan doesn't need the position of class monitor? Because he wants to keep exploiting everyone." Everyone who heard this was extremely dissatisfied. "That's right. Every time he exploits us, he gets 59 primeval stones. Now it's up to 68 primeval stones. If he were class monitor, at most he'd only get 10 stones. That's right. He's too sinister, too cunning. At this rate, the class monitor and vice monitor are nothing. They get robbed too, leaving them with only 2 primeval stones." The whole group sighed helplessly. Gu Yushi, inside the room, heard the news and slammed the table in anger. He shouted, "This Fan Yuan has gone too far!" He erupted in a furious rage. "What does he want to do? Rob the class monitor and vice monitor of so much? Then how are they any different from ordinary students? If this continues, what's the point of the academy's subsidies? It's no different from giving it all to Fan Yuan." Gu Yushi put on a stern face and spoke. "That Fan Yuan refused the position of class monitor. That is a refusal of the clan's system. To put it seriously, it's a form of rebellion against the clan. Moreover, by exploiting their authority, the status of the class monitor and vice monitor has been weakened. This action seems small, but its meaning is huge. He wants to use the strength of one person, challenging the family's established system. The academy's nurtured disciple is the family's new hope, not someone who opposes the family." The guard bowed and asked what should be done. "Elder, do you need to take any action?" The master frowned and replied, "No. This matter cannot be handled by me personally. Otherwise, the clan leader would be the first to get involved, along with Shichi and Mochi." The guard was puzzled and asked why. He continued to explain. "They all hope to use Fan Yuan to temper the character of their family's heir. No matter how you look at it from various angles, this is truly helping them. But Fan Yuan already shows signs of betrayal. Letting him be would create a hidden threat." Gu Yu Master closed his eyes and pondered. Speaking of the root of this matter, it still lies in the secret of that Fan Yuan. What exactly did he rely on to advance to the middle rank? Then he said, "All right, tell me the results of your investigation these past few days." The guard obeyed and seriously reported according to the investigation. His parents were both family Gu masters. Their direct lineage identity had nothing unusual. His background was also clean. After his parents passed away, he was adopted by 9 foster fathers and 9 foster mothers. But he never got along, and after entering the academy, Fan Yuan always stayed in the academy dormitory. He continued speaking. This person was young but exceptionally talented. He was considered a top-tier genius that Gu Yu hoped for, but after the great aperture opening, he became a B grade, disappointing the clan leader's high expectations. His daily life was extremely simple. His routine only had 3 places: morning at the school, evening back to the dormitory to sleep. Moreover, his cultivation was very rigorous. Every night, he would practice Gu Master, cultivation and nurturing without fail. Occasionally, he would go to the only inn in the village to change things up and buy some wine to drink. The guard reported that he liked wine, especially green bamboo liquor. He had dozens of jars stored under his bed. It was said that after he tested as B grade, he started drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The master, after hearing this, pondered for a moment and then spoke. Both parents died early, and he was at odds with his 9 uncles and aunts. Could it be that this kid, Fan Yuan, had no affection for the clan? The guard replied that the clan had lifted him high into the sky with their own hands, and then thrown him down to the ground with their own hands. No wonder he was stubborn and unyielding, as well as cold and eccentric. He agreed, right? Then he spoke. They all only remembered him as a B-grade waste, forgetting that he was once a genius among 10,000. Looking up, the master sat down gently. He thought to himself that his simple life and rigorous cultivation were exactly because he was frustrated and wanted to prove his ability to the clan. That's why when I suppressed him, he fought back so fiercely. Then he sighed. But he still stood firm in his stance. Though I understand everything he did, if I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. But he crossed my line. My position doesn't allow me to forgive him. The elder said these documents, though detailed, didn't mention any of Fan Yuan's secrets. Suddenly, someone burst in. "Please calm down, my lord." "Your subordinate?" he asked that person. That man said, "The clan leader orders you to come quickly, Elder Lao. The head of the family has matters to discuss." He asked in surprise, "Oh, what's the matter?" The other simply replied, "The 4th-turn poison master, Gu Fu the elder, has arrived. His younger brother, Gu Jinsheng, is missing without a trace. The elder was shocked. Ah? That night, the moonlight shone brightly everywhere. Two figures were walking below. The elder walked while pondering. Living in this world is inherently difficult. A Gu master going missing is a common occurrence, come to think of it. This kind of unexplained disappearance usually ends in death. He frowned and continued thinking. But if anyone dies, it's fine, except for Gu Jinxing. He cannot die. Especially not within Guyu village. His identity is crucial. His elder brother, Gu Fu, is a fourth-turn Gu master. And in the entire Guyu clan, only the clan leader has a cultivation level equal to the fourth turn. Moreover, his father is the clan leader of the Gu family, a fifth-turn Gu master. Back in the day, he led the Gu family, once a major clan that ruled the entire mountain. But the Guyu village is merely a mid-tier clan. Once war breaks out, the Guyu clan will fall into a disadvantageous position. Yu sure was a bit worried, but what was more important was, if this matter gets out, the reputation of the ancient clan will be damaged. The Guyu village would then lose its daily trade. Over time, it will inevitably decline. He muttered to himself that this matter could not be taken lightly. If handled poorly, it would surely be a great disaster. When he arrived, the guards opened the door for him. As soon as he entered, his face was filled with shock. Someone had arrived, and inside were countless renowned faces. Fu's gaze at the steward was extremely terrifying. He trembled and said, "I pay my respects," but was cut off by Yu Bo and told to leave. He rubbed his temples and spoke up. "Without further adu, the clan's academy has always been your responsibility. I ask you, where is Gu Yufang Yuan?" The steward was extremely shocked. Upon hearing the name Gu Yufang Yuan, he clasped his hands together, thinking deeply. Why is that brat involved again? Then he spoke. "It is currently the hour of the dragon. He must be cultivating in the academy dormitory." Yu Bo then gave the order. Gu Xiong strongly suspects that the disappearance of his younger brother, Gu Jinxing, is related to Gu Yufang Yuan. I order you to bring Fang Yuan here immediately. Yu Shi immediately obeyed the order. Yes. Yu Bo turned to appease Gu Lao Di. Fang Yuan will be here soon, so please sit down first. Do you? Gu Fu said seriously, apologizing to Gu Yu's elder brother. Gu Mio's heart was burning with anxiety. It had been days since he saw his younger brother. Fearing the worst, he truly couldn't sit still. He frowned and thought to himself, I was truly too careless back then. I should have realized my father's intentions earlier. Arranging that troublesome Jinxing for me was precisely to test my temperament. Now, standing in the main hall, I cannot sit. This is to create momentum for raising an army and demanding accountability, while also building pressure, suppressing the Guyu clan, and also to return to the Gu family, and know how to speak to my father. At this moment, Yushir led Fang Yuan in and reported, Clan leader, Fang Yuan has been brought here. He then bowed respectfully. Guyu Fang Yuan pays respects to the clan leader. Lord Gu Fu, I pay respects to the esteemed elders. Gu Fu glanced back and asked, Is it him? A woman on his side pointed directly at him and said, It's him. Absolutely no mistake. Gu Fu spoke up. Guyu brother, look, Uncle Yu just keeps rubbing his temples as he pondered. Gu Fu, you lost your younger brother and still come here to raise an army and demand accountability. Do you really think we, the Guyu, are easy to bully? What do you think? He then spoke to probe. To suppress the opponent's psychology. Look clearly, I'll tell you the truth. Our family, besides this Fang Yuan, also has a twin brother. You must be sure it's him. She was then left speechless by this. Seeing this, Gu Fu stepped in to assist. Guyu brother. Gu Mao, I deeply respect the Guyu clan, especially the two wise clan leaders of the first and fourth generations. He put on a knowing look, smiled, and said, I believe that brother Guyu, as a clan leader as well, will surely handle this fairly. I still hope that brother Guyu will interrogate this Fang Yuan. Uncle Yu thought to himself, then it's no big deal. Then he spoke to reassure. Rest assured, old brother Gu. After that, his gaze turned toward him, pondering. If this matter truly was done by Fang Yuan, then we just need to hand him over. After all, he's just a mere B-rank. Even if Fang Jing did it, Fang Yuan would have to take the blame. After all, Fang Jing is the future hope of the clan, and is also used to counter by Ning Bing of the Bai family village. Uncle Yu put on a fake smile and said, Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. I'll ask you. Do you know any news about Gu Jinxing? He calmly asked back. Who is Gu Jinxing? That girl shouted. He's lying. She pointed at him, insisting it was him. When he bought 6 pieces of purple stones from us, the 5th one unlocked the earth cap moth. Then, the young master Gu used 500 primeval stones to trade with him. Not only me, but other Gu masters were there and saw it too. Uncle Yu frowned and questioned, Is that true? Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, putting on a grimace. But after a long while, he admitted it. Then he shrugged and said, Alright, if he is indeed Gu Jinxing, then I have indeed met him. However, I haven't seen him again since that time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering his rebuttals. He lied again, a man reported. My lords, I work at a tavern. That night, I was in the tavern and saw very clearly that he and young Master Gu sat together, whispering for a long time. Fan Yuan turned around in agitation and shouted, How is that possible? The tavern was so crowded. How could you recognize me? Maybe you mistook me for someone else, he said with a sneer. I did not mistake you. Then, he cut to the chase, as if he had grasped everything. Do you know why? It's because of the Gu worm in your hand. Everyone who heard that was astonished. They all thought the same thing. The Gu worm, he continued. Do you still remember? That evening you came to our tavern, ordered a cup of Ma Ho Sha wine, but only took one sip. You gave the rest to your Gu worm. I saw it and wanted to buy it from you, but you didn't even look back and just walked away. Do you remember now? Fan Yuan looked extremely shocked, but a calculating smile bloomed in his heart. This is exactly what I wanted you to say. That man questioned him. Fan Yuan, where did you get this Gu worm? Do you know you're in big trouble? What else do you know? Confess quickly. You both spoke up. Tell us. What is this all about? Is this Gu worm a rare one? He froze, acting so deeply he could have won an award for Best Actor. Then, Fan Yuan shouted to defend himself. How could it be? This Gu worm was clearly something I refined myself. His words only made everyone even more astonished, resolving the stone. He began to explain in an extremely focused tone. That's right. Since things have come to this, I won't hide it anymore. At that time, I bought 6 purple stones because I didn't have enough true essence. So at that time, I only unsealed 5 of them. I planned to unseal the remaining one later, but discovered it was a death Gu. I was overjoyed. I immediately refined it. The stunned master quickly raised a question. Wait, you said you bought 6 stones? One unsealed turned out to be a earth beetle Gu, and another one unsealed turned out to be a death Gu? Fan Yuan pointed at the girl behind him and said, What else? She can testify. She was now trembling. He immediately asked, Is that so? Don't lie. Her voice stammered. Huh. Then she confessed the truth. That's right, Fan Yuan did buy 6 stones. The 5th one unsealed was a earth beetle Gu, and the 6th one was indeed taken away. But what was unsealed I don't know. The surrounding people murmured. 6 stones, 2 hits? His luck is too good. He just encountered great fortune. Remember back then. I was also serious on Fan Yuan's side. He recounted the entire incident. Previously, I refined the death Gu. The next day, I indeed went to the tavern to feed the death Gu. In the evening, as I was about to leave, I happened to see Gu Jinxing trying to sell a Gu. He was deceiving his clan members. Fortunately, Lord Gu Fu appeared. He resolved this troublesome matter. I then went to the tavern. I happened to meet Gu Jinxing, who was there, deeply troubled. Having just obtained the death Gu, I was overjoyed inside. So I wanted to ask him how many primeval stones this Gu could be sold for. Who knew that after he found out I had the death Gu, he immediately tried to force a low price. I just want to know their value. Of course, it's 0. Even if I sell, I have to wait until after the second turn. So at that time, I went to ask Gu Fu over here. So, did my younger brother chase after you then? Fan Yuan continued, saying he not only chased after him, he even added 50 primeval stones, but I simply didn't want to sell. He then got angry and cursed the Yu clan. He also told me to watch out in the future. After cursing, he left. After that, I never saw him again. Gu Fu listened and also found it reasonable. He thought to himself, it really does sound like his style. If he said Gu Jinxing didn't chase after him at all, then he must be lying. How despicable. My investigation only went that far. After that, he really didn't come looking for Fan Yuan. Maybe he did. But the two sides couldn't negotiate, so Fan Yuan killed him. This is also entirely possible. So, disregarding his explanations, he shouted and questioned. Tell me, did you kill Gu Jinxing or not? Fan Yuan persistently refuted, saying it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Gu Fu didn't believe him and said, You claim you didn't kill anyone. Then bring out the evidence. He replied, You say I killed him? Then you bring out the evidence too. Uncle Yu, who had been witnessing everything, thought to himself. This Gu Jinxing dared to threaten our Yu clan on Qingmao Mountain. Clearly, he doesn't hold our clan in any regard. Now Gu Fu is putting on airs and interrogating someone from our clan like this. If this gets out, where will the face of our clan leader go? As soon as he thought that, he coughed a few times and then spoke. Old brother Gu. It's not that I, the officer, talk too much. Gu Jinxing has been missing for a long time. I'm afraid things have turned from bad to worse. At the crime scene, there should be some clues to see if we can find anything. Gu Fuzhong lowered his head, looking helpless. and spoke up in response to the officer's words. How could I not know that, if there were any clues? I wouldn't have come to confront you, officer. He continued, saying that the murderer was clearly a repeat offender. The methods were cruel, and no clues were left behind at all. Moreover, it rained heavily the day we left. Even if there was a smell of blood, it would have been washed away clean. Upon hearing this, the elder said, I heard that the goo family has a type of goo insect called the Minglu dye. It can plant souls into it. If we just use the Minglu dye to track this soul, then we can find the clan member. Gu Fuzhong shook his head. At a loss, he said, I've already tried the Minglu dye. It's completely useless. As soon as the goo insect died, the soul dissipated. Clearly, the murderer killed all the goo insects on the clan member. My clan member, Yubo, said with a serious expression. How strange. That murderer didn't want the goo insects. Nor did he kidnap for ransom. So what was his intention with a mere first-turn goo master? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's voice rang out, saying, Exactly, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Gu Jinxing is dead or not, the murderer who harmed him must have had a motive. Could it be murder out of hatred? The corner of his mouth curled up, full of calculation. Speaking of this, I recall something. He shrugged and said casually, I've long heard that your Gu family wants to divide the family property. If a brother dies, wouldn't the inheritance be split among more people? Fan Yuan showed no mercy. With eyes as sharp as blades, he uttered a chilling sentence. Could it be that you yourself killed Gu Jinxing? Gu Fu's eyes widened in fury and resentment. The disciples clenched their fists in shock. They shouted in unison, Shut up! You're speaking nonsense! You cannot arbitrarily slander Lord Gu Fu! He then bowed to explain to Gu Fu. Lord Gu Fu, this brat is ignorant. Please don't be angry. Uncle Yu, however, was deep in thought. Gu Fu couldn't possibly have killed Gu Jinxing. This matter, for him, brings more harm than good. But suddenly, he realized a crucial point. Wait, just because he didn't do it doesn't mean others didn't. Could it be? Everyone then realized it was an internal Gu family conflict. Gu Fu, as if caught by the tail, had an extremely ugly expression. Fan Yuan had achieved what he wanted. So his expression did a 180-degree turn, his smile becoming even more sinister. Finally thought of this aspect, huh? Uncle Yu and the other lords standing by were silently analyzing in their minds. I heard the Gu family is not only dividing the inheritance, but also passing down the position of clan leader. The several sons are all fiercely competing, especially Gu Fu and Gu Gui. These two are both at the fourth turn and are brothers. The most intense struggle. Uncle Yu rubbed his temples. His mind also sank into the unfolding events. Moreover, what happened to Gu Jinxing is truly bizarre. Now there's no evidence left to prove Fan Yuan is the murderer. Even the motive for the death Gu insect killing isn't enough. Gu Fu by then had gradually been drawn into the chess game. The thoughts Fan Yuan revealed no longer pointed toward him. But if Gu Gui was secretly pulling the strings, that could also be understood. Father arranged for Gu Jinxing to join the merchant guild. It was precisely to test my character. If he encounters any trouble, I'll definitely be implicated. At this moment, the one gaining benefits is only one person. Gu Gui, upon recognizing the core, was so furious he was fuming. Gnashing his teeth, he only wished he could drink the enemy's blood. Moreover, the murderer's methods were so vicious. It's clear the killer is very experienced. No one has a motive to act more than him, not a single person. The master on this side had also easily fallen into Fan Yuan's scheme. He thought to himself, I understand now. It's all clear, Fan Yuan is innocent. He was just unlucky to run into Jinxing at the very last moment. He frowned, relying only on his age, still sitting on the school bench. How could he erase all traces if he truly had such deep cunning? How could he be so reckless and stubborn? He insisted on denying it earlier. Maybe he wanted to hide the existence of the death Gu insect. That's it. The master looked toward Fan Yuan, who was hanging his head pitifully, truly an unlucky kid. But how could anyone know that his mouth was smiling very contentedly? His mind was also satisfied with the current developments. They all took the bait, making others believe from deep within their hearts. No need to persuade, just guide them. He closed his eyes tightly, washing away suspicion, leaving only the next step. Now is the truly critical moment. Gu Fu is at a complete loss. His mind is in a mess, trying to find a proper solution. Even if I know the truth, I have no concrete evidence. Without evidence, my father will think I'm trying to frame him. Fan Yuan just so happens to understand the other's ironic predicament. Gu Jinxing is missing. Gu Fu, you must take responsibility. If you can't prove Gu Gui's innocence, you must give your father an answer. He has already come up with a plan to escape blame. It's best to find someone else to take the fall. That can barely be accepted. But after this incident, I will demand double the compensation. And that answer is right before his eyes. So Gu Fu shouts excitedly and loudly. Fan Yuan, how can you prove it? You didn't assassinate Gu Jinxing either. Is there anyone who can prove you weren't there? You sure? And the other big shots are stunned to hear this. Uncle Yu is also so angry that his brows are furrowed. But Fan Yuan just smiles, as if he has been waiting for this moment from the very beginning. Gu Fu still loses control and yells. The others don't need to speak. You just need to tell me if you know or not. If not, then you are the culprit. Yu sure speaks in shock. What? Gu Fu wants to use Fan Yuan from our clan as a scapegoat? Shi Lian is equally astonished. Could it be? This side is wearing a mysterious smile, thinking to himself. The witness, of course, I have already accounted for. Gu Fu pointed his finger straight at Fan Yuan and questioned loudly. Is there or isn't there? Eva, with a worried expression, turned her head, furrowed her brows, and hesitated. There isn't. He was very smug. So you are. Suddenly, that voice rang out from above. Hold on. It turned out that person was the master. He placed his hand on his chest and admitted. He naturally has a witness. I am the witness for him. Gu Fu turned around, using a threatening gaze to question. What? Are you sure? He hesitated a bit in his eyes. He cautiously glanced at the person sitting imposingly behind. Yu Bo didn't speak, only nodded slightly as if giving approval. Yu Sure, with solid protection, was very confident and spoke loudly. That's right, it's me, he said. These past few days, Fan Yuan suddenly advanced to the middle stage. I sent someone to secretly investigate his whereabouts. His daily activities are all recorded. He simply had no time to harm Gu Jinxing. Upon hearing this, Gu Fu's face drained of all blood. As for Fan Yuan, it was like scratching an itch in just the right spot. His smile grew wider and more calculating, secretly smug. That's right, exactly. A few days ago, I had already planned this move. I killed the guard. I exploited more, not just for resources and prestige. The more important thing was to attract your attention. Then you yourself would become my witness. Fan Yuan was now on cloud 9, all doubts vanishing. The evidence is as solid as a mountain. The ancient Yu clan has no reason to abandon me. What gives you the right to touch me? Gu Fu was put on the defensive, his expression turning ugly. Damn it, the ancient Yu clan wants to protect this Fan Yuan. Because once Fan Yuan is convicted, the Yu clan will be accused of framing a member of the Gu clan. Not only will they face retaliation from the Gu clan, but it will also drive merchants away from trading. This loss is far too great. So he tried every means to pin the blame. Fan Yuan then brought out a foot-shaped Gu artifact and said, Since that's the case, you don't mind if I use this footprint Gu, do you? This Gu will reveal footprints from the last 3,000 steps. What do you say? Do you dare? He calmly replied. No problem, go ahead and check. He slowly activated it. A beam of light appeared, illuminating the once dark space. Fan Yuan stepped inside, and glowing footprints gradually led the way outside. Seeing this, Gu Fu ordered a guard. Follow him quickly! The guard obeyed at once. Yes, sir. He just smiled enigmatically. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the guards returned to report. Reporting to Gu Fu, my lord, the footprints trace from the clan leader's residence to the school, then to the dormitory, and afterward he stayed around the school. Occasionally, he visited an inn outside the mountain stronghold. Other than that, he went nowhere else. Hearing this, the big shots from the ancient Yu clan said. He said that even if you fight within the Gu clan, you should give up. Gu Fu remained silent, not responding. Then, he took a small box from his pocket and said, Alright, this is the final test. If you pass this trial, I will no longer make things difficult for you. When he opened it, Yu Sure was extremely shocked. This is him. His eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, A jade like bamboo! The white flower Gu mother couldn't be wrong. It's the noble bamboo. Inside the box lay a small, glowing bamboo branch. Uncle Yu was also astonished by Gu Fu's extravagance. Old Gu, this noble bamboo is a precious fourth-turn Gu worm. Why waste it on this matter? Upon hearing this, he replied, This noble bamboo was obtained by me in my youth, when I happened to crack a stone. It feeds on sincerity, and was born to detect lies. Only a noble person who has never lied from childhood to adulthood can refine it. He continued, I know I cannot do it myself. That's why the stone was only half solved, and I couldn't continue to dissolve it. Because in its current state, once opened, if not nurtured, it will die very quickly. Then, Gu Fu, full of momentum, questioned Fan Yuan. Today, I will use this fourth-turn Gu. You just dissolve it and absorb it into your aperture. I ask you answer. If this Gu changes color, it means you are lying. What do you think? Fan Yuan calmly replied, No problem. The master behind him sneered. Truly, One doesn't give up until they reach the Yellow River. Xian Qilian also said, let's see what he has to say this time. He thought to himself, a bamboo gentleman? I never expected him to have this type of goo insect. But within him, a blazing golden light surged forth. The spring-autumn cicada could immediately suppress the power of that bamboo gentleman. His gaze sharpened. Just a fourth-turn goo insect. Do you think it can trouble me? At that moment, Gu Fu stepped forward to interrogate Fan Yuan. Did you harm my younger brother, Jin Xinggu? Fan Yuan answered decisively. No. He then asked further. Do you have any news about him? He replied firmly. I don't know. But he refused to let go and pressed on. Were the words you spoke to us earlier a lie? He opened his eyes wide and said resolutely. Not at all. After the interrogation, Gu Fu said, you can open it now. Fan Yuan opened the bamboo gentleman, which still glowed with a green light in his hand. Sixth Moon sighed in relief. Indeed, it hasn't changed color. I told you so. This time, Gu Fu finally admitted his mistake sincerely. I have offended you this time, Gu Bo replied. It's fine. Knowing the truth is what we all wanted. It's just a pity about this bamboo gentleman, he said. I have done my utmost to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, my resources are limited. This time, when I return to the clan, I will spend a large sum of money to invite the bloodthirsty and ruthless Gu Master. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Farewell. He finally led his people away. Let's go. Xilian breathed a sigh of relief, and the master spoke up. Finally, they're gone, Yu Bo said. All right, all of you withdraw. You may all leave now. They obeyed. Yes, Patriarch. But then he suddenly spoke up. Old Learning Hall. You stay for a moment. I have something to say. Yu sure was a bit stunned. Ah? The elder respectfully asked. Patriarch, do you have any other instructions? Yu Bo was not in a hurry, only replying slowly. It's nothing. Sit down. It's just that there's something I want to tell you. He listened attentively. He recounted. I heard that the human ancestor created the rules. The two ancient Gu, the third one, then subdued them. The two Gu joined forces to capture a longevity Gu for the human ancestor. Thus, the human ancestor regained his youth. The two round Gu spoke. Human, although you have subdued us, but you remember this well. Do not let other living beings know our names. The more people know our names, the more we must subdue at the same time. The two square Gu continued. Furthermore, every time you issue a command, we will add a new rule. We captured the longevity Gu for you. That was the first command. Our new rule is, never capture a duplicate longevity Gu for anyone. The human ancestor rubbed his chin and said, all right, if that's the case. He spread his hands and said loudly, then, besides the longevity Gu, capture all the myriad Gu in the world for me. The two Gu immediately acted. As you wish. In the sky, countless colorful rays of light flew in all directions. The scene was extremely magnificent and wonderful. The human ancestor watched in awe. Before his eyes was the splendor of the myriad Gu, all converging here. He shouted with extreme excitement, have they really been captured? A smile spread across his face, growing brighter by the moment. With all the ancient Gu in the world, I will become the overlord of the world from now on. But the unexpected happened. All the ancient Gu flew away. Only the ancestral Gu and a single beam of light stayed with him. The ancestral Gu was stunned and shouted, what is this? Why are they all running away? The two Gu explained, first, you have no power. Second, you have no intelligence. How can you subdue them? We can only help you catch the Gu insects. You must subdue them yourself. Only then will they work for you. He was still in shock. They continued, this is your second order. We must add 2 rules from now on. Each time, we will only help you catch 1 Gu insect. The ancestral Gu calmed down a bit after a while. Fine. At least there are still 5 Gu insects inside. You are the 5 sources of light in the sky. He spoke with great excitement. Gu power. Back then you left me. Do you regret it now? Submit to me now, and I will set you free. It replied. You are mistaken. It's not that I had no chance to leave. I just wanted to stay. I only submit to power stronger than me. You don't qualify. However, we can make a deal. Give me your youth. I will temporarily follow your orders. He frowned. What do you mean by that? I just regained my youth, but I have power. I also cannot subdue other Gu insects. So the Gu force flew into the ancestor's body. I will exchange with you according to your wishes. After it entered his body, the ancestor's entire form transformed. Many black markings appeared, making him look much more mature. He spoke. Wisdom Gu, back then you left me. Now, do you regret it? If you submit to me now, you can still be free. It replied. Oh, you're mistaken. It's not that I had no chance to leave, I just wanted to stay. I only submit to power stronger than me. You don't qualify. However, we can make a deal. Give me your youth, and I will temporarily follow your commands. The ancestor was startled and shouted, That won't do. If I agree, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted? I already have power. If you don't submit to me, don't even think about leaving. Wisdom Goo glowed brightly and then said, Fine, you win. You've beaten me again this time. Just tell me how I can be captured. Then I will work for you. The ancestor laughed loudly. This is simple. We will use the rule Goo to capture you. They heard him mention their names and panicked, shouting, Hey! Immediately, the Force Goo and Wisdom Goo realized and sneered. So that's it. So the names of these two Goo are ruled. Now that I know their names, you can't catch me. The ancestor froze. What? Rule? The two Goo spoke up. Oh? We told you long ago. Don't let others know our names. Otherwise, we can no longer work for you. Now it's great. Wisdom Goo knows our names. His face filled with regret, he stammered, This matter returns to reality. Yubo closed his eyes tightly and said to Rinzu. Only then did he realize he had fallen for Wisdom Goo's trick. He knew he had lost the chance to capture Wisdom Goo. You sure heard the whole story and understood. I get it now, clan leader. Are you making a comparison? He continued. Fang Yuan is like a Goo insect. The Wisdom clan considers itself as Rinzu, although Rinzu used rules to catch the Goo insect. But Rinzu, even though he once used regulations to catch the Goo, the clever insect still escaped in the end. Could it be that the great clan leader wants me to let Fang Yuan go and stop oppressing him? Yubo replied, Isn't he getting more and more outrageous? He continued speaking, Don't get agitated. Sit down first. A smart person sees through things in an instant, but it's a pity they look up. Look down, it's just a temple with 3 acres of land. Their thinking isn't very broad. Now, I tell you, the small school is the family is the big one. I know you're worried that other students will be oppressed by Fang Yuan. In the end, their spirit will be crushed. Think about it. Do you think our family relies only on the school to nurture newcomers? Of course not. Yubo continued speaking. Every student behind them has parents, elders, and friends. They won't collapse so easily. Fang Yuan is truly beyond my expectations. I feel that emerging midair is somewhat like what was said earlier. Having him practice the jade technique is the responsible thing to do, truly for their future. The elder's face turned pale. But clan leader, the jade strings are too worn out from overuse. Especially since Fang Yuan has the Goo worm to speed up his cultivation. I worry that in a short time, the other trainees won't be able to catch up. Yubo replied calmly. Then just let them not catch up. He said sternly, What is a little torment like this? Is it more terrifying than death? The clan has a new generation every year. If this class fails, there's the next. As for Gu Yufangjing, starting tomorrow, I will personally guide him. That night, the moon was full and round in the room. Yubo's voice rang out steadily. In short, look further ahead. Fang Yuan went from being a genius to a mortal. It's very normal for him to look down on the clan. He was sitting imposingly on the chair. Continuing in a steady tone, he is actually still very childish. You can see that from how he hid the Goo worm. Considering him smart is already overestimating him. It's just a bit of cunning. If he had hidden his cultivation level, then he would truly be a schemer. The ancestor wanted to use rules to trap wisdom, but failed and was discovered. If he still wants to use rules to trap people, we must make him stay as far away as possible. Yubo's expression was stern. Fang Yuan is only at a low level. 15 years later, he's just an old man. But he is the elder brother of Fang Jing. Do you understand? The man heard this and replied, I understand, clan leader. He continued, saying that the clan's only rule is death. Only deep blood ties are life. By exploiting those deep blood ties, sooner or later he will comply. This is the power of the shackles binding Yubo, who slowly spoke. Finally, I'll give you one piece of advice. I hope you remember it well. The man respectfully accepted. Clan leader, please enlighten me. He looked up at the sky and said, The sea accepts all rivers. Greatness lies in capacity. At that moment in the sky, a giant toad was moving toward the end of the mountains. A servant wondered, Master, when we return, how should we speak to that old man? Do we need to find a scapegoat? Gu Fu calmly asked a question. Do you know what else exists within the human ancestor's net, besides strength and wisdom? He hesitated slightly. He explained that now only 3 types of Gu remain in the net. The trust Gu, the doubt Gu, and the attitude Gu. The human ancestor doesn't want to release them. These 3 Gu are gambling with the human ancestor. Gu Fu looked up at the high sky and spoke. As long as the human ancestor opens the net, they will fly away. Anyone caught will submit. You say, what will the human ancestor ultimately catch? The servant replied. The attitude Gu. He asked, Do you know why? He replied to his subordinate that he didn't know. Gu Fu explained. Because his attitude said it all. When Gu Jinxing went missing, I immediately launched an investigation. If there's any news, I'll return at once. Gu Shanzhai, I risked being attacked by a tribe, confronting them on the spot, not even having time to sit down. Just to verify Fan Yuan's words, even using a fourth turn. Gu Zhujunzi. He looked into the distance and continued speaking. Then he returned. He also spent a lot of money to hire Bushin Tai Shueling to investigate this matter, regardless of whether Jin Xing is alive or dead. As an older brother, I must see it through to the end. This attitude is very clear. Moreover, the person wasn't killed by me, so I have no guilt in my heart. Even if father believes it or not, at least I have fulfilled my duty as an older brother. Who knows, I might actually find the real culprit. Perhaps it's Gugui, who is extremely anxious. The servant was a bit surprised. Master, you suspect it was young Master Gugui who did it? Gu Fu was absolutely certain of his own deduction. If it wasn't him, then who else could have pulled this off? He frowned, his face sullen, and said, Before I held back out of brotherly affection. I never expected him to be so ruthless, since you have been so heartless. Don't blame me, Gu Fu, for being ungrateful. The scene shifts to outside the mountain stronghold. That person's feet were stepping on some green grass. It turned out to be Fang Yuan. He spoke, finally having killed Gu Jinxing. The trouble has been resolved. Without any merit these days, I have arranged the situation after this event. The disputes at Guyu will surely intensify. I wonder if the Guyu convention will proceed ahead of schedule. The corner of his mouth curled up with calculation, and that ruthless blood god. This person follows the path of righteousness, but his work is busy. If he were to come here, it would definitely take 2 or 3 years. Fan Yuan gazed at the bright moonlight in the sky. However, 2 or 3 years later, I will already be at the second turn, or even the third turn of cultivation. By then I wonder if the Guyu clan would be willing to offend the Moon tribe for the sake of a first-turn cultivator. This incident reminds me of a fable from Earth, monkeys fishing for the moon. There were 2 monkeys trying to touch the moon's reflection on the water. When the monkeys touched the moonlight beneath the water surface, the moonlight vanished, leaving only the moon in the water. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling each gust of night wind. The people of this world are the same. Seeing the moonlight, they all think it is the real moon, unaware that it is merely the moon at the bottom of a well, the moon in their eyes, the moon in their hearts. Fan Yuan softly recited, The bright moon shines among the pines. The clear spring flows over the stones. He slightly opened his eyes. Life and death, I vow to become the true moon, emerging from the heavenly mountain, illuminating the sea of clouds. Guyu looked up at the moonlight and slowly read the final line. High above, walking in the darkness of the myriad heavens, time flew by, and half a month later, Fan Yuan then opened his eyes wide. Breathing heavily, he stared into the bottomless pit and spoke. Finally, I have understood the entrance to the Hua Zi secret vault. The next morning, in front of the school, the elder spoke up to announce to the students. Tomorrow we will select the second Gu worm to refine. Fan Yuan has already advanced to the middle stage, and is qualified to be the first to choose. Su Qing gritted his teeth in hatred. How annoying. And the guy beside him wasn't much better either. I wonder which box he will choose. Then he sneered that he already had a death Gu. And now he's about to get a third Gu worm. I'm just afraid he won't be able to raise it. Scene transitioned to under a large tree. The figures of Yu Bei and Fang Jing stood facing each other. He sternly said to Fang Zheng, Today, I wonder which box you will choose. He respectfully replied, Clan leader. Today I want to choose that bronze-skin Gu. Upon hearing this, he praised, Not bad, you chose very well. Upon hearing this, he shyly rubbed his head and replied, I just picked it casually. Yu Bei turned around slightly and said in a stern tone, I'm not just praising you for the sake of it. The matter of choosing Gu seems trivial, but in reality, it can reveal a person's character. You chose the bronze-skin Gu. Combined with your moonlight Gu, one for offense, one for defense. This shows you are an honest and simple person in this world. One hard, one soft, one yin, one yang, that is the true way. He recounted the previous choices. Yu Bei chose the yellow sky ox Gu. This Gu increases endurance, allowing for prolonged battles. This shows the tenacious and resilient personality of Mach Bak. Zichtan then chose the long Huan Chu Chu Gu, which could enhance his evasive abilities. This indicates he doesn't like direct confrontation. He is a shrewd person, skilled at currying favor. But it also reveals a weakness in his character. Upon hearing this, Fang Jing couldn't help but ask about Fan Yuan. So, what about my big brother? What Gu did my big brother choose? Uncle Yu glanced at him. His eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Then he replied, Your big brother chose the Xiao Guan Gu. This Gu is used to assist you. The Guan Gu can make Yu's attacks stronger. This shows his personality is very intense. Extremely aggressive, easily turning into extremism. Fan Zheng's eyes darkened, and his tone became somber. That's right, it seems my big brother is just like that. Hearing this, Uncle Yu looked at him and thought to himself, I analyzed the personalities of Mach Bak and Zich Tan for Fang Jing, but he completely failed to grasp the deeper meaning. Instead, he asks me about the situation with the gu. It seems Fang Yuan has left a deep impression on him. If only Fang Zheng had Fang Yuan's wisdom, that would be great. When it comes to political knowledge, Fang Yuan is absolutely top-notch. It's a pity he only has a C-grade aptitude. Then Uncle Yu spoke up. Right, Fang Jing, look at what this is. Then he brought out something glowing. Seeing it, he was extremely shocked. This is the Nok Bai Gu, Uncle Yu explained. Compared to the bronze skin gu, this jade skin gu is far superior. It not only consumes less true essence, but also has slightly stronger defensive power than the bronze skin gu. Fang Jing, you want it, don't you? He replied without hesitation. Of course I do, the elder said. If you want, I can give it to you. But as the clan leader, I have always been fair and just. I cannot just give it to you for free. So, I have a condition. Fang Jing wondered, what condition? The elder smiled and said, I want you to be the first to break through. Advance to the second turn and become the one with the highest cultivation level. This jade skin gu will be your reward, given to you in advance. Fang Jing was a bit surprised and hesitant upon hearing this. Ascend to the second turn? Seeing his hesitation, the elder provoked him a little. What's the matter? Are you scared? This gu can only be given to someone else. Or perhaps Fang Yuan will take the lead. At that moment, he had hit a sore spot. He immediately shouted, No, I agree with you. Fang Jing shouted firmly with a determined look. I will defeat everyone, and become the first to reach the second turn. The corner of Uncle Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke. Satisfied. That's how it should be. The scene shifted to Fang Yuan's side. He was standing inside a sealed cave. His hand touched the stone wall in front of him as he spoke. This boulder blocking the path is too round and smooth, clearly man-made. In other words, Flower Traveler intentionally placed this large boulder to block the way. Why would he set up such a trial here? Fang Yuan speculated there must be something. What could it be? Suddenly, he noticed a patch of land with a darker color than the surrounding area. Fang Yuan wondered, why is this place so wet? Is there something here? So he sat down to dig it up. His eyes widened in shock. A dazzling golden lotus appeared. Fang Yuan was thrilled. I knew it, he laughed contentedly and said, Look, there's a gu worm inside. This must be the key to this trial. The flower slowly bloomed. In the center, something lay motionless. He was startled. This is... After looking more closely, he realized it was the white water gu. Fang Yuan murmured, confirming his guess. I understand. It seems I'm meant to refine the white water gu here. Later, when I have enough strength, I can push the boulder aside and continue forward. This is the first trial, according to Flower Traveler's design. Setting up this trial allows me to infer the inheritance. Next, there must be a second trial, a third trial. He rubbed his chin, talking to himself. But the food for this white water gu is pork. In this world, that's not cheap at all. Relying solely on buying pork from the mountain village. First, it consumes primeval stones. Second, it will attract suspicious looks. It seems I'll have to move the scene to a forest. A vast forest. Fang Yuan was strolling inside. He spoke up, hunting a boar to take its meat. He looked down at the ground. These were the tracks of a wild boar. Following these tracks, I can find the wild boar. Fang Yuan pushed aside the bushes ahead to check the situation behind. His expression was extremely shocked. Behind the bushes, Fang Yuan saw a large pit with bamboo spears sticking up. The giant wild boar was dead. Blood gushed from its mouth and body as he spoke. This trap was clearly set by hunters. I didn't expect to stumble upon such a bargain. Then, using his hand to cut off the meat, he said, Then I won't stand on ceremony. Suddenly, several people approached from behind. One of them spoke. Brother Wang Er, in our village. No one's hunting skills match yours. That's right, it must be inherited from your father, old Master Wang. Then, hearing himself praised, he replied, Hunting just one wild boar can hardly show my true skill. One day, I want to leave Qingmao Mountain, roam the world, and travel across the land. Just then, all three spotted Fang Yuan. The two men walking beside Wang Er immediately got agitated and shouted with harsh words. Who the hell are you, you little brat? How dare you come here to steal Wang Er's wild boar? Our big brothers, huh? Get lost, he retorted. Get lost? Then sneered. Suddenly, one of the men's hands was severed. He screamed in pain. My hand! No, it's a gu master! The whole group, terrified, knelt down and begged. Please spare us, great gu master! We unintentionally offended you. Please spare our lives. Wang Er didn't understand his own situation, so he was very confident. He even dragged Ding along to shoot a bunch of useless people. Isn't it just a Gu master apprentice? How dare you come here? I'll shoot you through with one arrow. Fan Yuan's eyes turned sharp. He showed no change upon seeing that scene. Looking at him, he thought to himself, this Wang Er can remain calm upon seeing a Gu master. On the contrary, he has some courage. Fan Yuan didn't say much and threw a punch. Therefore, it left a long, bleeding wound on Fan Yuan's face. There was a long, bleeding wound on his face. He froze for a few seconds, then angrily and decisively shot the arrow he had prepared. Truly ungrateful. Fan Yuan merely bent down gently. He had dodged the arrow. He charged straight toward the opponent. The group of people screamed in fear. Stop! Both were locked in a clash with each other. Wang Er's gaze was extremely resolute. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He threw a punch and shouted, Die! He leaned back and easily dodged it. Then, thinking of a strategy to deal with him, he crouched low. The corner of Wang Er's mouth curled up with a scheming smile. He clenched his fist and swung it toward Wang Yuan. Just at the moment when it was only a few centimeters away from him, a beam of light shone down, causing Wang Er to be blinded and unable to see. He closed his eyes and blindly swung wildly, hitting no one. He took that opportunity to leap backward. Then he swung his hand in a slashing motion toward him. Wang Er had barely seen the move when the deadly strike arrived. The group accompanying him screamed, Wang Er, watch out! But it was already too late. He took the critical hit and was sent flying into the sky. The onlookers gaped in shock as he gritted his teeth. His body spun several times in midair. Fan Yuan then crashed down onto the ground. Those with him wondered, did he dodge it? But when their eyes were splattered with red blood, they finally realized the brutal truth. Wang Er lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. The group trembled as blood gushed from his body like a spring. They screamed, He's dead! He slowly stood up, listening to the fearful words from those opposite him. We shouldn't provoke the Gu master. We're just ordinary people. How can we be a match for a Gu master? Fan Yuan thought to himself. This Wang Er is very strong compared to those thugs in the house. He's even stronger than those average disciples. If they faced him, they'd surely lose. Even a high-level Gu master, if careless, would die by his hand without a doubt. Then Fan Yuan spoke up. You too, lead me down to the village, and I'll spare your lives for now. The frightened group obeyed, saying, Yes, sir. As he followed them, he pondered. If the Wang family is indeed the most renowned hunting clan around here, then they must have that thing in their house. Deep within a dense forest, there was a small village. Wang Mei had just drawn water from the well. She wiped her sweat-soaked forehead. Old man Wang called out to her from inside the house. He smiled and walked outside. He softly said, This bucket of water is heavy. I was supposed to carry it. Why did you sneak off to water the vegetables without me? Hearing his voice, she turned around. Father. Wang Mei chuckled and replied, You came back so late from hunting yesterday. You could have slept in a bit more this morning. It's just a bucket of water. See, father? I already pulled it up. Old man Wang gently scolded. You always try to be so tough, girl. Come, let me water the vegetables with you. A few seconds later, he sighed. I'm getting old. I can't even handle a few buckets anymore, Wang Mei said. Father, so you finally realize it? How many times have I told you? Just leave the hunting to the two young men. At your age, you should be resting at home and enjoying life. Old man Wang sat down and said calmly, With those two young men's skills, they're more than capable of handling the beasts in these mountains. But he's too ambitious and arrogant. He needs to learn a lesson first. He continued, That's right. And you're not getting any younger. You should find a husband. I'll start asking around for you. With our daughter's looks, we won't have trouble finding a good man. She could only smile at her father. Old man Wang looked up at the sky and mused about life. A hunter's life is never easy. How many can make it through from start to finish? His comrades from youth are all gone now. Only the father and daughter remain. He smiled benevolently, waiting for the two of them to suffer a little. Only when they learn to be less reckless can he rest. Then he will find a good husband for his daughter. Watch her get married and have children. Preferably a chubby little boy. A grandfather suddenly getting a grandson would be satisfying enough. The princess consort, warmed by his words, gently leaned on her father's shoulder and acted spoiled. But a sound rang out, shattering their happy family moment. Old King Wang immediately looked cautiously in that direction. Fan Yuan appeared with an imposing aura. He asked, Are you old King Wang? Following behind were the people who had carried Wang Er's body. He recognized them as Gu masters at a glance and immediately knelt down. This old man pays respects to the Gu master, sir. He announced, Old King Wang, your son dared to offend me, and I have killed him. Bring his corpse in here. The moment Wang Er's body was thrown down before them, his eyes became both shocked and terrified to the extreme. His whole body froze. The princess consort, upon seeing it, rushed over, crying like rain. The two of them and the others also looked sorrowful. The princess consort of the Wang family, Fan Yuan, showed no mercy. Still with an emotionless tone he said, "Old King Wang, I heard you are the hunting king, the most renowned hunter around these parts. Now draw me a map, clearly marking all the traps in the nearby mountain range. There is also the distribution of wild beasts in recent years. During the hunting process you have summarized it. You say you will finish drawing. I will pardon your son's crime of offending me. If you don't finish drawing, then that gap. He also understands the miserable fate of his family well enough." At this moment, the king's sister roared in anger. "You murderer, you are the culprit who killed my two brothers. I must avenge my two brothers." As soon as she finished speaking, old King Han slapped her, calling her insolent. She was extremely surprised. Father, though his heart ached as if cut, still forced himself to say, "My two sons are already dead. Do you want to die too?" His tears fell as he shouted in utmost pain, "Do you want a man like me to be alone for the rest of his life?" After saying this, old King Han knelt down and promised, "Great Master Gu, my son offended you. He truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I, this old man, will draw the map for you. You are merciful and generous. Please spare us." Fan Yuan coldly spoke, "Don't worry. As long as you draw it truthfully, I will definitely spare you." He did not forget to add a few words of threat. "But you'd better not deceive me. If I find any suspicious points, your lives will be hard to preserve." Old King Han's voice showed clear helplessness. He understood. He understood clearly. Fan Yuan ordered the two hunters to work. "You two go into the room and search for paper and pen, then bring them out to me." The two of them quickly obeyed the order. "Yes, my lord." Old man Wang lay face down on the ground. He said in a low voice, "There's no need for such trouble. The paper and pen are on the kitchen table." Fan Yuan squinted and said slowly, "Then go get them yourself." The house was a bit old and worn. Old man Wang drew each stroke of ink onto the white paper. After finishing, he respectfully handed it to Fan Yuan. "My lord, I have finished drawing. Please take a look." He received it. Then he gave it to the two hunters. "I asked you to look and see if there are any issues. For each mistake, I will reward you with a piece of primal stone." The two of them quickly replied, "Yes." The two hunters were overjoyed. They looked at every detail drawn on the map, as if they couldn't believe it was real. This was the lifelong experience and dedication of Wan Lai Tu. This precious intelligence could be said to be the bread and butter of us hunters. "So in this mountain valley, there is a herd of deer. Remember, you must remember everything." Immediately after, the two of them reported to Fan Yuan. "There are no problems, my lord. The positions of all the traps on this paper are accurate." Old man Wang suddenly spoke up loudly. "I earnestly beg you, Master Gu, please bow your head. This matter concerns my life, and my daughter's life. I absolutely dare not deceive you." Fan Yuan, faced with old man Wang's pleading, coldly replied, "Is that really so?" Old man Wang pursed his lips tightly, as if he had made some kind of decision. His gaze was dazed, and his mouth answered, "Yes." Fan Yuan spoke, but then immediately changed his tone. "Very good, but I don't believe it." Old Wang's eyes bulged wide, as if he couldn't react in time. Blood spurted out, and the top of his skull flew off, following the gaze of the onlookers. The daughter, witnessing that heartbreaking scene, shed tears in pain. She screamed, "Father!" and rushed away from the staggering hunter. As she ran toward old Wang, she kept calling out, "Dad! Dad!" A loud voice, accompanied by a strange blue light, made the daughter freeze in place. "Young Master Wang, little sister." The trees in the forest rustled once more from the powerful energy. The daughter was quickly slashed down by a single sword strike. Her fair face and beautiful eyes still held traces of tears. She lay sprawled motionless on the cool green grass. Blood soaked an entire area around her head. Seeing this, the two hunters quickly knelt down and begged, "Please, Gu Master, please spare our lives, Gu Master! Please spare our lives!" Fan Yuan stood before the two of them. "Order you to stand up. Now, go inside and search it thoroughly." His tone was cold with every word. Staring straight ahead, he said, "I know that every hunter keeps a map of the beast territory, with the terrain and trap locations drawn on it, as well as the distribution of the beast packs. If you search it out, then I will grant you a path to survival." Hearing this, the two hunters quickly ran inside the house. "Gu Master, please wait a moment. We will search it right away." The two of them frantically looked for the item. "Where is what Fan Yuan demanded? Where the hell is it? Hurry up and find it. Master, please wait a little longer. We will find it immediately." They sweated and tore the entire house apart, yet still couldn't find that map. A sharp, cold voice rang out, making the hunter's face turn pale with fear. "You useless things!" Seeing this, the two hunters quickly knelt down and begged, "Fan Yuan, Great master, please spare us. We, your subordinates, truly cannot find it. Fan Yuan looked at them, silent, saying nothing. He observed the surroundings of the house, silently assessing. It's true, everything has been turned over, but something's not right, is it? Almost every hunter has a family beast map, passed down from ancestors to descendants. Fan Yuan began to think, from one generation to the next, constantly revising the drawings on the map, recording the distribution of the beast herds and the placement of traps. This is the hunter's livelihood, how could it be missing? His eyes suddenly noticed a pile of cold, scattered firewood nearby. Fan Yuan approached and observed the pile of wood lying in the hearth. He pulled out a strangely shaped piece of charcoal from the pile. Holding the charcoal in his hand, Fan Yuan couldn't help but wonder. It doesn't look like ordinary charcoal. It seemed that a swift rub quickly caused the outer layer of charcoal to break apart. Inside the outer shell was a scroll. This is it. Fan Yuan spread the map out on the large table, pondering and observing. He carefully examined every detail drawn on the map. The map, with its meticulously drawn details and prominent red markings. That cunning old man certainly didn't tell the whole truth. The map he drew for me didn't have any of these red marks. Fan Yuan looked at the red ink marks and speculated. These red marks might be the hiding place of a beast king. With my current strength, it's very difficult to get there. Borrowing the power of a beast king for revenge isn't a bad idea. He turned back and asked the two hunters. I ask you in Old Man Wang's household, is there anyone else? The two quickly replied. No, their whole family is dead, Gu Master. One hunter scratched his head, trying to recall what he knew. Wang Lai Tu's household originally had 5 wives. He died early. 3 of his sons were killed by you, 2 of them. The eldest, Wang De, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. Suddenly, he blurted out. There's also Wang Da's wife, but she's dead too. Fan Yuan absorbed the information and pondered for a moment. Is that so? The image of the well surfaced along with the hunter's words. But I heard that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but old man Wang forced her to death. That's right, master. You killing old man Wang was eliminating a tyrant for the people, bringing blessings to the masses. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, as if he had fully absorbed all the information. I killed him only to obtain this beast map. Your performance was excellent. You may go now. The 2 hunters rejoiced and thanked him. Thank you, master, for sparing us. Your mercy is boundless. We will forever remember it in our hearts. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside. Hold it! Jiang He landed before Fan Yuan and said, You cannot leave. Explain everything that happened here clearly. He stood with his arms crossed, looking somewhat arrogant and said, I am Jiang He, the station Gu master in the village of the Guyu tribe. And you 2 hunters, quickly kneel and pay respects to Jiang He. A commoner pays respects to Lord Jiang He of the Guyu clan. Fan Yuan glanced over and listened to what he said. The station Gu master remembered now. So it's a Gu master, sent here to strengthen the clan's defense. Jiang He's sharp eyes spotted something. The blue light on the hem of Fan Yuan's robe. He tilted his face with a hint of pride. So the Moonlight Gu is from a junior disciple. Fan Yuan remained calm and composed. He recounted everything that happened to Jiang He. The matter was quite simple to explain. The second son of Old Man Wang offended me in a fit of rage. I killed both of them. These 2 can testify for me. After hearing this, Jiang He laughed and praised him for a good kill. Just a bunch of mortals daring to offend a master, deserving of death. He then rubbed his 2 fingers together. His tone was a bit arrogant, but anyway, those villagers were under my responsibility. At the year-end assessment, my clan evaluation will drop. You see this loss? Fan Yuan immediately understood Jiang He's intention to trick him. He calmly clasped his hands behind his back and spoke softly. What's so hard about that, senior? Just report it as it is. Say that I killed this family, with no connection to you. Jiang He saw no benefit and spoke with some irritation. Then I'll follow the rules of justice and report your identity. Fan Yuan slowly stated his identity. Surname Gu Yu, given name Fan Yuan. This information surprised Jiang He. He had to ask again. You are Fan Yuan? Immediately, he changed his tone and said to Fan Yuan, Recently, I've always heard my younger brother talk about your rich experiences. That's right, my younger brother is Jiang Ye. You 2 must have met long ago. Jiang He patted his chest chivalrously and said to Fan Yuan, All right, junior apprentice brother. I will handle this matter. Consider it a favor I'm doing for you. Just don't kill people so casually in the future, that's all. Fan Yuan thanked Jiang He and then leisurely left. Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice brother. Farewell. A hint of joy appeared on his lips from the achievement he had just made. Now that he had obtained the map, he might as well go out for a stroll tonight. The sky was quickly covered by a night, silent, with a bright moon and sparkling stars. In front of Fan Yuan was a large wild boar. Seeing someone appear, it quickly fled. Fan Yuan smiled with satisfaction, as if he had found his prey. Found you, it's you. In the quiet space of the forest, a few rustling sounds echoed. A wild boar was attacked and only managed to let out one cry. Immediately after, it collapsed in front of Fan Yuan. He let out a light breath, as if he had exerted too much effort. This hunt wasn't easy to deal with. Fan Yuan summoned a shiny blue object, the white water goo. He tossed it toward the wild boar lying still in front of him. White water goo began to absorb energy from the wild boar. In just a moment, from the massive wild boar, only a skeleton with a few scraps of meat remained. Fan Yuan brought the glowing object to his chest and began cultivating the white bone goo. After this meal, he probably wouldn't need to hunt for about 5 days. Next, he would rely on it to increase his strength. Then he cultivated while pondering. The growth effect requires time to accumulate. It seems that if he wants to pass the first trial, he has no choice but to diligently hunt beasts day after day. Then time quickly passed until June. In the blink of an eye, the deadline at the end of June arrived. The teacher called out Fang Deng's name. "Do you Fang Deng?" The teacher placed the reward bag in front of him, full of praise. "You are the first to advance to the high rank. This is your reward. Keep up the good work." Fang Jing respectfully bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Elder Jia." At the same time, he glanced down at Fan Yuan's desk. "Brother, see? I finally beat you once." Fan Yuan's feigned sleeping posture only made Fang Jing more smug. "Pretending to sleep is useless. This is the truth. This is the first time. Next will be the second, the third." The students below observed Fang Jing, filled with admiration mixed with envy. "No wonder he's Fang Jing. This is the advantage of the A-grade talent." The teacher above spoke up. "Continue the lesson? Alright. Now that you've all passed, the next stage will be the mid-year exam. This time's content is hunting wild boars. The hunting team can collect the fangs they gather as achievements. After the assessment ends, each wild boar tusk can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones." The students below are all buzzing with discussion. Finally, it's time for the mid-year assessment. But my level makes it very hard to hunt wild boars. Idiot, didn't they say we can form a team? Plus, we can exchange them for primeval stones. What a great opportunity. Fan Yuan slightly lifted his head, thinking things had changed. He recalled the exam topic from his past life, and the questions that suddenly surfaced in his subconscious. I remember the content of the mid-year assessment clearly. In my past life, it was collecting 10 wild forest honeys. Now it's changed to hunting wild boar tusks. Is this the butterfly effect? Fan Yuan sat up slowly, deep in thought. Since my rebirth, I've made many changes. Could it be that history will completely change from now on? If so, my advantage from being reborn will diminish. He observed everyone around him discussing the topic excitedly, and began to think as well. Since things have come to this, I can only face it head on. Even if everything changes completely, I won't let these worries slow down my progress. Cut to the scene outside the mansion with the large wall. Fan Yuan leaned against the big wall, arms crossed, pondering. The rewards this time are really generous. I've hunted quite a few fangs before. Should I take them out? This is a bit too risky. If others become suspicious, then my great plan will be ruined. He immediately thought of the current situation. But his current position is somewhat inconvenient. The entire clan thinks I am a loyal servant. The higher my cultivation level, the more the higher-ups in the clan want to oppose me. This impression is not good. I need to change it. But how should I do it? Immediately, a familiar figure approached from afar, catching Fan Yuan's attention. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Got it. Fang Jing in front of his senior brother said, "Big brother, I didn't expect you to still dare to come here. My cultivation has already surpassed yours now. I advise you to restrain yourself a bit." The group of juniors behind him kept cheering him on. That's right, Fan Yuan is invincible. Fan Yuan just sneered at Fang Yang's overconfidence. You still like to say these foolish words, don't you? Fang Zheng's gaze was firm as he looked at his senior brother. I've greeted you, big brother. Today, I will not hold back. He let out a soft breath, comforting himself before the battle with Fan Yuan. That's right, I am no longer the same as before. Today is also the first time I can defeat big brother. Fang Jing remembered his training sessions under the night sky. Under the clan leader's guidance, I am no longer as weak as before. The gap between me and big brother no longer exists. He quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Fight with the person opposite. Come on, big brother. I will show you my change. A second later, Fang Jing had collapsed motionless on the ground. He looked up at his senior brother with a suspicious expression. Damn it, how could this be? Fan Yuan gently rubbed his neck and said to Fang Jing, My foolish little brother, consider yourself lucky. From today onward, I will no longer take your primeval stones. After hearing his subordinate's report, Lord Yu couldn't help but be surprised. What? Fan Yuan? He actually didn't take Fang Zheng's primeval stones? He didn't take the primeval stones from Qi Qing and Mo Bei either? The subordinate immediately confirmed to him. I wouldn't dare deceive you, my lord. It's truly the case. After his subordinate left, Lord Yu couldn't help but ponder. What is this Fang Yuan trying to do now? He's becoming stranger and stranger. Fang Yuan already has over 100 primeval stones on him. Perhaps he looks down on these 30 primeval stones. But when something is brought right to his doorstep, how could he refuse it? He gave you 3 guesses, Mo Bei, Qi Cheng, and Fang Jing. They could be said to represent the 3 major factions within the clan. The clan leader said that sooner or later they would all return to the clan. Could it be that he wants to send a signal of goodwill to the clan? Right after that, Lord Yu laughed heartily to himself. He's just a brat, after all. He's probably starting to worry about his own future now. Time flew by quickly, and 3 days later, a wild boar with large tusks and a loud roar appeared. The wild boar is coming! Pull the rope tight! The subordinates standing on the trees kept directing and cheering. Hurry up and kill it! The wild boar quickly spewed blood and collapsed on the spot. Bei happily shouted out loud, Another one down! Great, first place is ours! The subordinates secretly following quickly updated the situation. Record it, Noyet Mac Bei has hunted 5. The subordinate quickly wrote it down. Yes. Another subordinate quickly returned to La Tran. Nearby, he reported to Ko Noyet Su. Reporting to the elder, the assessment is going very smoothly. So far, no casualties among the trainees. Gwyn Kyok Gio Dao quickly laughed loudly, congratulating him. These kids are really talented. It seems the old academy knows how to teach. Ko Noyet Su stroked his beard with satisfaction. He asked gently, Whose performance is the best? The subordinate immediately reported, reporting to the elder. As of now, the 4 of them, Fuang Nguyen, Fuang Qin, Mac Bei, and Zich Tan are leading. He reported the details of each person one by one. Zich Tan has killed 3 wild boars, Fuang Qin and Man Bei. Each killed 5. Fuang Nguyen has the most, harvesting 8. Fuang Nguyen smiled smugly, thinking, The 27th one, it seems first place will be mine. If they see me take another bag later. What kind of expressions will those people have? He remembered the red X mark on the map. The beast map had several red symbols. Based on my current position, I'm only a little bit away from the nearest red circle symbol. Fuang Nguyen thought, then glanced behind him. Conveniently, he went to check what the red circled marked location was. If anything was off, the brats behind Kia could help him deal with it. He quickly arrived in front of a large ancient tree in the forest. Above the moss-covered ancient tree was a small house. Fan Yuan secretly speculated. This was Old Man Wang's temporary shelter while hunting, right? He pondered for a moment, and decided to go up and check it out. Fan Yuan slowly opened the door of the small treehouse, and inside was a mess of straw and clothes. He opened the main door wide, observing the room and thinking. Strange, it looked like someone still frequented this place. But Old Man Wang's family had all been killed by him. Who could have? Suddenly, Fan Yuan noticed a painting, with a knife stuck into it on the wall. Moving closer to observe, he was surprised by the painting of himself. A painting of me? Fan Yuan frowned, thinking, what does this person want? Why target me? No, it could very well be targeting Fang Jing. He rubbed his chin, pondering and carefully observing the surroundings of the house. After all, Fang Jing was the hope of the clan. It was only natural for other clans to target him. But why on the map of Old Man Wang's hunting grounds was there a mark for this wooden house? Fan Yuan pondered the name Old Man Wang. Could it be Old Man Wang was a mole secretly planted by another force? Old Man Wang immediately. A spark of thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. That's not right, this person is targeting me. He recalled the image of Wang Er, calm when standing before him. He remembered how Wang Er showed no fear when facing him. This is not the behavior of an ordinary person. So, when facing a Gu master, the image of him firmly raising his bow and arrow, aiming at Fan Yuan, he must have been very familiar with dealing with Gu masters to act like that. He continued stroking his chin, deep in thought. But old Wang's entire family is already dead. Could it be that Fan Yuan immediately fell into a circle, dense with his own thoughts? Old Wang Han's family moved out of the village to live alone. Wang Er is young but very calm when facing a Gu master. He has great ambition, surpassing the common folk. More importantly, the marked location. The red circle on the family treasure map is a secret place. This person also harbors intense hostility toward me, the eldest son. Wang Da died in the mountains while hunting 3 years ago. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry but was forced to death by Wang Han. Old Wang Han was determined to hide the family treasure map. The bamboo paper he gave me completely lacks these 3 red circles. The surrounding space fell silent. Amid Fan Yuan's train of thought, Water droplets dripped from the roof, pattering down, showing the dampness of the house. He stood observing the drawing, delving deeper into his own reasoning. Finally, Fan Yuan reached a conclusion. This also left him utterly shocked. Could it be that Wang Dai wasn't dead? Fan Yuan buzzed with disbelief in his heart. Not only was he not dead, but he had also coincidentally become a demonic goo master. He wanted to take advantage of this assessment to strike and kill him for revenge. A mysterious laugh rang out from the bushes, aimed at Fan Yuan. A gaze filled with deep hatred sounded off. "I've finally found you." "Do you?" Fan Yuan thought to himself as he glanced around. If that's really the case, then everything becomes clear. If so, then suddenly the bloodstained mat caught his eye. Fan Yuan walked over and flipped the piece of mat on top. His eyes flashed with a glint of shock as he exclaimed in surprise. "What's this from you?" Fan Yuan stared at the two motionless bodies, his heart churning. "These are the two hunters I spared that day. If that's the case, then Wang Dai must have already gathered enough intel on me." He quickly dashed out the door. "Damn it, I can't stay here long. Time to flee." Wang Dai hid in the nearby bushes. Watching Fan Yuan's every move, he smirked. "Trying to run? Don't think hiding behind those goo masters. That old master of yours, I'm not afraid to touch you. I'll kill every last one of you." Fan Yuan ran while thinking, "Damn it, what's Wang Dai's strength like? Can I beat him?" Wang Dai stood above, watching Fan Yuan sprinting frantically below. Based on his own deductions, for these 3 years, he had been sneaking around every red circle mark, struggling to survive in the cracks between the 3 major mountain strongholds. This shows he doesn't yet have the ability to roam the world alone. Preliminary estimate is that he has a cultivation level of second turn. The image of Wang Da with half his body bandaged and a strange object on his arm, along with Fan Yuan's continuous chain of deductions. Calculating it out, he went missing 3 years ago. Today, he has cultivated to the second turn. His talent must be from grade C to grade B. The total amount of true essence within his apertures ranges from 40% to 70%. Finally, the strange object in Wang Da's hand glowed and appeared. His face, more than half bandaged, along with his eyes full of hatred. In these 3 years, he managed to survive. Moreover, he could even return home right under Jiang He's nose. It seems his goo worm must have the effect of concealing his whereabouts. Wang Da whispered, "Shadow following Du," as black gas emerged from that strange object. It quickly moved down into the forest below. The subordinate tailing Fan Yuan yawned in boredom. This is truly dull. Following these junior disciples is exactly like being a babysitter. Suddenly, a strange hand appeared behind him, causing the subordinate's eyes to gradually become dazed. "What is this smell?" Wang Da swiftly attacked, finishing him off in the blink of an eye. The subordinate had no time to react. He could only stare wide-eyed as blood gushed out. Wang Da coldly walked away, leaving the subordinate lying flat on the cold ground. Wang Da's long, sharp fingernails were coldly stained with blood. As he spoke, he began to calculate. Using 1 portion of true essence, he had 4 portions remaining. Poison gas spread from Wang Dai's mouth along with his words. He must achieve a quick victory, otherwise his true essence would run out. Fan Yuan ran while pondering deeply about that Wang Dai. He was a rank 2 goo master, and even a demonic goo master who refined goo. With my current combat strength, struggling to survive, I am certainly no match for him. Wang Dai knows I have the beast map now. He must be relying on the distribution of the large herd, stopping on the map to search the surroundings. I can only go against common sense, to find a way out. Another subordinate was also tracking Fan Yuan's movements. Suddenly, he noticed something. He widened his eyes in horror, staring at that strange object. Fresh red blood gushed out as a cold voice rang out. 2 subordinates lay motionless at Wang Dai's feet, along with his words. "Kid, if you want to run, you have to see if I allow it." Another subordinate standing in the distance suddenly spoke up. "Who's there?" Wang Dai showed no fear and let out a cold snort. His hands quickly lashed out toward that subordinate. He was swiftly pushed back against a nearby tree trunk, causing him to shout in terror. The subordinate looked at the technique Wang Dai used, and was utterly horrified. This is the number 1 rank 2 poison goo, AI Xingli. Wang Dai calmly emphasized again, "That's right, it's the love separation. You're about to die." The subordinate closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Damn it, if that's the case. His mouth opened wide, revealing a crescent-shaped mark. Engraved on his tongue, it began to glow. The subordinate grabbed Wang Dai's neck tightly and shouted, "Then let's die together." Wang Dai's eyes widened in shock. A mark-shaped wound appeared on his left shoulder. It injured his shoulder, and blood sprayed out. The blond young man, after using all his strength to wound Wang Dai, collapsed to the ground. Wang Dai gasped for breath. He touched the wound on his left arm with his hand and looked down at the young man. With his last bit of strength, the young man whispered, Wang Dai, the love separation. To cultivate it, you need the heart of a lover. You damn demonic cultivator. Wang Dai listened, sneered, and replied, Don't you understand? You don't understand anything. Then he clenched his fist and shouted angrily, You're not ordinary people. You'll never understand. In this world where human life is as cheap as grass, without power you can't survive. His voice grew louder. Let alone commoners like us. We can only live by enduring bullying day by day. Every day, we have to worry about gains and losses. Wang Dai was almost enraged. Every word he spoke seemed to be the pent-up suffering he had endured over the years. It is you who stole our resources, leaving us with no way to survive. To us, you are the true demons. King Dai whispered softly, then refined this goo worm. I killed my own wife with my own hands. All of this was for survival. I had to choose power. That young man was likely dead, lying motionless in a pool of blood. King Dai turned around, ready to leave. This was an enlightenment of the demonic path. You goo masters, forever pampered and raised by your clans, could never understand. King Dai saw a small figure running below. His face darkened as he spoke angrily. I gave up love, only to be left with family bonds. But you took that away from me. I want you to regret what you did 100,000 times over. Immediately, King Dai lunged straight at the running figure below. He thought to himself, it's time for you to pay for your actions. Suddenly, someone from somewhere injured him. King Dai cursed in anger. He turned to see who had attacked him. Damn it, why are there still goo masters? He spun around and landed on the ground. King Dai summoned a small green skull in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the person before him and said, Shadow attendant. A voice rang out from ahead, but the light was too strong. Flashlight goo! King Dai was bound, turned his face away, and exclaimed, Ah! Gu Yu Sa slowly stepped out and introduced herself. At the same time, she warned King Dai. I am Gu Yu Sa, young man. If you surrender now with your hands tied, then perhaps our clan could spare your life. Wang Dai looked at the skull in his hand. It no longer emitted light, and he thought, damn it. The shadow attendant Gu is heavily injured. It needs 3 hours to recover. He asked back, spare my life? He was unconvinced. He fiercely lunged at Gu Yu Tiao, shouting, I'll kill you first. He yelled, and Wang Dai quickly guessed the move. Defensive Gu. Wang Dai looked at the figure running behind and thought, If I can't deal with you, I'll kill Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan thought as he ran. I never expected that just for a map. I would attract a demonic cultivator assassin. Luckily, I killed someone as soon as I made my move. This will force Wang Dai to waste time collecting the 10. My intel, Wang Dai shouted as he ran closely behind. Dream on, he crazily blurted out, Die. He thought, looking at Fang Jing running ahead. Although Wang Dai probably has a good grasp of me by now, he still doesn't know that. Gu Yu Fan Yuan chuckled inwardly. He thought, I have a very dutiful younger brother. Fang Jing turned around and shouted in panic, Ah! Just at the critical moment, a burly man descended from the sky, landing heavily. He said, Don't even think about it. Wang Dai asked in surprise, There's still a Gu master? The man interjected, Gu Yu Dangyin requests to assist. The demon cultivator over there, quickly raise your hands and surrender. Wang Dai mocked him, saying, Catch me if you can, and leaped up. His hands grew red claws as he said, Let's see me kill you now. Dangyin immediately summoned the stone skin talisman. A stone with a human face appeared. Dang Yin's arms instantly turned to stone. Wang Dai's red claws were blocked by the stone arms. Wang Dai grabbed Dang Yin before he could react. He swung his arm back and said, Next, the wind blade wheel. A small gust of wind appeared on his arm. Dang Yin landed a punch on Wang Dai's face. He was sent flying, his head hitting the ground, Wang Dai's whole body aching. In agony, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wang Dai lifted his head. Blood dripped from his mouth to the ground as he said, I only have half my true essence left. Looks like I'm going to die here. Dang Yin stood towering before him, advising him. You're almost done for. Surrender now. Wang Dai frowned, his eyes blazing with hatred and unwillingness. He looked ahead and said with difficulty, Even if I die. Fang Jing looked on, a bit scared and worried, sweating nervously. Wang Dai suddenly stood up. He rushed toward Fang Jing with incredible speed. He raised his red claws and shouted, I'll take you down with me. Dang Yin turned his head in shock and said, Oh no. Yu Sa quickly extended her silver hair, shouting, Don't mess this up. Wang Dai was pierced through by the hair. He still moved forward, laughing. Too late. Fang Jing stepped back and yelled, Jade skin talisman. A jade emitting a blue light floated in the air. Wang Dai was only a few steps away from Fang Jing, sneering as he spoke. It's just a mere goo worm that has just evolved. How can it possibly stand against my love and separation? Fang Jing, terrified, raised his hand to block. Wang Dai swung his hand, his sharp, blood-red claws closing in. He roared, "Go and die!" Yu Saw screamed in panic. "No!" His hair stretched out. Fang Jing could only freeze, his eyes wide open, watching those claws approaching. But just when it was only a few centimeters away from him, the claws stopped. Wang Dai was surprised, his arms trembling. His entire body was held tight by strands of hair. Fang Jing lay on the ground, letting out a breath. Wang Dai cursed. "Damn it! Just a little bit more," he said, blocking Fang Jing, who was bleeding. Yu Saw's hair flew over again, sharp as a knife. They pierced through his body again. Wang Dai coughed up a mouthful of blood, whispering, "Waner." After being stabbed many times by Yu Saw's hair, Wang Dai recalled a painful memory on the floor. Drops of blood fell one by one onto the floor. He had personally stabbed the one he loved, while holding her in his arms. Wana glared, blood streaming from her mouth as she asked him, "Why?" Wang Dai only gritted his teeth, 2 streams of tears flowing down. He could only say one sentence, "I'm sorry." Wana seemed to understand something. Her gaze softened, her lips curled into a smile, and she said, "So that's how it is." She placed both hands behind his back, pulling him into an embrace. Wana closed her eyes and said, "I understand. Take care of yourself." Her hands slowly let go. "Take good care of yourself." But in the end, he fell. This was proof that she had breathed her last. He still held Wana's body in his arms. After a moment, Wanda cried like a newborn baby. He thought, whether it was hatred or regret, he regretted it so much that living was worse than death. Therefore I swore that I must protect the remaining loved ones of mine well. Back to the present. But if I could do it all over again, Waner, I would still choose the same path. His body was suspended in midair. He had stopped and used breathing. After confirming that Wang Da had stopped breathing, he let out a breath, while Fang Jing, who had just escaped death, asked with a worried face, "Is it finally over?" Suddenly, his forehead began to turn purple, and blood flowed out nonstop. His eyes grew heavy, as if he realized he had been poisoned. Fang Jing fell backward. He thought, indeed, my cultivation level is still insufficient. He had fainted, and everyone around shouted, "Fang Jing! Giyu Fang Jing!" At the camp, everyone gathered in a commotion. Someone spoke up. "Did you hear that? Just now, there was an assassin who not only severely injured Fang Jing, but also killed several. 2 transfer masters. Fang Jing is just too unlucky. I wonder if he died or not," a young man chimed in. "Even if he doesn't die, he's severely injured. Who knows after this? His talent might even drop a level. It seems the enemy deliberately targeted him. After all, he has the aptitude for armor type, so everyone can just discuss it." Fan Yuan thought to himself from behind. Fang Jing was assassinated. No wonder I didn't encounter anything. It seems the intel was insufficient, so they targeted the wrong person, he thought with a smirk. I'm afraid the higher-ups will become suspicious. The other 2 mountain strongholds, he muttered to himself. Yu Sure cursed inwardly. Damn it, I expected an assassination. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Was it by family stronghold or Xiong family stronghold? An examiner handed a scroll to the old man, saying, "Lord Jia. This is the result of this assessment." The old man said, "The achievements of each person are as follows. Guyu Qiqing, 16 wild boar fangs." Upon hearing this, Qiqing laughed. "Great! First place is mine." Guyu Mo Bei behind him regretted bitterly. "Damn it, just 1 short." The old man continued, "I declare the first place of this assessment belongs to..." Suddenly a voice shouted, "Hold on!" The one who spoke was Fan Yuan. Qiqing saw this and immediately found fault. "Fan Yuan, you're an hour late. According to the rules, you'll be deducted 4 fangs." He just smirked and replied, "Fine." He continued, "I accept the punishment." Then Fan Yuan pulled out a bag and dropped it. A pile of fangs. Guyu Mo Bei was shocked. "How can there be so many?" Qiqing immediately accused. "Fan Yuan, you cheated." The old man asked him. "Fan Yuan, did you hunt these yourself?" He replied, "I only hunted over 10 fangs. Unexpectedly, I found a bag full of fangs. The assessment didn't clearly state that I must hunt the boars myself, so I brought him here." Hearing that Fan Yuan got first place in this assessment, the surrounding crowd was dissatisfied. "How can this be? Did they leak the exam? How is it such a coincidence? Too lucky." At night, where the elders gather, Guyu Bo sighed and said, "Guyu Yao Ji, you are the top healing Gu master in our clan. I ask you, how is Fang Beng's condition?" He immediately received an answer. "Clan leader, his condition is currently stable. Fan Zheng is not in danger of death. He is still unconscious, but his talent hasn't dropped." Guyu Bo sighed. "It's good that it hasn't dropped. Have you found out the background of that assassin?" Guyu Si Lian clasped his hands and replied, "We have. He is a 35-year-old man. Identity unknown, suspected to be a demonic goo master with 2 goo worms, 1 shadow goo and 1 love separation. The other elders were surprised upon hearing this. Love separation? Gu Yubo stroked his beard and said, Love separation is the #1 poison among the second turn goo. It's no wonder it could kill 3 goo masters of our clan. Shilian spoke up. Clan leader, this matter still needs investigation. Isn't it the Bai family village, or the Xiong family village causing trouble? Gu Yuemo-chen replied. It could also be a demonic goo master from outside who wants to rely on the village. Then, to show loyalty, he went to assassinate Fang Jing. Gu Yubo replied. That makes sense. But in his mind, he was thinking, these 2 clan elders are usually at odds. But once an external enemy appears, I never expected them to be so tightly united. Yushir then spoke up. Patriarch Fang Jing. Yubo immediately replied. Old man, no need to worry about Fang Jing. There's nothing to be concerned about. How were the results of this assessment? Yushir hesitated. This matter. He answered Yubo. Fan Yuan can take first place. The reason is that he unexpectedly picked up a bag of boar fangs. Upon hearing this, several elders thought to themselves. What? Picking up a bag by accident? That excuse is too fake. Someone must have secretly helped him. Who could it be? Many people know the contents of this assessment, except for the Goo Master examiners. Only the few family elders sitting here remain. Also, thinking this, the elders glanced in one direction, toward the patriarch. All eyes fell on Yubo under the tense atmosphere. The elders gripped the edges of their chairs tightly, thinking about who secretly helped Fang Yuan. Several elders broke out in a cold sweat, exchanging glances. Who could it be? Someone must want to recruit Fang Yuan into their faction. And Fang Jing has grade 8 talent. If trained to the 4th turn, what would that mean? He is the next patriarch, following Fang Yuan as his older brother, Fang Jing. Although Fang Yuan has grade C talent, relying solely on this familiar relationship, he still has investment value. Bringing him into one's own faction would be a very good leverage over Fang Jing in the future. Si Lian thought to himself. If I didn't recruit Fang Yuan, then who secretly helped him? As usual, previously, recruitment only started at the end of the year. It's only been half a year, and someone has already made a move. This breaks the rules. If that's really the case, then it's very likely. It's that old man Guyu Emochin. Emochin thought again. I truly value Fang Yuan highly, but I haven't had the chance to act yet. Who on earth could it be? Could it be? Then he looked up toward the clan leader's direction. It's the clan leader, sir. He was just guessing blindly. That's right. For him, if he could quietly pull Fang Yuan into his own faction, and then add Fang Jing to the mix, his power would become more and more solid. Mang Jin pondered deeply. All the elders were lost in thought, making the room so quiet that you both thought. These 2 old men are getting better at acting. Just by looking at their expressions, you really can't tell at all. Could it not be them, but some other minor forces? After thinking it over, he fell into deep worry. Then Gu Yubo spoke up to break the atmosphere. To receive without giving back is rude. The enemy dares to target Fang Jing at this very moment. Our Guyu clan is not to be bullied. We must teach them a lesson. He continued, calling out to the Dark Hall Elder. Elder, plan this out first. Then report back to me. As for Guyu Fang Jing, Yubo analyzed it for everyone to understand. He has grade A talent, which is extremely important to our clan. To ensure this never happens again, from now on, I will teach him alone. He stroked his beard and continued. As for you Fang Yuan, he managed to secure first place with a C-grade aptitude. It's truly rare. I, in my personal capacity, reward him with 30 primeval stones. Uncle Yu then ordered the elder to say a word to him. Tell him to keep up the hard work, the elder replied. Yes, clan leader. The elders below exchanged glances in confusion. A reward of 30 primeval stones is nothing. What does this mean? Could it be that the clan leader, who is the force behind him? Late at night, under a waning crescent moon, the meeting ended. The elders left one by one. Gu Yubo remained inside, watching their departing figures. He stroked his beard and muttered to himself. This Guyu Fang Yuan is quite interesting. It seems I should pay more attention to him from now on. Somewhere inside a cave, Fang Yuan stepped in and murmured, The assessment. It's only been a little over 10 days since the new year. I've already smoothly advanced to the 1st rank. Much faster than my previous life. The white goo has also developed to a certain extent. I've reached my limit. Since I've met the requirements of a goo master's realm, then it's time to seek the next mysterious layer. After saying this, Fang Yuan stopped. Ahead of him, a giant boulder blocked the path. In the cave, Fang Yuan was slowly pushing the boulder forward. He counted each step, 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. He muttered to himself a week ago. I pushed 45 steps before my stamina ran out, and I had to let go. I wonder how far I can go this time. After speaking, Fan Yuan continued counting, 48, 49 steps, 50 steps. The stone had revealed a crack. He looked up and questioned, "Are we there yet?" He breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, and said, "This is—" It was a secret chamber standing before him. A rough stone wall blocked the way forward. He said the secret chamber had a crude gray stone door. It must be a hasty work by the flower wine traveler. Suddenly noticing something, he looked behind the stone. He looked down and said, "This might be the second earthly flower. It will probably be my second trial site. If I'm not mistaken, there's a flower in the depression on the ground." Suddenly, the flower bloomed, revealing inside a green glowing gem. He questioned, "A jade skin goo?" He held the gem and said with a slight smile, "I didn't expect the flower wine traveler had already prepared this for me. I was just wondering, where would I find another jade skin goo? Now with the defense of the jade skin goo, I can fully utilize my strength advantage." Fan Yuan thought, the defensive capability of the jade skin goo is among the top tier goo worms. With this jade skin goo, I've finally filled the gap in my defense. Fan Yuan silently calculated, but it's not easy to raise. Every 10 days, it must devour 2 tails of jade stone. In the past, raising the white goo, I had to go kill wild boars on time. But this matter is quite troublesome. With this jade skin goo, could it be that I have to go dig or everywhere? He began to open the stone door. Inside was a dark space. The only light came from the stone door. As he opened it, he suddenly realized something and looked up. Above were stone pillars riddled with holes. He silently analyzed. Right now, I must be inside Qingmao Mountain. The area of this underground stone forest is at least over 30 mu. Each stone pillar emitted a faint red light. Could it have been affected by something to become like this? I already somewhat understand the intention behind the flower traveler's arrangement of the jade skin goo, if my guess is not wrong. He raised his hand and shot a sword aura towards the stone pillar. The vibration caused the stone pillar to echo with the sound of a monkey. A monkey with 2 blue eyes, looking extremely ferocious, lunged at him. He continued to shoot sword aura at the monkey. The monkey, hit by the attack, lay on the ground, losing its life force. The monkey's body gradually turned to stone. He said with certainty, "As expected, it's a group of jade-eyed stone apes." Having said that, he looked up. In the holes, on the stone pillars, pairs of eyes glowed blue. Inside were hundreds of monkeys. Fan Yuan observed and said, "After this type of creature dies, its entire body will turn into gray gravel. Only its pupils will form 2 jade stones, each weighing about 2 tails. But I don't just need to raise the jade skin goo, but also needs to continue inheriting the legacy of the flower traveler. The next clue to the flower traveler's legacy should be somewhere in this stone forest." Fan Yuan muttered as he approached a stone pillar. At least 100 jade-eyed stone monkeys live there, and throughout this stone forest, who knows how many more such monkeys there are. With his current strength, if he fell into their encirclement and attack, he would have to swallow his pride and die. He glanced at the monkeys. Luckily, these monkeys usually sleep soundly in rock crevices, unless approached within 10 meters, or actively provoked. Otherwise, they wouldn't come out. In the days ahead, he could only train diligently, hunt, and nurture this white chi goo. 2 months later, in a forest, he was facing a wild boar. The enraged wild boar charged at him. Fan Yuan raised his hand, revealing a jade-like goo, the jade skin goo. A shield appeared to help him withstand the boar's charge. Fan Yuan grabbed its tusk with one hand, and gathered strength in the other, ready to throw a punch. He struck the boar's head with a punch so powerful that it caused a concussion in the boar's brain. After that blow, the boar lost its life force. Fan Yuan, after handling the jade skin goo, breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the white chi goo to land on the boar's carcass and absorb its life force. Fan Yuan raised his hand to look at the jade, and he sighed. This goo of the jade skin consumes a lot of true essence. In the next few strikes, it will definitely consume half of my true essence. He sits beside the corpse, which is now nothing but bones. He says that Fang Jing was poisoned and fell into a coma for 7 days and 7 nights. After waking up, he seemed to have become a different person, becoming extremely diligent in cultivation and incredibly ascetic. He must have already reached the peak of the first turn by now. He closes his eyes to rest his mind, telling himself that he is not far from the peak either. It's just that right now, a C-grade aptitude cannot be compared to an A-grade aptitude, or even a B-grade one. Moreover, I have to constantly search for the next clue to the inheritance of the drunken wine traveler. Because of this, my progress seems slower than others. Fan Yuan mutters to himself like this, but the exploration of the stone forest has not been without results. At least I know that there is nothing around the surrounding cliffs. My preliminary guess is that the next clue to the inheritance must be inside the stone forest. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the grass behind him, catching Fan Yuan's attention. It is a gray wolf with a scar over its right eye. This shows that it is a very cunning wolf. He stands up, questioning. A wild wolf? The wolf, full of vigilance, continues to approach him. It comes closer, sniffs the pig carcass, and finds nothing edible. The wolf begins to back away, then runs straight into the forest. He wonders, it ran away? Suddenly, the gray wolf's howl rings out from the forest. He thinks, in just a moment it was dealt with. That cunning old wolf, who could it be? A footstep emerges, and a burly figure is holding a trophy. It's a wolf. He is nearly twice as big as him. He realized this person was from the original Red Mountain. Red Mountain also glanced down at him without saying a word. Red Mountain then turned away. Fan Yuan thought, this person is a representative figure of the Red lineage, with a cultivation level of the second turn, high stage. The experiences he has gone through are somewhat similar to mine, but unfortunately, his aptitude was measured to be only grade B. He silently analyzed further, saying that winter was about to set in for the students. Each term has 2 important examinations. After the examination, I can no longer stay in the school dormitory. I cannot continue living with the 9 men and 9 women. I must move out, and moving out. Then where should I stay? Fan Yuan looked with his cold eyes. Moreover, I have to raise 6 goo worms alone. From now on, I must strengthen my strength and advance to the second turn. The primeval stones are almost no longer sufficient for use. It seems I must achieve the top rank in the upcoming year-end competition. He made his decision like that. At the martial arena where the year-end examination takes place, to prepare for tomorrow's competition, everyone gathers in front of the hall. Under the freezing wind and snow weather, Yushu said loudly, in the blink of an eye, a year has ended. In this year, you have been trained in the academy. You have initially acquired the qualities of a goo master. Everyone listened seriously to his instructions. Tomorrow is the year-end competition on the arena. Not only the clan leader and the various family elders will personally come to the scene, but also your seniors. The Yuan master continued describing the eternal scene, under the watch of the senior students, while your seniors also stood outside observing. He reminded everyone that tomorrow's performance would greatly affect your future prospects. For example, those with outstanding performances would be joyfully selected to be recruited into different small groups. The Yuan master calmly raised his finger and continued. The first place in the exam not only receives a reward of 150 primeval stones, but also gets priority in choosing a goo worm. At this moment, both Fan Yuan and Fan Jing, along with everyone else, were all determined. The Moon Master gave the order. Now you will begin the final cultivation level test at the academy. Snow began to fall quickly and grew denser. The sky turned into a vast expanse of white. Some people started being called up to take the test. Guyu Jin Zhu, first turn middle grade. Guyu Jianhe, first turn initial grade. Guyu Xiaoyu, first turn high grade. He then called the next name, Guyu Fan Yuan. He slowly stepped forward, his face looking very tense. He reached out his hand and placed it directly on him to conduct the test. He announced loudly, to everyone's astonishment, Guyu Fan Yuan, first turn peak grade. The students below, in disbelief, started murmuring among themselves. First turn peak grade? Could there be a mistake? How could Fan Yuan have cultivated to such a level? He slowly walked down. Someone looked at Fan Yuan and spoke with envious words. He got lucky with dog shit, having a death goo worm to help nurture his aperture. The goo insect cannot refine the second turn true essence. From now on, Fan Yuan will no longer have this advantage. Over here, Shiqing said to the person beside him in a tone full of contempt. Although he is at the peak, he only has a C-grade aptitude after all. Not worth worrying about. He shouted out the name of Yu Fangjing loudly. He calmly quickened his pace, amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. That A-grade genius will definitely be the first turn peak. He thought confidently in his heart. Big brother, you really did surprise me a little. But from now on, watch closely. Fan Yuan also glanced over to listen to his result. Everyone below was silent, holding their breath to listen. They began to place their hands on his chest. Suddenly, they shouted loudly, Yu Fangjing, second turn, ancient level. The people below silently judged the result. Even more surprising than Fan Yuan. What is this? He actually reached the second turn? As expected of an A-grade aptitude genius, Yu Bo stroked his beard and nodded. An A-grade aptitude after all, truly the hope of our clan. Fangjing clenched his hands in joy and glanced at Fan Yuan. He smiled smugly and whispered sinisterly. Clan leader, I have not failed your expectations. I have done it. Big brother, you have been left behind by me. You will never be the shadow in my heart again. Fang Jing felt overjoyed at the increase in his strength. He chuckled twice while thinking about the second turn. The initial stage is unexpectedly a whole level higher than my previous life. It seems my rebirth has caused quite a few ripples. As the sun rose higher, rays of sunlight shone down, causing the snow to gradually melt at the outdoor competition arena. Surrounding it is a vast arena, with many people entering to watch the upcoming match. On the seating side, the host Gu, Yu Bo, along with the other elders, have already settled into their seats. Down on the smaller fighting platforms, the competition has been going on for a while. All the contestants are enthusiastically battling each other. Watching the match below, Yao Hong couldn't help but softly comment, "The standards for these punches and kicks are quite high, aren't they?" Xin Shu beside him, upon hearing this, laughed heartily for 3 seconds. He proudly said, "It's all thanks to Fan Yuan, Guyu Xin Shu. Peak second turn Guyu Yao Hong mid-second turn." Xin Shu squinted with a smile, continuing to praise him. "It's all because of Fan Yuan's provocation. He even bullies his own biological brother, acting as if he owns the world. How amusing." After the match ended, the referee loudly announced the next match. Mid-first turn Guyu, Jin Zhou, duels against peak first turn Guyu Mo Bei. Immediately after, Mo Bei, full of style, quickly leaped into the arena. Jin Zhou, on the other hand, seemed timid and slowly entered. The watching crowd began to buzz with discussion. Peak first turn is the one wearing. Jin Zhou is only mid-first turn. Winning will be difficult. Just as others predicted, when the two stepped up to compete, Jin Zhou was quickly pushed back. Kim Zhou was pushed back, causing her body to uncontrollably collapse. She breathed heavily, trembling as she spoke. "I admit defeat." Mo Bei stood triumphantly across from her. He curled his lips and let out a soft snort. The referee's announcement immediately rang out. "The winner is Guyu Mo Bei." The crowd cheering for Mo Bei jumped for joy, unable to contain themselves. They shouted loudly, "Junior! Junior, you're amazing!" Fang Jing quietly observed the match, looking quite pleased. He thought smugly, "See that? Brother, this is the gap in class. Wait until our battle, I'll show you the power of the second turn." His gaze shifted to where Fang Yuan was standing. Fang Jing silently mocked in his heart, "I hope you can hold on till the end." At another arena, an angry voice echoed, "Damn it! Hopping around like a rabbit!" A contestant who looked frustrated pointed straight at Shi Qing and cursed, "You, Shi Chen! Are you even a man? Dare to come here and fight me barehanded?" As soon as he finished speaking, that contestant lunged to attack Shi Qing, but he easily dodged it. Shi Qing didn't hold back and cursed back, "Mom, you idiot! Who would come close to fight you barehanded?" In an instant, the contestant was shot through the chest with syrup. It splattered everywhere like ketchup. The referee saw the serious situation, hastily declared the winner, Guyu. On one side, he walked with an extremely arrogant stride. On the other side, he lay collapsed on the ground, causing the first aid team to rush over quickly. They shouted loudly, "Hurry up and treat him!" Yao Hong sat on the spectator stand and couldn't help but praise. As expected of a peak level first turn, his opponent is at the intermediate level. He can't even cause him any trouble at all. Xin Shu still had that indifferent tone. How interesting. Next, announcements of victory rang out one after another. Winner, Guyu Fangjing. Winner, Guyu Mo Bei. Winner, Guyu Fan Yuan. The surrounding crowd kept whispering and discussing the matches. On the other side, a boy approached a girl. Sweet-talking words were uttered to lure her in. Junior sister. Your life goo is a healing grass goo, right, little team? We are in need of a healing goo master. A young boy saw this and asked the senior with great interest. Senior, I want to join your team. My life goo is the moonlight goo. The person immediately waved his hand to refuse and gently explained. I'm really sorry, our team currently doesn't lack any attack-type goo masters. Xin Shu had been observing the situation all along. He then said, See that? The team leaders are starting to recruit people. Yao Hong, however, looked uninterested. She yawned lazily and replied, Yeah, the competition is getting more and more boring. I'm about to fall asleep here. Yao Hong made a firm judgment. The truly impressive students are only Fan Yuan and Fang Jing. Elder Yu also assessed with a similar mindset, figuring that from now until the final match, there would be nothing interesting left to watch. Time slowly passed as the sun began to set, revealing the twilight hues across the sky. The audience watching the match, after waiting for so long, grew drowsy, and tiredly said, Finally, it's almost over. The referee's announcement suddenly echoed out. Next match, 2Chi Refining Stage Foundation Establishment Cultivators face off against the peak of the first transition, Mo Bei of the Yu clan. As the words fell, Mo Bei stepped forward arrogantly, showing no respect as he openly threatened Fang Jing. Don't think I'll lose to you. Today, I want to challenge the Yu clan's level skipping ability. Fang Jing sneered and shouted, "Stop your nonsense, bring it on." His challenger was no pushover either, issuing a provocation. Usually, they'd exchange greetings first before attacking. But this time, he struck immediately upon making his move, charging straight in as if to test his fists and feet. With that, he took a running start and lunged forward. Fang Jing ducked low to dodge the incoming attack, his sharp eyes fixed as he raised his hand to gather power. The other party instantly paled in fear, exclaiming, "It's the Yu clan's technique!" Right after, a powerful blow struck his body, causing the challenger to cry out in pain. The two of them continued fighting like this, while an onlooker watched wide-eyed in surprise, saying, "Oh, that side is quite interesting." Gu Yu Yaohong propped her chin on her hand and smiled with a hidden meaning. To think he could get this close. This Fang Jing truly has no small amount of courage from you. Qin Shu interrupted, saying it must be due to the clan leader's hard work, teaching the duels of ordinary students. The distance between the two sides is usually 10 paces. Surpassing this distance, Yu's blade will dissipate less than this distance. When Yu's blade shoots at others, they won't have time to react. Looking at Fang Zheng's fighting spirit, he couldn't help but comment. Fang Zheng's current combat range has also decreased to 6 paces. It seems not only does the clan leader value Fang Jing, but he himself also trains extremely hard. On the other side of you, Fang Jing still has no intention of sparing those who challenge him. Every move he throws leaves his opponents bewildered. Seeing this, Yu Mo ran anxiously, shouted loudly. Yu's younger brother, Qi Shan, just stood silently watching. With lips pressed tight, Fang Jing finally waited for the sentence he most wanted to hear from the other person. "This match, Yu Fang Jing wins." Fang Jing couldn't help but think smugly. "Clan leader, I have not failed your expectations." He recalled the words, "Fang Jing, you already have good talent, and you are very diligent, enduring hard training. This assessment is precisely your stage to shine." He recalled the scene of promising not to disappoint his master's expectations. Recalling that scene, he said with determination, "I will definitely win the championship of Guyu Bo," who then bowed his head and said, The challenger against Fang Jing was caught but unwilling to accept it. So he shouted loudly, "No, I haven't lost yet. Let me go, I can still fight." A group of onlookers gaped, saying, "Fighting at this level? This is already the level of a genius 1 year after graduation. A genius armor is still a genius." Fang Jing appeared, and the person beside him spoke up. "I heard he was personally taught by the clan leader. How could he not be formidable?" He let out a sigh of relief. The person with the tufted hair then raised his hand and shouted, "Next match." The peak of the first turn from Yuchi City fights against. A voice rang out. "The second turn, Guyu Fangjing from Xian Daigu." Shi Qing sneered slyly and thought to himself, "Good, Fangjing, you've already defeated that brat Enmo. Now if I defeat you, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone." This time, Guyu Fangjing didn't hesitate and took a running start. He stared at Shi Qing with sharp eyes. He was stunned, his eyes wide, thinking, "This move again?" Then he sneered contemptuously. He shouted loudly, "Dragon Ring Curve, Curve!" Guyu Qing turned around and laughed. Guyu Fangjing said mockingly, "Fangjing, you don't have a speed-boosting dew insect, relying only on these legs. You can never catch up." As soon as he finished speaking, Fangjing appeared abruptly. Shi Qing remained calm and said, "Your tactics might work against Mo Bei, but they're useless against me." Fangjing heard this and smiled meaningfully. "Really?" He laughed excitedly and said, "Even if you keep dodging like this, every time you use the Dragon Ring Curve Gu, you consume a certain amount of true essence. While I already have the true essence of the second turn, your durability is 3 to 4 times greater than mine. Yet your essence is inferior to mine. In the end, the one who runs out of true essence and loses is you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Qing stepped back. His face froze as he muttered to himself, "What he said actually makes a lot of sense." The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Fangjing is really strategic. After all, he is the clan leader's direct disciple. Yu Qingshu chuckled and said, "Kid, this Fangjing has not only grown stronger than before, but he's also become smarter. Judging by his demeanor, he no longer has that reckless and impulsive look he used to have." Shi Qing, still not backing down, cursed, "Damn it! If that's the case, then let's fight." Yu Qingshu smirked cunningly, thinking to himself, "A genius is still a genius. Well done. This Fangjing might truly be the star and hope of our clan. If Fangjing grows up, he might be able to stand against Bai Ningbing." At that moment, Fangjing threw a straight punch at Shi Qing. Shi Qing was hit and couldn't fight back. An observer, squinting with a smile, said, "It looks like Fangjing is the top of this class." Yu Shilian felt a bit unwilling to accept it. so he grumpily kicked out. Shi Qing was kicked straight to the ground. Guyu Fangjing just calmly watched him fall flat on his face. Everyone cheered joyfully as Guyu Shiqing was knocked off the stage. Guyu Fangjing wins. Fangjing looked smugly towards Fan Yuan, thinking to himself, "See that? Big brother, I am very different from before. This time, I will definitely defeat you." Fan Yuan still looked at Fangjing without any expression. A voice rang out from northern Dark City. "They are the future rulers of our clan, one by one. Hey, Fangjing belongs to the clan leader's faction." Guyu Bo said thoughtfully, "It seems that in the future, within the Guyu clan, the clan leader's faction will overwhelm the two great elders." In the final match, the two-turn initial stage Guyu Fangjing fought against the one-turn peak Guyu Fan Yuan. The spectators said with great interest, "Oh my, this is really interesting. This is definitely going to be a spectacular match. I didn't expect it to end with a sibling duel." Guyu Bo frowned and thought to himself, Fan Zheng's biggest shadow in his heart is his big brother. Big brother Fan Yuan, defeating him, you have the red iron true essence. Moreover, you also have the jade skin Gu, covering both offense and defense, a huge advantage. Fan Jing said provocatively, "You should just admit defeat. I am already at the two-turn stage, with over 80% red iron true essence. Your bronze true essence is probably only 40% at most. You have no chance." Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly and said, "You seem to know my true essence very well. But stop with these useless words." Then he smiled faintly and said, "If victory and defeat could be decided by the amount of true essence alone, then what would be the point of fighting?" Fan Jing, provoked, gritted his teeth in anger. He then charged towards Fan Yuan, shouting loudly, "If big brother, if you insist on this, then I have no choice but to make a move." Fan Jing jumps up high again, his curly-haired eyes wide as he retorts, "This is Yu Fangdeng's move." Enraged, he shouts loudly, while Yu Fan Yuan stands there with contempt. He doesn't bother doing anything. Fan Yuan is eerily calm. His eyes suddenly sharpen as he looks at Fan Jing. Then he charges straight toward Fan Jing. Guyu Fangjing never anticipated this step. Startled, he shouts, "What?" Guyu Fangjing, in his fury, blurts out a curse. At the same time, he swiftly swings his hand to attack forward. A burst of force is unleashed, aimed directly at Guyu Fanyuan, who is charging toward him. Quickly, he hurriedly changes direction to dodge the blow. Then he circles behind Guyu Fangjing. Seeing this, he barely avoids being stunned. He immediately exclaims, "Dodged it?" After circling around, Guyu Fanyuan immediately swings his hand. He punches Guyu Fangjing hard, sending him flying far away, accompanied by a cry of intense pain. Guyu Fangjing's body gradually retreats further and further, approaching the wall behind. Finally, he lands right at the edge of the arena floor, looking quite pathetic. Seeing that he hasn't lost yet, Guyu Fangjing sighs in relief, saying, "That was close." The crowd below watching can't help but be stunned by this scene. They exclaim in admiration, Fangjing's ultimate move was actually broken. They continue observing the situation while discussing it. This Fan Yuan can actually break the moon blade, truly worthy of the name of. Amidst the clamor of battle and the surrounding chatter, Fan Yuan still maintained a sharp gaze, devoid of any emotion, staring intently at Guyu Fangjing. The latter also shot him a look filled with rage, and slowly stood up to continue the fight. Seeing that his opponent had not given up, Guyu Fanyuan swiftly lunged forward to attack. Guyu Fangjing immediately prepared to counter. In the palm of his right hand, a glowing moon mark instantly appeared. Then countless crescent-shaped blades of energy were launched rapidly and powerfully. Guyu Fangjing, full of determination, roared as he faced that powerful attack. Guyu Fanyuan showed no fear or hesitation. With an icy expression, he easily dodged them all without exerting much effort. Seeing this, Guyu Fangjing suddenly showed extreme shock and fear. He panicked, waved his hand, and cried out. Before he could do anything, Guyu Fanyuan had already rushed forward at incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow, full of force, straight into Guyu Fangjing's stomach. This strike caused him severe internal injuries, and he immediately spat out fresh blood. Not stopping there, Guyu Fanyuan, now in front of him, prepared to attack again, until he achieved complete victory. Guyu Fangjing was weak and helpless. He could only raise his hand to block the blow, shut his eyes tightly, and scream in terror. Seeing this situation, the audience below suddenly shouted a loud warning. "That's not right!" Guyu Fangjing exclaimed in surprise. The audience shouted loudly once again. Behind him at this moment, Guyu Fanyuan had already appeared. He gathered all his strength into his clenched fist. Immediately, he swung his arm and punched fiercely from behind. Guyu Fangjing was sent flying, screaming in pain. Gu Yu emotion spoke cautiously to the stunned Gu Yu Bo. Clan leader his body. Gu Yu Fangjing was thrown far away once again. He landed right at the edge of the arena floor. At the same time, due to the damage to his body, he began coughing uncontrollably. Gu Yu Fangjing, with his severely injured body, turned his gaze full of resentment and spoke weakly. Gu Yu Fang, the last word of his name is Yuan, my brother's name. The moment he finished speaking, Gu Yu Fangjing's head was stomped hard onto the floor, cracking the surface. He couldn't react in time and could only endure every blow. In the end, Gu Yu Fangjing's eyes turned white and lifeless. He coughed up a lot of blood continuously, then fell unconscious. Watching the battle, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. They all shouted loudly, "What? What is happening on the stage?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Yu Fangyuan raised his right foot viciously. He stomped down on Gu Yu Fangjing's head. Gu Yu Fangjing's hands clawed at the ground, trying to resist under Gu Yu Fangyuan's foot. Gu Yu Fangjing was furious and wanted to stand up. His face twisted in rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it!" The spectators watching the match were stunned as they looked at Gu Yu Fangyuan. Gu Yu Fangjing was trampled underfoot, and he had no strength to resist. Gu Yu Fangyuan looked coldly, watching Gu Yu Fangjing try to crawl up, only to stomp him down again. Gu Yu Fangjing's head slammed hard onto the arena floor. The bricks on the arena cracked. Gu Yu Fangjing's scalp was split open, blood flowing nonstop. Damn it! Gu Yu Fangjing gritted his teeth so hard they nearly broke. The rage in his chest almost burned his entire body. Gu Yu Fangjing used all his strength to lift his head once more. Gu Yu Fangjing's eyes were filled with determination. He struggled to stand up again. Gu Yu Fangyuan was cold and indifferent, watching Gu Yu Fangjing, whom he had trampled underfoot, trying to get up, saying nothing, his expression detached. In contrast, Gu Yu Fangjing's face was covered in blood, his eyes blazing with a flame of fury. Struggling to stand, Gu Yu Fangyuan stomped down a third time, viciously pressing Gu Yu Fangjing's face hard against the arena floor, crushing his efforts. Witnessing such a brutal scene, everyone in the stands widened their eyes in shock and screamed. Gu Yu Bo was also stunned, his mouth agape speechless. Gu Yu Fangjing, trampled underfoot, lay motionless, unable to struggle. Standing at a distance on the arena, Gu Yu Yaohong leaned against the railing, watching Gu Yu Fangyuan trample. Gu Yu Fangjing and commented, "Isn't this Fangyuan guy going a bit too far? How could he bully someone so excessively?" Below the arena, Gu Yu Fangjing was gasping for breath with difficulty. His body moved stiffly, his face covered in blood. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying to look at Gu Yu Fangyuan, who was trampling on his head. He thought in despair, "He's too strong. What should I do? That's right, I still have the Moonlight Gu." In his desperate situation, Gu Yu Fangjing suddenly thought. He suddenly remembered the Moonlight Gu. The moonlight in Gu Yu Fangjing's hand suddenly brightened. He calculated silently in his heart. At such a close distance, if I make a move, he definitely won't be able to dodge this move. But how could Gu Yu Fangyuan not notice it? He looked at Gu Yu Fangjing under his feet as if looking at a cold clown. Without a word, Gu Yu Fangyuan shot a moonlight. It struck right in the middle of Gu Yu Fangjing's right hand. Blood splattered before the surprised eyes of his unresponsive reaction. The sharp pain spread instantly. Gu Yu Fangjing screamed in agony. The scream echoed throughout the stands. Gu Yu Fangyuan's face was icy cold. On his hand, the imprint of the Moonlight Gu remained. He watched Gu Yu Fangjing screaming under his feet. My hand watched Gu Yu Fangyuan's ruthless move. Being so cruel to his own blood brother made many people frown. Feeling displeased, they spoke up, "This Fangyuan is too ruthless. How could he treat his own younger brother like this?" Gu Yu Fangjing had stopped screaming, his face full of despair. His eyes were lifeless. The confidence and pride in his heart had shattered. "No, it's over. Stop here. In the end, I still can't defeat him." Gu Yu Fangyuan's face showed no emotion at all. His expression remained as cold as ever as he looked at Gu Yu Fangjing. But Bei's eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fangyuan." The disciples who had once had their primeval stones extorted by Gu Yu Fangyuan gritted their teeth in anger. Watching Gu Yu Fangyuan's cold and brutal demeanor, it stirred up their old grudges, making them unable to hold back. "Fangyuan is too ruthless. He extorted our primeval stones for a whole year, and now he's beaten his own brother like this." Suddenly, a disciple couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Fangjing, get up and defeat Fangyuan." The shout from that disciple caught Gu Yu Fangyuan's attention. He turned his gaze toward the stands. In the stands, all the disciples were cheering in response. "Get up, shout loud, cheer for Gu Yu Fangjing. That's right, get up and defeat Fangyuan." The stands kept echoing with cheers. Cheer from all sides. Fan Zheng, keep going. Get up. Defeat Fan Yuan. Defeat Fan Yuan. The crowd was excited, each chant piercing into Gu Yufang Geng's ears. Gu Yufang Jing, get up. Fan Zheng, keep going. Those chants echoed deep in Gu Yufang Geng's heart. It brings him an invisible power. Images from the past flash before his eyes. Everyone has always placed their hopes on him. He remembers the expectations of the 9 elders and the 9 matriarchs of the Yufang sect. After the year-end assessment, he had already left the academy to show everyone the brilliance of a genius. Then he recalls the times when the academy's disciples complained to him about the tyranny of Yufang Yuan. Yufang Yuan is so hateful, always bullying us. This person is our only hope. Yufang Jing's arrival seems to bring back a glimmer of hope. Everyone is still waiting for me. He remembers the words that Uncle Yu once said to him, Yufang Jing. To have confidence, you must find yourself and believe in yourself. He remembers Xin Chui's blushing face, her flirtatious eyes gazing at young Master Yufang Jing. I believe you can definitely get first place, and then we. Everyone has always believed in him until now. Yufang Jing seems to regain his strength and struggles to stand up again. The disciples on the stands watch Yufang Jing stand up once more. They cheer and shout even more fervently. Get up, Fang Jing! Keep going, fight on! At this moment, the pain seems to vanish. Gu Yufang Jing feels within his chest. A surge of invisible power ignites. He clenches his fist, punches the ground fiercely, and stands up resolutely. In Gu Yufang Jing's mind, only determination remains. How can I possibly lose? How can I fall here? Gu Yufang Jing opens his mouth and roars. Gu Yubo! Gu Yufang Jing stood up again, and he also sprang to his feet. His heart was pounding with excitement. Stand up, Fang Jing. Disperse the shadow in your heart. You will become the hope of the entire Guyu clan. Gu Yufang Jing successfully stood up. His entire body was enveloped in a jade-green light. Gu Yufang Yuan was pushed back a few steps. The jade-green light covered Gu Yufang Geng's entire body. The trainees shouted excitedly. Fang Jing stood up. It's the jade skin Gu. Gu Yufang Yuan also recognized the jade-green light. It enveloped Gu Yufang Geng's entire body. He calmly spoke, as if very familiar with it. The jade skin Gu again. The trainees erupted in cheers, shouting Gu Yufang Geng's name. Fan Jing! Fan Jing! Fan Jing! Fan Jing! In Gu Yufang Geng's eyes, the flames of battle burned. His entire body was shrouded in blue light. His 6 bodies were clad in a layer of blue battle armor. Gu Yufang Jing assumed a combat stance. His confident eyes stared straight ahead as Gu Yufang Yuan spoke. I have stood up, big brother. I will definitely defeat you. In Gu Yufang Zheng's eyes, there was no longer any fear. Instead, they were filled with strength. Gu Yufang Yuan's face remained as cold as ever. He calmly looked at Gu Yufang Jing, a faint smile on his lips. Oh, you want to defeat me? Gu Yufang Yuan stepped back a little. Gu Yufang Yuan raised his right fist high. His arm bent like a drawn bow. A murderous gleam flashed in Gu Yufang Yuan's eyes. He looked down on Gu Yufang Jing with contempt. He coldly mocked. You're still far from it. Having said that, Gu Yufang Yuan used his fist. He punched Gu Yufang Geng's cheek. His green protective layer shattered like broken glass. It scattered in midair and then vanished. Gu Yufang Geng's eyes rolled back. Suddenly hit by such a fierce attack, he couldn't believe it in his heart. He could actually break through the defense of the jade skin Gu. Gu Yufang Jing stumbled backward, not giving Gu Yufang Jing a chance to react. Gu Yufang Yuan pressed forward step by step. He prepared to throw another punch. Impossible! This can't be! Gu Yufang Zheng's eyes widened in utter terror. He couldn't accept it in his heart. Gu Yufang Yuan punched Gu Yufang Jing in the face again. It snapped his head back violently. Blood and shattered jade lights splattered together. A dizzying sensation washed over him. It drained Gu Yufang Jing of all his strength. His vision went dark as he fell backward. How is this possible? Gu Yufang Jing crashed to the ground. The blue light on his body faded, and he immediately lost consciousness. The crowd cheered. The cheers from the stands fell silent. The joy and excitement on the students' faces vanished. The martial arts arena was engulfed in stillness. Gu Yufang Yuan's hand was a mess of flesh and blood. Drops of blood kept dripping onto the arena stage. A gust of wind blew by. It lifted Gu Yufang Yuan's black hair. Gu Yufang Yuan stood upright on the arena stage. His gaze was cold and eerily calm, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Sorry to disappoint you all. The clan leaders sitting in their seats were still staring with wide eyes and gaping mouths, too shocked to speak. On the arena stage, Gu Yufang Jing lay unconscious on the ground. In contrast, Gu Yufang Yuan stood in the center of the stage. His face was expressionless. After a moment of dead silence, the entire venue erupted into chaos. How can this be? Someone below exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Yufanyuan's gaze was cold and composed, as deep and profound as an autumn lake. Below the stands, a person clutched their head, their face a mix of disbelief and terror. They shouted, "2 punches shattered the Jade Skin Gu defense! This. As he spoke, he choked up, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. The female Gu masters also gasped, their voices trembling. Too brutal! Even the Jade Light was destroyed by his fierce assault. Doesn't he feel any pain? Even the experienced male Gu masters were astonished. Their eyes twitching, they jumped to their feet and shouted. He didn't use any defensive Gu worms at all. He directly attacked with his bare fists. This is truly a case of self-harm. At the highest position, the clan leader Gu Yu's face was gloomy. He furrowed his brows, silently assessing Gu Yufanyuan. Not only did he lay hands on his own blood brother, but he could also strike himself so ruthlessly. The Elder Lord could no longer sit idly by. He muttered, "I'll go take a look." Then, the Elder Lord personally leaped onto the arena. First, he sat down beside Yufanjing, who had already fainted. He reached out to check the vital spots. Then he let out a soft breath. Fanjing was not in serious danger. It was just that his head had taken a heavy blow, causing him to fall into a coma. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked inside. It was hard to imagine that with the defense of the Jade Skin Gu, someone could deliver such a powerful blow with bare hands. Thinking this, the Elder Lord then suggested to Gu Yufanyuan, "Fanyuan, let me treat you a bit." He walked over to Gu Yufanyuan's side. He directly grabbed his arm. The injuries on Gu Yufanyuan's hands were very severe, with blood and flesh mixed together, not to mention the white bones of his hands were exposed due to the excessive force of the attack. On the surface of his finger bones, cracks had even appeared. It was clear how excruciating the pain must be. Yet Fan Yuan didn't even frown once. The Elder Lord was secretly startled. He stroked his beard and said softly to him, "Bear with it for a moment. It will be very itchy and also extremely painful." With that, the Elder Lord's hand spread open. From within, a cluster of blue moonlight radiated. He channeled his true essence into his left hand. The blue moonlight grew brighter and brighter. Elder Jia gently grasped Gu Yufanyuan's injured hand. Gu Yufanyuan's brows involuntarily furrowed. He felt as if a piece of icy jade was touching his wound. The piercing pain made him clench his teeth tightly, but he absolutely did not utter a single groan. Elder Jia's expression remained calm, yet inwardly, he was calculating. Taking advantage of treating Fan Yuan's injury, he released a strand of mental energy to probe his aperture. At this moment, Gu Yufanyuan felt extremely itchy. His breath was ragged as, within the dark green bronze true essence aperture, it coiled like a spiral. The primeval sea rose and fell in waves, rippling with a single purple fat worm swimming contentedly in the primeval sea. Elder Jia noticed that on the skin of Fan Yuan's right palm, there were only the moonlight Gu and the little light Gu. A flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. There were no other Gu worms. Could it be that Fan Yuan truly relied solely on his own strength to shatter the defense of the Jade Skin Gu with his bare hands? Looking at the young Fan Yuan before him, Elder Jia suddenly sighed in admiration. Such strength already far surpassed that of an adult mortal. He was only 15 years old. How could he possess such immense strength? Gu Yufanyuan slowly withdrew his hand from Elder Jia's grasp and said politely, "Elder Jia, thank you for your treatment." After being treated by Elder Jia, but Gu Yufanyuan wasn't grateful at all. He knew full well the old man's intentions, though it still stung a bit. The wound had closed, but the Academy Elder's real goal was to use this chance to test his apertures. Luckily, he had already anticipated this and arranged for Bai Gu and Yu Pai Gu to be hidden inside the cave. Second, as for the Chun Chiu Chan, it was at the 6th turn and desperately wanted to conceal itself. Even if Gu Yu Bo, with his 4th turn cultivation, personally intervened, he might not be able to find it. Relying on him, what could he possibly uncover? Thinking this, he couldn't help but sneer. The entire arena was in an uproar, yet unexpectedly. In the end, it was Fan Yuan who laughed last. He was just a C-grade trash, yet he defeated Fan Zheng, a 2nd-turn cultivator with Yu Pai Gu. Amid the clamor of discussion, someone suddenly spoke up. What's so hard to understand about that? It's either his extraordinary strength or his early insight. Think about a certain someone. At this, everyone suddenly remembered, and a few nodded in agreement. That makes sense. When Qishan was just a few years old, he already had strength surpassing an adult's. In the corner of the room, Richard stood there, bored out of his mind. His face clearly showed disgust. So noisy, it's maddening. The chatter continued unabated. Someone shrugged and remarked, "It seems heaven has other plans." In terms of strength, it compensated him a bit. If he had a Heisher Gu, he could nurture even greater power than his. Right then, Fan Yuan stepped down from the arena. He clearly heard all the murmurs of the crowd. In his heart, he sneered faintly. "Half a year ago, I took a reckless risk. Using the wild boar's tusks, I forged a second layer of protective umbrella. Now, it has finally begun to take effect." At the highest seat, the clan leader of Gu Yu still frowned deeply. "Under my guidance and arrangements, Fan Jing led the charge to advance to a high rank yet. After experiencing this battle, perhaps this confidence will have to vanish into thin air." The clan leader was silent for only a moment. Then he suddenly stood up and declared sternly, "Fan Yuan, you, with your C-grade aptitude, have won first place. You will be rewarded with 100 primeval stones. At the same time, you have priority in choosing a Gu worm. Now I wish to reward you on the spot. You may freely choose a small group to join." The smile on clan leader Gu Yu's lips grew deeper. His meaningful gaze swept over the elders beside him. "I believe the esteemed elders present here will also agree." Among the elders present, the foremost were Guyu Chi Lian and Guyu Mo Chin. Each wore a profound expression, at most just furrowing their brows once. But absolutely no one spoke up to oppose the clan leader's words. Fan Yuan suddenly jolted. Trouble has arrived. He had already understood the clan leader's intention. He considered, once I join one of these three small groups, it would be no different from offending one of the three greatest powers in the clan. Behind Jiang He's group, there was also the shadow of Elder Xing Tang. Now, before everyone's eyes, it would be extremely inappropriate for me to join rashly. Seeing Guyu Fan Yuan hesitating, the smile on the clan leader's lips grew even clearer. He slowly continued, "Fan Yuan, if you don't choose, then I will assign one for you." He immediately guessed the hidden meaning in the clan leader's words. Guyu Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. "Starting to pressure me, huh?" He rubbed his chin, carefully weighing his options. "It seems I can only pick some motley crew team." Just then, a strange voice rang out from the crowd below. "Arena, why not join our team? Our team is a small one. We're in need of an attacker right now." Fan Yuan glanced down at the speaker, who had a dark yellow complexion, making his already gaunt face look sickly. Fan Yuan recognized him. "Isn't that the sick snake from Guyu Jiao 3? The clan leader and the elders all showed clear contempt in their eyes. Guyu Jiao 3 is just a motley small team, with no background whatsoever. Guyu Fan Yuan half closed his eyes, murmuring, "Jiao 3, and chuckled inwardly. The higher-ups of the clan must be very disappointed, right? Guyu Fan Yuan immediately turned around, pointing his finger at Guyu Jiao 3. He decisively accepted his invitation. "Then I'll join your team." In an instant, the entire arena erupted into noise. All the Gu masters and students looked at Guyu Fan Yuan, as if they were looking at the biggest fool in the world. Is this Fan Yuan crazy? Is he out of his mind? The personality of this Guyu Jiao-san. He doesn't bother joining those elite small teams. Instead, he joins the team of that lunatic. At this moment, the clan leader's face had darkened. His hand unconsciously clenched tightly. 3 days later, on Qingmao Mountain, snow had been falling for an entire day. White snowflakes drifted gently in the wind. Suddenly, a sound of wind tearing through the air. A team of 5 people, sprinting swiftly across the snow. The leader was none other than Guyu Jiao-san. As he ran, he glanced sideways at Guyu Fan Yuan, who had been silent all along beside him. "Fan Yuan, you don't need to be so tense. Although this is your first time carrying out a clan mission, the mission content is quite simple," he replied faintly, his eyes still fixed straight ahead. Guyu Fan Yuan's belt had been changed. The outer side was inlaid with a copper piece. On the copper piece, a character for 1 was engraved, extremely prominent. While running, Guyu Jiao-san continued to strike up a conversation with Guyu Fan Yuan. "When we carry out missions outside, we often have to move swiftly. Running this fast is just a normal state. Fan Yuan, are you used to it?" He, as usual, expressionless, he replied curtly, "SOSO." He glanced at Guyu Jiao-san. The smile on Jiao-san's face unintentionally reminded him of the ancestral god myth. Fan Yuan recalled. The legend says the ancestral god used 2 Gu worms of rules. Gaining power comes at the cost of losing wisdom. Only 3 Gu worms remain, one of doubt, one of trust, and one of attitude. The human ancestor captured the attitude Gu. The attitude Gu submitted on the human ancestor's hand. It said to the human ancestor, "You caught me, so I can only admit my bad luck. From now on, I will let you use me, just wear me, and you can unleash my power." The human ancestor tried to wear the attitude Gu on his face, but he couldn't put it on at all. Even when he tied it tightly with a string, it still fell off. He was stunned. What was happening? The Attitude Goo laughed and said to the human ancestor, "Oh, human, so you no longer have a heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart. You have no heart. So how can you wear me?" The Attitude Goo explained that a heartless person cannot wear the mask of attitude. In other words, for someone with a heart, attitude is just a mask. Remembering this, Gu Yufan Yuan couldn't help but ponder. A gentle attitude is merely a mask. What is Gu Yu Jiao 3 truly scheming behind that mask? After walking for a while, Gu Yu Jiao 3 stopped and casually said, "It's getting late. This mission requires collecting 10 frozen mud clumps. It's time-consuming. We must speed up. Fan Yuan, if you can't take it anymore, just let us know. It's fine. You're a newcomer. We'll look out for you." Fuang Yuan Asensio sin decernada. However, in his heart, he sneered, "Wanting to give me a warning, huh? Thenguin Fuang Diang Vio Biatin Jiak 3 Quat Kiamot Tiang D." He led the remaining members, quickly following in single file. Unas horas después que yu ju 3 de repente se detuvo. LSC gyro hacia gu yu fong yuan con una sonrisa directa en los labios. Con goi ynet 0 fuang guin ka con ho la nua dung down ne. You managed to keep up with me the entire time without falling behind. The other 3 members of the team. Entonces no tien la misma resistencia que gu yu fong yuan. They were already exhausted, panting heavily, their faces flushed red, 2 of them hunched over with hands on their knees. The remaining one had already plopped down onto the snow. Gu Yu Se Enoja 3 Visas. He turned around, glared, and barked at them to stand up straight. "Damn it, aren't you all ashamed of yourselves? Look at Fang Yuan, then look at yourself. After this mission is completed, everyone will return and conduct a self-criticism." The 3 didn't dare to delay. Ese apajuro aponerse de pai y fue reprendido por Jiao San. None of them dared to utter a word of rebuttal. Simplemente las miradas que dirigían hacia Gu Yu Fang Yuan eran algo complejas. Hua Xian se preguntó que era realmente extraño. ¿Por qué este tal Fang Yuan es tan experimentado? From start to finish, I haven't seen him fall once, ugh. Our stamina is only average. Another person silently shook their head and sighed, ugh. Our stamina is only average. How can we compare to this freak? The last one, who wasn't unconscious, kept cursing nonstop. Gu Yu Ju San couldn't bear to watch the spectacle any longer. On the contrary, it turned us into sacrifices, this guy. After a moment, Gu Yu Fu instructed the members. "Alright, this small valley is our destination. Inside, there's a large amount of frozen mud soil that can be collected. We'll split up to collect it and regroup here in 1 hour. Butong, now distribute the tools." Butong immediately acknowledged, then he extended his hands sideways. A flash of yellow light flickered for an instant. The light then transformed into a golden-backed frog. Gu Yufan Yuan immediately recognized it. This was a rank 2 Gu insect, the Great Leap Toad, ribbit ribbit. The Great Leap Toad let out a resounding croak, opened its mouth, and spat out a shovel, ribbit ribbit ribbit. It croaked several times in succession. Very quickly, 5 shovels were piled up on the snow. Someone in the group exclaimed in surprise. "Butong is worthy of being a logistics Gu master, truly formidable. Why does he have to croak every time he spits out an item? It's all covered in saliva, so disgusting." Once they had all the necessary tools, Gu Yu Ju San shouted, "Let's move out!" He took the lead and stepped into the valley. Gu Yu Fang Yuan carried a shovel over his shoulder. He walked in the opposite direction from Gu Yu Ju San. Butong watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but sneer. In the end, he's still a newcomer, so eager. A team member crouched worriedly in the snow and said, "Is frozen mud soil really that easy to collect? Without careful differentiation, you might end up collecting ordinary frozen soil, wasting effort for nothing." Butong nodded. "In fact, it's also very hard to tell apart. Newcomers can usually only, relying on luck." They managed to dig it up an hour later. The entire group of Gu Yu Jia San and the others widened their eyes. Their mouths hung open as they looked at Gu Yu Fang Yuan's achievement. After Gu Yu Jia San carefully inspected and tested it, he confirmed that it was all frozen decayed mud. A curious female team member asked Fang Yuan, "How did you manage to collect so much?" He raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "The old school once said, frozen decayed mud is a common type of resource. It can only be produced after snow and ice freeze a muddy pond." He looked down at the pile of decayed mud on the ground and said indifferently, "It's black with a hint of purple, and the smell is truly foul. It's just frozen by the ice, so you can't smell it. It's usually mixed with soil and used as fertilizer for rice seedlings. The family posted the mission for fruits and vegetables. It must be used to fertilize the moon orchids in the underground cave." Jiao San smiled and said, "Fan Yuan, as the newbie." Having said that, he turned around and told the team members, "In that case, our mission should be complete. Everyone, hand over the boxes and containers to the administrator, and we'll head back. By the time they returned to the stronghold, it was already afternoon. Jia Sen distributed all 6 primeval stones obtained from the mission. He himself received 2. The rest each received 1. The administrator received the primeval stones and beamed with joy. Getting primeval stones this time was really easy. Fan Yuan quietly accepted his primeval stone, remaining calm. But inside, he thought to himself, for a newcomer joining a small team, the family will increase the mission's difficulty to a suitable level. Consider it an allowance for helping newcomers with the first mission. Collecting this frozen clay soil yields a maximum of 2 primeval stones. It's only doubled because of me. Staring at the primeval stone in his hand, Yuan Fang's eyes turned dark. Logically, they should have favored me. If I had to run at full speed through the snow-covered region, that would be one thing. But deliberately isolating me to collect 10 units alone is making things difficult. And this method of distributing primeval stones is clearly suppressing him. It's a bit puzzling why he wants to suppress me. Suddenly noticing the smile on Jiao San's lips, Yuan Fang thought of something. Could it be? Guyu Fan Yuan crossed his arms and listened in silence. Guyu Jiao San said, "You've just left the academy. There are some things you might not fully understand. Let me explain a bit to you." The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, his cunning eyes darting around. Jiao San raised a finger and said, "First, there are clan missions. Every Gu master must complete at least 1 mission per month. The more you complete, the better, and the higher your evaluation. Second, missions issued by the Internal Affairs Hall or External Affairs Hall can only be chosen one at a time by each Gu master. Once accepted, they must be completed. Third, under special circumstances, a Gu master may choose to skip this mission. However, the evaluation will drop significantly as a result. Moreover, first-turn Gu masters do not have the right to skip. Only second-turn Gu masters are eligible for this privilege. But even then, only 1 mission can be skipped per year." Don 3 held the mission paper in his hand, examined it, then spoke to Fan Yuan standing opposite him. "Alright, the mission to collect frozen mud is complete. We've just finished it. Next, I've accepted a hunting mission for 8 deer, with very low danger. It's perfect for you, Fan Yuan, to practice." Fan Yuan only sneered coldly, his eyes turning dark and indifferent. He said politely, "Thank you, team leader, for your care." Wu Xing, standing nearby, heard everything and crossed his arms. He spoke to Fan Yuan in a condescending tone. "Fan Yuan, old brother, you should thank the team leader a lot more. Simple missions are easy to complete, but the rewards are very low. The team leader did this to take care of you." A red-haired girl pretended to be friendly and cheerful, clapping her hands. Then she pressured Fan Yuan into treating everyone to a meal. "Fan Yuan, little brother, thanks with just words aren't as good as real actions. Why not treat the team leader to a meal?" Hua Xian also popped out from behind her, joining in. She said, "Social connections are quite important. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask us during the meal." "That's fine." Don 3 smiled brightly and waved his hand, acting like a good senior. He was thinking for Fan Yuan. Don't make things hard for Fan Yuan. He just left the Primordial Stone Academy and doesn't have much on hand. He's really strapped for cash. Fan Yuan didn't care at all about their insincere words. He still said coldly, "I've heard everything you said. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll go ahead." Fan Yuan coldly turned his back and left, his heart filled with contempt for those people who only craved fame and profit. In the eyes of these Gu masters with narrow vision here, ratings are considered the most important, but to me, that so-called rating isn't even worth a fart. The red-haired girl was frightened by Fan Yuan's bluntness, her eyes wide, and her hands clenched in anger. "What does this mean? Didn't you hear a single word we just said?" Saw was also utterly confused, his face covered in sweat. He tried to reach out toward where Fan Yuan had left. "Is there really nothing wrong with your listening comprehension?" Du 3 gritted his teeth in anger at being dismissed by Fan Yuan. He quickly followed to explain, "Hey, Fan Yuan, don't leave in such a hurry. Don't listen to these people's nonsense." But Fan Yuan still coldly continued to walk away. Du 3 made an excuse to go with him. "You want to rent a room, right? We'll go with you. I have some connections, and I know the situation well." Fan Yuan honestly said, "Indeed, I want to rent a dorm room. I can't stay at the school anymore. Does the team leader have any advice?" They went together to find a rental. The spacious houses on the street all had different prices on the listings and their own rules. "This room of mine costs 15 primeval stones a month in rent. You think 8 primeval stones is a fair price? Dream on if you want to rent my room. You must pay 1 month's deposit as a security deposit, and 3 months rent up front. It's the same everywhere else." At that moment, a noble lady suddenly appeared and called out loudly, causing Fan Yuan to involuntarily pay attention to young Master Fan Yuan. "I've found you! The school dormitory can no longer be lived in. The master and madam have prepared a banquet. They deliberately sent me here to invite you home." Yun San heard this and immediately raised his hand to advise Fan Yuan. "Brother, you might as well go home and stay with your uncle and aunt. That would save you quite a few primeval stones from renting a room." Fan Yuan cast a cold, gloomy glance at him, having already guessed that this matter was indeed not beyond his expectations. The mastermind behind the scenes was none other than his ninth uncle and ninth aunt. At home, Fan Yuan's uncle and aunt were sitting together, chatting. His uncle stroked his beard while cursing. "I originally wanted to persuade and control him tightly. Unexpectedly, this brat didn't fall for the trap. He was determined and even directly rejected my invitation." His aunt was no better. She glanced at her frowning husband, and then also scolded harshly. "Now this ungrateful wolf cub is already 16 years old. If he demands the family property, what should we do then?" Fan Yuan's uncle smugly stroked his beard, intending to divide Fan Yuan's family property. He still had to go and request approval from the Inner Affairs Hall. Only then could he announce the mission. The assessment was to see if Fan Yuan was qualified. However, the missions of the Inner Affairs Hall were all assigned to teams, and to announce that Fan Yuan wanted to complete it, he would definitely have to rely on the strength of the entire team. Outside the room, a voice rang out. "The petty triumph of Fan Yuan's aunt. Husband, you are truly wise and brilliant to let Jiao San accept Fan Yuan into the team. However, Jiu San is one of us. Fan Yuan alone simply cannot complete the mission." His uncle laughed even louder. "Ha! Even if we don't recruit him into the team, we still have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission. Even his request to apply for a separate family estate mission might not be possible." Fan Yuan was currently holding an umbrella while walking down the street. Patches of white snow clung to the umbrella. He looked up and said softly, "The snow has stopped falling." He gripped the umbrella handle tightly, staring ahead with a somber expression. His deep, dark eyes revealed clear worry and calculation. To apply for the family estate mission, he must have no pending missions from the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiu San will definitely take on another mission. He is the team leader. In terms of accepting missions, he is still one step ahead of me. I am one step behind. I want to apply for the family estate mission, but he keeps blocking me. In front of Fan Yuan stood a dilapidated wooden house, old and broken. He looked at it and sighed. "Ah, I've arrived at the rundown house I lived in my past life." Fan Yuan placed his hand on the faded wooden door. His heart was filled with nostalgia for his past life. "Back then, I was expelled from the house by my adoptive father and mother. I had less than 15 primeval stones in my hand. After sleeping on the street for a few days, I found this place. I don't know if my adoptive parents set traps in other places, but my past life memories tell me that at least here, there are none." He entered the house, sat down, and began to circulate his energy. Strands of mysterious green inner force gradually appeared, swirling around, and enveloping his body. Fan Yuan's face remained indifferent. Coldly, he crossed his legs and meditated, a massive crystal ball appearing. Half green, half blue. Fading, it materialized in the position of Fan Yuan's hands. More strands of spiritual energy swirled around him. He was calculating inwardly, wanting to break through the crystal membrane to reach the second turn. Not counting special circumstances, normally it requires at least 5 out of 5. Deep blue true essence, but my talent is limited. At most, I can only achieve 4 out of 4. Inside the crystal ball, it grew increasingly turbulent. The green inner force within the ball churned violently. Spreading inside, it formed waves of white mist. Fan Yuan assessed the situation. After the true essence was completely depleted, he could no longer continue the assault. The crystal membrane has the ability to self-repair. Before long, it would fully heal, rendering all his efforts futile. The crystal ball vanished. The streams of inner force from before were also gone. Only Fan Yuan remained, head bowed. Beside the burning aloes wood, he calculated in his mind. To break the crystal membrane, he needed explosive force, creating enough power to shatter the crystal membrane. In a short time, he could only helplessly admit that the breakthrough had failed. Outside, the sky had gradually turned to night. Thousands of stars were shining in the sky. Fan Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Nothing in this world is easy. Yet he was not discouraged or shaken. Fan Yuan, stepping over to the window covered in white snow. He even smiled and said, "It's just a bit of wind and frost." The sky had already turned bright. Jia San smiled smugly, but his words still sounded fake. "Don't worry, don't get impatient. Wait a little longer. It's unavoidable for newcomers to be late." The person beside him frowned in discomfort. "How unusual. Last night, we clearly agreed to meet at this location at this time. But now, It's already past a quarter of an hour. Why hasn't this Fan Yuan shown up yet? He turned around, complaining in irritation. We've been waiting and waiting, and we still have to make the team leader, the great sir. Wait for him? This brat is way too arrogant. That red-haired woman was even more blunt than this Fan Yuan. Could it be that she saw through our plan and directly left the team? Jia San didn't think so. He reassured them. You're overestimating him. Even if he was the top scorer in the year-end assessment, he's still just a newcomer at a young age. Jia San finally lost his patience. He clenched his fists in anger. Give the order! Go find him! How big can this mountain stronghold be? With so many rented rooms, we must find him. We absolutely cannot let him have time to break through to the second turn. At this moment, Fan Yuan was coldly staring at the blue primeval stone, emitting a stream of spiritual energy in his hand. His eyes were hollow and emotionless. He felt a bit worried and calculated. There aren't many primeval stones left. If this continues, I can only hold out for 2 months. But to seize back the inheritance, the first step is to advance to the second turn. The blue primeval stone in Fan Yuan's hand, increasingly radiating stronger and stronger spiritual energy. He gripped the primeval stone tightly and made a decision. The most foolish method was to use the primeval stone to force a breakthrough. Fan Yuan chose to sit down and continue his cultivation, closing both eyes. His left hand firmly held that powerful green primeval stone. My primeval essence is at most only 40%. When I attack the aperture wall, it won't be enough. But if I absorb primeval essence while attacking the wall, and persist for a period of time, at most 4 years, I can break through the aperture wall. On the team's side, they were still searching for Fan Yuan. Jiao San angrily asked. We've searched for a whole day and still can't find him. Wu Jing also reported anxiously. That brat didn't rent the room we recommended at all. I don't know where he's run off to. The red-haired woman suddenly appeared again. Her mouth kept reporting Fan Yuan's whereabouts. Found it. Fan Yuan was renting a room in a dilapidated bamboo building. On the second floor, according to the landlord's description, it was him. Jia San laughed smugly upon hearing this. Having predicted what he wanted to do, he flicked the coat off his shoulder. Then he ordered the others. Humph, it's exactly as I expected. Sure enough, he's hiding. Full force, charge to the second floor. Let's go to his room and pay a visit, ask a few questions of the newcomer. After all, we have to show a little concern. He led the group to the shabby, run-down rental building. Jia San called out to inquire. Fan Yuan, old brother. Are you in there? The others chimed in, shouting in unison. Fan Yuan, old brother. The double shockwave transition wasn't that simple. Fan Yuan, can you hear me? Not good. Could he have passed out? Jia San glanced over and ordered. If he doesn't wake up, break down the door. He quickly replied. Yes. Without hesitation, he slammed hard into the old wooden door. The door was knocked down, revealing an empty room. There was no one inside, and the items on the bed hadn't even been used. Only a charcoal stove was smoldering. Not seeing Fan Yuan, Jia San angrily shouted. How can this be? Where is he? They examined the empty room and calculated. This kid is very stingy. He paid 1 primeval stone for a month in an instant. Yet he bought so many things and even deliberately pasted paper on the door. He must have wanted to go into seclusion here. We'll just wait for him here. On the other side, the green crystal ball was gradually changing. The transparent glassy membrane had a white tint. It was covered in crisscrossing water stains everywhere. That green ball finally turned into a brilliant orange-yellow. Time passed, and when the water level of the blue sea surface was only 1/3 left, the glassy membrane finally couldn't take it anymore and reached its limit. Fan Yuan's eyes snapped open. His pitch-black pupils finally reflected the image of the golden ball glowing brightly everywhere. He said happily, Success. I've finally broken through to the second transition. Fan Yuan fell back onto the bed in exhaustion. He placed a hand on his forehead, stared at the ceiling, and pondered. Cultivating continuously for 4 days and 4 nights without rest. The intensity was too great. My body can barely take it anymore. During his cultivation, undisturbed, he saw the arrangements in place. The rented room had proven its worth. The money spent was truly worthwhile. Opening the door, he unexpectedly found Jiang He waiting for him. You finally came out. If you hadn't come out in a few more days, I would have had to break the door down. Fan Yuan immediately greeted him respectfully as Jiang He, senior brother. He hadn't expected him to succeed so spectacularly. I didn't think you'd actually break through to the second turn in one go. Hearing the praise, he only replied coldly. It was just luck. I planned to return to the mountain stronghold today. Hearing that he wanted to leave, Jiang He kindly reminded him. Fan Yuan, old brother, be careful on this trip. The wolf den has been a bit restless lately. Listen to me and don't leave in a hurry. How about staying 1 more night? On the other side, the academy disciples were rushing away in a hurry. They were shouting at each other to hurry up and not fall behind. Fan Yuan coldly listened to their shouts. The clan members on the front lines are fighting a bloody battle, waiting for our reinforcements. He wondered what had happened. Sui Qing was dashing forward with agile speed. Then he saw Fan Yuan and turned to ask him, Fan Yuan, why are you still here? Oh, don't you know? The surrounding area of the villages has formed a small-scale beast tide. He coldly asked him back. How so? Fan Yuan recalled the wolf tide from his previous life. Then he deduced based on the timeline. The real outbreak of the wolf tide should be next year. As for the origin of this small-scale beast tide, it was no different. From the reasons above, the wolf pack kept growing, endlessly, squeezing the living space of other beast packs around. Almost flipped them off, laughed smugly, then excitedly boasted about the dangers lurking everywhere in the beast tide. Various wild beasts frequently passed by, especially night combat, which was far more dangerous than daytime. A small first-turn Gu master like you is not a second turn like me. You need to be even more careful. Fan Yuan ignored his arrogance and decided, then I'll go with you all. Once we reach the front line, I'll leave the squad. Return to my team. Qi crossed his arms and sneered, what's the matter? Who would want to take you along? He looked up, his eyes full of murderous intent as a threat. The Qi family rule states that a lone Gu master must regroup with the nearest team and continue their combat duty. Qi, don't you even know this? Fan Yuan glanced warily. Qi crossed his arms and taunted Qi, that's indeed the case. On one side, he gritted his teeth and cursed you angrily. Then Qi turned around and said, let's go, you follow. After that, 4 figures shot through the forest. Someone grumbled, dragging along, what's the point of dragging? Just a first-turn Gu master. When they stopped, Qi looked at a spot and warned, ahead, we'll be approaching the beast tide. Qi went ahead to scout, and beside him, he replied yes. Then Qi flicked his snake tongue and reported, ahead, 3 medium-sized creatures appeared, suspected to be forest deer. Hearing this, Qi raised his fist and ordered them to be driven away. Following that, the two continuously provided information and instructions. A group of medium-sized creatures, suspected to be turtle-backed apes, changed direction. A medium-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It detected us approaching very quickly. Engage in battle later, Qi, tell me. Detected the small team of the infirmary, fighting against the wild boar king. On one side, Fan Yuan stared with hollow, indifferent eyes as he listened to what that person said. To refine the Gu worm with the wild boar king, I need its tusks. Without a doubt, the wild boar king's tusks are the most suitable. Immediately, Qi rushed forward, shouting with a laugh. I'm afraid they won't even appreciate it. Even if we don't go to reinforce them, we still have to send someone over there to reinforce them. After some time. At this moment, the boar king, with its huge tusks, was panting heavily. A man looked at the python standing opposite the boar king. Chanting an incantation, he ordered the crimson rock python to coil around it. Instantly, the python coiled around the boar king's body, causing it to roar in fury. On one side, Qi watched this scene and thought, it seems this wild boar king has already been wounded in its mouth. That scoundrel has gotten himself a bargain. Beside him, the man in purple opened his mouth in shock. Everyone said, this wild boar king has a black corpse Gu on it. Or not. Seeing the newcomer didn't stop to greet, it turned out to be Qi. Sir, there's nothing to worry about over here. We can handle it. Yet Qi still turned his head and ordered the man in purple. This wild boar king is yours. Go help them. Hearing this, he immediately obeyed. Then the man in purple opened his mouth and shot out spider silk. It immediately wrapped tightly around the wild boar king, causing it to fall flat on its face. To the ground, then Richard waved his hand to command the support to end it. Suddenly, Ju San gave a thumbs up to Fan Yuan. You've finally arrived. Hurry up, the spider web is about to break. You have great strength. Go block the wild boar king and buy us some time. Hearing this, Fan Yuan charged forward. He grabbed the wild boar king's tusk with both hands to hold it back. He replied, I can hold it for a while, rest assured, team leader. Ju San immediately shouted, good. And gave a fake smile, praising, that's more like it. But in his mind, he was scheming. As long as I slow down his second transformation charge, I can earn a sum of money. If Fan Yuan gets injured, then he won't be able to complete the second transformation. The beast domain has many wild beasts, so I'll just use these. Then he gave the order, good. Hua Han, go plant the blood sacrifice grass beside her. She replied, yes. Then Hua Han pressed her 2 index fingers together and chanted an incantation. She conjured purple vine tentacles from her body. At the same time, the vines extended and pierced into the wild boar king's mouth, causing it to feel uncomfortable, as if struck by lightning, with drool flowing profusely. On the other side, Fan Yuan's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, the clan says that killing kin by blood is wrong, against traditional values, but I spit on that. The force pressing down on the wild boar suddenly stopped. The wild boar king flung Fan Yuan into the air, then it turned and rammed into Hua Han. She immediately coughed up blood and cried out in pain. On this side, Fan Yuan also shot out a few blood threads, closed his eyes tightly, and screamed. Fan Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, I just activated the jade skin goo. Except for a dull ache in my back, I didn't lose a single hair. Seeing this, Zhao San angrily shouted at Fan Yuan. Didn't you say you could still hold on? On the side, Buxing also strained his neck and yelled at Fan Yuan. You bastard, you're the one who killed Hua Xian. Hearing this, he felt dizzy and argued. It wasn't on purpose. It's just that I really couldn't take it anymore. Hearing this, Zhao San ordered Fan Yuan. I'll settle the score with you later, Buxing. Forget about Fan Yuan for now, hurry up and get the scale blade net. Immediately, he raised his hand and conjured a net. In the middle were sharp knife tips, and then it wrapped around the whole body, causing the wild boar king to shut its eyes in pain. Only then did Zhao San breathe a sigh of relief, saying, What a pity for this hide. The more it struggles, the tighter it gets. On the side, Buxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Finally done. Suddenly, Fan Yuan conjured a blue spell. He spoke up, I'll help everyone. At the same time, his force struck the wild boar king heavily, causing the scale blade net to break into pieces. Seeing this, a female disciple, with eyes wide and mouth agape, stammered in panic, I. Meanwhile, the wild boar king was sent flying. Forcing Zhao San to fly after it to hold it back, he shouted at Fan Yuan. You idiot! Look at what you've done! You're truly a teammate as stupid as a pig. On the side, Fan Yuan wanted to explain. Team leader, you have to believe me. I really didn't mean to. Zhao III angrily turned his head and cursed. Shut up! For me. Continue. I won't allow you to make a move anymore. Stand aside and wait for me. Then he put his 2 index fingers together, raised them to his mouth, and chanted an incantation. At the same time, brownish-yellow smoke billowed out from Zhao III's nostrils. Simultaneously, the smoke spread around, covering everything in between, causing the 3 people from Fan Yuan to remain unconscious, and the female disciple outside to see nothing. Seeing this, Fan Yuan crossed his arms and demanded, Sister, heal the wound on my leg. Give me a little bit. My leg is injured. I didn't want this either, but... The female disciple screamed and cursed. My good sister is dead, and you just have a leg injury? Why don't you just die? Her face cold, Fan Yuan raised an eyebrow, staring ahead coldly, thinking, What a pity, the wild boar king is dead. After this battle, the 6 snake squad has also suffered heavy casualties. Their combat strength is extremely weakened. They must leave the battlefield. What a shame, such a good opportunity. A moment later, the wild boar king behind Zhao III crashed heavily to the ground. He wiped his sweat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Order you to dissect the corpse. Hurry up. Take the spoils, and we'll retreat immediately. He has already used his secret technique. His remaining true essence isn't much. Then, the 3 people from Fan Yuan surrounded the wild boar king. Suddenly, 2 wolves emerged from the bushes, growling, causing someone to shout, It's a pack of wolves! A pack of lightning wolves! How could they appear now? Buxing squatted beside the wild boar king, cursing, Damn it! Why did the wolf pack show up? Suddenly, a person turned and ran, shouting, Retreat! Don't worry about the wild boar king anymore. We should quickly fall back and follow him, Butingxing. Chief, wait for me. Fan Yuan, however, frowned darkly, thinking, I don't have a speed-boosting goo worm. I can't escape. The Zhao 3 isn't much either. Even with a speed-boosting goo worm for my true essence, I can't escape that group of lightning wolves. Then, he decisively struck the red-haired female disciple with a palm, knocking her unconscious. Fan Yuan dragged her and crawled into the wild boar king's belly, calculating silently. First, crawl into the wild boar king's belly. Use its body to block the outside and conceal our figures. As soon as the 2 hid, 5 wolves arrived. They sniffed the wild boar king's head. Inside its belly, Fan Yuan calculated. I didn't expect lightning wolves to appear in the first beast tide. The clan will definitely send reinforcements. If I can hold out for a while, I can escape. Meanwhile, outside, several wolves began gnawing on the wild boar king's carcass. He silently deduced that Zhao 3 and Butingxing must be dead. Their true essence is limited. They're not skilled in speed over such a short distance. They'll definitely be killed by the wolf pack under the pressure of death. Those who can stay calm and choose a plan are truly rare. At this moment, Fan Yuan held a stone in his palm. He conjured a pale blue spell. Even if the wild boar king's skin is eaten away, revealing my body, at most I'll face 5 of them. If you still have the strength to fight, you must persist every second to recover your true essence. Suddenly, a wolf head with glowing red eyes appeared. Its mouth full of sharp teeth lunged forward. The ferocious wolf was cleaved in 2 by a single slash. Fan Yuan crouched in one spot, watching 2 men fight the wolves. He sighed with emotion that the small team's reinforcements had arrived. Indeed, outside were the 5-headed electric wolves. Soon after, the group of reinforcements breathed a sigh of relief and shouted loudly, "We've finally driven them back. Healing Goo Master, check the casualties." He then went to examine the red-haired woman and said, "She's dead. The pack of electric wolves' electric current stopped her heart." Then the healing Goo Master turned to Fan Yuan and scolded him. "She died because of you. Why did you, as a man, hide in the back?" The woman beside him was bragging. "In reality, she fought me for the inner position, but in the end I won. On that point, I was very lucky." Fan Yuan's eyes turned cold as he continued. "If you think I'm guilty of causing her death, then you can report it to the punishment hall. I'll take it all." Hearing this, the healing Goo Master angrily shouted, "You son of a bitch!" Then he was stopped by a man carrying a wooden box on his back. "Calm down. Even if he reports it to the punishment hall, the clan won't punish him right now." Fan Yuan was still thinking about the drowning scene, and silently analyzed. In a shipwreck, one person grabs a wooden plank. Another person rushes over to fight for it. Then that person will instinctively push the other away, letting him die in the river. This is the story of a wooden plank on Earth. The thought is that in a desperate situation, saving oneself by harming others' lives will not be punished. Then he looked at the corpses on the ground and muttered to himself, "In this world, there are similar clan rules. In other words, even if the healing Goo Master reports to the punishment hall, I will not be punished directly." Fan Yuan recognized an acquaintance and stepped forward to think. "These are the bodies of Jiao San and Butong." He looked down indifferently and commented, NT0. Just like that, except for me, all 4 people in the small team are dead. Just like that, the obstacles beside me will decrease by a bunch." Oh. In front of Fan Yuan, Jiao San was still alive, moving weakly and calling for help. "Help, help." Seeing this, Fan Yuan scratched his chin, curled his lip, and sighed. "Still not dead. Life is truly tenacious." Behind him, the healing Goo Master raised a hand and shouted, "Quickly save the wounded." Hearing this, Fan Yuan's face hardened. His eyes were scheming as he calculated, "What to do now? The opponent is right at hand. Should I just let Jiao San go like this? No. If I can eliminate Jiao San, then the obstacles to my progress will also decrease by 1 level. If I miss such a good opportunity, it will be very difficult to get another one." Then, Fan Yuan crouched down beside him, took his own coat, and covered Jiao San's head with it. He did this because Jiao San's coat was covered in mud and wild boar blood. Fan Yuan deliberately covered Jiao San's face, to suffocate him to death. Sure enough, moments later, Jiao San's curled hand slowly released its grip. Just then, the healing Goo Master from behind stepped forward and spoke. "This young brother. I am the Goo Master of the medicine hall. Let me take a look." Fan Yuan glared, showing a pained expression. "Get lost." Seeing this, the Goo Master raised his hand to his chest and explained, "Young brother, please restrain your grief and accept the change. I know how you feel right now. I also understand this kind of pain. The pain of seeing someone you spent day and night with die tragically before your eyes." Then, the Goo Master looked down at Jiao San and expressed his apologies. "The clan must reclaim the Goo worms." He then sat down, supported Jiao San, and placed his hand on his chest. Casting a green magical technique, the Goo Master explained that after death, his Goo worms would be an inheritance for the clan's Goo Masters. Seizing them is a violation of clan rules, but he is completely dead now, and there are no Goo worms. Kneeling beside him, Fan Yuan asked, "Are you suspecting me of stealing the team leader's Goo worms?" The Goo Master, while performing the spell, replied, "Of course, I have no such intention. The dead cannot be revived. Young brother, please restrain your grief and live on well." Afterward, Fan Yuan picked up his cloak and stood by. Jiao San watched the Goo Master leave, then a satisfied smile curled on his lips. He thought, "Brother, you spoke truly. Since the person is dead, I should live on even better." Time flew by, and one fine day, at the affairs hall, Fan Yuan stood listening to orders. "Things have been busy lately. Take on a new mission and come back in 3 days." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, making Fan Yuan turn his head. "Big brother!" It was Fang Jing, who approached and immediately said, "Big brother, today is the memorial ceremony for the deceased Gu Eugene Zhu. Kim Zhou lived and studied with us for a year. Come with us." Hearing this, Fan Yuan indifferently replied, "Oh, they died? But Birth, aging, sickness, and death are common human affairs. See enough of it, and it all fades. You all go on. I'm not free to dwell on it. Dying on the battlefield or dying old at home, what's the difference? Why treat death any differently? His words displeased the crowd behind him, who began cursing. This bastard is truly cold-blooded and heartless. This guy really isn't worthy of sharing our bloodline. While Fan Zheng was calling out, "Big brother," the crowd behind him loudly slandered Fan Yuan. Lately, the whole clan has been buzzing with it. Fan Yuan only managed to survive by luck. He hid inside a wild boar's belly, then used a female Gu master as a shield. What a disgrace, with no shred of manly dignity. On this side, Fan Yuan paid no heed to their words. Instead, he sank into his own universe, clenching his fist in thought. Shallow-minded people often rage at insults and delight in praise. But in truth, these are just the views of outsiders. For you, living by others' opinions, dooms you to be a pitiful soul. So what if everyone shuns you? Only those with weak inner selves fear being ostracized. Thus, in this world, let the demon lords run rampant. Fan Yuan's uncle received unexpected news. That brat is no less impressive. He's already a rank 2 Gu master. He even requested the Internal Affairs Hall to assign a mission. The Internal Affairs officer said softly, "That's right. I can only tell him to come back in 3 days to receive the mission to help you. Stretching it out for so many days is the limit of what I can do." The Internal Affairs personnel said, still with a cold expression, "I only came to inform you of my resignation." Seeing the Internal Affairs personnel preparing to leave, Uncle Fan Yuan pulled him back, extending a pouch of silver, and said, "Don't rush off, old brother. There are a few matters I still wish to ask for your help with." The next second, as the Internal Affairs personnel left Uncle Fan Yuan's house, one hand slipped into his inner robe pocket, as if hiding something. His tone carried a hint of generous camaraderie. "Brother La, you're too polite. Rest assured. I will prepare the most difficult mission and assign it to Fan Yuan." Fan Yuan's uncle stroked his beard, his heart full of scheming. This brat is a bit too unorthodox, advancing 2 realms so quickly. He even overcame the beast tide. He must have some crooked methods. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Fan Yuan held the paper in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. "Collect 10 honey wines." An image of a swarm of bees appeared. Along with Fan Yuan's train of thought, this mission. A Gu master collecting 10 honey wines must have defensive Gu worms. Seems like they're deliberately messing with me. Too bad he miscalculated. In his mind, 4 strange jade bodies formed into 2 larger jade bodies, shaped like a crescent moon and the sun. Moonlight Gu and 2 small light Gu could be refined together into a 2-turn moonlight mantle Gu. White skin Gu and jade skin Gu could be refined into white jade Gu. Fan Yuan's face was expressionless, as if he was deeply lost in his own thoughts. Choosing to practice with Master Bai Yu Gu is wiser, but if this practice of mine fails, the consequences will be very serious. The scene shifts to Yu's spacious room. Fan Jing is sitting neatly opposite, listening to Gu Yu's teachings. A Gu master uses their own primordial essence as a foundation, and Gu worms as tools. Besides cultivating themselves, Gu masters must also refine Gu, raise Gu, and use Gu. Through refinement, they can fuse different types of Gu worms into a single Gu worm of a higher level. Fan Jing, you are already at the 2nd rank, so you should refine a 2nd rank Gu worm. He strokes his long beard gently, instructing you to take out the jade skin Gu and moonlight Gu. I will teach you how to refine a 5th rank Gu worm. It is called the Moonlight King Gu. The most important thing in refining Gu worms is to be single-minded. Using your will to fuse, Fan Jing begins to circulate his energy. 2 streams of power appear with 2 dazzling jade bodies. The 2 streams of power quickly merge into one. According to Gu Yu's way of thinking, after 3 hours of continuous trial and gradual fusion, he observes that Fan Jing's state seems to have stabilized. He then announces to maintain the current state. After that, he throws primordial stones into the circle of light. Hearing this, Fan Jing quickly follows the instructions. Yes, Gu Yu instructs him to continue throwing them in until the refinement of the 2nd rank Gu worm is complete. Then, a loud explosion occurs. It seems the power flow could no longer be harmonized. Fan Jing frowned slightly, displeased, and said, "It's over. Just now, I forgot to maintain the fusion of the consciousness of the 2 jade bodies from earlier." Now, they lay deflated with a weak power flow on his hand. Along with Gu Yushi's reminder, "You must pay attention to the number of defeats. It cannot be too many. Otherwise, the Moonlight Gu and the Jade Skin Gu will also dissipate." Fan Yuan was still immersed in his own thoughts. The spring-autumn cicada was still very weak. "I can use its aura to suppress the Gu worms, enhancing the effect of single refinement, but as for combined refinement of Gu worms, it is of no help." He looked at the few remaining primeval stones with a headache. There aren't many primeval stones left. Just enough for one combined refinement of goo worms. Regardless of success or failure, my economy will also collapse. The image of Fan Yuan struggling to climb the towering cliff appeared, along with his train of thought. The current situation is equivalent to him already about to fall off the cliff. He has to rely on a handful of weeds in his hand to temporarily hold himself close to the edge of the cliff. What he must do now is to take advantage of the weeds still in his hand and rely on them to climb up the cliff with all his might. Fan Yuan had climbed to the top of the mountain. Now, he no longer had any lingering attachments. He quickly made a decision, regardless of the consequences. Begin! Fan Yuan shouted loudly. White jade goo, jade skin goo. He loudly fused the two jade bodies together, creating an enormous ball of power. The scene immediately changes to an image. Fan Yuan holds the giant wild boar's fang. He calmly says, not bad. Plus the wild boar king's fang. He recalls the moment he watched. The two goo worms merged and transformed. Immediately after, Fan Yuan smiles with satisfaction at the result before him. The white jade goo worm has successfully advanced to the second turn. The fused power of those two small goo worms looks truly majestic. His assessment is that it was very simple. Adding the white fang is like putting the finishing touch on a dragon painting. It can increase the success rate by 2%. Right after the successful fusion of the second turn white jade goo, Fan Yuan quickly heads to the mountain's core. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days pass within the underground rocky mountain core. Behind him are rows of green eyes. They watch Fan Yuan calmly unleash the Jade Stone Ape Goo technique. The monkeys seem to sense danger. One of them leaps forward to attack him. Seeing this, the other monkeys continuously charge at Fan Yuan. But he has an impenetrable armor on him. The white Jade Goo's defense is similar to the Jade Skin Goo. Both require a constant infusion of true essence. Moreover, the more attacks it withstands, the greater the true essence consumption. Fan Yuan uses a palm strike to cleanly deal with each monkey. He consistently uses extremely light palm strikes. Yet they possess great destructive power, repelling each monkey one by one. The monkeys witness Fan Yuan's immense strength. They no longer dare to advance, only staring at him from afar. Seeing this, Fan Yuan begins to think. In the end, the remaining monkeys also collapsed. Panicked, they scattered and fled deep into the stone forest. He took out a blue gem and held it in front of the Eye Stone monkey. Fan Yuan recalled this pouch full of Eye Stone monkey gems. In the second secret chamber, there was another leather pouch containing wild boar fangs. But now, Fan Yuan no longer needed to hunt wild boars. He tied the small linen bag shut. Fan Yuan picked up the water pouch that had been trampled beside him. He observed that water container, the swollen water pouch inside, was filled with golden honey mead. A few days ago, Fan Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo to withstand the attacks of the golden wasps. Afterwards, he collected enough honey mead from the hive. Fan Yuan, with a stern expression, began to enter the city. A little girl ran over from somewhere saying, "My toy!" Fan Yuan accidentally stepped on her spinning top. The little girl's father quickly spoke up. "I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry for bumping into you, Goo Master. Please forgive us!" The little girl, having lost her beloved toy, burst into loud cries. This angered her father, who scolded, "Stop crying, you troublemaker!" His large hand was about to strike the girl, but it was caught by Fan Yuan's hand just in time. He gently patted the little girl's head, where a few tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. "It's just a small matter. No need to worry," Fan Yuan said softly, comforting her. "Don't be scared. It's nothing." After he left, the father behind him kept expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, sir! Thank you for your mercy, sir!" So that was actually Fan Yuan's uncle in disguise. The old man thought to himself, "Today, I dressed up as a Goo Master. I want to suppress this brat Fan Yuan. I must make him give up the inheritance mission of the Rajian." A shiny piece of iron nearby quickly caught the old man's attention. Fan Yuan's uncle got angry when he saw Fan Yuan in the distance. "What? He broke through to rank 2? The old man crossed his arms and pondered seriously. He only had a soldier-type aptitude. Yet he still broke through to rank 2 at the age of 16. It was truly beyond everyone's expectations. However, with such a fast speed, most of the credit goes to the spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan. Seeming to hear these thoughts from his uncle, he smirked. That only made Fan Yuan's uncle even angrier. This little brat. Is he so confident because he thinks he has me figured out? The old man immediately got to the main topic. "Fan Yuan, I think we should have a talk." Fan Yuan calmly replied, "About what?" A voice from behind Fan Yuan's uncle seemed to be speaking on his behalf. "You know, I'm different from you. I debuted at the age of 15. An image appeared. a young man fighting a pack of wolves alone. Along with the thoughts of Fan Yuan's uncle. That was when he encountered the wolf tide. Gu masters suffered heavy casualties under the forced circumstances. We trainees had to graduate. I have a grade B aptitude. At 16, I reached the initial stage. At 17, the high stage. At the peak of 18, on the cusp of 19, I had already begun my third tribulation. I thought I could advance to a third turn Gu master. At 20, the old man recalled the moment he was struck down by someone stronger, arrogant and looking down on everyone. Always thinking I could do everything, even that nothing was impossible. Completely unaware of the vastness of the world, right at 20 years old, I went out to carry out a mission. I was defeated by a Gu master from the Xiong family's stronghold. But from then on, my talent was crippled, falling to grade C. I couldn't get back up for a full 8 years. Gradually, over the years, Uncle Fan Yuan's voice grew deeper. On my 29th birthday, I began to examine my place in this world. I realized that one person's strength is limited. Even if I advance to the third turn, so what? In this society, the most important thing is not personal strength, but relationships and connections with others. At 30, I started to take steps again. At 45, I retired to the second line. During this time, over a dozen times, I was signed by hundreds of Gu masters on a letter, wanting to nominate me as an elder. Although I only had peak second turn cultivation my whole life, and could not take another step forward, it was no longer necessary. I had already achieved success. The old man's eyes were filled with experience, trying to persuade Fan Yuan, "You are still too young. Just starting out in life, just like I was back then. Thinking you can decide everything on your own. That you can accomplish anything. Sometimes, life requires you to bow your head and make concessions. Being impulsive, extreme, stubborn, and arrogant will only lead to isolation and destruction. You will absolutely have no chance to complete the mission. Just give up." Seeing that a gentle tone had no effect, Fan Yuan's uncle immediately changed his tone, becoming somewhat harsh. "Fan Yuan, I'll be direct with you. If you can give up the idea of inheriting the family property, then you can gain my friendship and my connections. You can use all of them." Fan Yuan seemed indifferent to the old man's words. He asked calmly, "Uncle Savior, you don't usually wear this robe, do you?" He quickly pointed out the old man's suspicious point. How could a Gu master's robe be so clean and tidy? It should be stained with sweat, mud, and blood. It should be tattered like that to have the flavor of a Gu master. You are old now, Uncle Savior. Your ambition and drive have been lost since your youth. These years of comfortable living have worn away your spirit. Fan Yuan calmly raised the water pouch from earlier. He asked the old man what he thought was inside. Fan Yuan's uncle was shocked and exclaimed loudly, "How is this possible? Where did you get the honey wine? No, this can't be. It doesn't have a defensive Gu worm." Fan Yuan gently shook the bottle, his tone laced with mockery. "Lord Rescue Father is truly pitiable. Bound by rules, with honey clearly right before your eyes. Yet you lack the courage to fight for it, huh?" After speaking, Fan Yuan turned around and left, leaving his uncle still standing there, calculating the cost of that honey wine. 1,000 primeval stones won't do, then 2,000 stones. 2,500 stones! Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan's face showed a hint of anger. He had truly grown old. That injury at age 20, he has grown old. The internal affairs officer calmly informed Fan Yuan's uncle. "This matter with those local bumpkins, I really am powerless." Fan Yuan's aunt's face was filled with sorrow. "Is there really no other way?" The internal affairs officer said gloomily. "This matter is already settled. The internal affairs hall's procedures can only be stopped by the 2 great clan elders in power, or the clan leader." Seeing this, the old woman shouted loudly, "Damn it, you can't do this! These are all our belongings. Old man, aren't you going to say something? Think of a plan, quick! Without these assets, what will our family have left?" Immediately, Fan Yuan's aunt was slapped hard by her husband. "What are you yelling about? You ignorant woman, the clan's rules are laid out right here. Do you think we can just refuse to return them? Ignorant and foolish," the old man said bitterly. "I will return these items. I won't miss a single one. It's just that I can't stop the Internal Affairs Hall from taking Fan Yuan. But I can. Don't think that just because you've taken the estate, everything will be fine." Fan Yuan held the stack of documents in his hand, deep in thought. He didn't expect this inheritance to be so generous. The file was densely packed with information about the estate. Over 10 acres of farmland, 8 servants, and a tavern, no wonder. The 9th aunt made things difficult, trying to stop me from getting this inheritance. Not to mention the 7 Gu worms. Even if this number doubled, I could still afford to raise them. Fan Yuan opened his palm, and a glowing green sprout appeared. But the most important thing wasn't those assets, but this herb Gu. This is the 9-leaf life grass Gu, a rank 2 Gu worm. It has healing properties. After I refine the 9-leaf life grass, each leaf plucked becomes a life leaf. He began to ponder how to nurture this herb gu. I channel my true essence into the life grass, which can make it grow and sprout new leaves. It can be said that this 9-leaf life grass is a gold mine. On the move, the most important inheritance, unmatched by anything else. After thinking this, Fang Yuan smiled to himself in satisfaction. Spring is still a long way off, but I know I have welcomed the spring of my life. At a tavern that always seemed to be kept clean, Fang Yuan walked in, hands on his hips, his voice carrying a hint of pride. This is my tavern now. The manager beside him quickly greeted him. Young master, please have a seat. Fang Yuan looked around the tavern and said, but the place is a bit small. The manager humbly replied, You flatter me, young master. Let me get you a pot of tea. Fang Yuan quickly returned to his main purpose. Alright, bring the account books here. He flipped through the tavern's financial records, a puzzled look on his face. Why is there so much money missing? Hearing this, the chief accountant gloomily confessed, Young master, the previous master himself came to take these funds. I dared not resist. Immediately, Fang Yuan shot him a sharp glare. The chief accountant quickly prostrated himself, begging, Young master, please spare my life. Fang Yuan closed the book and said calmly, Let bygones be bygones. I won't dwell on it. I've looked over the accounts. Your wages are a bit low. From now on, the waiter's pay will be increased by 20%, and the chief accountant's by 40%. Work well, and you'll all get your share. The chief accountant and the waiters quickly kowed out in thanks, chattering, Thank you for your great kindness, young master. You are merciful and generous. We servants will definitely give our all. Young master, you are like a reborn parent to us. Go slowly. Fang Yuan leisurely walked out of the tavern, thinking that authority and favor, reward and punishment, no matter the world, are always the best methods for superiors to control their subordinates. However, these are only minor arts of manipulating others. Only improving one's own strength is the true path. An image of 3 magnificent, towering buildings appeared, along with Fang Yuan's thoughts. These 3 buildings were all run by his foster father and foster mother, and they were doing very well. The rent was also adjusted to the most favorable rate. Although the income from this bamboo building wasn't much more than the tavern, it wasn't too far off either. He stood with his hand resting on the window frame, looking down, recalling the experiences he had gone through. Since my rebirth, I've been like a fallen leaf drifting aimlessly with the waves. Now I've given it my all. This estate can be considered a hard-earned legacy. I've successfully established myself and found my footing. Next is to develop the inheritance of the Hua family, determined to cultivate with self-reliance until the 3rd transformation, roaming the world. Suddenly, Gu Yu's voice came from below. Fang Jing, big brother, come down here. I have something to tell you. Fang Yuan folded his arms and looked down indifferently, pondering. So what if I have a bit of pride in my talent? In the end, I'm just a tiny pawn. Fang Jing spoke his mind. Big brother, you're really too much. I never thought you were this kind of person. Fang Yuan maintained that smug attitude and called down. What kind of person am I? Fang Jing recounted the past events. After our parents died, our uncle and aunt adopted us. They raised us with kindness. I never thought you'd show no gratitude for the past. Repaying kindness with enmity, Fang Yuan pointed out bluntly without hesitation. How strange. This estate was originally mine. What's this about repaying kindness with enmity? Fang Jing remained steadfast in his thoughts. But you can't take everything away. Still, I have to leave some for the 9 foster parents. The 9 foster parents need to retire. He shouted angrily. Right now, even the goo worms have decreased by more than half, and I can't afford to raise them anymore. Brother, how can you be so heartless? Hearing this, Fang Yuan just smiled faintly, resting his chin in thought. Even if there were none, just with the tavern's income from last month, it would be enough to raise a few of these goo worms. The reason they are this poor is merely to incite Fang Jing to come and cause trouble. He said softly, My adorable little brother Fang Jing, you have accepted those 2 as your parents. You have lost the right to inherit the family property. Fang Jing gradually softened his tone to negotiate. I know. That's why I came to challenge you to a goo battle. I want to issue a challenge to you, to decide the victor on the arena. If I win, please return a portion of the family property to those 2 old people. Fang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. It seemed he had anticipated this. It looks like the 9 foster parents deliberately instructed you before they left, didn't they? But as a loser under my hand, do you have the confidence to defeat me? Hearing this, Fang Jing felt as if he had been punched hard in the chest. His face was filled with anger. He quickly unleashed his own move in anger. This time, it's not like before, brother. The moonlit night goo, he said, and then Fang Jing played his trump card. But this time, I have successfully refined the 2-turn Moonlit Night Goo. You can no longer break through my defense. Above, Fan Yuan smiled faintly and said, Indeed, Yuan Chang is truly foolish. And she even directly revealed her ace card like that. Yuan Chang is a second-tier defensive goo worm. Although in terms of defense, Yuan Chang is a grade lower than the White Jade Goo. It can help boost the defense of others. When fighting in a team, it will contribute greatly to the whole group. Fan Yuan continued, But do you think that I wouldn't have foreseen this, my dear brother? My stubborn brother, you can certainly challenge me to a duel. But have you asked the other members of your team for their opinion? So why don't you go back first? Find your team leader, Guyu Qingshu, and tell him about the situation here. I'll be waiting for you all at the tea house by the east gate. Fan Jing said with a sullen face. Brother, I'll go right now. But I'm telling you, a stalling tactic won't do you any good. After saying this, Fan Jing left. A while later, at the small tea house, Fan Jing and Qingshu were already in the room. Fan Yuan invited the two to sit down. Qingshu spoke up. Fan Jing, go take a walk somewhere for a bit. I need to talk with your brother, Fan Jing replied. Okay. Now only the two of them remained in the room. Qingshu spoke first. I know you well, Fan Yuan. You're very interesting and a smart person. I'll be direct. I want to buy your goo worm. How much are you willing to sell it for? Fan Yuan, on the other hand, is truly an outstanding individual. But what a pity. A pity that in the village, a year later, at the northern pass, 7 guards. He bravely stepped forward to block this gap and protect his clan members. In the end, he forcibly activated the goo worm, 3 hounds, with his second turn cultivation. 1 man guards the pass, 10,000 are saved. He successfully held the stronghold. Qingshu continued, Although you now have the death goo, you can easily raise the death worm, but for things that are useless. Why bother raising them for nothing? I understand you can't let go of the death worm because you still want to refine it. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to follow the refinement path. Second turn White Worm Qian, then third turn Menghan Dai. If you refine it that way, you're just treating the death worm as material. Don't you find that a pity? Fan Yuan's face showed displeasure. Actually, our clan has obtained a secret method. With this secret method you can advance the death worm to a second turn Yao Yu Gu, third turn 7 fragrance death worm. The 7 fragrance death worm also has refining abilities. Refining it requires 2 death worms. But currently, Fan Yuan only has 1 in hand. The second one must be refined with 4 types of fine wine. These 4 wines must have 4 distinct flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. After thinking it over, Fan Yuan said, If we were to fight, do you think I would lose? Upon hearing this, Qingshu's expression darkened and he said, Fan Yuan, even if you win, you'll only get back a small portion of the family assets. But if you sell the death worm to the clan, that is precisely a contribution to the clan. Fan Yuan lifted his teacup and said with a faint, ambiguous smile, I will lose. I will definitely lose. Hearing this, Qingshu smiled and said, A battle is, of course, full of variables. No one can predict it accurately. But I need to remind you of one thing. Fan Jing has already successfully refined the 2-turn Moonlight Goo. Hearing this, Fan Yuan let out a sinister laugh and said, I won't just lose, I'll lose miserably. I will hand over all of my parents' inheritance, and from then on, wander the streets begging for food. Inside the mountain village, upon hearing this, Qingshu frowned, wanting to say something, but couldn't get the words out. You, Qingshu thought. Fan Jing was raised as a future clan leader. If news gets out that he acknowledged someone else as his parents, and relied on his cultivation and talent to bully his own elder brother and seize his inheritance, then Fang Eng's reputation would immediately suffer a devastating blow. Qingshu said, But you wouldn't do that, because the inheritance has always been your goal. If you give up this inheritance, how will you cultivate? Exactly, Fan Yuan replied, so I believe that you, brother, will also give up the idea of buying the death goo, and at the same time, advise Fan Jing not to agree to a duel with me. Isn't that right? Qingshu, realizing he had been outsmarted, said angrily, Interesting. Let's do it this way then. It was late at night. Fan Yuan was cultivating, refining the Moonlight Goo. 7 defeats, Fan Yuan muttered. But luckily, the Moonlight Goo hasn't perished. If one little light goo dies, you can go to the store and buy another one. It's easy to replenish, but if the Moonlight Goo disappears, then it won't be so easy to replace. Once a goo worm is injured, the success rate of refinement will drop. Better wait for these 2 goo worms to recover and then continue. 3 days later, Fan Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, saying he successfully refined a little light goo. It can double the attack power of the moon blade. Over the millennia, this extremely cruel 7 defeat probability has caused countless goo masters to fail at the last moment. The only way to revert to the original form is one method. It can partially counter the 7 defeat probability. That is the life-bound goo. A while later, in the tavern, Fan Yuan and Jiangye were making some kind of transaction. Jiangye said, "Here are the primeval stones this time. Please check them, sir." Fan Yuan tossed the pouch over and said, "Here's yours." Jiangye opened the pouch and counted. 1, 2, 3, 9. Exactly the right amount, vitality leaves. No mistake, sir. How about you produce a few vitality leaves every day? That way, we could earn even more. Fan Yuan replied, "I can't. Producing 9 vitality leaves is already my limit, wasting a lot of my cultivation time." Jiangye smiled and said, "Sir, with such wealth, why must you toil and labor every day? I see no reason for you to stay in such a shabby rented room." Fan Yuan thought, "The death goo must be refined. Without it, my progress will drop by more than half. If I could refine the 4 flavors death goo, then the cultivation speed will be quite stable. However, it still needs to be supplemented with a few goo worms." A servant opened the door and said, "Young master, someone has come to cause trouble." Jiangye glanced out the window. It said that Gu Yu Manshur, who is rumored to be skilled in defense. He's the team leader of the Manshur squad, Fan Yuan replied, watching. 7 defeats are a glory to boast about. What's there to fear from someone like that? Jiangye said. Lord Fan Yuan, a good man doesn't mind a temporary loss. This Manshur is very strong. He's someone who once managed to escape death from Bai Ningbing's hands. Absolutely cannot be underestimated. Outside, a man threw a jar of goo worms to the ground. What kind of weird wine is this? It tastes like horse piss. And you dare sell this to me to drink? Manshur, grabbing the servant's collar, said angrily. I don't want the wine. Your wine is this awful, and you still run a tavern? Compensation, you must compensate. At least compensate 500 primeval stones. The servant, trembling with fear, said, Sir, please calm down. If you are not satisfied with this batch of wine, then our shop will provide you with the best batch of wine for free. The crowd behind gossiped. This is the 3rd time. It seems this tavern has offended someone. Better not come here to drink anymore. Let's watch a bit more. There must be a reason for this. I heard that behind Manshur, there's a reclusive senior supporting him. Fan Yuan went out to confront Manshur. Manshur asked, Are you that Fan Yuan? You little brat, you sold me fake wine to drink. In front of everyone, I'll give you a chance to apologize to me. Master Fan Yuan said nothing, but he kept pressing forward. Just say you're sorry and bow your head once. This matter will be considered settled. I, the great master, keep my word. My words are as solid as a mountain. The crowd around was buzzing with excitement. No mistake. If Fan Yuan actually apologized, he'd never be able to hold his head up again. Everyone would come and kick him in the head. This trick is truly sinister, but if he doesn't apologize, then it means he's disrespecting his seniors, being arrogant and proud. He'll be shunned by everyone. That's right, he's truly caught in a dilemma. Oh my, this scheme is as deep as a dog's. While everyone was discussing, suddenly a sword slash came flying in. The crowd screamed, This is the moon blade of the moon Mangu. Manshur was caught off guard by the moon blade, only managing to gasp. Seeing the moon blade about to strike right in front of his eyes, he tensed his body and used the Manshur goose skill. Blocking that moon blade sent him flying back, spitting blood. Manshur, with a bloody slash on his chest, shouted angrily, Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do? In response to his words came another moon blade. The crowd around was in an uproar. That's not the moonlight goo. It's the moon Mangu. Without a word, he immediately struck to kill. Isn't he afraid? Killing Manshur will get him arrested by the punishment hall, right? Manshur raised his hand to block, while thinking, Another moon blade you. Even though he raised his hand to block, Manshur was still sent flying far away. He fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Fan Yuan, you cannot kill me. Kill me, and you will be arrested by the enforcement hall. Fan Yuan was about to raise his hand to deliver the finishing blow. Manshur saw Fan Yuan's hand full of killing intent. He begged, You cannot kill me. But Fan Yuan's hand merely brushed past. Manshur said, I will not kill you. Manshur helplessly complained, Damn it. If I had been on guard earlier, if I hadn't been caught off guard, if I hadn't been severely injured from the start, how could I? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a blue light, creating a stream of energy like a mask. The demon said, But I can cripple you. Cut off one of your arms or a thigh, according to clan rules. I will have to compensate you with a large number of primeval stones. You will no longer be able to go out and carry out missions. Manshur faced those small eyes, sweating profusely. He trembled in fear, recalling past events. These eyes, it was like 2 years ago. On a moonlit night in the bamboo forest, in a similar situation, he unwillingly said, Damn it. If I had successfully refined the stone tablet goo, How could you have broken through my defense? Ning Bing smiled and said, if that's the case, this time I will not kill you. Wait until you refine the stone tablet goo. We'll fight again. He laughed and said, I hope you can add more excitement in the future to my life. As he spoke, the white-robed youth also appeared. Those blue eyes scolded, why aren't you getting lost yet? This white-robed youth was none other than Bai Yongbing, the number one genius of the Bai family tribe, who was still at the second rank at the time. Yet he could already kill an old third-rank master. After recalling the past, Manshur cried and thought, I never expected that I would see that look in his eyes again, right here in my own tribe. Fan Yuan turned around, glanced back, and ordered Manshur, you can get lost now. Jiang Na, after witnessing everything that had just happened, thought to himself, at this moment, Jiang Na suddenly understood why Fan Yuan had achieved such great success. Because he and Fan Yuan were not the same kind of people. In the third month, Guyu tribe welcomed an early merchant caravan. Each beast carried boxes of various sizes. On Gu Fu's face, a scar was extremely prominent. He stepped forward to greet Yushur. Guyu old man, long time no see. Are you still well? The old man laughed heartily and warmly welcomed Gu. Brother Fu, you've arrived really early this year. He began to pitch his goods to Yushur. This time, I brought a lot of precious merchandise. I believe the Guyu tribe will have a great need for them. He immediately replied. Just in time, the day after tomorrow is the tribe's grand opening ceremony. I invite you, old brother, to attend the ceremony. Gu Fu's face still held a smile, his two hands clasped together, expressing his true desire. Actually, there's another matter, still about Gu Jinxing. This time, I've specially brought along a few skilled scouts from the tribe, hoping to investigate something. The man fell into deep thought upon hearing Gu Fu's words. It seems that Gu Jinxing's death has put Gu Fu at a disadvantage in the competition for the family estate. He noticed a particularly prominent scar, and thought about the rumors he had heard. It is said that after returning to the family, Gu Fu and Gu Gui had a quarrel right in front of everyone. After that, a fierce fight broke out, and the scar on his face is very likely a mark left from that battle. The trading company's ancient mansion is a giant ancient tree. The third rotation is called the three-star cave, with each canopy equivalent to different floors of the tree mansion. Fan Yuan entered the first floor of the tree mansion. There were many people coming to trade, making it very lively. A group of people gathered at the goods exchange counter. The commotion caught his attention, and it was indeed the death worm. They were actually selling 500 primeval stones worth of death worms. The chatter about the death worm coincidentally arose. This was also what Fan Yuan had been searching for all along. Earlier, I was worried about how to find a second death worm. Unexpectedly, fate has brought this death worm right before me. Unfortunately, I only have a cultivation of the second rotation, and I'm just at the initial stage. So, I can only buy it honestly. He stroked his chin, staring intently at the death worm in the cage. On the other side, the pharmacist was shocked by its price and exclaimed, just now, I can't believe this death worm is only being sold for 500 primeval stones. She grabbed the pharmacist's hand and begged her just now. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony. Didn't you promise to give me a gift? How about buying me this goo worm, please? Yao Ji happily doted on her granddaughter. All right, my good granddaughter, if you want it, Grandma will buy it for you. Fan Yuan frowned as he looked at her, Guyu Yao Ji. He seriously pondered her position within the clan. Guyu Yao Ji was the clan's top healing Gu master. She had saved the lives of many clan elders. Her network within the clan was very strong. Yao Yu urged her, Grandma, let's call the server over. Hurry up and buy this goo worm. Yao Ji looked at the goo worms and advised her granddaughter. You can't just buy goo worms like this, Grandma will teach you. Do you see the paper and pen on the counter? Yao Ji explained. You write down your price and put it in the auction box. If, among all the bidders, your price is the highest, then the goo worm will be yours. Only then did she understand. Oh, so that's how it works. How fun! Yao Yu stuffed the paper with her price into the box. She asked her, Grandma, should I write a really high price then? Yao Ji didn't deny it. But a sly smile spread across her face. That's right, things are unpredictable, you never know. Someone might bid even higher than us. But we'll just bid a really high price. We'll take a small loss. Don't worry, I've got this handled. The noisy crowd, who were still vying for that goo worm, all backed off when they saw her arrive. I fell, but I got the medicine. Sir, if you're here, we won't be able to buy it. I think so too. It seems we have no fate with the goo worm. Fan Yuan looked at the scene before him and pondered. Sometimes opportunities are right in front of you, but people actively give them up. I have my chance now. Gu used medicine. You scared off a few competitors with just a few words. He sneered. relying on an old hag living in a mountain village, who has never left Mao Mountain. And yet she wants to stop me from getting the goo worm. Fan Yuan spoke up, mocking the old hag. You're still too green. Lu Ru was curious about a goo worm shaped like a gem, growing on a tree. What kind of goo worm is this? Lu looked at it and explained to her. This is the white silver relic goo. It can only be used once. It can raise a goo master's cultivation level from the 3rd rank to instantly advance 1 minor realm. This goo worm can be sold for at least 50,000 primeval stones, right? We've wandered around here enough. Let's go to the main display stand at the entrance on the 1st floor. The goo worm should have results by now. Lu Ru also exclaimed at the price the merchant team set for the white silver relic. This goo worm is listed at 30,000 primeval stones. So expensive. The grandmother and granddaughter arrived at the display stand, surprised at the goo worm. Lu Ru wanted it, but it had already fallen into someone else's hands. While they thought they had the upper hand, what happened? The goo worm had already been bought by someone else. Yao Yu widened her eyes in discomfort and cursed that wicked AI. It stole my purple silkworm. Yao Ji beside her reminded her granddaughter. Yao Yu, she probed the merchant. I know the rules, rest assured, little girl. I won't ask for the buyer's name for the purple silkworm. I only want to ask about the final agreed price. The woman on the platform hesitated and replied, I'm sorry. The selling price must also be kept confidential, but the final agreed price is definitely the highest price. Please rest assured, our caravan has always prioritized sincerity. The girl, abiding by the rules, continued, This is the caravan's principle. I'm very sorry, old lady. Another man approached and dismissed her. Step down for now. Leave this to me. He flattered Yao Ji to win her favor. So it's Lady Yao Ji. This must be your granddaughter. She's truly clever and adorable. He boldly proposed. How about this? If Lady Yao Ji wants to buy the purple silkworm, I'll decide myself. I'll secretly deliver one to you. You must know how precious the purple silkworm is. As for how many spirit stones, just go by the price you offered. The purpose of Yao Ji buying it is only for her granddaughter, so she calmly decided. I'm not greedy for this profit. The price. Just go by the final price of this purple silkworm. She saw the price the merchant proposed. For her, she asked. What? Is this price too high? Afraid I can't afford it. He quickly denied it and handed over the paper with the price, replying. Of course not. Oh, fine then. Just follow his instructions. This is the price the previous person paid. Doknak held the paper in his hand, stunned. After the price of the goo worm just now, what is this? It's only 20 primeval stones more than ours. On the other side, at a tavern, Fan Yuan looked at the cup of water, lost in thought. After obtaining the goo worm just now, I already have the sweet wine. Having completed the tasks before, there's still a considerable amount of family assets left. Golden honey wine, spicy wine, sour wine are also not a problem. What's worrying now is the bitter wine. He looked at the goo worm in his hand and thought. I currently lack 2 types of goo worms. One for reconnaissance and one for mobile support. Next year, at Qingmao Mountain, there will be a beast tide outbreak. The merchant caravan won't come anymore. Before that, he needs to be fully prepared. Both cultivation level and goo worms are indispensable. The goo worm in Fan Yuan's hand has the shape of a beetle. The black and white goo are both goo worms. They can fundamentally increase the strength of a goo master. The power of the black and white goo is that they can stack on each other. On the 7th day, on the 2nd floor of the tree house, in front of the display stand, many people gathered, discussing the items displayed there. This goo worm is truly formidable. If I can obtain this red iron relic goo, I can immediately push my cultivation level up to middle stage. The starting price is 3,000 primeval stones. Hurry up and bid. Fan Yuan nervously arrived. Frowning, he looked at the red iron relic goo on the table, thinking that this iron-armored goo its final price will surely exceed 3,000 primeval stones. To obtain it, I'm afraid I don't have enough primeval stones. To get that goo, he had to make a decision. To be able to earn a large number of primeval stones, the sale period is only 1 day. In such a short time, earning that amount of primeval stones only leaves one option: go to the pawn shop, pawn the tavern. In 1 day, he could seize this goo. There are also people who can do it. Fan Yuan arrived at the door of a certain place. A young woman opened the door and exclaimed in surprise, It's you! She respectfully greeted him. Your servant greets Fan Yuan. Young master, welcome home. Fan Yuan was taken aback by her words. The foster mother of Fan Yuan, upon seeing him appear in her house, shouted, Fan Yuan! How dare you come here? She kept scolding Fan Yuan. You're truly an ungrateful wolf, not knowing your place. How did we raise you up, and this is how you treat us? Do you have any conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Fan Yuan ignored the scolding of his foster mother. Instead, he calmly stated the purpose of his visit. I came here this time to sell the tavern and the bamboo tower. Foster mother and foster father, are you interested? She still despised him and said, You ungrateful brat, what good intentions could you have? Selling the tavern and the bamboo tower? Then she thought it over and suddenly felt extremely shocked. What? You want to sell the tavern and the bamboo tower? Fan Yuan raised his cup of hot tea and warned. If you spout nonsense one more time, I'll leave. I believe others would also be very interested in this property. It's better to let Ninth Aunt come and talk to me. After a while, Fan Yuan's Ninth Aunt came over, sat beside him, and asked, Fan Yuan, I'll be blunt. There are some things I don't understand. Why do you need to sell the tavern and the bamboo tower? He answered without hesitation. Because I want to buy a red iron bone prophet goo. He understood and asked further. So that's how it is. Ninth Aunt, do you also want to sell the life grass? Fan Yuan took a sip of tea and immediately denied it. Absolutely not. I'm only selling the tavern, the bamboo tower, the land, and the 8 fields. After the negotiations were settled, Fan Yuan's Ninth Aunt took the documents and followed behind, sneering at his decision. Old master, has this kid cultivated until he went mad? He could actually sell off his assets for money. This is truly foolish. Upon hearing this, he muttered a sentence. Can't you just shut up? Shut your damn mouth. He stroked his beard and continued. Don't be so smug. With this tavern and tower, you must act even more cautiously. Be humble in your conduct. A tall tree catches the wind. Who knows what might happen in the future? He clasped his hands behind his back, constantly marveling inwardly. At Fan Yuan's decisive move, Fan Yuan, for the sake of a relic goo, unhesitatingly sold off his family property. Can I really do this myself? Even his father couldn't help but praise him for being able to give up the family fortune. That's really decisive on Fan Yuan's part. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered, chatting noisily. No one knows who will ultimately win the red iron. This goo relic is very likely from Mo Nan and Red Mountain, both at the second turn. After Gao Jia uses this goo relic, he can advance to the peak, on par with Qin Shu, the granddaughter of the Medicine Hall's Medicine Master Yu. She is about to participate in the opening aperture ceremony this year. It seems Medicine Master Yu is planning ahead, wanting to pave the way for his granddaughter. Suddenly, a woman came over to inform him. Young Master Fan Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor, the goo master of the trading company. We invite you for a chat. This token is the entry pass to the goo battle tournament. Later, Fan Yuan looked at the token she handed him. Fan Yuan entered a mysterious cave. There were strange stone pillars. He had to eliminate the jade-eyed stone monkeys attacking him. Moon Edge Goo. Fan Yuan attacked them while speculating. If I can refine the 4 essence worms to refine the true essence, then I can continuously unleash 8 moon blades. The stone monkey horde is like a sledgehammer, and I am like a piece of iron just taken out of the furnace. Each hammer strike makes the iron harder, more pure and condensed. Fan Yuan looked at the scattered corpses of the monkey horde and calculated. This time, I killed 41 jade-eyed stone monkeys with only 3 moon blades. He killed 10 to 78 monkeys, nearly taking up half of the total number. Finally reached the last stone pillar, heading towards the final chamber in the cave. On the pillar, there was a stone hollow that was especially larger than the others, and he guessed. Look, inside this stone hollow was a monkey king. The wild boar king that the 6 snake squad surrounded and killed was a heavenly beast king. The number of wild boars it led reached over 1,000. The stone monkey king before Fan Yuan was 100 beast king. The number of stone monkeys under its command was 100. And it was also much weaker than the heavenly beast king. Fan Yuan took out the goo worm he obtained from the auction, to prepare to deal with the monkey king. Primeval essence at the 2nd turn initial stage wouldn't hold up. Look, it was time to use the iron blood relic goo. It was just 100 beast king, and I have a cultivation of 2nd turn middle stage. Then conversely, he could try it. A stream of red light appeared. Heading towards the iron blood relic goo, Fan Yuan shouted loudly. It was time. The goo worm inside the air bubble grew even larger, absorbing the red light that was gradually surrounding it. Once it had absorbed enough, that goo worm gradually transformed, no longer looking like its original form, but like a pale red gem. This was 2nd turn middle stage primeval essence. Compared to the initial stage's pale red primeval essence, it was more condensed. Fan Yuan's 2 hands emitted that stream of red energy, to let the iron blood relic goo absorb it. The higher a goo master's cultivation, the stronger their combat power, the greater their chance of survival. At the same time, the more tasks he completes, the more primeval stones he earns. After advancing to the middle stage, he ventures deeper into the central area. Fan Yuan faces countless stone monkeys chattering at him, as if signaling an intense battle ahead. Fan Yuan uses the moonlight goo, while thinking to himself, not seeing their monkey king. Could it be that this troop of monkeys has no king? If there is a king, with his home invaded like this, he would have charged out first. Wait, or maybe. At this moment, the life-bound goo in his head sends a notification, cutting off his thoughts. The life-bound goo warns of the stone monkey king. As soon as the notification ends, Fan Yuan raises his hand to shield his face, using the white jade goo for defense. Thanks to the life-bound goo's warning, he luckily dodges an attack from the monkey king. Fan Yuan quickly swings his hand to counterattack, and becomes more alert, while also surprised by the special ability of this monkey king. On the stone monkey king's body, there is actually a wild goo worm, capable of turning invisible. He nervously scans the cave to think of a countermeasure. I don't have a goo worm to detect invisibility. Immediately, he falls into a disadvantage. Not good. It attacks, misses, and then turns invisible again. What to do? White jade goo. Fan Yuan once again uses defense to hold on. Maintaining this state, he won't last long before his primeval essence is exhausted. Fall back for now. Immediately. He immediately rushed very quickly toward the cave entrance. No longer fighting the stone monkeys, now he could only retreat, running to the territory of another monkey troop. The stone bed fell into chaos, and his expression slightly changed. Facing the situation inside the stone monkey cave, currently the stone monkeys were still chasing Fan Yuan. They let out screeching sounds, while the stone monkey king continued the pursuit. Fan Yuan did not give up. Behind him, the monkey king was tracking every step of his run. After running for a while at high speed, along with Fan Yuan's cultivation level truly couldn't endure it, until he reached the cave entrance. So he had to stop and wipe off his sweat. Meanwhile, he carefully reconsidered. The only chance to counterattack was in that split second, when the stone monkey king attacked. However, even if I could react, I wouldn't be able to execute a counterattack in time. Given the current situation, Fan Yuan's cultivation level wasn't high enough to withstand it. My true essence was only a little over 10% left, within 100 steps. I couldn't hold out at all, even if I entered the second secret chamber. Closing the stone door, this stone monkey king could still break through it. The monkey king concealed itself. Not seeing it during an attack was truly fatal. How on earth could I dodge it? He still hadn't come up with a good solution to deal with it. Fan Yuan took off his outer robe, frowned, and thought seriously. If he chose to take a risk, he must be prepared to pay with his life. He furrowed his brows tightly when recalling the fight with the monkey king. When it possessed the concealment goo, he had to take a desperate gamble. The only opportunity was when the stone ape king attacked. Seizing the moment to unleash the moon blade and eliminate it was the only way. Trusting in the spring and autumn cycle, he would bet on this one chance. Fan Yuan was on high alert, staring into the void. His life-bound goo sent a notification of the ape king's position to his left flank. Fan Yuan was knocked backward by a single attack from the ape king. He seized this moment to throw his robe toward the concealed ape king, shouting at it, "Don't you dare run!" Luckily, Fan Yuan had thrown it precisely in the direction the ape was fleeing, so it was caught. The ape king immediately fell into a state of panic. It frantically fled in a random direction. Even though it was still concealed, the robe draped over it allowed Fan Yuan to easily track its movement. At that moment, he seized the chance to attack the ape king. Fan Yuan successfully used the moon blade, landing a critical blow on it. The stone ape king, being a wild beast with its face covered by the robe, instantly fell into a state of terror. I used the moon blade to attack. The result isn't bad, he said calmly, looking at the corpse. The ape king lay motionless on the ground, with blood pooling beneath it. He had to deal with the ape king quickly. At this moment, its form was fully revealed. It still bared its teeth in a warning, not letting Fan Yuan approach. From the wound on its belly, which was bleeding profusely due to the moon blade strike, a goose slowly emerged, accompanied by a green aura. Fan Yuan did not hesitate and stepped forward to take that goo. He looked at the goo, which emitted a shimmering light, taken from the ape king. As expected, just as I predicted, it turned out to be exactly the hidden stone goo. The surrounding stone monkeys kept chattering, annoying Fan Yuan, who shouted, "Scram!" The stone monkeys immediately left, leaving him alone to stare at the mysterious cave entrance. There's a cave entrance down here, extending deep underground. Unfortunately, I don't have a reconnaissance goo worm at hand, so I shouldn't enter. To ensure my own safety, Fan Yuan decided to leave. Haste makes waste. Finding the next clue to the inheritance is already achieving my goal. It's time to head back now. In early autumn of July, the natural air was incredibly pleasant. At a meeting among the clan elders, Shur spoke up. 3 days ago, near the village at the foot of the mountain, a river toad appeared. If we ignore it, the mountain village will always be in crisis. Honored elders sitting here, do you have any good strategy to drive away this toad? Qi Lian's expression was extremely tense as he continued. This matter is very serious. It must be resolved quickly. Once the news leaks out, someone with ill intentions might sneak over and deliberately provoke this river toad, harming our Yu tribe. Emochin, sitting beside him, also agreed and spoke up. Elder Qi Lian is absolutely right. His mood was no different from Qi Lian's as he added. Once the river toad submerges Qingmao Mountain, Langshao will also be flooded. To escape death, the wolf pack will surely have to move up the mountain. By that time, the wolf tide will erupt early. We must fight for living space on the mountain peak, against countless demonic beasts. Yuan Shu recounted worriedly. This is not even the hardest moment yet. Back then, when the first-generation ancestors first built the mountain stronghold, a 5-turn bloodline Hemomon also attacked. It was killed by the first-generation clan leader. Compared to the Hemomon, Jiangchan village is much more adorable. He rubbed his temples due to the tense thoughts. And this proposal is just hearsay, not seen with one's own eyes. Nor has it ever been carried out. A major matter cannot be handled carelessly, I think for now. Let's first send a team of Gu masters to try it once. The master turned to propose to Qi Lian. If so, then order the Xishan team to go once. Qi Lian replied, to do this task. It must be someone from our Xi family. If he fails, I'm afraid no one in the clan can either. At an inn, Fang Yuan asked the man who looked older, Manager, about the Ku Beizi matter. A few days ago, I asked you to inquire, do you have any leads? The manager replied respectfully. The Ku Beizi you asked me to inquire about. Someone has drunk it before at Bai family village. The ingredient of this wine is a type of clam, lying at the bottom of a deep lake. This clam is pitch black all over, with white patterns on it. Like tree rings, it swallows sand and stones in the water. It can only dissolve the sand and stones into bitter-tasting water. Someone pried open its shell to extract this bitter water for distilling wine, producing the Ku Beizi. Its flavor is both bitter and fragrant, extremely unique. Fan Yuan asked him further. So you're saying that only Bai Jia village has this kind of Ku Beizi? The old shopkeeper hesitated, answering uncertainly. The Ku Bei wine is potent, I think. I'm afraid that even if Bai Jia village has it, there isn't much left. He took a light sip of the wine in his hand and replied indifferently. All right, you may leave now. There's nothing more for you here. The old shopkeeper knelt down, begging Fang Yuan. Young master, could you please buy back this tavern? The old master came back once, and deducted more than half of our wages. We lowly ones can barely support our families to get by. Upon hearing this, he refused the old shopkeeper. I have already sold this tavern to him. According to the agreement, I will not buy it back. Besides, I have no interest in running this tavern. You may leave. The old man remained kneeling on the floor, bowing his head to express his hardship. But young master, we truly cannot survive any longer. Please, have great mercy and pity us. Annoyed by him, Fan Yuan grew so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand, cursing and driving the old shopkeeper away. Do you really think I dare not kill you? You truly have no eyes. Get lost. He looked at the old man sitting on the ground, sobbing pitifully, with disgust. There are always people who beg for charity from others. Thick-skinned and shameless, refusing to work. A weakling who won't put in effort but still wants results. In the tavern, a crowd was buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? A big incident just happened in Jiangtoad village recently. Who doesn't know about this by now? This is a 5th-turn goo worm. If it's not handled properly, I'm afraid the village might face the risk of destruction. Fan Yuan sat on the windowsill, a jug of wine in hand. He eavesdropped on their conversation. Let me recall. Jiangtoad village. This Jiangtoad must be sleeping. It drifted along the Yellow River's current and accidentally floated into a small tributary. Then the waves carried it to the foot of Qingmao Mountain. The story goes that Jiang Fan was originally a lone servant. He took care of a fishing ground for his master. One day, a Jiang toad got stranded on the riverbank. Its belly facing the sky, it lay there, sleeping soundly. Because of it, the lives of the locals were affected. That damn toad blocked the upstream water, so no one could fish. Jiang Fan tried his best to push it away, but it was useless. It didn't budge an inch. Jiang Fan racked his brains for ways to move that damn toad. But he was just an ordinary mortal. How could he push such a heavy Jiang toad? His master was cruel and ruthless. If he didn't meet the quota, he'd lose his head. Jiang Fan didn't dare report it, so he had to think of a plan to deal with it. Even though he knew he couldn't move that toad carcass, he still went there every day, punching and kicking it, crying and making a scene, pouring out all his fear and anger. just before death descended upon him. But then one day, Jiang Chan suddenly woke up. Opening his sleepy, blurry eyes, he stared intently at Jiang Fan. Jiang Chan, half awake and half asleep, lay stiffly in place as before. After a long while, Jiang Fan finally calmed down. He climbed onto Jiang Chan's belly, lay back, and looked up at the sky. Why was he so comfortable lying on its belly to pour out his heart? Toad, oh Toad, you and I are both down to our last breath. We're about to die, aren't we? Jiang Fan said his farewells to the Toad Jiang Chan. Old Chan, I never thought I'd die before you. Getting to know you counts as fate. I hope in this final stretch of time, you can be a little more comfortable too. Finally, the deadline for delivering the fish arrived, and he came to bid farewell to Jiang Chan. He was ready to face his own death, knowing he couldn't deliver enough fish. Right at that moment, Jiang Chan began to move. It turned its belly downward and its back upward. At last, it had fully awakened. Jiang Fan saw its actions and was in agony. Crying, he blamed it. Old Chan, oh old Chan, come on. You can move? Oh my God, you've doomed me again. If you had moved a few days earlier, I wouldn't have had to die. Jiang Chan paid no attention to his words. Upon waking, it felt hungry. It opened its mouth wide, and began sucking in river water to eat. It could also somewhat understand Jiang Fan's inner thoughts. Jiang Chan glanced at him and suddenly let out a croak. Then its belly swelled up and contracted, its mouth opening wide. It spewed out a large amount of fresh shrimp and fish. Jiang Fan was overjoyed to see the fresh shrimp and fish falling down. Grateful for the help of the river toad, I am saved. I am saved. This shrimp and fish are enough for my quota of 3 wins. Old Toad, oh old Toad, lucky to have you at this moment. The sky seemed to be raining fresh shrimp and fish. The mountain stronghold was in complete chaos. They formed a large army to drive away the river toad. It attacked Jiang Fan, spewing river water that washed away the entire stronghold. Submerging more than half the mountain, this battle shook the southern frontier. Jiang Fan's fame spread everywhere. Jiang Fan, a mere ordinary person, yet he raised a river toad. His existence shook the world of Gu masters. His power had increased significantly when he could control this massive river toad, along with a deep understanding of the voiceless commoners. Afterwards, Jiang Fan stayed in place. The original stronghold was built into a village. He was tolerant of everyone, nurturing empathy for commoners, determined to establish a stronghold, without oppression, with equality for all. After all, Jiang Fan was just a commoner who had a voice. But thanks to the river toad, his fate was already sealed. He became the banner leader that ordinary people wanted to rely on. But in the end, he was still assassinated. After his death, the river toad also departed. Jiang Fan, with his mortal body, challenged an entire social system. Obviously, this incurred the wrath of the Gu. Shi Fangyuan holds a jug of wine in his hand, lost in thought, wondering if, in this life, due to my influence, Jiang Fan will still appear or not. The scene cuts back to where the elders of the Yu clan are discussing. An elder slams the table and exclaims something. Emochin says excitedly, even if Qishan personally takes action, he can't drive away the Tun Jiang Chan. Shi Lian, standing by his side, is equally astonished. If even Qishan can't do it, who else in our clan can we rely on? It seems we have to go and call for reinforcements. Qishan, seeing the 2 elders so distressed, calmly proposes to them. Honored elders, I beg you, grant this junior a manly Tian Yao Gu. With this bull strength, combined with my innate power, I might be able to push back this Tun Jiang Chan. The Yu clan leader, hearing his proposal, agrees to use the Gu insect. Even if we awaken the Tun Jiang Chan, it won't submit. It must be a one-on-one challenge. Relying on one's own strength to awaken it, only then will it submit. Emochin adds another point. The aura of the Gu insect will make the Tun Jiang Chan alert. If this toad feels threatened and becomes violent, then who will take responsibility? Qishan calmly replies to them. Since that's the case, this junior would like to recommend someone to the elders. This person's strength is even greater than mine. The elders, who are extremely anxious, become very curious upon hearing his words. They all ask in unison, Qishan, stop being cryptic. Tell us quickly, who is it? Qishan proudly answers them. This person is none other than Gu Yufanyuan. The Yu clan leader, hearing his answer, repeats the name in confusion. Gu Yufanyuan remained silent, trying to recall that person. A while ago, this guy sold off his parents' property to buy a crimson iron Gu. Isn't that right, Crimson Lien? You evaluated Fan Yuan. This kid truly has great strength. Earlier on the arena, he shattered the Jade Skin Gu's defense with 2 punches. He beat Fang Jing flat on his face. But when it comes to raw power, I'm afraid his strength still falls short of yours, Crimson Shan. Faced with the elders' doubts about Fan Yuan's abilities, Crimson Shan calmly told them, Esteemed elders, you may not know this. Fan Yuan didn't just buy the crimson iron goo. He also bought a black stone goo. Once, I saw him push a huge boulder on the hillside to measure his own strength. His power is definitely not inferior to mine. You saw him persuading them with all his might. To prove Fan Yuan's strength, he had to reluctantly accept Yu's forced order. Fan Yuan went to the Jiangchan village's spot to let him exert himself a bit. This stubborn fool needs straightening out. If he loses, we can also use this to punish him somewhat. After gaining the elder's consent, Crimson Shan hurriedly searched for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, are you here? He found Fan Yuan in the tavern. So you're here, huh? Let's go. The clan has issued a forced order. I'll explain the specifics on the way. The two of them arrived at the fishing and shrimp catching grounds where Jiangchan village was located. Richard believed in Fan Yuan's abilities. Fan Yuan, the next step depends on him. He gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to push it. His entire body trembled, but he could only make the giant jiang toad sway, very slightly. Richard saw his condition and asked, "Can you do it?" Fan Yuan had to give up, as relying on himself alone made moving it as difficult as reaching the heavens. He couldn't push it away. Pushing the giant jiang toad away wasn't entirely hopeless. "I still need your help," the guy standing beside him asked. "How can we help?" Fan Yuan whispered his plan to Qi Xianshan. "Wouldn't that mean we're cooperating? Even if the giant jiang toad wakes up, will it acknowledge you? And then willingly leave?" He rubbed his chin as he spoke. "As long as you keep your distance so it can't sense you, then it should be fine. After all, it's just a goo worm. Don't think it's that smart." Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, pushing the giant toad with all his might. He thought, "I've been using the white goo and black goo to train my body, increasing my strength. Now I have 2 units of strength. But to push this giant jiang toad, I'd probably need 2 units of ox strength with my strength alone. It's naturally impossible. But if I borrow the power of the waves..." He seized the moment as the waves crashed in and pushed the giant jiang toad with all his strength. Despite trying its best, it could only move slowly. Yet, it was still pushed by him until its huge belly flipped over. It was finally awakened. It opened its bleary eyes and glanced at Fan Yuan. Then, it angrily opened its large mouth to suck in seawater. Qi Cheng's mouth gaped open. It was truly too big. Qi Shan couldn't believe his eyes. "You succeeded?" Fan Yuan replied. "That seems to be the case." Tun Jiangchan sucked the water into its belly and immediately spat it out. Qi Cheng quickly grabbed a fish and brought it to his nose. Wow, it spat out so many shrimp, fish, turtles, and soft-shelled turtles. Strange, why is there a faint smell of alcohol? Qi Shan, with a shrimp landing on his head, slowly explained. "It must be the 100-year Kubei. Kubei can turn sand and stone into a bitter liquid. The bitter water of the 100-year Kubei, after a long time, has undergone a transformation and become alcohol. The current patriarch of the Bai family also really enjoys drinking this Kubei wine." Fan Yuan picked up a clam, looked at it, and thought, "Not long ago, I was worried about how to obtain this Kubei wine. Unexpectedly, it has appeared before me in this form." He sighed. "Truly, I searched high and low without finding it. Yet when I obtained it, it required no effort at all." He gathered the clam shells together and said, "Finally, I have collected 10 portions of bitter wine. Now I can begin refining the Ziwei Zichong." After spitting everything out, Tun Jiangchan slowly swam away. Qi Shan was still stunned. "Did we really succeed?" Qi Cheng frowned. "What do you mean by succeed? Could simply drive him away like that. If we had known, we could have completed it ourselves, but now, we've let Fan Yuan easily become a hero like this." In the council hall, an elder repeatedly shouted, "Good, very good, Gu Yu. Fan Yuan has merit for driving away the Jiangchan village. He is specially promoted to team leader and rewarded with 500 primeval stones." In the Guyu tribe. Not long after, the Guyu tribe was like bamboo shoots. The green spear on this mountain, the 4-season verdant supreme overlord. Why does it now show a decline of 2 turns? Gu Master Xiongli stood on the cliff, looking down below. He slowly continued, "The wolf tide has passed. The previous layout of Qingmao Mountain will surely be shattered. Bai Ningbing, in just a few years, has reached a cultivation level of 3 turns, truly terrifying." Xiong Chang raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, "Team leader, is this the Guyu Mountain village? Why is it still far away? Why must we stop here?" Xiongli turned back to explain. "This trip, we are on a diplomatic mission. This place is the boundary line of the Guyu tribe. If we recklessly enter, I'm afraid we'll be treated as enemies. Our visit this time has 2 purposes. One is to deliver a letter personally written by the clan leader to the Guyu clan leader. The other purpose is to investigate the Jiangchan village incident." As he spoke, someone came to report. "Team leader, someone has arrived." The newcomer was Qishan. The two met face to face and called out each other's names. Qishan put his arm around him and said, "So now you're the special envoy of the Xiong family village." Xiongli nodded. "That's right. Has the special envoy of White family village arrived yet?" He turned around, walking and talking. "Why ask so many questions? Follow me." At the same time, in the second secret chamber, Fan Yuan was sitting in meditation before 4 jars of wine, each with a different color. Fine wine carries 4 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. The sweet is golden honey wine. The spicy is white sun calendar wine. The sour is green plum wine. And the bitter is bitter shell wine. He raised both hands and began to channel his energy, merging 2 goo worms from 2 different jars of wine into the green plum wine. They started attempting to merge. He continuously fed raw stones into the wine gourd, 10 pieces, 50 pieces. The formation lit up, and he repeated the process with the golden honey wine and the bitter shell wine. Thus, the 4 jars of fine wine were merged. Each time he threw a raw stone in, the white halo would condense and shrink a little. This continued until it condensed again to the size of a fist, reaching its limit. Fan Yuan sat before the only remaining jar of wine. A dazzling blue light shot straight up from the jar. He suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Success!" After the fusion, a tiny 4-flavored death goo worm appeared. It had 4 colors that constantly shifted. Fan Yuan, somewhat bored, let out a sigh of relief and exhaled a breath of pure qi. The first time was a success, he thought to himself. Refining goo worms in the early stages of cultivation is relatively easy, but at the 4th and 5th turns, it often takes 10 attempts to succeed once. The success rate for the 6th turn drops to just 1%. Fan Yuan stood up. He crossed his arms and looked at the 4-flavored death goo floating before him. He murmured, "But once it succeeds, the profit is extremely worthwhile." Taking this 4-phase corpse goo, it can refine 2-turn true essence, elevating 1 minor realm, and doubling combat power. At the same time, it can nourish the apertures, making cultivation yield more with less effort. Thinking this, he fell silent, his gaze profound. Next, he still had to refine the ascending stealth stone goo into the stealth scale goo. This was also a significant expense. The stealth stone goo was merely a 1-turn goo worm. When it evolved into the 2-turn stealth scale goo, it could conceal both his clothes and his figure. At the mountain stronghold's gate, the group of heroes stood facing Qishan. They said, "Qishan, you truly possess innate great strength. You have talent, but I have the bear's strength goo, which has cultivated a bear's might. You saw the result of our match just now. You are still no match for me." Xiong Chang then added, "Yeah, dreaming of claiming the title of Qing Mountain's strongest warrior? Dream on." Qishan, drenched in sweat, clutched his arm and grimaced, saying, "What's so proud about defeating me? You don't know that I am no longer the strongest in my clan. If you have the skill, go beat Fan Yuan," he retorted. Xiongli found this quite amusing, so he asked, "Fan Yuan? Who's that? I heard the Guyu clan has a genius named Fan Jing. But who is Fan Yuan?" Qishan immediately replied, "Fan Yuan is Fan Geng's older brother. He also has extraordinary talent and innate great strength. Plus he possesses a goo worm that boosts his own strength. Jiangtame Village, rank 5, before the transfer. It was precisely pushed 100 steps away by his strength." Xiongli and Xiongchang were stunned, their mouths agape upon hearing this. Fan Yuan, rank 5, transferred to Jiangtame Village? Returning to Fan Yuan, he tried slashing a few times in front of him. Then he observed a piece of the moon edge from the ancient moon. It requires a pale red true essence. If it were still at early stage rank 2, I could only continuously unleash 4 strikes. At middle stage, it increases to 8. At high stage, the number doubles again. Fan Yuan muttered to himself as he walked along the passage. But in just 2 days he had already broken through 3 stone pillars. Such speed is several times faster than before. Like this, after half a month, I can once again clear the path leading to the center of the stone forest. Based on the style of the flower wine traveler, the underground cave at the very center of the stone forest is the next trial. There is a high possibility of an earth treasury flower goo. But at this point, I estimate that after this, at most, there will only be 1 or 2 more trials left. In his mind, the image of that golden lotus appeared. Next, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 earth treasury flowers remain. I hope among these goo insects, there is a reconnaissance type goo, or a movement support goo. Soon, it was early winter. The first snow of the season fell. In winter, the wind is cold and food is scarce. The wolf pack grew stronger and stronger. Fan Yuan pulled the knife out of the wolf he had just dealt with. He calculated in his mind that wolf fangs and wolf claws all had value. Although they wouldn't sell for much, the quantity was substantial. He looked at the wolf, stiff and fallen in the snow, and couldn't help but In this natural world, all things are struggling. Survival is not exclusive to humans. This vast world is a grand stage, born from life and death. Fan Yuan pulled out the wolf fang and held it in his hand, looking. When the wolf tide erupts, the entire clan will be mobilized. I obviously cannot just fend for myself. I must have a reconnaissance-type goo worm, or a mobile support goo worm, otherwise I might lose my life in the wolf tide. This time, as he slung his luggage over his shoulder, he heard someone call out to Fan Yuan. He turned around and saw Qishan speaking urgently. Do you know that Xiongli from Xiong family village wants to find you? To compete in strength for the past few days? Fan Yuan calmly replied, I know. Qishan hurriedly said, Xiongli wants to compete with you in strength. It's not a simple contest. It involves the profit distribution of the 3 mountain village alliance this time. So over the past few days, the 3 mountain villages have been tense and deadlocked over this matter. I've fought with Xiongli. He has the bear strength goo. He has already raised 1 bear strength and also has the bear might goo, which can increase another bear strength. Though I hate to admit it, I'm far from his match. Our strength is not much different. So you are no match for him either. But you cannot lose. Because you are the hero who awakened Jiangchan village and saved Qingmao mountain. If you lose, the rights of our Guyu clan will be. Upon hearing this, he suddenly cupped his fists and spoke loudly. So, for the sake of the family's interests, I ask you to set aside your personal honor. Choose to avoid battle. Shi Shishan took out a pouch and said to Fan Yuan, the family needs you. You must sacrifice your personal honor for the family. This is only natural. However, since this matter involves me personally, I will compensate you with something. Consider it a token of my sincerity. Consider it a token of my sincerity. Fan Yuan, upon hearing this, crossed his arms and asked coldly, So, is my honor only worth 200 primeval stones? Shishan threw the pouch to him and turned to leave. In truth, I came with a mission to make you avoid battle. This is a secret order from the family's upper echelons. Whether you like it or not, you must comply. Sort it out yourself. At this moment, Fan Yuan was sitting on a wooden chair. He said expressionlessly, So that's how it is. If the medicine hall insists on buying it, I don't mind. Just go find the goo master who bought that mother goo. Opposite him, Qing Shu smiled and replied, I don't know which clan member bought that mother goo. They've been keeping it a secret and won't reveal it. Fan Yuan crossed his arms. His face showed displeasure. No matter what you say, I won't back down on the matter of the mother goo. Fan Jing, who had been standing by all this time. Upon hearing this, he spoke up. Brother, having the mother goo is useless to you. Why bother? Just hold on to it stubbornly. Yu Ji is very kind. He will definitely treat this mother goo well. Why do you need to keep it? Doing so seems a bit too narrow-minded. Fan Yuan was displeased in his heart. My good younger brother. Are you trying to teach me? The matter of the son of vermin is my own affair. Even if I crush it in my hand, it's none of your business. Waving your arms and kicking your legs. Qing Shu saw the situation turning tense. He thought that bringing Fang Jing here this time was truly a mistake. The relationship between these 2 brothers has never been harmonious. It really turned a good thing into a disaster. Then he turned his head and said to Fang Jing, Go outside and take a walk for a bit. Fang Jing walked out while questioning. In short, I really don't understand this matter, big brother. Fan Yuan replied indifferently. What I do doesn't require your understanding, Fang Jing. After Fang Jing went out, Qing Shu continued the discussion. There's still one matter, about the 9-leaf life vital grass. Fan Yuan flatly refused. The 9-leaf life vital grass is not for sale. Qing Shu quickly negotiated. I know. The matter of the life vital leaf is a private affair of that little informant. I mean, you could supply the life vital leaves produced to us. Of course, we will also compensate you to a certain extent. He raised one finger and said, Deal, 65 raw stones per life vital leaf. Qing Shu immediately frowned and shouted. What? The clan has already set a price. 1 life vital leaf only sells for 60 raw stones. Fan Yuan's expression was extremely calm as he brought the teacup to his lips and said, Think the price is too high. You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan's supply of life vital leaves is insufficient to meet demand. By then, the price could still go up. He calculated in his heart, but the threat of a price hike had already scared him. In the wolf's den of life and death, it could even be sold at an exorbitant price of 100 blocks. Of course, the thing to do now is to go with the flow. Gradually raise the price. Qing Shu will definitely come back. Cut to the end of winter in January, with clear skies and pure white clouds. In a certain place on the mountain, a long line of people was crowded together. There was an arena up ahead. Among the crowd, 5 contestants stood out, and everyone was buzzing with discussion. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing already has a cultivation level of 3rd turn. He's definitely not among these 2nd turn Gu masters, another person added. 3 years ago, on the hillside at the Alliance gathering, Bai Ningbing was the first to step up and challenge the Gu fight, right in front of everyone. In just 3 short years, he's become a 3rd turn old-timer. Thinking back, it's really terrifying. On a higher spot, 3 people were standing, a long-haired man in black, an old man with white hair in a fur coat, and another old man in a yellow robe said in unison. The alliance of the 3 mountain strongholds, united in heart and strength, the Gu Fighting Grand Assembly. Discussion is the main point, stop when it's enough, let's begin. The 5 individuals had now moved on to the arena. One person asked, who's going to step up first? Another said, it's the little leader of the Bear Strength tribe, and the first person cursed. Damn it, Biguyu tribe isn't here just to bully the Bai family stronghold. What about us? Xiong Chang clasped his hands and said with a smile. Xiong Chang of the Xiong family stronghold requests guidance from brother Bai Bingyi. One person spoke up among the young Gu masters of the Bai family stronghold. He was second only to Bai Ningbing. Wanting to win with weakness against strength, Bing Di slowly approached and said, Xiong Chang, you dare to challenge me? That takes courage. How do you want to spar? He asked confidently. I excel at defense, while brother Bai specializes in offense. So I'll defend, and you attack me. I'll give you 3 chances to attack, then we'll see the result. Bing Di rubbed his chin, raised an eyebrow, and asked Xiong Chang, you're still a 2nd turn Gu master with low cultivation. Do you really think you can stop my water element Gu? No harm in trying. Bring it on, Xiong Chang said, then assumed a stance and shouted, 2nd turn, corpse strength Gu. His skin instantly turned blue, his ears became elf-like, and his hair turned white. Fangs grew from his mouth, and he exhaled puffs of black smoke. His body became muscular. He tore his clothes, revealing toned muscles and long, sharp claws. Xiong Chang's entire body emitted a black aura. Bing Di analyzed. Corpse. It can better resist fist and kick attacks. Its recovery ability is also stronger, but it's afraid of light and lightning. However, against water, wind, and poison attacks, its defense is actually higher. At the same time, a corpse's combat power under sunlight is far weaker than at night, affected by time conditions. After his analysis, he immediately coughed a few times and continued, not bad. 2nd turn, water element Gu. His hands were covered in water. A water vortex followed the movement of Bing Di's hands. It attacked, gathering into a powerful blow to Xiong Chang's stomach, causing him to spit blood. Before Xiong Chang could react, he saw another attack coming. Bing Di took the opportunity to land another vortex strike on Xiong Chang's stomach. This time, it was stronger, sending him flying far away. Huang Chang se sento en el suelo y Sanrio con destin. De repente, Bing y escupió un bocado de sangre, diciendo sorprendido. No puedo determinar desde cuando Xiong Chang ya se había movido. Quickly attacked Bing Yi from behind. Bing Yi estaba extremadamente sorprendido y dijo. 1. Esta es una antigua reliquia espiritual. Hung Chang, toda su persona herida, Sanrio mostrando los dientes y dijo. Parece que he ganado, by Xiong Tian esta antigua imagen. All the injuries I've endured. You must also suffer 1/10 of them. You are merely a Gu master, your physical attacks are not strong. Even if it's just 1/10 of the damage, you won't be able to withstand it. The crowd under the arena watching the match immediately booed. One person said, too despicable. Another shouted, truly sinister and shameless. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Senior was completely set up by him. The patient gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coughed a few times, then smiled and said, good, very good indeed. Your schemes are cunning and surpass mine. Acepto la derrota. Xiong Jiang respondió cortesmente con las manos juntas. No me atrevo. Así de verdad quien cree que el vencedor final todavía será el hermano Bai. After all, the range of the Shadow Wound Gu is limited. It can only bully a few Gu masters. Por favor, hermano Bai, ceda de mí en el combate cuerpo a cuerpo de esta tarde. También ofreció sus respetos juntando las manos. Eso es lo apropiado. The old man in yellow robes stroked his beard and said, little ancestor, el poder de Hung se considera un bien comienzo que hace rira quiens lo rodean. Hung lu esta vez avanzo y dijo con las manos juntas. ¿Quién es el nuevo Fang Yuan? Es posible que puedas expulsar al pueblo de Jiangtian por ti mismo. How about we have a contest of strength? The crowd became noisy again. Do you want to challenge our Yu clan again? This time, Xiongli stepped forward himself. Fan Yuan slowly advanced onto the martial stage, and Xiongli immediately showed his attitude. He really did step out. A spectator sighed in admiration. single-handedly driving away the Jiangchan village. Oh my god! Is that the power of a rank 5 goo worm? It's truly that formidable? Another person said. Driving away the Jiangchan village was just a matter of timing. It's not that difficult. But now that he's caught the eye of this brute Xiongli, this time he's in big trouble. Shishan sighed, crossed his arms, and said to Fan Yuan, this time, you really can't avoid it anymore. You have to fight no matter what. Fan Yuan calmly replied, oh, is that so? Xiongli stood opposite, humbly saying, I seek guidance from brother Fan Yuan. But before it could begin, Fan Yuan crossed his arms with an expressionless face. I concede. The crowd erupted once again. A bewildered person said, conceding directly? Did I hear that wrong? Another sneered, that guy is Fan Yuan. He doesn't even have the courage to make a move. Yet another mocked bluntly, conceding outright? Not only does it make him look weak, but it also shames the clan. Meanwhile, Xiongli raised his hand in surprise and interrupted his words. What? After a moment, he burst out laughing and asked, you really surprised me. I never expected. Is the martial prowess of the Guyu clan only this much? Fan Yuan's face showed no expression. In his mind, he recalled the scene of devastation and thought, the 3 major strongholds on Qingmao Mountain. Though difficult, they were preserved in the end. However, in the accident 2 years later, everything perished. The only thing to do now is to take this opportunity, to develop with all one's might, and leave the family in time to avoid a deadly disaster. Tan Thursday didn't know when he had gotten onto the arena. He stood beside him. He signaled for a negotiation. Since you're strong, why don't we have a spar? He laughed heartily and said, Brother Tan Thursday, how do you want to compete? Tan Thursday put one hand behind his back and replied, then let's test your strength. If you can break free from the bindings of these vines, I'll consider myself defeated, deal? Xiong Li's expression darkened. He smiled lightly and suggested, then let's do it. He thought to himself, I've raised a Xiongli with the explosive power of the Xionghao ancient beast. Combined, that's 2 Xiongli. These vines, no matter how tough, relying on these 2 Xiongli, I can definitely break free easily. Tan Thursday smiled, emitting a stream of energy from his hand. A vine quickly grew out. He shouted, come on! The vines rapidly extended. Crawling toward Xiongli, the vines bound him. Tan Thursday spoke with a commanding tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard him shout, Xiongli! His entire body surged with powerful energy. Behind him appeared a massive blue bear. The vines were quickly snapped apart by this force, strand by strand. Xiongli laughed triumphantly and said, Brother Tan Thursday, it seems I've won this spar. Not necessarily, Tan Thursday said, clasping his hands and continuing his technique. A cluster of green vines sprouted from the ground beneath his feet. Xiongli watched as the vines began to tighten around his legs. He angrily cursed, damn it! The vines he had cut started to grow back. They reconnected the severed parts, and the pressure from the vines suddenly increased, not just tenfold. The force was immense. Xiongli immediately looked up to the sky and shouted, Xiong! After the roar, Xiongli stared at the drifting clouds. Below the arena, Xiongli knelt and said, I admit defeat. Xingshu clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, thank you. Banjing expressed his admiration from the stands. Truly worthy of senior Qingshu. Brother is simply no match for him. The other disciples also praised Lord Qingshu. You are absolutely incredible. Fan Yuan looked at Qingshu before him and thought, as expected, it's the wood spirit goo. Using the wood spirit goo allows one to transform into a tree spirit and engage in battle. It can directly absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth and convert it for its own use. Fan Yuan recalled its mushroom-like form. He continued his train of thought. The refinement path of the wood spirit goo can be said to be one of the most distant and arduous paths of advancement in this world. It is a rank 3 goo. It needs to be refined with a 100-year lifespan goo to advance to a rank 4-century-old wood spirit. Then, the wood spirit is refined again with a 1,000-year lifespan goo. It will become a rank 5 natural wood spirit. This refinement method is known to everyone. Everyone knows this refinement method, but very few goo masters ever use this secret method. The reason is that the longevity goo is even more precious, once found. Goo masters usually use it directly to extend their own lifespan. Fan Yuan recalled Qingshu, bound all over by vines, and continued thinking. Although the wood spirit goo is powerful, it also has a flaw. That is, each use cannot last too long. If used for too long, the wood spirit goo's power will affect the goo master's body, causing their muscles to turn to wood. Eventually, they become a tree-like corpse. In his past life, Yu Qingshu died exactly like that. The true sparring match had only just begun. Now, the onlookers were starting to challenge each other. Arrogant Imo Yen, challenge you, one person replied. Come on, Xiong arrogant, I'll have a great battle with you. The three-tribe alliance meeting ended, and the three great mountain tribes, the Qingmao Mountain Tribe, had temporarily reached a pact. First, a decree was issued: the three tribes would temporarily set aside their grudges, joining hands to resist the wolf tide. In times of crisis, they must aid each other. Internal killing was strictly forbidden, and a monitoring investigation team was established. Once a murderer was discovered, they would be expelled from the tribe. Second, a merit board was set up, with small teams as units, displaying rankings at all times. The achievements of each small team among the three great tribes. One lightning wolf eye was worth 10 merit points. Merit could be exchanged for supplies like goo worms, primeval stones, and various other goo. Goo masters from the three great tribes would all hunt lightning wolves fiercely, vying for higher rankings. This was not only about personal glory, but that is even more related to the family's honor. As winter turns to spring, all things sprout beneath the blooming peach blossoms. Fan Yuan had just gone through a battle with wolves. His entire body was stained with blood. He was squatting down, collecting something from the eyes of the wolf carcasses. Just then, not far away, the howls of wolves suddenly echoed. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Based on his experience, he deduced that a pack of wolves was rapidly approaching this place. Sure enough, a medium-sized wolf pack was creeping towards Fan Yuan. Their eyes gleamed brightly, exuding a ferocious look as they stared intently at him. Fan Yuan remained expressionless. Then, his figure rippled like water and gradually vanished on the spot. This was the concealed scale goo. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He could easily evade them, because the lightning wolf mainly relies on its eyes to observe, and not on its nose. After the wolf pack left, Fan Yuan gradually reappeared. His gaze grew sharper, and his words carried a hidden meaning. My concealed scale goo happens to counter wild beasts like this lightning wolf, but it cannot hide from the nose of a dog. A few days later, on the square, the goo masters were enthusiastically discussing the rankings. On the achievement board, someone had taken the top spot. What? It's still Bai Bingyi's team from the Bai family? Someone interrupted. Let me take a look. Bai Bingyi's team is ranked first. Our Qingshu clan's team is second. The Xiongli team is third. Our team is at position 137. In the crowd, Fang Jing clenched his fists tightly. His face was excited as he turned to praise Qingshu. Lord Qingshu, you truly are the number one among our second-turn goo masters. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Fan Yuan's figure. He still wore the same indifferent and aloof expression. Fang Jing softly called out, "Big brother." His gaze instantly darkened. Unable to hide the glee in his heart, he thought to himself, "Big brother, are you all alone? No wonder from the very start until now. Your team has been at the bottom of the rankings. Only by taking the initiative to open your heart and integrate into the group. Can you feel the joy and warmth of the clan?" Fan Yuan stood silently in the crowd. His eyes swept across the ranking board, quickly spotting position 267. Fan Yuan's team. Spring has arrived. The wolves in the wolf den are still busy mating and reproducing. By the time summer comes, the truly strong wolf packs will surge in like a tidal wave, causing massive casualties to the three mountain villages in the memories of Fan Yuan. Most of the goo masters died. The accumulated wealth of the three great clans was nearly exhausted. Any organization, a person from the moment they are born, is constantly being taught values, constantly being brainwashed. If one wishes to achieve extraordinary, transcendent accomplishments, they must break free from the shackles of thought. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people are bound by these chains. Once they are put on the leash, they struggle to move forward, and even consider this collar a symbol of glory. Fan Yuan had long understood this principle. He didn't need to show off his skills. He only needed to stockpile enough living supplies and goo worm food. The achievements on the board meant nothing to him. So Fan Yuan simply quietly left the crowd. Today, there was an important matter at hand. He was preparing to enter the cave in the rock crevice again. In front of the cave entrance, he realized it had been over a month since his last visit. In his right hand, he held a torch. Fan Yuan slowly advanced deeper into the cave. The dark cave stretched on. After walking for a while, he narrowed his eyes and silently guessed. I've finally reached the last stone steps. A crudely made stone door appeared before him. Fan Yuan raised his torch. He noticed several characters carved on the stone door. Fan Yuan reached out his hand and felt along the door. Muttering to himself, he read, "The golden centipede in the cave brings death. Use the earth listening goo to avoid disaster." His brows furrowed, and his expression turned thoughtful. If my guess isn't wrong. A thought flashed through his mind. Got it! He immediately crouched down and touched the ground with his hand. Not long after, he spotted a honeysuckle flower. In the center of the flower, a golden light shone even more brilliantly. Fan Yuan had found a goo worm. It had a shape resembling a human ear. This was a rank 2 grass goo. It was called the earth-listening flesh-ear grass. Fan Yuan's mood instantly brightened. This earth-listening flesh-ear grass came at just the right time. It can be used for reconnaissance, perfect for the task. The earth-listening flesh-ear grass had a major advantage. Its reconnaissance range reached up to 300 steps. Among rank 2 reconnaissance goo worms, this distance was quite outstanding. He secretly calculated that this goo could be used to probe the truth. He could move freely within the wolf den. He could even use the formation. This wolf den could be used to achieve certain goals. Raising and using goo insects requires knowledge in 3 aspects. Profound and mysterious, the earth-listening flesh-ear grass is easy to raise, but using it is quite troublesome. Fan Yuan glanced carefully at the stone door once more, then turned and left. He muttered, if my guess is not wrong, behind the stone door lies a dangerous trap. He would need to use the earth-listening flesh-ear grass to evade it. However, he understood very well. In any world, without paying a price, how can there be gains? One night, in Fan Yuan's room, he had tightly shut all the doors and sat upright before the table. On the table, a basin of water was already placed. Beside it was a white cotton cloth. On top of it lay a sharp dagger. Fan Yuan wore a cold expression as he reached out to pick up the dagger. It emitted a chilling, icy light, like bones scattered across the wilderness. The blade's light was cold and harsh. Without enduring the bitter winter, how could one see the spring sun? Fan Yuan's gaze was as deep as an autumn lake. His brows unconsciously furrowed suddenly. Fan Yuan struck like lightning, raising his hand to bring down the blade, and blood gushed out. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he lightly gasped in a breath of cold air. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain with effort. He reached out his hand, bringing forth the earth-listening flesh-ear grass he had nurtured. He channeled his true essence to urge it to fly up. The earth-listening flesh-ear grass flew to Fan Yuan's ear, and its roots immediately stirred with energy. In an instant, it rooted itself into the wound on his ear. A sharp pain struck his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. After a moment, Fan Yuan sat quietly before the mirror. He examined himself by the moonlight, at the spot where the earth-hearing flesh-ear grass had just been implanted. His left hand now looked no different, as if there had never been any change. Fan Yuan tried to channel a bit of true essence from his aperture, pouring it into his right ear. Immediately, his left ear gradually grew roots. These roots were just like those of a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Extending outward from his ear, his hearing suddenly multiplied several times. 50 paces away, countless footsteps instantly transmitted into his ear. Fan Yuan concentrated his mind, and his hearing intensified accordingly. He could even hear the fluttering wings of a single, small grasshopper. Fan Yuan tried to stop activating the earth-hearing flesh-ear grass for a moment. All the roots that had grown outward retracted. His left ear also returned to its normal shape. He breathed a sigh of relief. So I now have a goo worm for reconnaissance. Before long, Fan Yuan entered the stone cave again. The light of the torch in his hand crackled and illuminated. He walked deep inside. Fan Yuan found the stone door from last time. He didn't rush to push it open and enter, but activated the earth-hearing flesh-ear grass. Roots grew long from his ear. His hearing instantly increased several times, sensing countless sounds within a range of 300 paces. After a moment, he glanced at the stone door and silently speculated. Behind the stone door, there were faint, intermittent sounds. He could only push the door open to explore. As he thought, Fan Yuan decisively pushed the stone door open. The heavy stone door swung open. Fan Yuan crouched down beside the deer that he had prepared earlier. He told it that its time to be useful had come. With that, Fan Yuan released the deer, letting it enter inside. The deer's big, round eyes opened wide as it stared ahead. It cautiously stepped one step at a time into the dark tunnel. Following each step of the deer, Fan Yuan activated the earth-listening flesh-ear grass again this time. All the roots were embedded into the wall beside him. His hearing continued to be enhanced. At a distance of 70 steps, the sparse sounds of movement were the noise of a centipede crawling. The sound reached Fan Yuan's ears. He could imagine the scene inside. A tangled swarm of centipedes climbed onto the deer, which fell to the ground, rolling back and forth in violent convulsions. But after just a moment, its heart stopped beating. A glint of light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He heard a series of peculiar sounds. Duo, duo, duo. He squinted. This sound was. Relying on his rich experience, Fan Yuan quickly deduced the source of the sound. A wild, rank 3 ancient gold-toed centipede. This was the king of the centipede swarm. It was the truly deadly danger within the centipede nest. Wherever it went fiercely, the swarm of centipedes desperately avoided that spot. Finally, the deer's body was revealed, with only half remaining. It climbed onto the deer's body, opened its ferocious mouth, and sucked blood and devoured flesh. When encountering bones, he used the silver serrated grinder to grind them. He easily ground the bones into powder. According to this situation, Fan Yuan silently pondered. Even the defense of the white jade goo could not withstand the grinding of the golden crow-toothed saw. It seems the intention of the flower traveler is for me to use this earth-listening flesh-ear grass to evade, but I already have the spring-autumn cicada, and subduing this golden crow-toothed saw is not impossible. He rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. But right now, I am only at the middle stage of the second turn, wanting to subdue the third turn golden crow-toothed saw. Though not impossible, it is a bit too early. First, the higher the goo insect's rank, the higher the nurturing cost. Second, the higher the goo insect's rank, the harder it is to use. It requires paying a certain price. This exploration has confirmed my inner speculation. But this is not a good opportunity. It's better to leave it for now and delay for a while. This matter cannot be rushed. Thinking this, Fan Yuan decided to close the door. He then used the concealed scale goo to retreat outside. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, casting shadows over the entire Qingmao mountain. It seemed like a storm was about to arrive. On a hillside, over 10 robust lightning wolves opened their mouths. Emitting low howls, they surrounded Fan Yuan. His expression was calm, and suddenly he leaped into the air. Taking the initiative to attack, he strode forward to strike at the lightning wolves. Fan Yuan made his move, punching straight into the belly of a lightning wolf. Swift as a flash, he spun around and kicked another electric wolf. Fan Yuan snorted. His cold essence was nearly depleted, his cultivation at the mid-stage of the second turn. With at most 50% remaining, it was indeed insufficient.